This young man is Sano Haruto, a hunter whose class is dubbed the Mana Gopher. As you can see, he's currently part of a dungeon raiding party. But the catch is, despite being a hunter, Haruto only acts as support, with his sole ability being to buff other people's mana. Today, after taking down the Golem King in a low-level dungeon with his teammates, Haruto was so exhausted that he collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. But before he could even catch his breath, another man in the party walked up to him and said in a thoroughly annoyed tone, "Hey, Hunter Sano, you didn't really contribute much to today's raid, did you? So why are you still sitting there? Get up and help clear the path." Haruto quickly apologized and scrambled to his feet. Watching him, some of the other hunters looked confused, while others just looked down on him with utter contempt. They started gossiping about him, not even bothering to lower their voices. Wait, isn't he supposed to have some kind of critical strike ability? Why is he just standing in the back doing support? Oh please, he barely has any real skills. He just happens to have an endless supply of mana. Wait, you didn't know? He can generate infinite mana? The other guy sat up in shock, completely amazed. Man, that sounds like the ultimate skill, doesn't it? Ultimate? How so? Mages can just draw mana from healers anyway. Besides, they only need a massive amount of mana like today when they're fighting boss monsters. Other than that, he's totally useless. The man continued to scoff, his voice dripping with unmistakable disdain. No wonder he's been raiding dungeons for 5 years and still hasn't even reached level 30. Haruto heard every single word of their gossip. To say he wasn't angry would be a lie. But honestly, he was already used to people whispering behind his back like this. Still, no matter how low-ranking a hunter is, they still possess power far beyond that of ordinary humans. In that sense, Haruto was already much stronger than most of humanity. Plus, he possessed an incredibly resilient will. So, no matter what garbage people talked about him, Haruto swore to himself that he would never, ever give up. Everyone assumed his skill was limited to generating mana and transferring it to his allies, but his actual ability was far more unique, and Haruto had never revealed it to a single soul. He possessed a one-of-a-kind skill called copy and paste. Just like right now, the moment he picked up a rice ball, a virtual window popped up in front of him. Would you like to copy the target using the shortcut Ctrl-C? Once he activated the shortcut, another rice ball dropped out of thin air, just like magic. This was his special ability. Ctrl-C and Ctrl-V allowed him to copy and replicate targets. It was an ability he had never heard of before. So, when he first discovered he had this skill, Haruto had incredibly high hopes upon awakening as a hunter. However, he quickly realized that this ability was practically useless, because it was a skill only he was allowed to benefit from. Any duplicated items would vanish like a mirage the moment they left his hands. Because of this, he couldn't duplicate money, nor could he sell any gear he copied. On top of that, sadly, copying equipment was limited by his level. For example, since he was only at level 29, it was impossible for him to copy a piece of gear belonging to a level 90 hunter. Haruto's ability to generate infinite mana, in other words, his Mana Gopher nickname actually came from infinitely copying the tiny amount of mana he possessed. Crucially, the copied mana didn't vanish, allowing him to transfer it to other hunters. Haruto had also tried using this method to copy skills, but doing so required absurdly specific conditions, like having to deliver the final blow to a high-level boss monster requirements that were practically impossible for him to meet. Haruto felt incredibly drained. If he could just level up a few times and copy some decent gear, he would have been able to join any raid he wanted. But Haruto just couldn't seem to reach that level 30 milestone. Angry eating his rice ball to vent his frustration, Haruto browsed the news on his phone and spotted a hot headline. The Kalesia Longsword has arrived in Japan. Haruto's eyes immediately lit up. The Kalesia Longsword was a weapon that possessed 2 special skills and had an effect that boosted defensive power. The reason this longsword was such a unique, one-of-a-kind item was that it possessed its own level the moment it was wielded. The user's level would instantly skyrocket to 200. Best of all, it was highly sought after because anyone who reached level 30 could use it. Even though he hadn't reached level 30 yet, the moment Haruto saw the Kalesia Longsword, he began fantasizing about the future. If he could copy this sword and become a high-tier hunter at level 230, hunting high-level monsters would be a breeze. Haruto immediately made that weapon his top priority. According to the article, the Kalesia Longsword was scheduled to be exhibited in Japan for the next 1 week. However, its durability was down to only 10. So, even if someone managed to copy it, it would only last for a few more hunts. Because of this, it was no longer suitable for actual combat, leading to the decision to put it on a worldwide exhibition tour to generate revenue. For Haruto, this was the ultimate golden opportunity. If he could just touch that sword even once, durability wouldn't be an issue at all. He could copy it and use it forever. Right now, his biggest priority was just farming enough experience to reach level 30. So, Haruto went back to the grind. After getting kicked out of the Great Sage Guild, he joined an unregistered dungeon hunter group just to buff their mana. Today, the whole party was raiding the giant Spider King's nest. Haruto kept doing a great job supplying endless mana to the other hunters so they could go all out against the boss. Along the way, he ran into a cute junior of his named Iwi Ikanaga. Even though Aoi kept teasing him about his low level, Haruto knew deep down that he was actually a good guy. The two had known each other since their days at the Great Sage Guild, and Aoi only tagged along with this unregistered dungeon clearing crew because he was a total money grubber. Unregistered dungeons were extremely dangerous since they hadn't been reported to the Hunter Association, but that was exactly why Haruto got the chance to team up with such high-level hunters. He and Aoi barely had time to catch up before he had to get back to work. The dungeon boss, the Spider King, was right in front of them, and it even had its own name, Elisa, a level 80 monster. The second Haruto laid eyes on it, he felt a massive wave of dread. He had a bad feeling that if it so much as flicked a leg, he'd be absolute toast. Haruto couldn't help but gulp nervously. Seeing this, Aoi took the chance to tease him again. "Hey senior, you're just a spectator here. You don't even have to fight, so what are you so scared of?" Then, Aoi's tone turned serious as he warned him. "This monster actually isn't too hard to beat, but we still need to watch out. Because once you get caught in those webs, you won't be able to move a single muscle." I also told him to be careful around the egg sacs in the nest, because if they messed with its babies, the spider would go absolutely ballistic. A Spider King in a frenzied state was way more terrifying than any regular monster. Suddenly, a mage in the group who was as ugly on the inside as he was on the outside shouted, "Hey, Ikanaga! Why are you wasting your breath explaining things to a useless bystander? What? Are you a tour guide now? We don't have time for this, so stop wasting our time." Aoi just laughed it off and apologized, while Haruto was visibly annoyed but couldn't really do anything about it. The mage kept grumbling, muttering insults about Haruto being a useless leech. But it was exactly this terrible attitude that landed the entire party in deep trouble. Since he wasn't watching where he was going, the mage accidentally kicked a stone. That stone flew straight into the spider web, waking the Spider King right up. Opening its eyes to find a bunch of uninvited guests, the beast immediately welcomed them with what could only be described as a lethal strike. The frontline tanks scrambled to hold the line. They had planned to ambush the Spider King while it was asleep, but now they had no choice but to face it head-on. Luckily, everyone already had their roles assigned, so after the initial panic wore off, they quickly regained their composure and got into position. Thanks to their perfect teamwork, they began wearing the monster down in no time. Watching from the sidelines, Haruto was thrilled. He figured if things kept going this smoothly, he could leech enough experience from this kill to jump straight to level 35. Backed into a corner, the Spider King suddenly retreated. The lead tank quickly realized it was about to spit web and yelled at everyone to take cover behind the stone pillars. Sensing a chance to redeem himself, the arrogant mage stepped forward to show off his skills. His specialty was fire magic, which was perfect for burning through spider silk. But his opponent was a level 80 Spider King, not some weak, low-level mob. To his shock, his fireball was completely blocked by the webbing. His fragile ego couldn't handle that, so he immediately began charging up an even more powerful spell. "Wait!" Haruto realized what was happening and shouted a warning. "You idiot! What if you break the eggs?" The tank also realized the danger, but it was already too late. The massive fireball erupted from the mage's staff. While the spider itself stood its ground, its fragile egg sacs were completely incinerated by the blast. Things quickly spiraled out of control. At this rate, the spider would go into a blind rage. Unable to fight back, the first one to pay the price was the mage himself, who got pinned down by a massive glob of webbing. "Senior, get behind the pillars, quick!" Aoi yelled frantically as he ran toward Haruto. "Once that thing goes berserk, it's going to spray webs everywhere." Trapped in the thick webbing, the mage couldn't even wield his staff, let alone cast any magic. Watching the Spider King close in, he lost his mind. He went from begging the monster for mercy to screaming at it to get away. But obviously, none of it worked. A split second later, a deafening shriek echoed through the cave, easily crossing 160 decibels. Moments later, Haruto couldn't run fast enough and got hit too. Wrapped so tightly in the webbing that he could barely breathe, Haruto cursed under his breath. Before this, he had always played it safe by only joining low-level dungeon raids. He never expected that trying to level up just once would land him in this kind of life-or-death situation. In the blink of an eye, the massive spider lunged right in front of him. As the spider's sharp leg plunged down, Haruto felt an agonizing, flesh-tearing pain. It was absolutely a fatal blow. Yet somehow, with only the stats of a level 29 hunter, he was still breathing. Actually, this could be explained by his unique skill, turns out. It wasn't just a useless limitation after all. Because while the items he copies and duplicates might vanish, his own body will never fade away. So right before stepping into the dungeon, Haruto copied himself just like saving in a video game. Every time he dies, his next clone is pasted in, and his old corpse simply vanishes. Haruto watched with his own eyes as his previous body was ripped to shreds by spider silk. No matter how many times he sees it, he just can't get used to it. But in a desperate spot like this, that trick is his only option to stay alive. He kept throwing himself at the monster, sacrificing clone after clone, just to distract it. But honestly, the Spider King's strength is completely on another level. Haruto copied and pasted his body over and over, burning through several lives, but he still hasn't managed to scratch it. Suddenly, a familiar, trembling voice rings out. "Help me! It's Aoi! He's still alive!" Haruto doesn't want to turn a blind eye, but honestly, he has no idea what he can even do right now. But then, he spots the spider charging straight at Aoi. If he abandons his junior now, how can he ever call himself a senior? Fueled by sheer adrenaline, Haruto charges forward, dagger in hand, and hacks straight at the Spider King's leg. And then, as he's rolling around dodging deadly attacks, a system notification pops up. You have leveled up. He has no idea how he leveled up before clearing the dungeon, but now, taking down that giant spider is only a matter of time. Even if he only chips away a tiny bit of health each time, copying and pasting himself 100 more times will eventually deal enough damage to kill it. Though, it really took a long time. It took Haruto 3 days to finally defeat the Spider King. After dying and resurrecting over 50 times, copying and pasting every weapon he had, and scavenging the gear of his dead teammates, he did it. Thanks to this brutal battle, his combat skills have vastly improved. With the boss unable to heal or regenerate, it was only a matter of time before it finally went down. With the boss dead, Haruto's level skyrockets, and he gains a rare reward. But he doesn't care about that right now. Getting Aoi out of here is his top priority. But he barely takes a few steps with Aoi on his back before a swarm of baby spiders knocks him down. Looking at these aggressive, level 30 pests, he's completely speechless. First the mother, now the babies. Haruto is fine since he can revive endlessly, but if Aoi takes a single hit, he's dead. In a desperate move, Haruto wraps himself around Aoi, using his own body to shield his friend. He braces himself, closing his eyes tight as he waits for the agonizing pain to tear into his flesh. But right at that moment, a powerful hunter appears and obliterates the swarm. Even without seeing them fight, Haruto knows they're top tier, because they just unleashed Hellfire. It's a high-tier fire spell of the highest caliber. The number of mages in the world who can cast this spell can be counted on one hand. And if Haruto remembers correctly, Japan has only one person known as the Witch's Spear, a magic spear wielder, and the 5th-ranked hunter in the country, Nanase. "Are you two the only survivors?" Nanase asks. "Yeah, just our luck." Haruto sighs as he helps Aoi up. She inspects the dungeon. Since the baby spiders have hatched, it means the eggs were shattered earlier, sending the Spider King into a berserk rage. All the high-rank hunters in the raid group are dead, yet a low-rank hunter like Haruto survived and even found the time to carry Aoi out. To figure out what went down in this unregistered dungeon, Nanase brings Haruto back to the association for questioning. After drilling him with endless questions, they finally let him go. However, they confiscate the Spider King's drop to report it to headquarters. Haruto is secretly surprised. The entire high-rank squad got wiped out. Not to mention, they were running an illegal dungeon, and he even paid bribes to tag along. How did Nanase let him off so easily? "What, did you want to stay?" she asks coldly. It turns out the association usually looks the other way when low ranks pay to tag along on high-rank raids, especially when they're just trying to level up. It's only natural for hunters to want to get stronger. Even if the practice has some dark sides, it still helps build up their forces. Just before Haruto leaves, Nanase mentions that the loot from the Spider King he defeated will be sold off, and the funds will be wired to his account in a few days. But he coldly declines, asking her to transfer the money straight to Aoi's account instead. Haruto's casual rejection immediately makes Nanase suspicious. That's a massive sum of money that almost any hunter would jump at, especially a low rank who desperately needs resources to level up. She's certain he's hiding something, but what exactly that is, she can't quite figure out yet. Once he steps out of the interrogation room, a sly grin spreads across Haruto's face. How could he possibly walk away from boss-tier loot? It's just that before Nanase could confiscate it, he had already copied and pasted countless duplicates right into his inventory. To understand how, we have to go back a few hours. Right after Haruto took down the monster. The item he received was Giant Spider King's web fluid. According to the system description, this substance has an incredibly strong adhesive property, mirroring the Giant Spider King's own silk. Haruto couldn't help but feel disappointed because this stupid lump was basically no different from regular superglue. He couldn't believe he'd risked his life just for such a useless item. Since he hadn't found a use for it yet, Haruto figured he might as well make some copies of it for now. Once that was done, he pulled out the original giant Spider King adhesive to take another look. But this time, it suddenly dissolved right in his palm. Haruto looked around in shock, and right on cue, a system notification popped up to clear his confusion. The giant Spider King's adhesive had been merged with his existing skill. The Control 5 skill had been upgraded. This notification left him even more flabbergasted, since it was the first time Haruto had ever heard of his paste skill being able to evolve. He'd always thought it only had that one basic function, so he never expected it could actually be upgraded. It seemed like the item dropped by the Spider King was compatible with his Control V skill. That meant if he could find an item compatible with Control C, he could upgrade that one too. Following the evolution, Haruto's paste skill unlocked 3 new subskills. First, he could copy a target and then paste it for any duration he wanted. Second, he could paste a target anywhere for a set period of time. And the final option was that he would become immune to the giant Spider King's webbing. Haruto originally thought these choices would be complete garbage, but they actually had a real X factor to them. He immediately decided to test out the first option. Now, even if the cloned object left Haruto's hands, it wouldn't disappear. This was definitely his biggest breakthrough yet. A whole minute had passed, and the spider cocoon was still fully intact. Unable to hide his excitement, Haruto decided to make as many copies as he possibly could. 30 minutes, 100 years, or even 1,000 years, they wouldn't disappear. Testing his new ability only made Haruto more pumped up. He felt like his life had completely turned around. From now on, he was going to be filthy rich, living at the very top of society as a hunter. He had also leveled up, so now all that was left to do was copy and clone the legendary Calicia Dragon Longsword, and he'd be all set. 2 hours earlier, on the Rainbow Bridge in Tokyo, an escort vehicle was cruising along the road. The driver was Morgan, a level 112 hunter and a member of the International Hunter Association. The passenger was Alice Hill, a level 113 mage, who was also a member of the International Hunter Association. "Hey, Alice, how many times have you been to Japan?" "Twice. Didn't you say Japan was your mother's homeland?" "What does her homeland have to do with me?" Even though Morgan was quite chatty, Alice kept giving him short, blunt answers. This time, the Dragon Longsword was coming to Japan to wrap up its international exhibition tour. Alice had joined the escort just to take the opportunity to search for a few things inside a dungeon here. While the two of them were bickering, the car began passing the Rainbow Bridge dungeon. It was Morgan's first time seeing a dungeon right on the ocean, so he couldn't help but lean over to get a look. "So romantic," he praised in admiration. "Stop talking nonsense. If that thing collapses, it'll be an absolute disaster. You're so boring. It's not like I did anything to you, so why do you always have to be so grumpy with me?" Meanwhile, at the access control office of the Rainbow Bridge dungeon, the gatekeeper was Satoru Shinoda, a level 21 combat hunter and a member of the Great Sage Guild. Satoru kept yawning over and over, complaining about how incredibly boring this dungeon management job was. Seeing this, his colleague nearby scolded him. "Hey, stop slacking and take your job seriously. You only got this job through connections, you know." Just then, something landed right on Satoru's foot. It was a cute-looking slime, but the moment his colleague saw it, his face turned completely pale. Because a slime wandering freely outside of a dungeon was definitely a bad sign, and exactly what he feared was fast approaching. Right after that, something solid slammed hard into his back. Turning around, they realized it was a highly aggressive orc. Even though they managed to raise their swords and shields to block, the air was soon filled with the stench of fresh blood. Those chaotic events had unfolded 2 hours ago, while right now, our main character Haruto was just chilling, completely oblivious to what was going on. He seemed highly satisfied after defeating the Spider King and raking in a decent amount of skill points. He was just a tiny bit away from reaching level 50. Hunters who surpassed level 50 had a much easier time joining dungeon raid parties, because aside from low-level dungeons meant for rookies, mid-tier monsters inside were all over level 50. However, in mid-level dungeons, hunters could harvest far more experience points and rewards. Over time, they might even get some rare item drops. That's why hunters level 50 and above leveled up pretty easily. Haruto was still basking in this blissful feeling. On top of that, he was also considering whether he should auction off the giant Spider King's adhesive, since he had copied a whole bunch last time, and they didn't easily dissolve like before. Then, suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from nearby. Haruto turned around and saw a crowd of people rushing from the opposite direction. "Out of the way!" they yelled, frantically shoving him aside. Talk about bad luck. Why did the dungeon have to collapse out of nowhere? Haruto only managed to catch bits of information, but it sounded like the Rainbow Bridge dungeon had collapsed and monsters were escaping from it. Even the vehicle carrying the legendary sword to the exhibition hall had been caught up in the chaos. That last piece of news seemed to be the most crucial. The very thing Haruto was targeting, the Kalesia Dragon Longsword, was in serious danger. Therefore, the International Hunter Association has also issued an official request for cooperation. Several hunters quickly gathered on the rooftop of the Japan Hunter Association building. Their top priority was to protect the transport vehicle carrying that greatsword. It was Nanas who issued that order. Also, because of the sudden turn of events, they were also tasked with protecting the citizens. While Nanas and her teammates were preparing to board the airship, their attention was drawn to a young man who was trying to push his way through despite being held back. That person was none other than Haruto. "Hunter Nanas, please let me go with you. I already saw everyone deploying the plan." Nanas seemed shocked to see a low-level hunter like Haruto show up there. But, well, there was no helping it, since his goal was that greatsword after all. Since Nanas still found Haruto quite mysterious, she eventually agreed to let him tag along, even though she knew full well his actions were 100% driven by his own selfish motives. The other hunters on the airship all had incredibly grim expressions on their faces, because it hadn't even been 3 weeks since they stabilized the Zenbo dungeon, yet it had already collapsed. Only Nanas remained completely unfazed. She kept urging her subordinates to do everything they could to prevent the aftermath, making sure the disaster from 15 years ago wouldn't happen again. The great disaster from 15 years ago was something Haruto knew all too well. It was a shocking event that struck the entire world simultaneously. A dungeon break on a scale comparable to a natural disaster, engulfing the world in flames back then. After the monster's massive onslaught, the casualties were countless. Even now, just thinking about it sends chills down everyone's spines. The root cause was that when monsters in a dungeon aren't cleared out regularly, they gradually grow stronger. The dungeon becomes saturated and eventually collapses. When that happens, the monsters break free, slaughtering innocent people and creating a living hell. They call these events dungeon breaks. And it was during that catastrophe 15 years ago that Haruto lost both of his parents. He had never told anyone about this, because even he found it hard to believe. But during that event, he saw a supernatural entity from that other dimension. And it was that very creature that cursed him with this copy and paste ability. That creature called the curse a gift and said only one thing: 20 years. He didn't even know if it meant the skill's time limit or his own lifespan. Even at this very moment, the sand inside that cursed hourglass keeps trickling down. Back then, that creature only appeared because of the great disaster, which meant that when it showed up again, history would repeat itself with another catastrophe. From now until the deadline it gave Haruto, there were only 5 years left. But now that he knew how to level up his skill, he could absolutely become the strongest hunter, find a way to stop the disaster, and break this curse once and for all. But before he could do any of those grand things, Haruto first needed to successfully duplicate the Kalesia Dragon Greatsword. Right at that moment, on Zenbo Bridge, everything was in utter chaos. Monsters had started attacking civilians, causing a massive chain reaction car pileup. Screams and the sound of crashing cars drove people into an even greater panic. Satoru, as a dungeon administrator, also had to draw his sword and fight. Unfortunately, their side was severely outnumbered and quickly lost control of the situation to the monsters. Even Satoru himself, a level 21 hunter, was constantly being threatened by the goblin horde. Fortunately, his chubby co-worker stayed close by and saved Satoru several times. Although he was quite rough, just like the sword in his hand, and always looked down on Satoru as a spoiled brat, he had just saved him from the orcs earlier, and from that goblin just now too. "I will definitely repay you, senior," Satoru thought to himself. That guy was growing extremely anxious, knowing that a few dungeon administrators like them couldn't possibly stop this battle. To make matters worse, all communication and information sharing were completely blocked by the dungeon's electromagnetic waves, so they couldn't count on reinforcements. But he figured that quite a few people must have noticed something was off and were already on their way. However, they needed to cross the bridge to reach the backup team sooner. Looking at the now devastated bridge, Satoru hesitated. "Do we really have to cross?" "We have to. Moving forward is better than staying here and offering our lives to the monsters." The two of them immediately bolted, running for their lives across the perilous bridge. Meanwhile, near the vehicle carrying the precious greatsword, a level 190 Bear King was relentlessly launching attacks. As a giant-type beast, its sheer size far surpassed that of the other monsters. The vehicle took hit after hit but barely managed to hold together, because at that moment, Alice was casting her defensive magic. Furthermore, her defense spells were top tier. Even a level 400 monster would struggle to leave a single scratch on it. But right after that, something far more terrifying than the Bear King showed up. Something against which Alice believed even the highest level defensive magic would be utterly useless. Up on the airship, even before they could reach Dreambow Bridge, Nanas's subordinates had already spotted it. Even someone as calm as Nanasi broke into a cold sweat upon seeing that creature. It was Kyusia, the most powerful boss monster of the Rainbow Bridge dungeon. "Everyone, get ready!" Nanase screamed in terror. Right then, Kyusia suddenly opened its mouth and unleashed a terrifying blast of energy. The shockwave it created literally shook the entire city of Tokyo. Haruto was absolutely terrified when he saw this. That monster blew away the entire bridge just by breathing. At this rate, he didn't even know if his beloved greatsword would still be safe. Since the boss monster had appeared, Nanase had to immediately order a change in the battle plan. The entire association would take over the area. Only after everyone had landed from the airship did she remember Haruto's existence. He had already vanished without a trace. Then again, Nanase didn't worry too much. For a level 29 hunter who had survived the giant Spider King, this probably wasn't enough to take his life anyway. Putting Haruto out of her mind, Nanase unleashed her familiar signature move, Hellfire. Blue flames erupted from her spear, blasting toward Kyusia with immense power. This was the second time Haruto had witnessed this skill, and he found it just as breathtaking as the first. This only fueled Haruto's desire to copy this skill in the future, no matter what. As for him, thanks to the thread-spinning skill he copied from the giant Spider King, he managed to land safely. No matter how spectacular Nanase's Hellfire was, Haruto's only concern right now was still the Kalesia Dragon Greatsword. But little did he know, this chaos was all part of another mysterious group's plan, and their goal was also to steal the Dragon Greatsword. Although Kyusia's appearance was unexpected, and the beast could easily take anyone's life, their leader was quite confident that Nanase and the Hunter Association members could keep it under control. So, he wanted to seize this opportunity to steal the treasure. Meanwhile, Haruto was still moving cautiously across the bridge, which was littered with monster corpses. Looking at their fatal wounds, he was pretty sure this was the work of another hunter group. The biggest issue when dealing with these creatures was that they usually traveled in packs. For some reason, Haruto had a really bad feeling. "It's fine, just run." Someone suddenly screamed, startling him. It turned out to be the young master, Satoru. Who knows where he got the motivation, but he had been stubbornly staying behind to fight off the monsters. His senior colleague was severely injured and completely unable to fight. Even though he urged Satoru to listen to him and run, the young man flatly refused to do so. Haruto hid behind a sedan to observe the situation. Although he didn't know them personally, he recognized that they were hunters from the Dungeon Gate Management Office. He had also noticed the injured man's wounds. At first, Haruto tried to tell himself not to stick his nose into other people's business, as he was running out of time. But then, his bad feeling came true. A pack of level 15 wolf monsters had gathered and were heading their way. Even though they were just low-level monsters, when they attacked in a pack like this, their collective strength was no different from a high-level beast. Satoru saw how grim the situation was, but he stubbornly gripped his sword, declaring that he couldn't leave because his senior had been injured while covering for him. "Senior, now it's my turn to protect you." Hearing those words made Haruto freeze in his tracks. He remembered when he carried Aoi on his back in the giant Spider King's dungeon, and a strong wave of compassion welled up inside him. How could he just stand by and watch? At first, as the wolves surrounded Satoru and his senior, the young man managed to take down a few of them. But there were simply too many of them, and since they all attacked at once, he was quickly overwhelmed. While Satoru was busy fighting off the wolves right in front of him, one of them was quietly sneaking up from behind. By the time he realized it, the beast was already lunging at him. At that speed, there was no way Satoru could dodge it in time, but Haruto appeared like a hero, throwing his body forward to knock the wolf off its trajectory. Satoru was incredibly grateful for his sudden arrival, but the problem was far from solved, as the wolf pack was only growing larger by the second. Not wanting to drag an innocent bystander into this, Satoru urged Haruto to leave quickly and let him hold them off alone. But he had no idea he had just run into someone even more stubborn than himself. Staring at the vicious pack of wolves, Haruto suddenly flashed a sly grin. He knew exactly what to do. With that in mind, he opened his inventory and pulled out the sticky fluid from the giant Spider King. He had originally planned to auction it off, but using it in an epic battle like this felt completely worth it. Haruto kept copying and pasting, shooting out spider silk non-stop to bind one wolf after another, eventually wrapping them all up in a single giant pile. Although he successfully subdued the pack, he only gained 2 levels, leaving him visibly disappointed. His only consolation was that the spider silk trick was incredibly effective against monsters that attack in groups. With this, he could basically win a fight without even breaking a sweat. Meanwhile, young Satoru was staring wide-eyed at Haruto. He couldn't even begin to comprehend the skill Haruto had just used. How on earth did he wipe out that many bloodthirsty wolves in a single move? Satoru was so utterly stunned that he completely forgot to say thank you. In the end, it was his injured senior who spoke up first. "Thank you so much for saving us. Are you a member of the Are you with the rescue team from the Hunter Association? No, Haruto replied, feeling a bit embarrassed. But hey, they did ride in the same helicopter, so it didn't really count as a lie, right? In that case, I'm sorry to ask. But could you please take him with you? The man continued to plead. But before Haruto could even answer, Satoru immediately threw a fit. He refused to abandon his senior in their hour of need, wanting to stay together even if it meant dying in battle. You idiot! You'll be way safer going with him, the senior scolded. The senior was totally speechless, having no idea how to talk some sense into the kid. Standing to the side watching the drama play out, Haruto couldn't help but quietly utter an "oh" in his mind. This whole scene felt like, if my senior doesn't make it, I'm ready to be buried right alongside him. But the thing was, he couldn't agree to the man's request. After all he could do was copy and paste. Bringing the kid along would only put him in even greater danger. With no other choice, Haruto opened his inventory, pulled out a mid-grade healing potion, and handed it to the injured senior. You won't be able to fight, but I can guarantee this potion will restore enough of your strength to move to a safer location. Don't linger here any longer. The senior looked completely stunned, even asking Haruto why he would give him such a valuable item. Because you need to make it back alive with your junior, don't you? Haruto replied. He was saying it to the man, but also to himself. And right now, through Satoru's eyes, Haruto looked absolutely, insanely cool. To Satoru, Haruto was now nothing short of a hero. So, he bowed a full 90 degrees to express his deepest gratitude and utmost respect. My name is Satoru Shinoda, guardian of the Rainbow Bridge Dungeon. Please, at least remember my name. One day, I will definitely find a way to repay you for saving our lives. Haruto, who was already walking away, suddenly froze in his tracks at those words. Instead of waiting for one day, Haruto figured Satoru might as well just repay him right now. So, Haruto asked him to help find the transport vehicle carrying the greatsword of the International Hunter Association, mostly because he himself was completely, hopelessly directionally challenged. Meanwhile, Haruto's target, the vehicle transporting the greatsword, was still under relentless attack by the Bear King. Ares was completely exhausted from constantly casting defensive magic, so she decided to put the beast to sleep. Moji teased her, joking that for a hunter, she always relied on non-violent methods, just like a monk. But this time, before they could even start bickering, a new threat arrived. Thanks to his sharp reflexes, Moji managed to draw his sword just in time to slice a thrown projectile clean in half. He had already anticipated that someone would try to take advantage of the chaos to steal the greatsword. But when the enemy finally showed their faces, even the usually composed Ares turned pale. The moment the mysterious thieves revealed themselves, they wasted no time launching an attack. Setting aside their actual strength, their sheer numbers alone completely overwhelmed the two of them. Yet, Moji still maintained his cool, commanding composure. Even though he was currently just acting as an escort, the strength of a level over 100 hunter was absolutely nothing to sneeze at. In fact, after blocking the very first strike, Moji was already gearing up to counterattack. Terrified, Ares quickly cried out to stop him, but she was too late. Suddenly, Moji collapsed to his knees, blood pouring from the corner of his mouth. He didn't even know how he had been hit. Ares rushed to his side. Those guys. They're using some kind of item to temporarily prevent their mana from being drained. If you keep fighting, you'll lose your life. My, what a sharp lady mage we have here, the enemy leader remarked, stepping forward. But his tone held no praise. It was dripping with mockery. We didn't underestimate you. This is simply how we do things. This is how you do things? Ares scoffed, finding it completely ridiculous. Using a poison banned by the International Hunter Association, and not even hesitating to use it on another human being. If that's how you want to play, I promise you won't even have time to regret this. As she finished speaking, a golden glow sparked at the tip of her finger, a sign that she was casting her magic. But the criminals weren't intimidated in the slightest. In fact, they mocked her. What could a mage who can't even harness mana possibly hope to achieve? Just shut your mouth. They split into two groups, one to keep Moji and Ares busy, and the other to steal the greatsword. But right at that moment, because Ares' magic had been disrupted, the Bear King woke back up. Immediately, it swept its massive claws, obliterating every obstacle in its path. The once massive band of thieves were turned into a bloody pulp in the blink of an eye. Realizing things had gone horribly wrong, their leader quickly retreated to save his own skin. And then, the massive bear began to close in on Ares and Moji. You can't put it back to sleep, can you? Even though he already knew the answer, Moji asked anyway, grasping at straws. You should know that by now. We can't use any mana at all right now, Ares replied. I knew those non-violent tricks of yours would get you killed one day. Looks like today is the day. You're right, but there's one thing you got wrong, Moji. Ares suddenly rushed forward, desperately trying to cast her magic. But no matter how hard she tried, her inability to absorb mana meant she couldn't activate her skill. Moji watched, utterly terrified. Ares was in a terrible position now. Her momentum was carrying her straight into the beast's razor-sharp claws. Deep down, even Ares herself had given up. The only regret is that I can't apologize directly to my companion. Right at that moment, Haruto appeared with his copy-and-paste ability. Using his usual trick, he used the giant Spider King's sticky webbing to tightly bind the Bear King's limbs. Then, capitalizing on the momentum, he rushed forward and wrapped it up like a cocoon. Since this stuff is highly adhesive, the more the bear struggled, the tighter it got stuck, until it finally collapsed to the ground. Haruto had just added another achievement to his name, defeating the Bear King in no time flat. Satoru and his group had followed him and witnessed this, and all they could do was give a big thumbs up to praise his absolutely mind-blowing, top-tier performance. "Senior Haruto, you are seriously the absolute best," Satoru shouted, his voice sounding like a megaphone. "When exactly did I become your senior?" Haruto gritted his teeth and barked. They were clearly the exact same age. "You saved me and Senior Sakabe. From that moment on, you became my senior in my heart." Satoru's eyes seemed to sparkle as he stared at Haruto with pure adoration. Knowing that nothing he said would get through to Satoru, Haruto decided to just completely ignore him. Haruto took a few steps forward and asked about Ares and Mazi's condition. Ares seemed to still be in deep shock after witnessing what had just happened, so she didn't react to Haruto's question at all. Meanwhile, Mazi pushed himself up using his sword, standing unsteadily as he glared at him with pure hostility. "Are you here for the sword too?" Haruto quickly waved his hands, explaining that he had only come to help them protect the sword and didn't mean any harm. However, Mazi had just survived a brutal robbery and almost lost his life, so he wasn't about to trust him so easily. Hearing him mention the robbery, Haruto finally noticed the corpses scattered all over the place and let out an understanding sigh. It turned out they were the ones trying to steal the legendary sword, but had the misfortune of being sent straight to the afterlife by the Bear King. In that case, he had to thank that bear. If those bandits had succeeded in their heist, he would never have had a chance to get close to the Kalesia longsword. But figuring out how to explain things to Mazi now was going to be a real headache, because this guy looked like he was ready to swing his sword at any moment. While he could easily bind monsters in a single move, he wasn't so sure about a hunter with such formidable combat skills. While Haruto was still choosing his words carefully, to explain, Satoru suddenly bellowed at the top of his lungs. "Wait a minute. Why are you guys repaying kindness with hostility? He went out of his way to support you and even saved your lives, and now you're treating him like a thief?" With that, Satoru pulled out his ID card to prove their identity. He is a member of the Japanese Hunter Association, and Senior Sakabe and I are the hunters in charge of managing this dungeon. Awesome. For once, Haruto actually found Satoru's interruption useful. Seeing that Mazi seemed to be calming down, Haruto decided to speed things up a bit. He took out 2 mid-grade healing potions from his inventory and handed them over. Although it hurt his wallet, investing this much was completely worth it to copy the Kalesia longsword. Both Mazi and Ares stared at the potion with highly complex emotions, especially Ares. She kept looking back and forth between the Bear King and Haruto, her mind lost in unknown thoughts. Just then, several helicopters appeared overhead. It looked like the rescue team from the 5 great guilds had arrived. Satoru was so happy he grinned from ear to ear, thinking they were finally saved, but Sakabe didn't seem so sure about it. Because in reality, not all hunters are altruistic enough to save people like those from the Great Sage Guild, for instance. At the same time, Nanase, the leader of the hunter squad, was still battling the monster Kuracia. Since it was preparing to enter Phase 3, the phase of unleashing wide-area fire attacks, she ordered a halt to the offensive. Furthermore, the support guilds had also arrived, so Nanase's top priority was to buy time so that citizens could evacuate in time. "Is this how you people handle such an unsightly dungeon break, Hunter Nanase?" Just as Nanase finished ordering the evacuation support, she heard a mocking voice from behind. She turned around, and surprisingly, it was a familiar face. Masato Shirasaki was a level 503 Dark Mage Hunter and also the guild leader of the Future Guild. He had an incredibly obnoxious look on his face, and the moment he appeared, he cast a massive magic circle to destroy Kuracia. Seeing this, Nanase's face turned pale. "Stop it right now. If your magic doesn't defeat it," then before she could even finish her sentence, Nanase was rudely interrupted by Masato. "If I kept worrying about trivial things like you do, how could I have ever achieved what I have today? Last time, right here on this rainbow bridge, only you and the Hunter Association got to participate in stabilizing the dungeon. Let me tell you, that incident made me absolutely furious. And because of that, this dungeon break actually made Masato extremely excited. He wanted to personally finish off Kuracia and claim all the loot dropped by the monster. With that, Masato immediately activated his mystical thunder skill. Lightning instantly roared down, and Nanase quickly ordered everyone to evacuate. That kind of lightning was something even a massive monster like Kureisha couldn't withstand. If fragile humans like them were hit, they would be blown to pieces. Masato's mystical thunder collapsed the middle section of the bridge, and Haruto was only able to escape thanks to his web-spinning skill. He managed to use his adhesive just in time to pull back the other four and the longsword transport vehicle. Otherwise, they all would have plunged into the river. Right after climbing back onto the bridge, the first thing Haruto saw was a massive set of razor-sharp teeth. When he realized it was Kusiya, he was so terrified that he quickly covered his mouth. But then, Haruto noticed that it seemed to be completely unconscious, as if it had already been subdued. A moment later, Masato casually descended from above, hovering in the air right in front of Haruto with an incredibly smug and arrogant look. "Well, look at that. There are actually survivors here?" he asked nonchalantly. "Though you look like nothing more than a low-level hunter. But hey, you did a decent job." Haruto didn't even want to dignify those condescending words with a response. His eyes drifted to the badge pinned to the man's chest. Having seen that symbol before, he quickly recognized it as the emblem of Future, the third-ranked guild in the country. "You look like you're from a support guild, but shouldn't your priority be saving citizens and subduing the rampaging monsters?" Haruto finally spoke, his very first words being a direct confrontation. "Saving citizens and subduing monsters? Look over there, every surviving civilian has already been evacuated," Masato replied dismissively. The real reason he had descended was because of an annoying, pathetic cry. It wasn't coming from Kuesia, but from the Bear King, which was tightly bound in spider silk. Masato only needed one glance to know the silk belonged to the giant Spider King, and with a simple flick of his fingers, he snapped the supposedly unbreakable threads. Along with it, the Bear King's body was instantly shredded into 100 pieces. To say he wasn't terrified would be a lie. Haruto stared in utter shock as the man completely decimated a level 200 monster, which was wrapped tight in the Spider King's silk, in the blink of an eye. Since Haruto had dealt the most damage before the Bear King met its end, he received a massive amount of experience points. The continuous chime of level-up notifications immediately caught Masato's attention. "Huh. Is that a level-up notification? Was that hairy beast from earlier your prey? Oops, my bad. Did I accidentally steal your kill?" Masato's tone was dripping with disdain. He didn't even bother to hide his contempt, openly mocking Haruto to his face. The item dropped from landing the finishing blow on the Bear King was a single bear claw. Masato tossed it over to Haruto like charity, claiming he had no use for it anyway. Even though the guy was a level 503 hunter, Haruto could barely tolerate his insufferable arrogance. Just as he opened his mouth to fire back, Nanase suddenly rushed over, looking incredibly anxious. Seeing Haruto alive and well, Nanase let out a sigh of relief. Her intuition had been spot on. Not even that series of extreme dangers could take Haruto's life. As for Masato, seeing that the two of them knew each other, he instantly assumed Haruto was with the Japan Hunter Association, which made him find the boy even more of an eyesore. "The rescue team is handling the evacuation over there. You should join them. Once that dragon wakes up, it's going to unleash massive area of effect attacks." Nanase completely ignored the arrogant jerk, turning instead to warn Haruto. He found it puzzling. Wouldn't it be much better to just finish Kusiya off right now while it was still unconscious? But Nanase just shook her head with a look of regret, explaining that it was simply impossible. You see, boss monsters are classified based on their stats. When their health, or HP for short, drops below 30%, they will trigger their ultimate skill. This skill has two forms, a berserk state and a wide-range area attack. Either way, it causes the boss monster to start attacking completely at random. Low and mid-tier bosses usually enter that berserk state. In those situations, you just have to tread carefully around them. That state of frenzy doesn't necessarily have distinct phases. However, a boss of Quaisha's level has an astronomical amount of HP, meaning it can trigger both the berserk state and the wide-range attacks. Because of that, subduing it has to be broken down into several phases. Phase 3 begins when the boss senses its life is in danger. Rumor has it they release attacks so destructive they're like atomic bombs, completely obliterating everything in their path. Right now, Quaisha is entering Phase 3. It's absorbing the surrounding mana to generate a protective barrier. During this phase, no attack, no matter how powerful, will do a single thing to it. So, our only option is to quickly evacuate the civilians to minimize casualties. Just as Nanase finished her sentence, Kuesia's eyes snapped open. She clicked her tongue in frustration. The beast was waking up even sooner than she had anticipated. Masato, however, remained incredibly confident. He wanted to claim Kuesia as his personal loot before the shockwave could even trigger. "Hunter Sano, I trust you'll survive this incoming shockwave." Nanase used a polite tone to warn Haruto to stay safe, But to Masato, her concern felt like an absolute joke, as if a weakling like him could survive. If you end up dead, don't go blaming us. After all, a low-level hunter dying in a dungeon is no different from an ordinary person getting killed in a traffic accident. With those final words, both Masato and Nanase charged toward the monster, leaving Haruto behind. He silently placed the Bear King's claw into his inventory, with only one single thought running through his mind. So you're the leader of the future guild, huh? I wasn't planning on this, but it looks like I'll have to take down Kusuya before you do. Shirosaki Masato, you arrogant bastard. Just watch how I pay you back for what you just did. Right then, Haruto pulled Satoru, Ares, and the others up. He then told Moji and Ares that he had a favor to ask, as their lives were in grave danger now that Kusuya had entered its third phase. If they wanted to save everyone, their only option was to take it down before it unleashed its wide-range attack. Haruto wanted to be the one to do it, and for that, he absolutely needed the Kalesia Dragon Longsword. Haruto also swore on his honor that he would return it to where it belonged once Kusuya was destroyed. But honestly, this mission was far from easy, especially with someone as stubborn as Moji. To him, Haruto defeating Kusuya was completely impossible, and he believed the kid was just making up stories to steal the sword. Ares also turned down his request, but only because opening the transport carriage required a massive amount of mana. And right now, neither she nor Moji could use mana because they had been poisoned by those bandits. Moji was stunned by Ares' words. It was basically an admission that if they had enough mana, she would gladly open the carriage to let Haruto borrow the sword. Coincidentally, mana was the one thing he had plenty of. After all, his dungeon alias was Mana Guzzler for a reason. With his infinite mana regeneration, Haruto sent a massive surge of mana flowing through Ares. On her own, she shattered the seal on the transport carriage hanging in mid-air by spider webs. Haruto immediately dashed toward it. Watching his retreating figure, Moji was still utterly bewildered. Ares, why did you do that? If you go soft on him and something goes wrong, what then? Don't worry. Earlier, he only tied up the Bear King instead of taking its life. Moji sighed heavily. Is that all it took to sway you? You're so naive. By now, Haruto had burst open the transport carriage. But then, another unexpected thing happened. The leader of the sword thieves suddenly lunged from behind him. It turned out that after his previous plan failed, he had been shadowing Haruto, waiting for this exact moment. Caught completely off guard, Haruto couldn't react in time, as the thief drew his blade and ran it straight through his stomach. Ares' group saw everything from the bridge, but they were powerless to help because the carriage was still dangling precariously. Speared by the sword, Haruto collapsed right into the cargo hold. The bastard stepped inside after him, his filthy hands reaching for the legendary sword's case. But right then, the spider silk securing the carriage snapped because its creator had been killed. With the webs gone, the carriage lost its support and plunged straight into the river. Of course, with his main character plot armor, there was no way Haruto was going to die such a pathetic death. Just like before, he had already copied himself, waiting until he took a fatal blow to paste the copy and save his life. The thief nearly jumped out of his skin when he saw Haruto standing right behind him again, and before the thief could even react, Haruto drew his sword and drove it right through his chest. I'm the type of guy who holds a grudge. An eye for an eye. If someone attacks me, I make sure to hit back. Those were the last words the thief heard before collapsing. After all his struggles, Haruto finally laid his hands on the Kalesia Dragon Longsword he had dreamed of for so long. Eagerly, Haruto tried to copy it, but the system flashed a red alert, stating that his level was too low to copy this item. It felt like a harsh slap to Haruto's face. Was the system playing with him? The Dragon Longsword could clearly be equipped at level 30, and he was already level 50. Before Haruto could even process this, a voice echoed from behind. Close one, kid. I almost dragged the Blood Pressure Guild's name through the mud. Before Haruto could even turn around, a deep, long gash was sliced across his back. It turned out the bastard wasn't dead yet, all thanks to his impressive healing skills. The longsword in his hand was snatched away by his enemy once more. Sorry about that, but I'm also the type to pay back my debts 1,000 times over. To make sure you never see the light of day again, I'm going to finish you off with your precious dream sword. With that, he plunged the Kalesia Dragon Longsword deep into Haruto again. This time, Haruto didn't have time to copy himself. Haruto felt his consciousness fading, but he was the main character. There was no way his journey would end here. Sure enough, a system notification popped up right after, announcing that the Kalesia Dragon Longsword had bonded with its wielder. Its abilities were being copied and absorbed, and Haruto immediately felt his senses snap back. Even though he had no idea what bonding meant, he ended up absorbing the sword's passive defense skill, granting him a 35% boost. On top of that, he acquired its first special skill, Lifesteal, and its second, Berserk. With Haruto's HP dropping below 25%, The dragon longsword instantly triggered its protection mode to keep him safe. At the same time, the second special skill, Berserk, was forced to activate. Simultaneously, the monster Quasia began its wide-range attack. Things got so bad that even Masato could no longer keep up his calm leader persona. She was still straining to hold her ground, but the gap in their strength was simply too massive. Right at that moment, a terrifying surge of power erupted from beneath the river. Before Nanas or Masato could even process what was happening, Quasia was sliced clean in two by that massive force. Just like that, the monster was defeated. With that, the raid was finally over. That evening, the news was completely flooded with reports about the massive monster outbreak at the Dreamball Bridge. Although there were casualties and widespread destruction, the Hunter Association and the guilds managed to bring the situation under control. Within 2 hours, the Dungeon Management Office came under heavy fire from the public, who slammed them for their incredibly sloppy security. Over at the Japan Hunter Association headquarters, the atmosphere was dead, silent, and everyone looked grim. Breaking the heavy silence, Tokuo Fukawa, the association president and a priest-class hunter, finally spoke up. "Look, now is not the time for long faces. We need to sit down and discuss exactly how Kyusha was taken down. I thought the association cleared out the Zenbo Bridge dungeon 3 months ago. How on earth did we let this happen?" Replying to him was Go Takuchi, a level 701 swordsman and the guildmaster of Midas. Clearing it once doesn't mean it's safe forever. There's no guarantee it wouldn't happen again. This time, it was Makoto Shinoda who spoke up, a level 607 healer and the guildmaster of the Great Sage Guild. The moment Makoto finished speaking, the entire room erupted into chaos. The others shouted at him to shut his mouth, arguing that the Great Sage Guild was largely to blame for this disaster due to their absolute failure to manage the dungeon properly. They even bitterly threatened that, once this mess was cleared up, they would submit a formal request to transfer management of the Dreambow Bridge to another guild. Nanas was sitting in the meeting too, but all the loud bickering around her seemed to go right over her head. Her mind was completely occupied, wondering if Haruto had made it out of that disaster safely, as she hadn't had a chance to check on him yet. Suddenly, Go slammed his hands on the table and stood up aggressively, his voice dropping to a low growl. "What I want to know is, the last time a boss monster appeared was supposed to be 5 months ago, wasn't it? So, Hunter Nanas, if you were right there at the scene and still couldn't handle Quasia, what's your excuse?" Hearing her name called out, Nanas snapped out of her daydream. Mirroring Go's aggressive gesture, she slammed her hand down on the table with all her might. Already weakened from Go's outburst, the poor wooden table couldn't take Nanas's raw strength and shattered into a million pieces. Sitting across from them, Masato seemed to have seen this coming. Having already put up his mana shield, he was casually sipping his tea without a care in the world. The others weren't nearly as fast on their feet and had to shield themselves from flying splinters of wood heading straight for their faces. Nanas's blatant tit-for-tat move drove Go absolutely insane with rage. If this hadn't been an official, high-level meeting, the two of them probably would have been at each other's throats by now. "Guildmaster Takuchi, it seems my member has acted a bit out of line. I apologize on her behalf." With President Tokuo stepping in, Go couldn't really push the matter with Nanas. He could only grumble under his breath. "Unbelievable. What a brat. Keep acting tough like that, and you'll get yourself killed sooner or later." Staring down one of the top guildmasters in the country, Nanas didn't flinch. She slowly stood up and said, "They say actions speak louder than words. And since you seem hard to convince, I figured a demonstration would be faster. So don't get it twisted. That move I just used was actually my reward for defeating Quasia. It's called Shockwave. Guildmaster Shirosaki, who also helped take down Quasia, can back me up on this." Masato, who was still casually enjoying his tea, was suddenly dragged right into the spotlight under the watchful eyes of everyone in the room. He nearly choked on his tea. Well, to be honest, I didn't really have time to check what the rewards were, but I don't think she's lying." Seizing the opportunity now that Masato had spoken up, President Tokuo immediately threw him into the limelight by praising his immense contribution to resolving the disaster. The entire room burst into applause for Masato, treating him like a first grader who had just answered a question correctly. Masato forced an awkward smile to play along, but his eyes were locked onto Nanas, burning with resentment. He knew she was deliberately messing with him because he had crashed her raid midway through and ended up walking away empty-handed. Right then and there, Masato swore he would get his revenge and redeem himself. Not only would he deal with Nanas, but he'd also track down that mysterious figure who had stolen his kill and taken down Quasia with a single blow. Fed up with the chaotic circus, Nanas made a quick excuse to get the hell out of there. She took full responsibility for investigating the root cause of the monster outbreak herself. Before leaving, she also bluntly declared that she wanted answers from the other guilds for their incredibly slow backup. Hearing this, The guildmasters suddenly found the floor and ceiling very interesting, completely avoiding her deadly glare. But just as Nanas was about to walk out, the meeting room doors burst wide open. Standing at the entrance was Mozzie, looking sharp in an elegant suit, accompanied by his partner, Ares. Perfect. Looks like I didn't miss the party. Mozzie introduced himself and announced that he had brought some critical news. He informed the room that, amidst all the chaos of the outbreak, the legendary Kalesia longsword had been stolen, transporting it to the exhibition in Japan. That's why Mori demanded that the Japanese Hunter Association help him find the sword as soon as possible. Of course, he also brought an official request for cooperation from the International Hunter Association. The moment Gu heard that, he immediately spoke up to object. Even though he wasn't there in person, no one was faster at digging up gossip. Wait a second. I heard that when the transport vehicle was attacked, you guys actually released the seal on your own truck yourselves? That's true, we did. But it was with the cooperation of Hunter Satoru Shinoda from the Great Sage Guild and Haruto Sano from the Japanese Hunter Association, Alice replied, and her words made both of them flinch in shock. Those two were the Guildmaster of the Great Sage Guild and the President of the Japanese Hunter Association. But while Guildmaster Makoto recognized Satoru as a member of his guild, President Tokuo couldn't find any record of a hunter named Haruto Sano in his association. Hearing the familiar name, Nanase unconsciously clenched her fists in tension. Masato saw her expression and couldn't help but smirk slyly. It looked like his chance for revenge was coming a lot sooner than he thought. Masato immediately spoke up. You're talking about the guy who tied up the Bear King with giant Spider King silk, right? I ran into him on my way here too, and surprisingly, he actually convinced me that he was with the Hunter Association. In that case, shouldn't we ask Hunter Nanase about this? The heat was once again on Nanase, as Masato had intentionally brought up her connection to Haruto as if it were a mere coincidence. On top of that, Nanase was the one who authorized him to board the association's rescue helicopter. Meanwhile, the thief had successfully brought his prize, the dragon longsword Kalesia, back to his master. His master was none other than Takumi Kurosaki, an offensive class hunter, level 301, and the guildmaster of the Dark Guild, Blood Tower. Holding the legendary sword in his hands, Takumi couldn't hide his excitement. So this is the sword they say can boost its wielder by 200 levels? Maybe it recognizes its owner through fingerprints? Amazing! Spending hundreds of millions to stir up that dungeon was definitely worth it, he muttered. Only then did the thief realize that the mastermind behind everything was his own guildmaster. Right then, Takumi mentioned how the entire raiding party had perished, leaving the captain as the sole survivor. Thinking his boss was about to punish him, the captain bowed his head in terror and cried, "I'm so sorry. We ran into a real freak during the mission, but please don't worry, sir, he's definitely dead by now." Takumi fell silent for a few seconds, then tossed a bag of money in front of him, telling him it was a reward for his work and for his fallen comrades. Once everything was settled, he would be free to do whatever he pleased. The captain thanked him profusely as he took the money, but before he could even celebrate, Takumi burst into a sinister laugh. "But wait, didn't you actually fail the mission?" He flinched. "Huh? What do you mean? This sword is only one part of it. What kind of idiot would sell it for just 1 million? You were planning on making some money off this legendary sword too, weren't you?" The captain didn't know exactly what dark thoughts were running through Takumi's mind, but he knew that look meant his boss was planning to silence him forever. In a state of utter panic, he grabbed the bag of money and tried to run, but Takumi swung his sword, and in the blink of an eye, the man who was just standing there alive was instantly sliced in half. Because of this, the durability of the dragon longsword Kalesia dropped by another 2 points, down from 10 to 8. Takumi held his head and laughed bitterly. "Man, it'll be a real disaster if this thing breaks before I can get it repaired." Meanwhile, in another location, Haruto woke up in a cold sweat after a nightmare about the mysterious creature that had cursed him with this ability. Before he could even calm his racing heart, something suddenly threw itself into his arms. "Senior Haruto, you're finally awake. You kept sleeping and wouldn't wake up. You scared me to death." It turned out to be that annoying kid, Satoru. Haruto felt like he was just overreacting. But according to Satoru, the scene back then was absolutely terrifying. After you took down that monster, a massive pillar of light suddenly shot up from the sea, and then boom, the shockwave turned everything around us into a complete mess. Just then, a man lying on the next bed over, who had been listening to their conversation, sat up and asked, "Were you guys at the Iris Bridge dungeon?" Right then, Haruto finally noticed that both he and the annoying kid were wearing patient gowns. It looked like they had been admitted to the same hospital. Hearing the man's question, Satoru eagerly recounted the whole story from beginning to end. Haruto couldn't match the kid's hyperactive energy, so he got out of bed to go for a short walk. "He might not look like it, but he's the one who saved you." Hunter Haruto Sano paused in his tracks. It turned out Sakabe was also lying in the bed right next to them, though his injuries seemed much more severe. According to Sakabe, Haruto had gone missing at the time, and Satoru was the one who insisted on rescuing him no matter what. He even pressured the scouting team of the Great Sage Guild, which caused a massive scene. Eventually, they found Haruto unconscious on the beach. Still, Haruto couldn't help but feel that something was off. Sakabe said Satoru pressured the Great Sage Guild scouting team to search for him. But could a mere dungeon access manager actually pull off something like that? Come to think of it, Satoru's last name was Shinoda, and the guildmaster of the Great Sage Guild was Makoto Shinoda. Could the two of them be related? No way. Haruto quickly dismissed the thought as soon as it crossed his mind. This isn't some movie or drama, so how could there be a plot twist like that? Meanwhile, over at the Japan Hunter Association headquarters, things are still incredibly tense. Nanas, President Tokuo, Mozi, and Ares have headed into a private room to talk. The other two delivered the news that following the accident where the transport vehicle plunged into the ocean, Haruto had lost his life. Nanas's face doesn't show a single trace of emotion. This really makes Mozi wonder. "You don't look all that surprised, do you?" he asks, testing the waters. At the end of the day, hunters are still only human. They can find themselves at death's door at any moment, Nanas calmly says, taking a sip from her coffee cup. Mozi lets out a sigh, feeling like she and Haruto really didn't have any kind of relationship after all. As for the proposal to team up and find that sword, President Tokuo agreed, promising to do everything in his power to help bring back the Kalesia longsword. Ares doesn't beat around the bush either, directly asking Tokuo to assign her a few high-ranking hunters to assist, because she already has a general direction of where the sword is. The Kalesia longsword isn't a bound item, meaning the kind of item that can only be used by certain specific people or someone who meets very strict conditions. Instead, it's engraved with a special pattern used to determine the user's rank. Ares can actually sense and track that very pattern. She also knows that someone used the sword about 1 hour ago. Hearing this, Nanas narrows her eyes slightly. Before this, there was absolutely no information suggesting they could investigate and track things using that imprint. It seems this is the real reason they were willing to let Haruto borrow the sword in the first place. Ares moves on to the most critical issue. The sword's durability was previously down to a mere 10 units. Since someone just used it, that durability has undoubtedly dropped even further. If this keeps up, it will definitely vanish from this world. Oh, so the only lead is finding Ares' mother, who went missing in the disaster 15 years ago, right? Nana suddenly speaks up. Her words leave the two sitting across from her completely stunned. How do you know that? Nanas holds up the file she has been flipping through this whole time. It's a confidential file on Mozi and Ares. Did you guys really think I became captain just by pure luck? We even know that precious sword is a keepsake from your mother. As soon as Nanas says this, Ares suddenly leaps to her feet. Stripped of her previous arrogant attitude, she bows at a 90-degree angle and makes a solemn plea. Hunter Nanas, please help me retrieve my mother's keepsake. After leaving the president's office, Nanas has a million thoughts running through her mind. She feels like Mozi and Ares are still hiding something. Besides, she doesn't buy a single word they said about Haruto, because she knows he's not the kind of guy who would die that easily. Suddenly, Nanas hears someone calling her name. Turning around, it turns out to be Makoto, the guild leader of the Great Sage Guild. Not one to beat around the bush, his decision to meet Nanas privately means he definitely has something important to discuss. And what Makoto wants is to invite her back to the Great Sage Guild. Hearing this, Nanas can only let out a sigh, a mocking smile spreading across her face. The number of dungeons keeps growing day by day, yet the major guilds that are supposed to manage them are busy setting up their own private companies. They only care about their own personal amusement, focusing solely on making a quick buck off the dungeons. As for this dungeon break, if it's traced back to the Great Sage Guild's negligence, the entire guild will be held responsible. That is exactly why I'm not coming back. Besides, there's still plenty for me to do at the association. Dad. Now, here is the real plot twist. Who would have thought Nanas is actually the daughter of guild leader Makoto? Knowing she would react this way, he can only let out a chuckle. Actually, I have something else I wanted to discuss with you. But before you head out, you should drop by the Central Hunter Hospital. The Central Hunter Hospital is where Haruto is currently recovering. Right now, he has snuck up to the rooftop to check on his status. As for the Kalesia longsword, even though he couldn't, because if Haruto had actually copied that sword and pulled it out every single time he fought, he wouldn't even know how to begin explaining it. Most of all, the sword's unique moves are incredibly useful, especially that berserk skill it activated at the absolute perfect moment. However, because it activated right before he was about to kick the bucket, he had to endure a hellish amount of pain. Still, thanks to that skill, Haruto managed to finish off Quaisha, that terrifying monster over level 400 in a single strike. Looking back at that moment, even Haruto didn't think he could actually pull it off. After taking down Quaisha, Its shockwave was also absorbed by him, which the system automatically converted into a frequency and natural wave resonance skill. His giant king spider thread skill has also reached level 2. The best part is that he can use frequency, resonance, or natural waves at the exact same time as this skill. Haruto never imagined that his copy and paste skill could reach a level where he can absorb and synergize different skills with one another. It really is a blessing in disguise. After absorbing the treasured sword, he has officially become a high-ranking hunter at level 276. This is absolutely mind-blowing, considering just a few days ago, Haruto was a complete nobody who couldn't even break past level 30. Now, he needs to track down that bastard who stabbed him in the back of the transport truck, nearly getting him killed. Just as he thinks this, Haruto suddenly hears a familiar voice, loud enough to pierce his eardrums. "Why do you always have to make me worry like this? I told you to run the moment things look dangerous." But Haruto realized it was Hunter Nanase. For someone who's always so cold, she actually made a face like that? Haruto quickly ducked to the side, curious to see who on earth she was talking to. And then, he heard a voice that sounded even more familiar. "It's all your fault, sis. You should have stabilized the dungeon properly." Nanase was completely speechless with rage, while Haruto was left in utter shock by the scene unfolding before him, because the one bickering with Nanase was Satoru. And get this, he actually called her sis. Come to think of it, they both have the last name Shinoda, but he never imagined they were actual siblings. Nanase and Satoru had a massive shouting match, and only then did she finally remember Haruto. So, is Hunter Sano safe? Where is he? Who cares? Go find him yourself. Hearing his own name, Haruto instinctively looked for a place to hide. He was terrified Nanase had come to settle the score after finding out he'd impersonated an association member to steal that sword. So, Haruto decided to turn tail and run. But he hadn't even taken 2 steps before slamming face first into a chest as hard as stone, nearly breaking his nose. Well, Haruto. Looks like you're still kicking, you little sword thief. Standing right in front of him was Moji. Those words, little sword thief, were dripping with venom, showing just how furious Moji really was. In an instant, Moji grabbed him by the collar and slammed him hard against the wall. He was absolutely livid about being played like a fool by Haruto's fake association identity. Haruto desperately wanted to explain that it was all a big misunderstanding, but Moji wouldn't give him a single chance to speak. Back then, they had all seen him get stabbed by that thief, yet here he was, perfectly fine and without a scratch. Naturally, Moji assumed he was in cahoots with that bastard. Things took a turn for the worse when Moji, his eyes burning with rage, slowly drew his sword. Eri stepped in right then to stop him, but it was no use. Moji didn't plan on using any skills, but he was determined to teach this liar a painful lesson. Haruto really didn't want to use his skills here, but he couldn't just stand there and take a beating either. So, he activated his skill. Frequency, resonance. The moment the tip of the blade was about to touch Haruto's fingertips, the sword suddenly shattered into 100 pieces. All the commotion caught the attention of Nanase and Satoru. They rushed over just in time to see Haruto pull off that move. Nanase recognized it instantly. That move was just like Quasia's shockwave. To say she was stunned would be an understatement. Putting aside how Haruto was even capable of using such a move, his aura was completely different from the day of the disaster, and that alone made her see him in a whole new light. The scene shifts to introduce another character, Sarah Arita. She's a member of a girl group called IF, but she lives a completely different life from her groupmates. Because after finishing a show, instead of taking the company van, she would drive her own luxury sports car home. But as she was pulling out of the parking garage, Sarah almost slammed into another car, blocking her way. Furious, she rolled down her window and barked, "Are you blind? Watch where you're driving." The door of the other car opened, and a man stepped out carrying a massive suitcase. It was Takumi, the leader of that dark guild. The moment Sarah saw him, she froze. Takumi slowly walked over and slammed the massive suitcase right onto the hood of her expensive car. Leaning in through the window, he sneered, "Did the show go well? Now, how about we head into a dungeon?" If she wanted her life to go back to normal, she had no choice but to play along. As for Haruto, thanks to Nanase stepping in, Moji finally backed off, though he was still visibly annoyed. The 4 of them, Haruto, Nanase, Moji, and Ares, tracked the trail of the legendary sword. But when they arrived, they found nothing but ruins. "Looks like we're too late," Ares said grimly. "So, we just have to wait until they use the sword again?" Nanase asked. But before Ares could even answer, Haruto remembered something and cried out, "Wait, the Blood Tower. I just remembered. The guy who tried to kill me mentioned that name. He said he was from the Blood Tower Guild." Nanase had never heard of them, so she immediately assumed they were a dark guild operating in the shadows. Moji was growing extremely impatient, knowing that the sword wouldn't last much longer. But with the small clue Haruto had provided, Nanase already had a plan. She knew someone who was an expert at digging up this kind of information. As for Sarah, the fact that Takumi came looking for her proved she was no ordinary girl, and indeed, she wasn't. Just like Haruto, she was blessed by a mythical creature during the disaster 15 years ago. At first, Sarah thought she had just awakened normal hunter abilities, but it turned out she possessed a one-of-a-kind skill called Undo Control Z, which allowed her to revert any target to its previous state. It was a skill that worked on both people and objects. Using this, Sarah started buying broken or discarded luxury goods, restoring them, and selling them as brand new. Even though it wasn't a standard healing skill, she was still able to make a fortune by offering treatment services. However, the money she made from this skill was limited. Meanwhile, Sarah desperately needed a lot of cash. Her parents, victims of that great catastrophe, lay comatose in a hospital with pretty poor facilities. Sarah had tried to heal them, but she couldn't restore them to how they used to be because she lacked the mana to power her skill. Without mana, all she could do was heal minor cuts and scrapes, and mana was an energy only hunters could control. So, just to get a bit of mana, Sarah had risked her life going into dungeons with hunters since she was a little girl. She joined them as a luggage-carrying errand girl. When needed, she acted as a healer, but for someone who hadn't even awakened as a hunter, entering a dungeon was like stepping empty-handed into a tiger's den, always crawling with danger. But what hurt Sarah the most was the utter contempt from her teammates. After every raid, she would beg them for a little mana instead of money. Every single time, they mocked her, sneered at her, and looked down on her. Until one day, when she was covered in wounds and pushed to absolute despair, just when she was sick of this cursed skill and wanted to give up on everything, she met someone. That person was Takumi. Back in the present, Sarah has no choice but to bring Takumi to her place. Staring at her cramped, incredibly cheap-looking room, Takumi can't hide his surprise mixed with a bit of a smirk. Where did all that cash you made go anyway? Who would have thought a big name like Sarah from Aegis would live like this? I bet no one would guess you order takeout for all 3 meals and just eat whatever you want. Takumi keeps babbling on and on about Sarah's eating habits. While other female idols are desperately trying to lose weight and stay in shape, Sarah can just pig out, because even if she gets fat, she can just restore her body to the way it was. After rambling for a bit, Takumi starts bringing up the first time they met. Back then, even with someone dying right in front of her, Sarah only cared about stealing their valuables. He called her a thief back then, bragging that they were cut from the same cloth. After that, they signed their usual contract. Takumi would gather enough mana and hand it over to Sarah. In return, she would help him restore the items he needed. But this time, Takumi demands that she go into a dungeon with him. Even though their contract normally limits this, he needs Sarah to fully restore a legendary sword. In doing that, takes a massive amount of mana. Sarah, this will be the very last time you have to step into a dungeon, Takumi says cryptically. Don't tell me. You found an item that regenerates infinite mana, and it's inside that dungeon? Sarah instantly loses her cool. No. But if you go, there's a good chance it'll show up. I know our contract says no dungeons for you, but just this once, come with me. This is the final run, and the reward is totally worth it, right? Back with Haruto and his group, the guy Nanase just mentioned, the one who holds all the cards, is none other than Masato from the Future Guild. Even though she can't stand the guy, she still has to take Haruto to see him. On the way there, Haruto is pretty confused, because logically, the 2 big guilds constantly fighting for the top spot in Japan, Midas and Aegis, should be the ones with the most intel. They only know about dungeon raids and management. But Masato? He knows a ton of back alley secrets. And as expected, he really does know about that dark guild, Blood Tower. It all centers around the giant goblin's heart, an item famous for its ability to regenerate infinite mana. It's an incredibly rare drop from the snowy Goblin Mountain dungeon, and it only falls after defeating the hidden boss, the giant goblin. To track down that item, the Future Guild deployed a massive scout force to gather every shred of information they could find. During their search, the Future Guild clashed with the Dark Guild Blood Tower that Haruto mentioned. To be specific, Masato dug up a hunter recruitment post with a ridiculously low view count put out by the Blood Tower. They were looking to recruit 30 hunters with levels of 90 or higher, with whatever gear they wanted. So Masato instantly guessed they were gathering forces to raid the snowy Goblin Mountain. After that, he started digging deeper, and what he found was that this dark guild was even worse than he had imagined. They steal and assassinate targets ruthlessly, whether it's an influential figure or a dungeon raiding party. And because they're a dark guild, they couldn't care less about being despised by the public. Haruto listens intently to Masato's words. He doesn't actually need an item that regenerates infinite mana, since he already has that ability himself. But still, it is quite an eye-opening item. From what Masato is saying, it's pretty clear someone wants to keep it all to themselves. And if someone really did get their hands on this item, what does it have to do with the Calicia Dragon Longsword? At first, Haruto figured they had simply stolen it. He needed that sword to defeat the giant goblin, but its durability was practically shot. It wouldn't survive another few swings. So he quickly brushed that theory aside. After discussing it with Masato for a bit, Nanas reached a final conclusion. The Blood Tower Guild was targeting the giant goblin's heart, which was exactly why they wanted to form a party, to tackle the goblin's snowy mountain dungeon. But this time, Ares spoke up in objection. She didn't think that made any sense, because ever since that hidden dungeon was discovered 15 years ago, no one has ever found that item. How do you know? Haruto asked. I can't go into specifics, but there was a time when I was really fascinated by this dungeon, and I researched it myself. After all, the goblin's snowy mountain is notorious for how brutally hard it is to conquer. It's even listed as one of those classic dungeons that hunters would steer clear of at all costs. A few groups of hunters used to search for the hidden dungeons here, but even they eventually gave up on this place. What on earth is in that dungeon that would make veteran assassins team up for a raid? Masato asked with a sly grin. It looked like he was getting pretty interested in this too. When are they leaving? Haruto asked. Masato shrugged, indicating he wasn't sure. Since their recruitment was already finished, they might have set off a long time ago. Haruto grit his teeth in frustration. It looked like the enemy had been planning this for a very long time. That explained why their plan to steal the sword was so perfect. Knowing they were running out of time, Nanas demanded they set out immediately. They had to head to the goblin's snowy mountain right away. As luck would have it, the Future Guild had a strike force ready to deploy at a moment's notice. The moment she mentioned this team, Masato's face dropped. Who told you that? We don't have anything like that. Really? Because I heard the Future Guild has a strike force on standby that can easily rival the Hunter Association's main squad. Isn't that right? Masato just shook his head. There was seriously nothing this girl couldn't dig up, but he had no desire to get involved in something that didn't concern him. Besides, the weather in that dungeon was brutal. Why on earth would he send his own forces into a place like that? But somehow, against all odds, Nanas still managed to pressure Masato into deploying his troops. On top of that, he was forced to tag along with her, too. Even as he stood facing an army of level 40 stone golems, Masato still couldn't wrap his head around why he was in the middle of this absolute wasteland. These stone golems weren't actually that strong, but they had to shatter their cores to put them down for good. Otherwise, they'd just keep regenerating, which made things incredibly annoying. Masato's troops fought bravely, but with the enemy constantly regenerating, he eventually had to step in and take matters into his own hands. Masato's magic was no joke. He could stand completely still, wave his wand, and blow the entire army of stone golems to pieces, sending their life cores flying. This left his soldiers with the simple task of crushing them before the golems' bodies could piece themselves back together. Haruto watched the whole thing play out. He had to admit, even though Masato was showy and obnoxious, his power was the real deal. Letting him play the hero for a bit wouldn't hurt. As long as those stone golems were dealt with quickly, that was all that mattered. According to Ares, once they entered the goblin's snowy mountain dungeon, they had to defeat as many stone golems as possible. Doing so was the only way to summon the mid-level boss, the snowy mountain golem. Based on her previous research, this particular dungeon was a responsive dungeon. Unlike a standard dungeon, which is usually laid out in separate zones, like the mob area, the mid-boss zone, the main boss chamber, and the final boss room where you could just skip straight to the end if you knew the layout. In a responsive dungeon, the next area only spawns once certain conditions are met, almost like a formula, A plus B plus C equals D, meaning they had to completely clear the mob phase first just to unlock the mid-boss area. They had to progress step by step. If they failed to meet even a single condition, the rest of the dungeon would simply never appear. Ares suspected this was due to the Great Disaster 10 years ago, which had completely scrambled the dungeon's internal mechanics. And that was precisely why the hidden dungeon inside the goblin's snowy mountain had never been seen since. Truth be told, Ares wasn't entirely sure how to trigger the mid-boss. But after careful research, she concluded that farming as many mobs as possible was their best bet. Besides, they were running out of time. If the item dropped by that boss was indeed the key to the next area, the Dark Guild was almost certainly after it as well. They had to secure that key to the hidden dungeon before the other side could get their hands on it. Haruto didn't give a damn about what the Blood Tower Guild was planning, but he was determined to retrieve the Calicia longsword to return it to Mori and Ares, so he got ready to move as well. Entering the battle against the golems this time, Haruto decided to use the giant Spider King's webbing, combined with his signature move, Shockwave. The spiderwebs tightly bound the golem's legs, while the shockwave shattered them into tiny pieces. Watching Haruto deal with these minor monsters so easily was quite a sight. Masato's soldiers were absolutely stunned to see him using the giant Spider King's webbing in a low-level dungeon, They never expected that something seemingly so useless could yield such devastating power. Alice wasn't slacking off either. She and Mori teamed up, with one using magic to extract the golem's cores from their bodies, and the other swiftly shattering them with a sword. Among the golems, some were massive and far more aggressive. Just when Masato's squad was completely powerless against them, Nanas joined the fray. The power of a top 5 hunter in Japan was certainly not just for show. Just like Haruto, she had also been rewarded with Kyuzia's shockwave skill, as she had dealt the most damage back then. With just this single move, Nanas effortlessly took down the giant beast. "Is everyone okay?" Nanas scanned the area. It seemed no one was injured. "Yes, we're fine. Thank you, Captain." Everything seemed normal, but then Nanas suddenly caught sight of a very familiar back. Even though this person was completely covered from head to toe, she still managed to spot him. Who else could it be but her troublesome younger brother, Satoru? "Wait, how on earth did you get here?" Nanas was furious. Satoru didn't back down either, immediately snapping back. "Oh, what? Am I not allowed to come? I'm here as a member of my senior squad." "Your senior?" Nanas asked suspiciously. It turned out that back at the hospital, Satoru had thrown a massive tantrum to guilt-trip Haruto, even rolling around on the floor just to get him to bring him along. Satoru had even used the excuse that Haruto had a terrible sense of direction and might get completely lost in the dungeon, just to prove he could be useful. Although Haruto wasn't traveling alone and obviously wasn't worried about getting lost, the kid's endless whining finally wore him down, and he had to agree. Besides, the kid was actually pretty good at navigating, so he might actually come in handy. Hearing Satoru explain that Haruto himself had agreed to let him tag along, Nanas could only hold her head and sigh. What is Hunter Sano thinking? He's just a low-level hunter himself. Who is he supposed to protect? She muttered to herself, not expecting her brother to overhear. Satoru immediately shot back. "Don't look down on Sano. I saw it with my own eyes back then. Neither you nor Guildmaster Shirasaki were the ones who sliced Quasia in half. It was him," Satoru asserted confidently. Seeing him defend Haruto like that, Nana seriously wondered whose brother he actually was. But Satoru's words weren't entirely groundless. Meeting Haruto again this time, she had noticed herself that he was a completely different person from back at the spider cave, or when he had just landed on the bridge. Moreover, the skill he was currently using was Quasia's shockwave. If Haruto hadn't been the one to land the finishing blow, there was no way he would have acquired it. Yet, she simply couldn't fathom how a low-level hunter like Haruto could possibly slice a massive monster like Quasia in two. Shrugging those thoughts off, Nanas and the others pushed forward with the fight. But she had no idea that the Dark Guild members they were searching for had already infiltrated their own ranks. At that moment, Takumi and Sarah were hiding in the distance, scanning the battlefield, while his subordinates slipped into the chaotic vanguard, using stealth to hide, steal last hits, and swipe both mana and loot. High-ranking hunters like Nanas and Masato were undeniably powerful, but because they were so strong, they had a cocky attitude and didn't give a damn about anyone. Consequently, they didn't focus much on refining their precision skills. In contrast, the members of the Blood Tower Dark Guild constantly had to fight against stronger foes. As a result, they had mastered stealth and weapon concealment to the point where they were almost never detected. Takumi certainly lived up to his reputation as the leader of a guild filled with cold-blooded assassins. His method of clearing dungeons was both effortless and highly efficient, which was the very core of this guild's operations. He and Sarah only had to stand by and watch. The mana gathered by Takumi's subordinates was routed directly into the device she was holding. It was a mana transmitter, a highly luxurious item. To completely fill a mana bar, they needed to defeat at least 100 minor monsters. However, to restore the Kalesia Dragon Longsword, that amount of mana was still far from enough. To achieve that, they had to defeat the boss of the hidden dungeon. Although that hidden dungeon had never appeared before, Takumi had heard rumors from many sources that there was an incredibly sturdy barrier inside, and the only weapon capable of breaking it was the Kalesia Dragon Longsword. Sarah seemed skeptical, wondering where Takumi got this information, but he didn't even bother to answer, because to him, Sarah's only job was to restore the sword. "Don't ask too many questions," he said. Sarah could only sigh, realizing it had been a long time since she last entered a dungeon. "So I'm a little worried, but this strategy of yours is just way too underhanded and cheap." Hearing this, Takumi's face instantly darkened. Sarah noticed his reaction and quickly backtracked. "Don't mind what I just said. As long as our contract stands, I don't care what you do." In truth, she didn't like Takumi's shady methods one bit, but to save her parents' lives, Sarah was determined to get her hands on that infinite mana regenerating item no matter what. Down below, the tension was rising. Haruto was starting to lose patience because the number of stone goblins they had slaughtered had already reached 200. Yet, the conditions to unlock the next area remained completely unknown. Suddenly, he spotted a stone goblin core that looked completely different from the ones before. Out of habit, Haruto was about to copy and paste it. But the core in his hand suddenly shot away, burrowing straight into the ground. The earth began to rumble and shake violently. Masato then landed right behind him. Is it starting? Starting what? Haruto asked, utterly confused. We've finished wiping out the stone goblins. Next, the intermediate golem will appear. The goblin's snowy mountain stage is finally here. This intermediate golem was level 150, and it appeared in an extremely frenzied state. The moment it spotted them, it attacked immediately. Because the enemy was massive and kept throwing a barrage of boulders, Nanas's vanguard team was struggling. Even Haruto, who was no longer a low-rank hunter, was driven into a corner and left completely overwhelmed. In a situation like this, high-rank hunters like Masato obviously had to step up and carry the team. With a single strike, he shattered the giant golem before him into thousands of pieces. This instantly exposed its life core. But before his subordinates could even celebrate, the golem quickly regenerated, giving them no time to deal with the core. Masato struck again, but the result was exactly the same. Missing his chance twice when victory was right within reach made him absolutely furious. Meanwhile, Haruto came up with a plan what if, at the exact moment, Masato exposed the enemy's core. He used the giant Spider King's webs to trap it? Wouldn't that work? They quickly gave it a try. Haruto did manage to catch the core with his webs, but his webbing was quickly crushed and buried under the massive rocks reconstructing the golem's body. The giant spider webs didn't work as he had hoped. While Haruto was racking his brain for a solution, he suddenly heard a shout, "Hunter Sano, get back!" Haruto instinctively stepped back almost immediately. Right after, Nanas unleashed her ultimate skill at the monster. This was the third time Haruto had witnessed her hellfire, and it was just as breathtaking as the first. The giant golem's entire body was engulfed in a stunning, brilliant blue flame. Nanas said that melee attacks were useless against this thing, they had to melt it down. Masato, having his spotlight stolen by her, couldn't hide his irritation. I know that. That's why I'm trying to come up with another plan. Otherwise, having to melt down all these remaining rocks will exhaust us completely. Haruto looked around. They had slain over 200 stone goblins, and the sheer volume of shattered rocks from their bodies was overwhelming. He remembered before they set out, Ares had warned them about how terrifying this intermediate golem was. It was the most troublesome and horrific part of the sensory labyrinth. Normally, the sensory labyrinth would only reveal the next area once certain conditions were met, and this unlocked next area would also change based on the previous one. Once the conditions for defeating the regular stone goblins were met, the intermediate golem's core would appear, and the remains of the stone goblins would gather to form the body of that intermediate golem. In other words, they had to fight the leftover remains of the very stone goblins they had just struggled so hard to defeat. The usual outcome for previous hunter teams was sheer mental exhaustion or even total party wipes. Compared to a regular dungeon, this intermediate golem was as challenging as a final boss. At that moment, Nanas came up with an idea, which was the very method she had just used. If they couldn't shatter the core, they had no choice but to melt all the surrounding rocks down so it had nothing left to regenerate with. But there were simply too many boulders forming the golem's body. Melting them consumed an immense amount of Nanas's mana, quickly leaving her exhausted. What made it worse was that while her flames were still blazing, the intermediate golem suddenly vanished and reformed right behind Nanas. Once again, she unleashed her hellfire on the foe, but keeping this up was incredibly draining. It wasn't a sustainable way to fight. Haruto knew this all too well. He wanted to use the power of the dragon longsword, Kalesia, but doing so would instantly draw Ares' attention. Yet, if they stayed in this deadlock, they would never be able to destroy the core. In the midst of this deadlock, Haruto suddenly remembered an item sitting in his inventory that he had never used before. That was the Bear King's Claw Masato had tossed to him back on Rainbow Bridge. This item granted two skills. First, it can immobilize any target for a certain amount of time. Second, it lets the user close in on any target to deal damage. Haruto smiled with satisfaction. This was the key to breaking this deadlock. He immediately used his copy and absorb skills. The first skill was loaded into Control 5, allowing Haruto to lock down his target even tighter when using the giant Spider King's webbing. At the same time, the second skill was loaded into Control C, allowing him to pierce the target and absorb 15% of its HP and MP. With his new skills in hand, Haruto eagerly charged forward, hoping everything would go exactly as planned. Meanwhile, Nanas was still determined to melt down the golem's body. Both Mozi and Ares looked quite worried, because no matter how skilled of a hunter Nanas was, continuously unleashing hellfire like that would drain her mana in no time. Under the intense blue flames, the golem's body began to crumble. Nanas tried to unleash another blast of hellfire to finish it off, but this time, it backfired. Flying into a rage, The golem charged straight at her, looking to retaliate. The hellfire had failed, meaning Nanas's mana had finally hit its limit. But before the intermediate golem could even lay a hand on her, Haruto's spider threads bound it tight. This time, he used an immense amount of webbing, wrapping it up into a giant cocoon. Saved in the nick of time, Nanas called out Haruto's name with sheer relief. Meanwhile, Masato couldn't hide his utter shock. Just like everyone else, he couldn't believe the giant Spider King's webbing could actually do this. Seeing him stand there dazed, Haruto called out to snap him out of it. "Guildmaster Masato Shirosaki, please, attack again." Startled by the use of his full name, Masato gasped. "What? But can't you see? Attacking won't do anything. This time is different. I can stop the core from moving. We don't have much time, so hurry up," Haruto urged. Gritting his teeth in frustration at being ordered around, Masato ultimately unleashed his magic to strike once more, threatening to beat Haruto to a pulp if this failed. Masato's magic pierced through the thick layers of webbing, shattering the intermediate golem's body. Massive chunks of rock scattered through the air, exposing its life core. Seizing the moment, Haruto deployed the upgraded Pro Max version of his giant Spider King's webbing, enhanced by the intermediate Bear King's claw to lock the core in place. This time, his plan worked. Not just Masato, but even Nana stared in absolute disbelief. But looking back, Haruto was always there at the crucial moment of every boss fight. It seems she really couldn't keep treating him like some low-rank hunter anymore. Utilizing the Bear King's claw like that was a battle strategy only Hunter Sano could have come up with. Ares nodded in admiration, and the raid team broke into cheers at the miraculous sight. It seemed that aside from Satoru, no one else believed Haruto and his seemingly useless spider threads could pull off such a miracle. While everyone else cheered, Takumi and Sarah looked like they were choking on a bitter pill. He immediately ordered his subordinates to stop harvesting mana so they could fast-track their plans and launch the operation. Putting on his mask, Takumi ordered everyone to take their combat positions. "What's going on? Is the situation so bad that you have to step in yourself?" Sarah asked, panicking. "Yes. Because of that strange guy, grabbing the core's key is going to be a bit more troublesome than expected. Get yourself ready, Sarah." Upon receiving the order, Sarah quickly got to her feet. Out in the snowy landscape, Satoru was using his stealth skill, hiding behind a massive tree to keep watch. He couldn't help but wonder, "What should I do? It looks like the leader has left. What is that girl planning to do with all the harvested mana? Should I report this to my senior?" He recalled when Haruto had handed him a stone and said, "Take this, it's a high-level stealth skill." Satoru was stunned. "What? Are you sure it's okay to give me something this valuable?" Scratching his head, Haruto replied, "This mission is just that important." Satoru's jaw dropped in surprise. "An important mission?" Haruto's gaze had turned deadly serious. "Satoru Shinoda, you don't need to fight monsters this time. Instead, use your stealth skill to tail them. If they find the hidden dungeon, let me know immediately. We'll hijack their plan." Recalling those instructions gave Satoru a surge of courage. Thinking of Haruto, he reassured himself, "That's right, my sister and Guildmaster Masato are over there. And most importantly, Senior Sano is there too." Back at the battle, Haruto's voice rang out in surprise. "Wait, I have to destroy it?" Masato turned his head and confirmed, "Yes, you caught it, so you should be the one to destroy it." Nana smiled and added, "That's right. After all, this is Hunter Sano's achievement." Raising his sword, Haruto took his stance. "All right, here I go." Haruto felt a wave of surprise. "It's my first time being treated like this. What a strange feeling. I've finished copying it anyway, so let's destroy it quickly." And then he, thrusting his sword straight into the red orb, he cracked it open, and the sphere instantly shattered into pieces before vanishing. A brief notification popped up, "Mutated Golem defeated." Right after, a flurry of level-up notifications flooded his screen. Then, another system alert popped up. "You have received a reward for destroying the mutated golem's core." A golden key materialized and dropped right into Haruto's hand. It was the Heart Seal key, the key to unlocking the chamber where the giant golem's heart was sealed. He held the key high and cheered. "Got it. The key to the hidden dungeon," Mo cheered, thrilled for Haruto. "I never thought I'd get to see it with my own eyes. How does it feel to be one step closer to your mother?" Alice looked on, completely puzzled. "I mean, it's just a key. The real challenge starts now." While everyone else was busy chatting, Haruto kept his eyes peeled, looking around. He muttered under his breath, prompting a status window to pop up. "Status check." A grin instantly crept onto his face. "Oh, sweet. With the buff from my greatsword, I'm already at level 285. That's almost as high as a high-tier hunter at level 300. My solo days are just around the corner." Haruto jumped up and down in sheer excitement. Masato could only watch in utter disbelief. He turned his head away and muttered, You only beat a mid-tier boss, and you're already celebrating like a fool. Nanas let out a soft chuckle. Oh? And who was it that just struggled so hard against that very same boss? Feeling teased, Masato quickly snapped back. I was not struggling. Suddenly, a barrage of explosions rocked the area, sending rocks and dirt flying everywhere. Mo and Alice had to dive out of the way to avoid getting hurt. Before their stunned eyes, dozens of sharp black spikes erupted from the ground, covered in glowing red writing. Masato yelled at the top of his lungs, "Hey, that's the sign of a giant monster spawning. We're in deep trouble." He barked orders to his squad. "Everyone, get behind my shield." But before he could even finish, another blast went off, shattering their formation. Simultaneously, a towering pillar of red light shot up, lighting up the entire sky. After the deafening roar, a suffocating deadly silence fell over them. Several lives had already been lost. A man slowly stepped out from the smoke and spoke. "Man, that was expensive, but you can't argue with that kind of power. I guess money really can buy anything, as long as you're willing to throw away a bit of your conscience." The man speaking was none other than Takumi. Piece of cake. He let out a sigh, muttering to himself, "Efficiency, efficiency." Suddenly, a determined voice rang out, catching his attention. "Gotcha." A system window flashed before him at lightning speed. "Thread bind." A massive web of thick threads erupted in front of Takumi, and right through them, Haruto lunged forward, sword in hand. "Give it back!" he roared, charging forward with fierce determination. "Dragon Greatsword Kalesia!" Suddenly, a mouthful of crimson blood sprayed from Haruto's mouth. Takumi smirked as he launched a vicious counterattack. "You might have blocked the blast with that web, but did you really think that was the only trap I laid out for you?" He relentlessly struck Haruto's stomach and ribs, snarling, "You almost ruined my entire plan." He threw Haruto away like a rag doll, crashing him into the dirt and rocks. Gasping in horror, Hunter Sano immediately raised her weapon, a surge of blue energy bursting around her. Ares' prison. Without a second thought, she charged straight ahead. But Mo grabbed her back, shouting, "Stop, you'll get caught in the blast too." Meanwhile, a massive blue whirlwind spiraled straight toward Takumi, who stood just a short distance away. The gale was so incredibly powerful that the ground beneath them began to split and shatter. Suddenly, Nanas coughed violently, spitting up a mouthful of blood onto the ground. She drove her spear into the dirt to prop herself up, but collapsed to her knees anyway. Coughing and wheezing, Masato looked over and barked an urgent order. "Hunter Shinoda, Nanas, what's happening? Use your healing skills, quick." Shinoda rushed to her side, shouting in a panic. "Guildmaster Shirosaki, don't use your mana," she quickly explained. "A mana-blocking gas must have been released when that pillar exploded earlier. This is a dirty tactic to neutralize high-tier hunters." She gritted her teeth, wondering, how could they use something so incredibly dangerous? Meanwhile, a strange black liquid began to bubble on the ground. Turning his back on the gravely wounded Haruto, Takumi muttered, "Time to get back to work." Masato gritted his teeth, staring in sheer disbelief. No way. That skill. Watching Takumi's bizarre movements, his eyes widened in horror. It's Shadow Shift, the ultimate stealth skill. The previous generation of hunters was supposed to have eradicated it because it was too dangerous. How on earth did he get his hands on it? Takumi looked back, silently surveying the area. Spotting the key lying right next to Haruto, he slowly leaned down and picked it up without a word. A small alert popped up. The heart seal key has been transferred to its new owner. Takumi let out a dark chuckle. Mission accomplished. Yet, clearly unsatisfied, he suddenly lunged forward and grabbed Haruto by the throat. Takumi snarled, his mask flashing with an ominous red light. "We need to put him down, right here, right now." Choking for air, Haruto spat back with a smirk. "Huh. I was just thinking, the exact same thing." Takumi's eyes widened. "What? He's still conscious?" A smug grin spread across Haruto's face. "Well, fortunately for me, you thieving bastard. The sort of a piece of trash like you." Suddenly, a swarm of silk threads erupted, trapping Takumi before he could even react. The threads grew thicker and tighter, completely swallowing his screams. A notification screen popped up as sharp spikes began protruding from the threads. Using the giant spider's web, he activated the skill, Bear King's Single Claw. Inside, jagged, razor-sharp teeth jutted out from the tightly wrapped silk, making it look like a terrifying giant monster. Takumi's lackeys instantly panicked. "What? Boss, isn't that the same skill he used to defeat the mutated golem? Maybe we should get the hell out of here too." Haruto slowly stepped forward, gripping his sword. "Your biggest mistake was touching my sword," he said, his voice deadly calm. "Release." Giant spider's web. But his expression quickly turned to shock. The spot where Takumi should have been trapped was completely empty. Emerging from the shadows, Takumi scoffed, "Whew, that was a close one." That's the first time I've ever had to use a skill like that. He burst into a psychotic laugh, shouting, "If there hadn't been a shadow in there, I would have died a totally pathetic death. But after almost getting killed by a cheap trick like that, I finally understand why all those hunters I slaughtered died with such pathetic, regretful looks on their faces. Not that it matters, because you're dying here today anyway." Suddenly, a brilliant, blinding light erupted from Haruto. "Hey, you know what my nickname is, right?" Standing tall, the light radiating from him grew even more intense. "They call me the Mana Shuttle because I distribute mana to my allies. This is the first time I've ever tried doing it from this far away, but it looks like it worked." Takumi gasped. "What did you say?" Haruto coldly delivered the final blow. "It means, your life ends here." Masato, standing nearby, shouted in disbelief. "I don't know what the hell is going on, but I've got an insane amount of mana coursing through me right now. I'm going to wipe out your entire Blood Tower guild right here, right now." At that exact moment, a crimson magic circle manifested in mid-air, crackling with violent black lightning. Takumi's face contorted in anger. "Damn it, Masato Shirasaki's wide-range black lightning, the worst possible counter to my shadow transformation. He couldn't escape, this was bad." He whipped his head around to bark an order. "Sara, Arita, reverse this, now." Responding to his command, a mysterious green glow radiated from her hands. The mana potions scattered across the ground suddenly uncorked all at once, merging into pillars of light that converged on a single point under Sarah's control. Gritting her teeth, she pushed her limits to trigger the reversal, just as her leader had commanded. A notification screen flashed, executing a command to reset and restore the Snow Mountain Golem Labyrinth to its original state. Crushed rocks and debris began to dissolve and piece back together, as if time itself was flowing backward. As the dungeon reset began, the entire world suddenly started shaking violently. Whoa, what the hell is happening? Dark blue lightning and howling gales tore through the area, throwing the crowd into sheer panic. What is this insane draft? Amidst the chaos, someone immediately shouted an explanation. This isn't just some normal draft. Under their very eyes, the shattered remnants of the golems began to fuse back together. They're reassembling. Nana's eyes widened in shock. Is that Masato? Masato froze, whispering in disbelief. No way. He stared into the distance, watching massive golems slowly emerge from the thick fog. Is the dungeon actually resetting? Suddenly, a rogue golem lunged at him, forcing him to block. The golem's massive fist slammed violently against Masato's shield. Damn it! That gas is blocking everyone from absorbing mana. He glanced back at his comrades. He had to keep the barrier up to protect them, but doing so meant he couldn't fight back against the golems. At this rate, they'd all eventually run out of mana and die inside this barrier. Isn't there anything we can do? Suddenly, something completely unexpected happened, making his eyes widen in pure shock. Nana's green gale force winds erupted once again, completely shattering the approaching golems. Masato's jaw dropped. Hunter Nana, how are you? She glanced back at him, her voice firm and resolute. You heard it earlier, didn't you? Hunter Sano's nickname. Nana declared with absolute confidence. The Mana Shuttle. Still, Masato couldn't wrap his head around it. What does that have to do with anything? Ares, who was currently busy treating Haruto's wounds, chimed in to explain. It means he has the ability to endlessly regenerate mana and instantly transfer it to his allies. This was clearly Hunter Sano's unique skill, but deep down, Masato still couldn't bring himself to believe it. He stared intently at Ares' hands, which were glowing as they healed Haruto. But only priest-class hunters can do that. So how is Hunter Sano, who isn't even a priest, able to do this? He looked back at Nana and Mo, who were desperately fighting off the monsters. High-tier hunters like him and Nana required an immense amount of mana to activate their skills. But it wasn't just the two of them, he was distributing his own mana to everyone present, completely on his own, of himself. How could it be in such a short amount of time? Masato gritted his teeth. Infinite mana regeneration. He had never heard of this unique skill before. But if it's true, then deep down, he was starting to make his own plans. Rather than searching for the giant golem's heart, a better way would be to get Hunter Sano to join Masato's guild. Suddenly, Nanas's voice rang out, catching Masato's attention. Now everything is clear. She spoke while charging into battle. Everything, even what happened at the Rainbow Bridge dungeon, was the work of the Blood Tower Guild. Currently blocking a strike from a golem, Masato turned his head and shouted, The critical issue right now is that the dungeon has reset. If they reset the dungeon again. But Ares' voice chimed in, dismissing that theory. No, I don't think that's possible. The reason this hidden dungeon has remained unexplored until now seems to be due to its underlying logic. She slowly explained while staying focused on her own task. I don't know if they realize it, but right now, the chance of a hidden dungeon appearing is 100%. Upon hearing that, Nana's gaze grew noticeably colder, but there was also something strange compared to before. She calmly took down a golem and continued. Fewer golems were appearing now, and Masato quickly figured out the reason behind this anomaly. The golem that Hunter Nanas melted down didn't respawn. Either way, they had to clean things up here quickly to track down those blood tower bastards. Even so, these thoughts still weighed heavily on her mind. If that was all, it wouldn't be an issue. But what if this is just like the Rainbow Dungeon from before? If they use the same method again? No, there's no way that could happen, right? Meanwhile, Masato couldn't help but worry about Haruto. Now that he thought about it, was Hunter Sano going to be okay? He didn't get sent to his grave by those guys, did he? Somewhere on the snowy mountain, a massive spider cocoon lay silently on the ground. Haruto emerged from the cocoon, his body covered in wounds. Release the giant Spider King's silk. Damn it. His eyes were now filled with rage and frustration. That bastard. Takumi suddenly appeared. After a freezing gust of wind, Haruto didn't think twice. He rushed over and shouted, "Stop right there!" Their swords clashed instantly, making a sharp, ringing sound. He looked at him and chuckled. What exactly do you think a low-rank hunter like you can accomplish? Ignoring Takumi's mockery, Haruto tightly gripped his sword with determination. Ha, that low-rank hunter you're talking about is messing up your entire plan. Once again, he used the giant Spider King silk to bind the man's arms. Takumi swung his arms to break free from the silk, growling. This silk is as pathetic as an insect. I'll make sure you can never use this garbage again. With that, he drove his sword into the ground, blowing Haruto back. A blinding light flashed as he roared. Kalisha Dragon, Greatsword, unleash rank. Haruto narrowed his eyes, quickly wrapping himself in spider silk. Last time, he used the spider silk to escape. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he silently thought that the power of the Kalisha Dragon Greatsword was indeed terrifying. But thanks to that, Haruto now knew how to use its power. Haruto drove his sword into the ground to push himself up. Where on earth did he dig up such rare information? I couldn't completely block that attack. Well, I guess I should catch up and make him spit out everything he knows. However, the unfamiliar scenery around him threw him into confusion. By the way, where am I? Holy crap, it's just endless white snow. How the heck am I supposed to know where I am? At almost that exact moment, at the Japan Hunter Association, golden sunlight bathed the high-rise building. Tokuo leaned back on the sofa, reassuring Makoto. No need to worry too much, President Shinoda. Masato Shirosaki, the president of the Future Guild, went with them after all. Makoto crossed his arms and said seriously, our biggest concern right now is whether the Blood Tower Guild is really pulling the strings behind all of this. We don't know much about them. Tokuo quickly agreed. Definitely. Even high-rank hunters would be completely helpless if they became their targets, and we have no way of gathering any more information. He paused for a moment, then tossed a tablet onto the table. But our Midas Guild has uncovered a few things, he explained, relaying the details to the other two. The reason they are making such a massive, high-profile move this time is because of the presence of the multinational global hunter guild, Starfield. Tokuo's eyes widened as he slightly raised his eyebrows in surprise. Starfield? Even Makoto, sitting right next to him, couldn't help but be curious. Why would a world-class guild like that be in a small place like Japan? And involved with a dark guild, no less. Tokuo lowered his head, his voice dropping a few octaves. It's hard to imagine what it's like inside that dungeon right now. However, 15 years ago, during the Great Disaster, only a single dungeon collapsed. He recounted the terrifying scene from back then with a slightly trembling voice. At that time, the golems that escaped were even more terrifying than the demons of hell. He paused for a moment before continuing. The person who sealed the Snowy Mountain Golem dungeon back then was one of the strongest priests in the world, Japan's Tomoka Nishihara. Makoto nodded in agreement. Yeah, if Hunter Nishihara hadn't sacrificed herself back then. Go looked straight at the other two, speaking in a serious tone. The heart of the giant golem is sealed within the hidden dungeon. Even now, it remains a deadly temptation to everyone in the world. He then went on to explain in detail how those two guilds operate. Both of those guilds will stop at nothing to get what they want. So, I'm not at all surprised they teamed up to conquer the snowy Golem Mountain. By the way, Arisu from the International Hunters Association is Hunter Nishihara's daughter, right? Makoto quickly spoke up. We all know that very well. So, besides finding the Kalizia longsword, she's also planning to investigate the death of her mother, Hunter Nishihara. But Go shook his head. No, nobody has ever actually confirmed Hunter Nishihara's death. This surprised him even more. Wait, what did you just say? Hunters who go missing in a dungeon without a body recovered are normally declared dead, right? But you're saying someone who's been missing for 15 years still hasn't been officially declared dead? Go picked up his tablet, glanced over the list, and replied, "There were survivors back then. A hunter who returned from that dungeon about 5 years ago even claimed to have seen Hunter Nishihara." Satoru's eyes widened in shock as he asked, "What? Is that really true?" He lowered his voice, confirming, "Because Starfield covered up the news, it's hard for us to know for sure. But at the very least, it's the truth. What's interesting is that in that dungeon, there are countless." Suddenly, a young man burst through the door and shouted, "Pre-President! Something terrible has happened!" Go turned around, snapping, "What is it?" "We're in the middle of an important meeting." The young man grabbed the remote and stammered, "Right now. A dungeon break is." As soon as the TV turned on, the low, echoing roar of a golem filled the room. The reporter on the scene, crouching behind a wrecked car, said in a panicked voice, "Can everyone see this? A dungeon break is currently underway." His voice grew even more desperate amidst the current chaos. Right now, it's happening right in the city center. All around, there was nothing but panicked screams and the deafening sound of collapsing buildings. Seeing this, Go couldn't help but grit his teeth in anger. "Those are golems from the Snowy Golem Mountain dungeon. No way. Did a recently cleared dungeon just collapse? What the hell is going on?" Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, a group of people was struggling to push through a raging blizzard. Sarah stared at Takumi, who was silently clutching a piece of paper. Finally, she spoke up. "Is there any issue with the plan? This is the first time I've ever seen you hurt, Kurosaki. Do you need me to heal you?" He glanced at her, a challenging smirk in his voice. "If you're so curious, why don't you check for yourself?" As Takumi spoke, he held it out, making Sarah's eyes widen. "Here it is." The group came to a halt in front of a massive gate as he said calmly, "The hidden dungeon of Snowy Golem Mountain." Sarah stared at the gate in sheer fascination. She was finally going to claim the giant golem's heart. Takumi led the group as they boldly crossed a precarious suspension bridge stretching between the two mountains. Meanwhile, Satoru, using his stealth ability, stood quietly in a corner, watching their every move. He waited until the entire group had crossed before slowly trailing behind them. After tailing them closely from the end of the bridge, he made his way to a mysterious cave, where Takumi's group was just a hair's breadth away from entering. Arriving there, Satoru couldn't hide his amazement, whispering to himself, "Ah, so this is the hidden dungeon." The followers trailing behind him had their faces tightly covered to carefully conceal their identities. After taking a few steps, they sensed something was off, reaching out their hands to gently probe the barrier. Suddenly feeling an uneasy sensation, one of them reported directly, "Guildmaster, there's some kind of barrier here." Hearing this, he slowly walked over, lightly touching the barrier as he thought to himself, "Starfield truly lives up to its name as a world-class guild. Their intelligence is unbelievably accurate." Takumi's mind drifted back to the old days as he thought, "This must be the place that was sealed 15 years ago by the great mage and strongest hunter, Tomoka Nishihara, and it holds the one thing I've desired and worked my entire life to obtain, the giant golem's heart of this hidden dungeon." Just thinking about it, his eyes narrowed thoughtfully, and he suddenly called out to the group. Takumi then warned them to stay sharp and prepare to break the barrier, reminding them, "Don't let your guard down and keep an eye on our surroundings." Everyone obeyed, calling out firmly, "Understood." Having given his orders to the men, he turned to her and commanded, "Sarah, revert the settings of the Collegia longsword." But before Sarah Arita could even react, his gaze suddenly turned ice cold. He frowned and muttered, "Wait. It seems a little rat has been tailing us." His words left her even more confused, standing frozen in bewilderment. Over where Satoru was, he could still hear every single insult from him, making his heart feel like it was about to jump out of his chest as he thought to himself, "What an absolute idiot. Daring to use stealth to tail the blood tower?" His face turned pale, completely drained of color as he grit his teeth and thought, "Senior Haruto. He's in huge trouble." Without saying a word, Takumi aggressively rushed straight toward the noise and shouted, "You're really ticking me off. Snow Mountain Golem's cruel rabbit, living near the mysterious dungeon of the Snow Mountain Golem, level 31. A rabbit-like monster that is always starving and aggressive. Defeating it yields a magic stone." This made Haruto gasp in surprise. "Huh? I had no idea there were other monsters in here besides golems." But then he saw it get punched. A new player had entered the scene and knocked it out with a single blow. Right next to the cruel rabbit, an eye-catching red gemstone appeared. Seeing this, the Snow Mountain Golem walked over and gently picked it up. Then, for some reason, it suddenly ran straight toward him, with an innocent face and affectionate eyes, as if it had a question that needed answering. Haruto knew immediately with just a glance. He patted its head and asked, "Are you asking me if you can eat that stone? Go ahead, eat up, buddy." After getting permission, the Snow Mountain Golem popped it into its mouth and chewed happily, making him let out a sly laugh. "Well, I've already copied it anyway." At this point, Haruto gripped the treasure tightly, marveling. Who would have thought a mutated golem's core would have this kind of ability? A mutated golem's core can create a golem by pouring mana into it. Skill 1. Creates a level 1 golem exactly as imagined by the user. Skill 2. Can create a level 1 mutated golem armor. Skill 3. Allows the user to share scouting and eavesdropping capabilities with the created golem. The higher the level, the farther the user can control the golem. The joy was so overwhelming that his grin became completely distorted. Whenever I think back to when I realized no skills could be absorbed through copy-paste, I was a bit disappointed. But this thing is an amazing item. If this core can create an individual golem, what if I copy and paste it? With a bright smile showing off his white teeth, Haruto couldn't hide his excitement as he thought. Now I can easily build an entire golem army. How awesome is that? This means from now on, I can raid dungeons solo without needing a party. Meanwhile, it just stared at him, looking a bit dazed and confused. A snow mountain golem can grow up to level 10, shapeshift freely, and share its senses with its master. Besides, Haruto had a small concern since it was only level 1. I wonder how big it'll get once it reaches level 10. If it gets too huge, that's going to be a problem. Suddenly, something unexpected happened that cut Haruto's laughing fit short and made his eyes widen in shock. As if sensing something off, the snow mountain golem raised a heavy fist and lunged forward. Satoru, who had only just arrived, was caught completely off guard by the attack and shrieked in pain. Ow! Ouch! Haruto's eyes snapped to where he was, his face pale with shock as he cried out, Satoru! Having just been blindsided by the snow mountain golem, Satoru was so terrified that tears were streaming down his face. Just like that, Satoru looked at him like he was a literal lifesaver, throwing himself onto Haruto while crying and wailing, Wah! Senior Haruto, I seriously thought I was a goner. Once Satoru filled him in, the two of them quickly rushed over. Haruto couldn't contain his anger and growled, Damn it, did those Blood Tower bastards find the hidden dungeon? Though honestly, he figured this might actually play to his advantage. Seeing Satoru get dragged into this mess made him feel incredibly guilty, and he blamed himself. I'm sorry. He hadn't expected them to spot him so easily. Believing it was a top-tier stealth skill, he had let his guard down. But Satoru shook his head. No, I was positioned somewhere else, so I was okay. But the one they detected was probably a hunter from the Future Guild. In truth, the person spotted and taken out on the spot was someone else entirely, while Satoru had safely escaped. At that moment, Haruto narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself, I thought President Shirosaki didn't bother making a proper plan. But it turns out our intentions aligned perfectly. After all, we absolutely cannot let our guard down around the Blood Tower Guild. As if remembering something vital, Satoru revealed, By the way, there's a girl with them. This made Haruto's eyes go wide in shock. What? A girl? Satoru confirmed. Yeah. It looked like she was channeling mana into some bottles and starting to do something. And then, the dungeon reset. In that moment, he had gripped his sword tightly, but was too paralyzed by fear to jump out. Now, consumed by shame, he choked out that he did think about stopping them, but remembered what Haruto had told him. He whispered, To be honest, I was just too terrified. I'm sorry. Seeing him so down and on the verge of tears, Haruto patted his head to comfort him, praising, It's okay, you did great. Satoru sniffled. Satoru suddenly remembered an important detail and quickly blurted it out. Oh right, that girl looked so familiar. He had definitely seen her somewhere before. With a sudden look of caution and suspicion in his eyes, he curiously asked, By the way, is it really okay for that thing to keep following us around like this? Haruto knew exactly what he was so worried about, and casually replied, Don't worry, it's just my underling. Hearing this, Satoru's eyes lit up with sheer admiration as he exclaimed, So, a golem is actually your minion? Does that mean you can control the entire golem family? Senior Haruto, you're absolutely amazing. Soon after, they made their way to a hiding spot to keep watch from a distance. Satoru kept reminding him, The hidden dungeon is right across the bridge, but those guys are hiding and guarding the whole place. If we make a reckless move, we'll get caught instantly. At that, Haruto fell silent for a moment, then suddenly turned serious and suggested, Satoru, go and bring Hunter Nanas and President Shirosaki here. Left completely bewildered, Satoru asked, Huh? But that means you'll be left all alone here, Senior. And you know Frederick is still holding on to that longsword, right? But Haruto just calmly patted the Snow Mountain Golem's head and casually replied, Don't worry about me. I have my own way of keeping an eye on their every move from right here. Out of arguments, Satoru could only nod gloomily. Understood. If you say so, Senior Haruto. Before Satoru left, Haruto carefully handed him an item and instructed, Take this with you. Confused, Satoru looked at it and asked, Is this a mutated golem's core? Seeing Satoru get as excited as a little kid, he couldn't help but yell, "Is it from this golem right here?" Startled by the loud voice, the golem flinched and stared at him. Just as expected, Haruto simply gave him a few more important instructions. "From now on, it's your minion. You like it a lot, don't you? Don't let its appearance fool you. Its combat power is actually quite high, so it'll be really useful." Overjoyed to the point of tears, Satoru asked again just to be sure, "Senior Haruto, are you really giving me something this precious?" Haruto sighed helplessly and replied, "I guess so." He swallowed back the words he was about to say. Sure, it was precious, but he had a whole mountain of them. Just like that, Satoru was instantly pumped up and ran off excitedly, shouting back, "Thank you so much, Senior Haruto. I promise I'll bring Big Sis and the others back as fast as I can." Haruto couldn't help but chuckle at his dramatic exit, thinking in disbelief, he's a member of a top-tier guild, yet he's so naive. I guess Hunter Nanis has been carrying all the weight for him. Shifting his focus back to the main business, Haruto quietly waited for the right moment. And now, time to make a new minion. No sooner said than done. He used the mutated golem's core to forge a brand new golem. Throughout the process, Haruto watched intently, thinking that if it could take the exact shape he imagined, then he would feed it some of his mana. Finally, after a brief wait, the golem began to undergo a massive transformation, while Haruto remained completely focused, watching its every change. A moment later, a system notification popped up. Mutated Golem Core. Skill 3 allows you to share scouting and reconnaissance abilities with the created golem. He could hardly believe his eyes, staring in absolute shock before silently cheering, "Wow, this is incredible." Equipped with the scouting and reconnaissance skills, the new golem quickly flew over to where Takumi was stationed. Meanwhile, Haruto concentrated deeply, keeping a close eye on the feed so he wouldn't miss a single detail. Through the shared vision, he could faintly make out a girl standing next to the guy. So that's the girl Satoru was talking about. What on earth is she doing with the Calisia Dragon Longsword? Witnessing her bizarre behavior, Haruto couldn't tear his eyes away for even a single second, terrified of missing anything. Very shortly after, Sarah Arita finished what she was doing, though she still looked bewildered and lost in thought. Just then, a system notification appeared. Control-Z has restored the Calisia Dragon Longsword's durability to its original state. Next, the status window for the longsword popped up. A sword forged from the soul of the Calisia Dragon. Requires level 30 or higher. User level adjustment for level 200 is automatically applied. It will be combined when activating Unique Skill 2. Passive Skill. Increases user's defense by 35%. Unique Skill 1. Bloodlust. Absorbs 15% of the target's stamina, health, and mana. Passive Unique Skill 2. Berserk. Automatically triggers when the user's health falls below 30%. AL stats and user levels are doubled. This includes the user's exact level. Duration. 1 minute. Cooldown. 1 day. Right after that, the durability was displayed as 6%, but that number quickly began to flicker as massive fluctuations occurred. Within moments, the number blurred completely before shooting straight up. 100 is also a noteworthy record. Right alongside it, the Control-Z system notification rang out. The durability of the Calisia Longsword has returned to its original state, 100% durability, a 94% increase. Right at this moment, with the restoration finally complete, Eris collapsed to the ground, too exhausted to keep standing. Recreating a sword like that had drained every last drop of her strength. She was gasping heavily for breath. Yet her utter exhaustion only made him grin with extreme satisfaction. In a voice filled with praise, he exclaimed, "Excellent." Takumi couldn't hide his excitement. Holding the powerful sword in his hand, his lips curled into a cold, cruel smirk. All right, durability is no longer an issue. Watching this unfold through his scout golem, Haruto couldn't contain his shock. His eyes widened in utter disbelief as he muttered to himself, "Are you kidding me? The Calisia Longsword's durability is completely restored? How can a skill like this even exist?" Right then, a sudden realization flashed through Haruto's mind. Wait. No. If that's true, then that girl. She's also like me. A bearer of a curse. The system screen flashed relentlessly with jarring red text, slowly displaying the number 6, before quickly shooting up to 100, a cold, piercing red that seemed to herald a game-changing transformation. Once the system reached 100, it instantly turned green. The screen displayed a notification for the Control-Z shortcut, announcing that the Calisia Longsword's durability was fully restored. And the most remarkable part was that this incredible turnaround pushed the durability all the way to 100%, a jump of over 94% without a single hitch. This sudden turn of events hit Haruto like a heavy blow to the head. His jaw dropped, so stunned that he could only mumble, unable to believe his own eyes. "I never imagined." that someone else out there was bearing the exact same curse as me. It was impossible to tell what he was feeling in that moment. Across from him, Nanis was growing increasingly weak, battered by the biting cold and sheer exhaustion. Her pale face and ragged breathing made his mind race. Seeing that the longsword's durability had been completely reset, does that mean she has the ability to return anything to its original state? Simply put, her ability is the exact opposite of his, but a thought quickly crossed his mind. If that's the case, I'll just copy that skill. As the blizzard intensified, Haruto was also growing weary. He couldn't afford to waste any more time, yet he hesitated. But can I actually copy someone else's skill? I need to make sure. What if it doesn't work? The sky was a blanket of blinding white snow, and the only thing he could still make out was the bright red of Nanis's coat. Filled with absolute resolve, Haruto told himself that he had to make her his ally. They were both completely worn out, but Takumi had no intention of letting them rest for long. Oozing pure, naked bloodlust, he growled under his breath. Finally, it's time for me to shatter the seal on this hidden dungeon's barrier. With those words, he drove his sword hard into the sealing barrier of the hidden dungeon. The scene unfolding before them was eerie enough to send shivers down their spines. Amidst the bone-chilling cold, a crimson glow flared up around the barrier Takumi had activated, looking like an isolated world that no one could possibly breach. The barrier twisted like a writhing centipede, locking together like heavy chains to form an unbreakable seal, making it nearly impossible for anyone to enter, let alone escape. Its overwhelming power sent a wave of searing, burning heat crashing right into Nanis's face. She shrieked in pain, quickly shielding her face with her arms as she turned back toward Haruto. He, too, felt the terrifying weight of this power. In the depths of his eyes, the only reflection was the light radiating from Takumi. He realized with dread that this was indeed the barrier of the hidden dungeon. Ignoring the two stunned onlookers, Takumi arrogantly held up the key, unable to suppress his smirk as he muttered, "Without that intel from Starfire, we would have never been able to break this barrier, even with the key." He plunged the sword deep into the very center of the barrier, gloating and bragging about his triumph. It was created 15 years ago by the great mage hunter Nishihara. That's why we need this exact sword to even dream of breaking the seal. Tense with anxiety, Nanis yelled, "What do you mean by that?" Takumi slowly turned his head. With a sadistic grin, he said calmly, "The original owner of this sword was Nishihara's husband, Frederick Hill. He went missing in this very dungeon 15 years ago. Hunter Nishihara set up a barrier that could only be broken by her husband's sword, making sure absolutely no one else could ever get inside." Everyone was completely dumbfounded by this revelation. Seriously? Nanas and perhaps Haruto as well couldn't help but think. The original owner of the Kalizia longsword was the world's top-class hunter, swordmaster Frederick Hill, and his wife was the great mage Tomoka Nishihara, meaning their daughter is Aris? No wonder she was so obsessed with that sword. Takumi didn't care in the slightest what they were thinking. He was too eager to shatter this barrier once and for all. Driving the sword violently into the barrier, he roared, "All right, let's break this seal." Immediately after, he yelled, "Kalizia longsword, release!" Channeling every ounce of his energy to force the barrier open, the barrier instantly unleashed a suffocating wave of magical energy, sweeping up dust and rock alike in its colossal force, shattering them into tiny fragments. That deadly crimson glow felt as menacing as a sea of blood. Snuffing out what little life remained around it, the birds that had fought so hard against the freezing blizzard were now incinerated by that scorching red light. Both Haruto and Nanaze instinctively took cover behind a massive boulder nearby, relying on its weight to brace themselves. Haruto squinted to avoid being blinded by the glaring light, helplessly cursing under his breath. A level 1 golem couldn't possibly survive this onslaught. If the durability of the Kalizia greatsword hadn't been restored, it wouldn't be able to unleash such an overwhelming sword aura. But he didn't have time to overthink. The barrier was already opening. The chain-like barrier rattled violently, struggling to hold itself together against that immense wave of power. The scene looked like a torn page from a book, because on the other side of the barrier lay a completely different world, pitch black and bottomless, with no visible path and no end in sight. Even the massive Takumi looked unbelievably small standing before it, but being the arrogant, conceited man he was, he only smirked and muttered, "To think the entrance to the hidden dungeon would be a spatial projection." She must have been racked with guilt. Well, I couldn't care less. After 15 years, the hidden dungeon of Mount Golem has finally returned. With that, he roared, both as a command and a way to rally everyone's spirits, "It's time to find the giant golem's heart." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone silently stepped into that blinding dimension, slowly fading away as if heading straight into a death trap. Haruto bit his lip in anxiety, completely lost on what to do. Should I follow them? Fretting, he cursed inwardly, "Satoru, just how long are you going to keep me waiting?" Meanwhile, in southern Italy, inside an S-rank dungeon. The scene was absolutely chilling. The heavy, metallic stench of blood hung thick in the air. Blood and corpses littered the cold, dark dungeon, creating a nauseating atmosphere of death. The sole surviving soldier was hanging on by a thread. Using his last ounce of strength, he gritted his teeth and said, "If you wanted to kill me, just do it. Why did you have to take everyone else's lives?" In response, his opponent casually snapped his fingers. Showing total apathy and inhumanity in every gesture, he replied in a flat, indifferent tone, as if it were of no consequence to him. "Now, if I did that, it would make me the bad guy." His voice sounded utterly innocent, as if none of this were his fault. But if the whole squad is wiped out, everyone will just assume it was a dungeon accident. And with that snap of his fingers, the poor soldier's life came to an end. The carnage was so gruesome that anyone looking on would have turned away and gagged. Then, that heartless system displayed its cold, pre-programmed text once more. Control A. When the skill user dies, the skill is transferred to the next person with the ability. Simply put, it's a power that steals the lives of others to grow stronger, and this guy had just absorbed the entire strength of those unfortunate soldiers. He let out a low grunt, straining to absorb the massive surge of power. Instantly, a glowing red crest became more prominent on his neck. A sickening, murderous aura oozed from his entire body, and his face slowly began to lose its human shape. It was as if everything had been pre-programmed. Control A, everything was selected. Those ill-fated soldiers were treated like useless clearance stock, packaged up and shipped away with a single hit of Control X, the command to cut all selected targets. They all of them vanished as if they had never existed in the first place. At this moment, human life felt pitifully cheap. A rhythmic sound broke the silence as a bizarre-looking blonde demoness began to clap slowly. Her voice was bone-chilling as she spoke. "Looks like your Control A skill has improved, huh? The scale is much larger compared to when you had to erase them one by one," the man replied blankly. "The annoying part is that I have to end the target's life with my own finishing curse. But what pisses me off the most is that no matter how many times I use this skill, it never levels up. It's driving me crazy." The demoness walked over and scolded him. "Didn't I tell you before? Until you actually touch the target, the skill won't change at all. The only skill that can be acquired and upgraded without having to kill the enemy." She paused for a moment before emphasizing, "is Control C." The mysterious man grumbled, "We've been searching for that guy for 10 long years, and we haven't found a single trace of him. Does Control C even exist?" he asked in despair. The blonde demoness gave a sly smile and explained, "It works a bit differently in our dimension, but I'm absolutely certain someone in this world holds it. And Control F is used to find those with control skills, right?" Calming down, the man pulled up his hood and muttered, "Come to think of it, what about Control Z?" The other replied, "Based on the information we've gathered so far, there are reports from the Blood Tower Guild about the ceiling barrier created by the hunter, Nishihara, being breached. Both of those guys possess Control Z, which is important, but make sure you secure the giant golem's heart first. That item allows those with cursed skills to unleash their maximum potential." "Understood," the other replied. With that, they both vanished into thin air. Meanwhile, inside the dimension, the Kurosaki Guild was slowly exploring the interior. After walking for a while, Masato began to lose his temper, yelling, "What the hell is this? Did we rush all the way here for nothing? We came all this way just to see nothing but ice and snow? There's not even a trace of a struggle here. Are we sure we didn't take a wrong turn?" he asked skeptically. Haruto calmly replied, "They couldn't have gone far. Your intuition is actually spot on." With those two vanishing without a trace, the others began to analyze the situation inside the cave. "It doesn't look like there are any monsters around here. Since there's only one path, we should catch up to them in no time." They began to pick up the pace. While running, Nanase asked, "Alice, do you have any idea where they got their hands on that information?" Alice didn't answer right away. She hesitated for a moment before saying, "This is just my personal theory, but they might be backed by Starfield." Her expression grew solemn. Startled by the name, Nanase cried out, "Starfield?" Her sudden outburst made everyone turn around in worry, including Haruto. In disbelief, she asked, "The #1 global guild in the world. Why on earth would they team up with the Blood Tower?" Ares spoke up, looking troubled, "I think. It might be because of my mother." Haruto, having heard everything, began to put the pieces together. So that's how the Blood Tower got their hands on all that inside information. First the Rainbow Bridge dungeon, and now stealing the Long Dragon sword? Connecting the dots, he realized with growing dread that they had planned everything from the start. Anxiously turning his gaze toward Ares, he thought, then what is their actual target? That might not be it. But if it is, his mind was racing, but Haruto grimly concluded, their target isn't the mutated golem's key, it's you, Alice. Masato immediately urged them on. Hurry up. It'll be way faster if we grab one of those high-ranking blood tower bastards and force them to show themselves. He was quick-witted, realizing that if Starfield was indeed backing them, it would explain how Kai could use shadow teleportation. But what about the rest? He gritted his teeth and muttered, "We'll catch him," and drag the truth out of his own mouth. Everyone began to sprint even faster. Even the slow-moving golem cried out, "Wait for me!" before thundering after them. Masato walked up to Satoru and asked curiously, "I've been wondering, what on earth is that thing you're dragging along?" Satoru happily replied, "Oh, this? It's a minion Senior Haruto gave me." Nanaze questioned him, "Why would you give Satoru such a valuable item?" Haruto, caught completely off guard, stammered, "Huh? Well, because it's valuable, I thought. I should give it to him. Besides, having a bodyguard keeps him safe." He didn't notice, but a faint smile played on Nanase's lips. Suddenly, an unexpected glow burst from beneath their feet. Haruto gasped, completely taken aback, with no idea what was happening. The trap had been sprung. A brilliant golden magic circle flared to life right beneath their feet. It was a trap. In an instant, everyone vanished into the blinding golden light, except for Haruto. Reacting instantly, he screamed, "Satoru!" as Nanase dashed past Sano. With panic etched all over his face, Haruto cried out his younger brother's name, Satoru. The remaining four rushed into the magic circle, where Satoru and the other two had just vanished. The brilliant golden light surged, completely engulfing Haruto and leaving him utterly stunned. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves dropping onto another magic circle. He crouched low, pressing his hand against the ground to stabilize himself. With a dull thud, Nanaze scrambled to her feet and shouted, "Satoru!" Haruto also scanned their surroundings, yelling, "Guildmaster Shirasaki!" Raising his sword defensively, he glanced back and asked loudly, "What is going on? We were supposed to be right behind them, so how did we suddenly lose them?" Suddenly, a massive roar echoed through the air. Haruto whipped his head around. Towering before him was a colossal beast with ferocious eyes and razor-sharp fangs, lunging straight at him. Staring directly into the monster's gaping maw, Haruto screamed inwardly in absolute panic. "Damn it! Where did that thing even come from?" While he was still frozen in shock, Nanaze resolutely charged forward, spear in hand. She cried out her skill name, Blade Dance. With a single swift slash, the monster's head was cleanly severed from its body. Its massive carcass crashed to the ground with a heavy thud, kicking up a cloud of dust as blood gushed out. Still trembling from the shock, Haruto muttered, "What is a dinosaur-like monster doing in the snowy Golem Mountains?" Crouching down to examine the beast's corpse, Ares replied, "It feels like we've been thrown into a completely different world." She looked around at everyone, her eyes filled with resolve. "This has to be a multi-dimensional dungeon." Stunned, everyone cried out in unison, "A multi-dimensional dungeon." Above the rocky mountain peaks, strange birds soared through the blue sky. Beneath the towering trees, Haruto's group stared in awe at the landscape stretching out before them. He gasped, "What on earth is that?" Meanwhile, Nanase immediately pushed back against Ares' claim. "That's impossible. I thought all multi-dimensional dungeons were wiped out during the Great Catastrophe 15 years ago," Ares explained. "Yes, my mother sealed all of them away. However, it seems one has somehow reopened. The hidden dungeon of the snowy Golem Mountains is actually one of those sealed dungeons. The magic circles placed within these dungeons are what allow them to connect to countless other dimensions." As they imagined a terrifying horde of monsters being summoned, Alice concluded, "When the magic circle is activated, a teleportation gate to another world opens, which means we might have just been sent to an extremely dangerous dungeon." Nanaze seemed to understand. Stroking her chin, she said, "So that's why Hunter Nishihara set up a protective barrier around here." Ares also added, "My mom came up with a hypothesis too, that the great disaster from years ago was actually a rampage of a multidimensional dungeon." Haruto looked deeply worried. If that's the case, where were Satoru and Guildmaster Shirasaki teleported to? She answered him, "They must have been sent to another dimension." She then seriously told the three of them, "If we clear this dungeon, we'll be able to reach the heart of the giant golem. I guess that's a blessing in disguise." Hearing this, he gripped his sword hilt with both hands. "In that case, let's move. And fast." Haruto tensely looked straight ahead. Right now, in front of them stood a massive horde of dinosaur-like monsters. Crashing through the trees to advance, everyone broke into a cold sweat. "Looks like this won't be an easy fight." Nana took a deep breath and got into her battle stance. The scene shifts to the heart of the city center. Towering buildings lie in ruins, engulfed in smoke and flames reaching the sky. A giant stone golem is rampaging, chasing and attacking citizens, who can do nothing but scream and run for their lives. The hunters team up, each landing a strike to successfully tear it apart. But since the core remains intact, The golem quickly puts itself back together. One of them shouts, "Damn it! At this rate, we'll never be able to break its core." The hunter next to him turns around and screams for backup. "Hey, mages, we need some wide-range attacks for cover now." The young mage hunter looks back at them, his face tense. "We can't. Out here, we can't recover mana as easily as we do inside a dungeon." He mumbles under his breath. "I'm barely keeping myself alive here. How do you expect me to help you?" Another hunter, currently slicing off a golem's arm, curses loudly. "Damn it! Where the hell did that human mana battery go when we actually need him?" A bald hunter nearby, fighting with all his might, chimes in. "Who would have thought we'd actually need that useless piece of trash one day?" Suddenly, a stone golem lunges from behind, letting out a deafening roar, raising its massive hand to crush the bald hunter. Spotting this, the young mage screams in a panic, "Hey, behind you!" Out of nowhere, a brilliant flash of a sword slash cuts through the air. Lucas suddenly appears, slicing the attacking golem clean in half. He lands gracefully on the ground as shattered boulders from the golem's body rain down behind him. The young mage stammers, "Ah, thank you so much." "Huh?" Before he can finish, he stares at the man's face in surprise. "Wait, a foreigner?" Lucas runs a hand through his hair, smiling warmly. "I'm only here on a business trip, but I couldn't just hide and stand by." The bald hunter walks over and says, "We were really in a tight spot there. Thanks for the help, man." The young mage chimes in with admiration. "Whoa, your Japanese is amazing. And you're insanely strong too." Lucas looks at them curiously and asks, "By the way, what was that mana battery you guys were talking about just now? You've got me quite curious." The bald hunter waves his hand with a dismissive chuckle. "Oh, that? It's nothing special, really. He's just a low-rank hunter who can barely fight. The only skill he has is infinite mana regeneration. His only role is to serve as a walking mana battery for his teammates." Lucas steps closer, asking eagerly, "Where can I find this guy?" The bald hunter replies, "I used to run into him all the time, but it's been a while since I last saw him. So honestly, I have no idea where he is now. I just thought of him, and it slipped out." Hearing this, Lucas thinks to himself, "An infinite mana regeneration skill? I've never heard of such a skill before. Could he be?" Suddenly, a voice rings out, "Ah, we finally made it." This causes Lucas to look up. Standing atop a tall building, two figures have appeared. It's Go and Shinoda Makoto, staring down at the scene. Lucas instantly recognizes them, the Midas Guildmaster, Go, and the Great Power Guildmaster, Shinoda. Lucas can't help but feel a rush of excitement. It looks like he's about to witness something very interesting. A massive army of stone golems is on the move, with the largest one looming high above the rest. Looking down at the golems below, Makoto gasps, "Earth golems? No, there's no doubt about it. A dungeon break really happened at Mount Snow." He then turns to the man beside him and says, "They're the perfect match for you, aren't they, Guildmaster Takuchi? I'll back you up." Go grits his teeth in fury and curses, "Shirosaki, that damn dungeon maniac. What the hell is he doing in there?" With that, he leaps down, shouting back at Makoto, "Tell the chairman that my reward better be something from the association's S-Class vault." Instantly, Go activates his stone armor skill. Rock encases his body as he slams heavily onto the ground. The sheer force of his landing shatters the concrete, sending clouds of dust billowing into the air. Go's entire body has undergone a complete transformation, with a thick layer of rock covering him like a suit of unbreakable armor. A golem foolishly charges right at him, but Go looks at it with pure contempt. "We're both made of stone, but you and I are on completely different levels." He immediately charges into the crowd of monsters, smashing the golems to pieces one by one. Not a single one can withstand a single blow from him. The surrounding buildings shake violently from the sheer impact of his power. Amidst the shockwaves from the battle between the golem and Go, a hand on this side is channeling its power. As beams of light burst forth, Makoto Shinoda raises his arm to cast a spell. A multicolored magic circle quickly takes shape, spinning around him. Pointing his hand forward, the surge of magical power shoots out at the speed of light as commanded, whipping right past Go's head. Go mutters, that old geezer is planning to watch the show all by himself, huh? Guess his support only goes so far." The giant stone golem lets out a final, low roar and immediately charges at Go. It throws a high-speed punch straight at his face. Without a moment of hesitation, Go takes his stance, ready to strike back with his own fist. With a cocky smirk, Go declares, "If it's a test of pure strength, I'm definitely winning." He immediately activates his enhancement skill. Instantly, sharp spikes sprout all over his arm. The two fists, one massive and one small, violently clash. The immense force unleashes continuous shockwaves in all directions. Cracks rapidly spread up the golem's arm, traveling directly to its shoulder and across its entire body. Unable to withstand his sheer power, half of its body explodes into small stones. Falling along with the debris is the golem's shiny, red core. Go quickly snatches it. As the stone layer on his face fades away, a sinister grin appears. I'm not letting that old bastard have the last laugh. With those words, he ruthlessly crushes the core in his hand. A notification immediately pops up. The boss has been defeated. Dungeon clear. On his side, Makoto closes his eyes and sighs in relief. The hunters near Go are ecstatic, their morale soaring. They cheer and shout in celebration. Right then, a notification pops up on the Kanchung plus F skill card. Kanchung plus F. The target is not a Kanchung skill user. It turns out Lucas is the one who holds the Kanchung plus F skill card. He thinks to himself, oh, Japan's top hunter and the guildmaster of the Midas Guild. He shut down the monster breakout in just 10 minutes. Lucas feels a glimmer of hope. Although he's not a Kanchung user, he still managed to gather some useful information. He immediately jots it down in his notebook. Once finished, Lucas snaps the notebook shut. Now that I think about it, Kanchung plus Z must still be in the dungeon, right? I doubt she'd die in there. Little does he know, Sarah Arita, the user of the Kanchung plus Z ability, is already gravely injured. A massive hole has opened up in her abdomen. Rewinding to 20 minutes ago, a pack of vicious, snarling undead appears. With glowing red eyes in the dark, they pour out of the city gates in droves. Standing in front of the group, Takumi calmly looks at them and says, "A pack of vampires, huh?" Lifting his greatsword, he announces, "From here on out, we have absolutely zero intel. So, we're relying entirely on luck." But with a loud shout, he swings, unleashing a blazing red slash. This dungeon doesn't look like much of a challenge anyway. As the undead are struck by the sword's energy, they can only shriek as their bodies begin to disintegrate. The sword's power sweeps through the entire horde, wiping them out in an instant. A moment later, the thick smoke begins to clear. Revealing nothing but gray ash, the undead lie lifeless on the ground. A notification pops up. Dungeon cleared. System is teleporting to the boss room, heart of the giant golem. Hearing this, Takumi lets out a sinister smile. Everyone is fully prepared. Before long, the group is teleported in front of a massive stone door. Strange runes are engraved on the surface of the door. A masked man speaks up. "We've finally made it to the boss of this hidden dungeon." Takumi holds up a golden metal key. Time to see what this key is really worth. Without wasting a single movement, he inserts the key straight into the lock. The heavy, massive door slowly creaks open, and they file inside one by one. As soon as they enter, they are greeted by a row of colossal stone statues, their eyes glowing with an eerie, jade-green light. One of them can't help but blurt out, "What is this? There's nothing in here but a bunch of stone statues." Dragging his sword against the wall, the masked man asks, "Maybe we got here too early and the boss hasn't spawned yet?" Sarah, now drenched in sweat, lets out a soft, heavy breath. She thinks to herself, what absolute nonsense is he talking about? Ever since we stepped inside, I've felt an indescribable, suffocating pressure. This overwhelming pressure is crushing my body. She looks at the others and wonders, don't they feel it too? Is it because they're seasoned hunters and are just used to it? The masked man continues, "Yeah, that must be it. In that case, we just need to beat the boss and take the rewards." He is completely oblivious to the threat plummeting down from right above him. No sooner are the words out of his mouth than a massive stone hand slams him flat onto the ground. The stone floor shatters, throwing up a cloud of dust. As the hand lifts, blood drips endlessly from beneath it. The masked man lies there, completely motionless. It was the arm of one of the stone statues, and its eyes have now changed color. Deeply imprinted on the ground was its massive hand, right over the crushed body of that unlucky masked guy. Another masked guy watched in utter horror and screamed, "What the hell? Is that statue actually the boss? Wait, don't tell me the other statues are too?" Right on cue, the other statues quickly began to move, surrounding them in an instant. Sarah was utterly petrified. Her entire body trembled uncontrollably as she clamped her hand over her mouth, desperately trying not to make a sound. Miraculously, the masked man who had been crushed earlier was actually still alive. He was weakly coughing up a mouthful of blood. Seeing Sarah's terrified reaction, Takumi felt incredibly frustrated and thought to himself, what the hell is she doing? It's not like she hasn't seen people die right in front of her before. How many times has it been already? He then screamed at her, "Sarah, get a grip," before he takes his last breath. "Hurry up and heal him." Startled by his voice, she gasped in shock. With tears in her eyes, Sarah forced herself to calm down and rushed straight toward the barely breathing masked man. But the moment she pulled out her energy storage potion, streams of mana began leaking out of the bottle continuously. Holding the completely empty mana potion in her hands, Sarah stared at it in sheer disbelief. What? Is it empty? No. Is the mana leaking out? It feels like something is literally sucking the mana right out of both bottles. Panic gripped her heart. You've got to be kidding me. The seal on these mana potions shouldn't even be breakable by a top-tier mage. What is going on here? As she watched all the mana flowing in a single direction, Sarah broke into a cold sweat. She asked herself in sheer anxiety, where on earth is all of it going? One of the statues raised its massive sword, swinging it down at the group. One man, unable to escape in time, closed his eyes, ready to accept his grim fate. Another struggled to crawl away, screaming in terror for help. Meanwhile, Takumi was frantically swinging his sword in a frenzy. Seeing his men panic, he roared, "Don't wimp out now, fight back. No matter how big they are, they're still just golems." With those words, he swung his sword again, slashing the front of a statue. Shards of shattered stone exploded from its chest. Takumi then turned and barked at a high-ranking masked subordinate. "If you've got landmines, use them now." The man replied, "I already tried, sir, but neither my stealth skills nor the landmines are working." Suddenly, a massive shadow loomed over the masked man. A chill ran down his spine. Before he could react, the stone statue's sword slammed directly into him. Takumi leaped backward, cursing loudly. Damn it! But as he glanced in another direction, his eyes widened in sheer horror. One of his masked men was being held tightly in the fist of a giant statue. It squeezed him so hard that blood sprayed everywhere. It then tossed the lifeless corpse right in front of Takumi, leaving him utterly speechless. He gnashed his teeth in pure rage, growling, "Are you mocking me? If everyone dies here," Takumi snarled, his eyes burning with absolute fury, "all our plans will go down the drain. This is driving me insane." Looking incredibly small standing before the massive stone figures, he screamed, "You goddamn heaps of stone! Being that big is just going to make you an easier target." Raising his sword high, Takumi roared, "Kalesia, the dragon longsword, unleash your power." Suddenly, a red system notification popped up. User has insufficient mana to release the aura of Kalesia, the dragon longsword. Staring in disbelief, he yelled in sheer anger, "What? I'm already over level 300. How the hell do I not have enough mana?" But the statue was already swinging at him. All he could do was watch as the blow came down and curse. Damn it! The massive stone sword struck with terrifying force, slamming down onto the ground. Instantly, the earth split wide open as shattered rocks exploded into the air. Unaware of the chaos unfolding over there, Sarah climbed up the stone steps, following the trail of the draining mana. She finally reached the source and let out a sigh of relief. "I found it. All the mana is gathering right here." Before her stood a stone altar, and resting on top of it was something that was greedily absorbing all the mana from the surroundings. Reaching out of curiosity, Sarah wondered, "What on earth is this thing?" The moment Sarah touched the icebox, it immediately reacted and began to vibrate violently. A massive red stone suddenly materialized right before her eyes. Taken completely aback, she gasped, "No way. Is this the core of the giant golem? But why isn't it regenerating? Why is it absorbing mana instead?" Sensing an intruder, the core began to throb violently. Sensing imminent danger, Sarah broke out into a cold sweat. Oh no. Without a second thought, she turned and bolted away from the giant golem's core, but she was too late. It fired a devastating beam of crimson energy straight at her. The energy beam tore right through her side, sending a spray of blood into the air. She tumbled down the high stone steps, coughing up blood as she hit the ground. Meanwhile, one of the statues spotted Sarah lying helpless nearby. Raising its stone sword high with glowing red eyes, it swung down toward her with deadly intent. Suddenly, dark shadows surged out from Sarah's own shadow, and Takumi emerged just in time to block the statue's descending sword. The sheer weight of the sword pressed down on him so hard that Takumi couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. With one hand, he pulled out a small vial. A system notification popped up. Hunter Association Premium Healing Potion. Restores 80% of HP and MP upon use, and customizable damage resistance for the user. In an emergency, it can be applied to the affected area to preserve its state. Takumi immediately used it on the unconscious Sarah. Done with that, he dropped to his knees and hoisted Sarah onto his shoulder. A sudden notification popped up. The giant golem's heart has awakened and is initiating a battle with the dungeon boss. Takumi's jaw dropped. Huh? What on earth is that? Looking ahead, the stone door was slowly closing, filling him with dread. Damn it. The door is shutting. What? I have to use shadow teleportation to get out of here right now. Swirling plumes of black smoke kept pouring from Takumi's feet. A red notification flashed, warning that the user didn't have enough mana to cast shadow teleportation. He screamed in utter desperation. Are you freaking kidding me? Where did all my mana go? How is this even happening? Faced with this life or death situation, Takumi had to run there as fast as his legs could carry him. But by the time he got close, the door had almost completely shut. leaving only a tiny crack barely wide enough for a single person to squeeze through. His mind screamed in panic. Damn it! At this rate, neither of us is going to make it out alive. Ignoring his bleeding wounds, Takumi hoisted Sarah up, and with the absolute last of his strength, hurled her straight through the stone doorway. Sarah went flying right through the gap, tumbling and ending up sprawled out on the ground. Trembling all over, she struggled to sit up and rasped, "Why? Why did you do that?" Takumi looked back at her with a reassuring smile and said, "As long as you're still breathing, you can restore everything back to the way it was, right?" The door slammed shut right in front of her eyes. Behind him, a massive statue was already charging. Tears streamed down Sarah's face as she choked out a sob. "Are you an idiot? I'm not a hunter. I can't even absorb mana, so how the hell am I supposed to restore anything?" Sarah blacked out. In her subconscious, she blamed herself. "I should never have come here. If I end up dying in this place, what's going to happen to my parents?" Suddenly, she felt a subtle shift in her body, something incredibly warm. "Is this mana?" Sarah slowly opened her eyes to find Haruto standing over her. Still half conscious, she couldn't make out his face, only seeing a blurry silhouette. "Who is that?" Seeing her eyes flutter open, Haruto called out, "Hey, are you all right?" Sarah stared at him, thinking to herself, "Is this the guy who shared his mana with Hunter Nana?" Haruto was busy healing Sarah, making her feel as though her entire body was being flooded with fresh mana. "If I have this much mana..." Haruto focused on transferring the energy to her, saying, "With enough mana, you should be able to restore your own body, right?" Sarah was stunned that Haruto could read her mind. She thought, "How does he know about my skill?" Just then, an angry shout echoed nearby. "Are you freaking kidding me? We chased them all this way just to get here, and now we can't even open the damn door." Alice calmly walked over to the door and told the group, "As long as there's a hunter actively fighting inside, those of us on the outside have absolutely no way of opening this door. We could use a key to force it open, but I'm sure you haven't forgotten. There's only one key in existence." Masato, the guild leader of the Future Guild, spat out a curse in anger and snapped, "You've got to be kidding me. What a joke. If I had known, we would have beaten that resurrected mutant golem before even coming here." Speaking of which, he turned around, noticed Sarah, who was now awake, and asked, "Who's this? She looks like that high-level healer from the Blood Pressure Guild." Ares informed him she was gravely injured, but thanks to Hunter Haruto's mana, she has fully recovered. "Once we get back, we'll need to investigate further. I've already suppressed her using some hunter gear." Hearing that didn't calm Masato down one bit. In fact, he got even madder, snapping, "That's assuming we even get out of here alive. If we don't clear this dungeon, we'll be trapped in here forever, won't we?" Alice didn't want to make Masato any angrier, but she had to lay out the truth. Most likely, yes. Masato was so furious at this point he didn't even bother yelling anymore. He just stood in the corner, muttering to himself. So this is why so many people have gone missing in this dungeon. Seeing him like that, Haruto felt completely helpless. He listened but anxiously debated his options. What do I do now? Should I show them the key I created using my skill? His inventory showed 4 giant spider silks times 11, the Kalesia Dragon Greatsword, 4 King Bear Claws times 15, mutated Golem Cores times 11, and Heart Unlock Keys times 2. I guess I could just tell them I found it somewhere, right? He then pulled the key out of his inventory. At that moment, Ares walked over to the door, placing his hand on it to feel its energy. "This is the door my mother used to seal me. There's definitely something here." Suddenly, the door began to emit a strange green glow. Mysterious runes were carved onto it, and the very same patterns began to appear on Alice's cloak. Everyone watched in absolute shock. Haruto was the first to rush over to her, asking, "Alice, how did you open the door?" Alice replied, "This cloak originally belonged to my mother. It was probably designed to resonate with the door." Haruto was secretly thrilled upon hearing this. So Ares really is the key to entering this hidden dungeon. I'll have to investigate this multi-dimensional dungeon very carefully later on. Since Masato had arrived late, he had no idea what they were talking about. He stepped forward and asked, "What are you two whispering about?" Then, he added, "Looks like the door is about to open." All of a sudden, an unexpected surge of energy hits them, making everyone feel uneasy. Even the Snow Mountain Golem traveling with them can feel it. "Oh my god, what is this pressure in the room?" Nana steps forward to warn everyone. "Everyone, get into a defensive stance. Something inside is draining our mana." Haruto asks Sarah, who is standing nearby. "Sarah, is that the thing you were talking about earlier?" She anxiously replies, "Yeah, the giant golem's heart absorbs mana from everything around it, and then uses that mana to regenerate its own." Haruto is taken aback. "It absorbs mana? If that's the case, what should I do?" While he is lost in thought, Sarah grabs his hand and says anxiously, "We need to get out of here right now." No matter how high level a hunter is, without mana, they're in big trouble. Just then, Haruto notices something. Right in front of him is a group of giant beasts, and he exclaims, "What the hell are these giants anyway?" Before he can even process it, Nanis walks up to him and says, "Hunter Sano, can I get some mana?" Haruto then opens his inventory and thinks to himself, "All right." With determination, he says, "Let me show you what a human mana battery can do." Right then, the system starts up. Control-C is copying the user's mana. Control-V is pasting the copied mana times N. Control-V, limit break paste. The surrounding space is immediately flooded with mana. Witnessing this, Sarah's jaw drops. What is this? The entire dungeon is covered in mana. Even while it's being drained so rapidly, she looks at Haruto in absolute shock. This guy, Hunter Sano. If I combine my skills with his, maybe I can help my parents go back to normal. Running toward the beasts, Nanis says, "We've got plenty of mana. This is more than enough to take down those stone statues." With one swing of her blade, one of them is instantly sliced in half. Masato summons his power and says confidently, "As long as we have enough mana, you guys are nothing but useless piles of rock." He unleashes a mystic lightning spear strike, and the ground around the statues immediately collapses. Masato grins, "A whole bunch of them at once. Perfect. I've been so frustrated in this dungeon I was about to go crazy. Now I can take it out on you, useless rocks." Masato's power is so terrifying that it engulfs a massive area of the dungeon, shattering one stone statue after another. Someone shouts, "He's over here." Sarah looks around at the sound of the voice and spots an injured man leaning against a corner wall, still breathing. The man is wounded in the abdomen and has lost an arm. Standing at a distance, Sarah thinks, "If I use my skill now." When suddenly, she notices something unusual. The Kalesia dragon sword? Haruto has walked closer to the man, standing there in silence, staring at it for a moment. He picks up the sword and inspects it, thinking to himself, "Finally got it back. I knew it, the durability has been reset. This girl is definitely someone with a cursed skill. I'm going to copy that skill." He then looks over at Sarah, startling her. "But first, I need to test this out." With that, he touches Takumi's head. Control-C is copying the target's afterimage skill. Copy failed because the target's level is higher than the user. Haruto thinks, "I knew it. Even with the bonus levels from the Kalesia dragon sword, I'm still underleveled. The target harbors intense hostility toward you. In this situation, you have two options to acquire the skill. Option 1, eliminate the target and absorb the skill. Option 2, forcefully absorb the skill. This can only be done when the target's HP is below 15%. This option will render the target unable to use the skill. Haruto is caught off guard. What? If the target sees me as an enemy, I can just kill them to steal their skill? But wait, no matter how you look at it, his HP is already below 15%. So I can absorb it right now without having to kill him. Forceful absorption, huh? I'll definitely be using this move a lot in the future, if only for self-defense. Masato walks over to Sarah and asks, "You're a healer, right? Go heal him, but just enough so he doesn't die." Sarah activates her healing ability on Takumi. Masato stands there and says, "We have a lot of questions to ask, so it'll be a pain if he escapes." Sarah turns back to look at Haruto, who nods, signaling her to go ahead and heal him. Sarah then begins the healing process, and Takumi's severed arm instantly grows back. Haruto is stunned. His missing arm grew back instantly. This skill is easily on par with my body copying ability. Takumi finally wakes up. Sarah asks him, "Hey, what are you laughing at?" Takumi looks up at her and says, "See? Neither of us is dead yet." Seeing that Takumi is awake and still well enough to talk back like that, Sarah ignores him and walks away. He is then handcuffed by Nanis, who says, "You'd better not try anything funny. The one who let you live is Guildmaster Shirasaki, not me." But he doesn't care about her warning, already thinking of a witty comeback instead. "If we make it out of here alive, that's exactly what I should do anyway." Then he looks around and says, "This dungeon is just getting started." Saying that, Takumi prepares to run, but seeing this, Nanase unleashes a strike with her sword. Just then, Satoru appears out of nowhere, shouting, "Sis!" He is being chased by a beam of light from the stone on the gate. The Snow Mountain Golem appears, standing in front of the light to shield Satoru. Flashing back to 30 minutes ago at the multi-dimensional Drybone dungeon, Masato was using mysterious lightning to strike the stone statues inside. Shattered by the mysterious lightning, the stone statues break into pieces and crumble to the ground. The Snow Mountain Golem accompanying Satoru eagerly runs over to them. Satoru is surprised. "Do you want to eat the magic stones?" Seeing this, Masato turns around and says, "You can have them all. These rocks aren't worth a dime anyway." Hearing that, the Snow Mountain Golem rushes in and starts eating the magic stones one by one. At that moment, its body begins to transform. Snow Mountain Golem, level 2, 25%, capable of reaching level 10, with the ability to change its form flexibly. At level 2, it can share its senses with its user. Satoru is thrilled to see this, patting its head and saying, "Aw, little buddy, you leveled up." But as he touches the Snow Mountain Golem, stone suddenly transfers from its body onto Satoru's. He gasps in shock. "What is this, little buddy?" Back to the present, Satoru's body is also protected from the incoming attacks by the Snow Mountain Golem's armor. Witnessing this, Haruto's eyes go wide. Did that errand boy just fuse with Satoru? Did it really level up in such a short time? Masato thinks to himself, no matter how I look at it, this looks exactly like Guildmaster Midas's stone armor skill. So that's how a mutant golem core levels up? I'll have to look into this more closely once we get back. Masato conjures a protective barrier, shielding himself from the dungeon's attacks. Suddenly, a powerful blow grazes his shoulder, causing Masato to wince in discomfort. Alice, who is also defending, warns him, "Masato, Master of the Future Guild, watch out. These attacks are all made of pure mana, with highly concentrated mana and razor-sharp light beams. They can't be blocked by a magic shield." Nanase steps forward and tells everyone, "On the contrary, that's why the best way is to deflect them using physical attacks." She then uses her blade dance skill, and surprisingly, it actually manages to block the incoming attack. Haruto glances over at Satoru, thinking, it's just as Hunter Nanase said. Because the mana is so dense, we can actually use standard swords and shields to block the attacks. Meanwhile, Satoru is worried about the golem protecting him. "Little buddy, are you okay?" And that was how Satoru's little buddy successfully blocked the attack. Haruto still feels something is off, but if they just keep defending, they'll never be able to move forward. Since it can generate infinite mana, the giant golem's heart will be able to launch continuous attacks. We have to get close enough to destroy it, or else we're all going to die. I have to think of something. That's right, Shadow Shift. That guy from the Blood Tower Guild was able to use this skill even when completely wrapped in giant spider thread. With that in mind, Haruto activates Control 5, deploying the Giant King Spider Silk. He grins. Perfect. Now I can use my skills without worrying about anyone finding out. Control C, copying the Giant King Spider Silk while simultaneously activating Shadow Shift. A moment later, Haruto vanishes. Mo, standing behind, witnesses his sudden disappearance and asks in confusion, "He's gone?" By this time, Haruto has already made his way toward the source of the attacking energy. The closer he gets, the stronger the energy becomes, slowing his steps. Haruto finally reaches it and places his hand on it. Take this. Kuezia's resonance frequency poison skill should be enough to destroy this thing. Suddenly, he struggles to hold on, and a moment later, he is blasted backward. Unfortunately, Haruto is injured, and only then does he realize its true intent. It is gathering mana to self-destruct. Refusing to give up, Haruto charges forward again, yelling, "Who do you think I am? You brainless piece of junk. The mana you're absorbing was practically charity from me, you hear?" Then he uses Control V, deploying the Giant King's Spider Silk. The summoned Spider Silk tightly wraps around the energy pillar, stopping it from attacking the surroundings. Masato is stunned to see Haruto do this. The continuous attacks from the giant golem's heart stop, and Nanase is astonished. He actually stopped it. Mo and Ares are equally shocked. Satoru cheers excitedly. "Senior Haruto." Just when it seems like everything is fine, the energy suddenly breaks free from the Spider Silk. Haruto shouts, "Not enough." He activates Control V again, trying to bind it with the Giant King's Spider Silk once more. Haruto thinks to himself, just one more touch. His hard work pays off, and he manages to make contact. "I've got it." Control V, using Kueisha's resonance frequency poison skill to destroy the target. Haruto reaches deep into the energy core, causing it to crack. The system alerts, "You have leveled up." Its heart finally shatters completely. Standing nearby, Haruto has to shield his eyes from the blinding flash of the explosion. A screen pops up in front of Haruto, reading, "You have destroyed the giant golem's heart. The dungeon has been cleared." He smiles in relief. As he sat down, Haruto thought to himself, exactly as I expected. Right after that, a continuous stream of level-up notifications flooded in, completely freezing Haruto in shock. "Oh, sweet. I'm leveling up already. You have received a reward item." Haruto reached out and took the heart. It was the level 1 giant golem's heart, a skill that could regenerate infinite mana. The second skill can absorb mana up to a certain limit. This is a fixed item. Haruto held it in his hand, looking a bit disinterested and skeptical. Infinite mana regeneration? I don't really need this skill. Guess I'll just copy and paste it to be safe. Control C, leveled up. The skill will now automatically copy any items that can be copied. Hearing about this skill, He suddenly got excited. Ooh, auto-copying? That is absolutely awesome. Satoru ran over to Haruto, so emotional he wanted to hug him. As expected of Senior Haruto. You are the absolute best, Senior. Haruto blocked him and said, Whoa, no hugging. You're going to break my back. Just then, a voice called out as Hunter Sano Masato walked up to Haruto and said, It seems you somehow managed to get the giant golem's heart. Good job. He just sighed and told him, Can you drop the somehow part? Nanase also stepped in to correct Masato, saying, If you're going to praise someone, can you do it properly for once? You are so ridiculously petty. Hearing this, Masato was at a loss for words, only managing a reluctant grunt. Masato then said to Haruto in a serious tone, Hunter Sano, I'd like to have a serious talk with you once we get back. Haruto guessed his intentions and walked away. As he walked, he said, If you want the giant golem's heart, I can let you have it for a steep price. Surprised that he had read his mind, Masato asked, Are you really selling it to me? Nanase walked over to advise him, Hunter Sano, For something this important, maybe you should wait until we get back to discuss it with the association before making a decision. Seeing his sweet deal about to fall through, Masato angrily snapped at Hunter Nanase. Why are you trying to butt in on our beautiful friendship? Stop getting in the way. Nanas didn't back down, arguing back, How can I turn a blind eye to such a shady deal like this? Masato grew angry, yelling, What? What do you mean shady? Haruto didn't care about their bickering and just turned to leave. Just then, a voice called out, Hunter Sano, wait. Everyone had gathered around by now. Haruto held out the long spirit sword and said, Here is your mother's keepsake, Ares. I'm sorry for returning it so late. Ares looked at the sword and said, It's fine. Thank you for retrieving it, just as you promised. Mon then asked Haruto, By the way, didn't you just use a move similar to that guy, the guildmaster of the Blood Tower? Hearing this, Haruto felt a bit nervous. Masato chimed in, Now that you mention it, you teleported such a long distance in the blink of an eye. Haruto tried to stammer his way out of it. Ah, that was a skill from the giant Spider King's web. It leveled up, so now I can move super fast by shooting webs. Mon still looked a bit skeptical. Nanase cut off their speculation, saying, It's bad manners to pry into other people's skills. Let's head back. We also need to quickly investigate these two. At this time, Takumi and Sarah also had to go back with them for the investigation. Taking advantage of a moment when no one was looking, Takumi whispered to Sarah, Sarah, you still have to repay me for saving your life, don't you? Hurry up and reset the dungeon. Shocked by his proposal, Sarah gritted her teeth and angrily hissed, Are you insane? Fine, but this is the last time. Takumi gave Sarah a sinister look and said, Did you find a mana container that suits your taste? But if you suddenly forget our agreement, we're going to have a major problem. The bracelet of eternal suppression will never allow you to betray your teammates. With the oath of Adamas, as long as you're still wearing it, you'll never escape me. Remember, even your parents' lives are in my hands. Hearing this, tears rolled down Sarah's face as she raised her hand and stared at Takumi. He continued, So, reset it for me immediately. I risked my life to save you, so it's time to pay me back. The mana here is more than enough to make it happen. Just then, Haruto noticed Sarah's sudden action. Could that be? As Sarah touched the ground, Haruto sensed something was wrong, and shouted to warn everyone, Everyone, get out of the dungeon, now. It's about to reset. Ares gasped in shock. Resetting? If that happens, who knows what dimension we'll be thrown into? Haruto cursed under his breath. Damn it. He rushed toward Sarah to stop her, yelling, Why on earth are you doing this? Haruto quickly threw his arms around Sarah, holding her tight to prevent the tragedy from unfolding. But it was already too late. Layers of rock and earth, blending with the overwhelming raw power, were rapidly collapsing. Blinding flashes of intense light began to erupt continuously amidst the roaring gale. Everyone was swept away, completely helpless to resist. Yet, by some miracle, at the critical moment, they managed to form protective shields around themselves. Only then, as the space began to fracture and split apart, could they keep themselves safe from the surrounding danger. The shell of their shield drifted like an aimless object, wandering through a turbulent and stormy sky. Finally, they managed to escape the fractured space, preparing to completely reset everything inside. Seeing him still trapped in that chaotic mess, Satoru couldn't hide his anxiety and screamed, Senior Haruto! Unable to hide her shock, Nanase narrowed her eyes and asked, Is this the sky right above Tokyo? What on earth just happened? Hearing this, Alice replied in a flustered voice, I don't know either. But right now, there's something much more important. But before she could finish her sentence, a voice suddenly called out from behind, Nanase. Makoto had spotted his daughter standing right in the middle of this chaotic mess. Frowning, he demanded, Why are you here? Startled by his sudden appearance, she stammered, "Huh? Dad? Ah, no, I mean, Chairman Shinoda." His sudden arrival left Masato utterly stunned as he blurted out, "Where did Chairman Shinoda even come from?" Makoto replied with a cold, indifferent tone, "I should be the one asking that. Did you guys actually conquer that dungeon safely?" A flicker of surprise crossed his face, followed by a puzzling question. "But, is this everyone? Where are the rest of them?" Hearing this, his expression instantly darkened. He clenched his teeth in silence, completely at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Nanase stared anxiously back at the distorted rift, whispering under her breath, "Hunter Sano." At that very moment inside the dungeon, Takumi asked in a chilling voice, "What's the meaning of this? Why hasn't the dungeon reset yet?" Glancing at Haruto as he collapsed to the ground, she quickly made up an excuse. "He pushed me. That's why the reset process got cut off halfway." Instead of blaming her, he just smirked cunningly and replied, "Well, that works too. At least those other pests have been kicked out of here, and the barrier seems to be back in place." Taking a step forward, he laughed triumphantly and declared, "Once I get my hands on the giant golem's heart, everything will fall perfectly into place." Unable to contain his rage, Haruto screamed, "Shut your mouth." He quickly tried to deploy his giant spiderweb. However, the system flashed an error. Ctrl+C, Ctrl+V. Item cannot be found. Haruto felt a wave of dizziness wash over him upon hearing the alert. His eyes widened in sheer disbelief as he thought, "What? What do you mean? Not found?" Tears welled up in Sarah's eyes as she tried to deny reality. "No, that can't be. That means the thing being reset isn't the dungeon, but you." Haruto refused to believe it, scoffing inwardly. "Stop joking around. There's no way. My body hasn't changed a single bit." Still, Haruto needed to see the proof with his own eyes, so he decided to open his status window. Almost instantly, his information materialized before him. Haruto Sano, level 1. HP 15 out of 15. MP 20 out of 20. Class rank, level 1. Skill, rank, level 1. Base defense, level 15. Haruto couldn't believe his eyes as he dazedly thought, "Level 1? That means I've gone all the way back to how I was when I first awakened. But what about my skills?" Before he could process this, the system continued to flash alerts, displaying Ctrl+C, level 1. Ctrl+V, level 1. Seeing an unidentified available item listed in his inventory made him sink even deeper into despair. Could this get any worse? My skills have reverted completely to their pre-upgrade state. Then, another notification popped up. An unidentified item is currently available. This only threw Haruto into greater confusion. Huh? What on earth is this? But in that split second of distraction, a spray of blood suddenly splattered across the floor. Seizing the opportunity while Haruto was dazed and drowning in despair, Takumi struck without mercy, sending a wave of agonizing pain through Haruto as he collapsed. Seeing his state, Takumi burst into a sadistic laugh. "Look at that pathetic, utterly confused face of yours," he sneered. "Your level has definitely been reset. How? Perfect. Now run along and meet your maker." In this life-or-death crisis, Haruto desperately tried to calm his racing thoughts. "Calm down. Focus. That cursed skill is still active, and that unidentified item in my inventory, if it's the me from before I got cursed, then playing weak to catch him off guard is my best bet." But just then, something completely unexpected happened. The deafening screech of clashing swords echoed through the air. Mozan, the very man, whom Haruto thought had already escaped, leaped in just in time to block the lethal blow. Seeing his sudden intervention, Takumi grew even more wildly derisive. Well, aren't you that pathetic, low-ranking trash from the International Hunters Association still lingering around?" In utter shock, Haruto cried out, "Mozan! Why are you still here?" But Mozan's face was resolute. Steely and determined to protect him at all costs, he pleaded, "Hunter Sano, run. Leave this guy to me. All you need to do is get out of here right now." But for someone as fiercely loyal as Haruto, leaving him behind was out of the question. Without hesitation, Haruto flatly refused. "I can't just leave you." Witnessing this touching display of loyalty and brotherhood only made Takumi sneer with cold, mocking disdain. "You insolent fools." But hearing Mozan's words, Takumi suddenly felt insulted. "Are you looking down on me?" he spat. "There's an absolute gap between our levels." With that, he unleashed a crushing wave of pressure directly onto him. Takumi growled, sizing him up. "You, someone who doesn't even have the right to face me. What can you possibly do?" But as much as he hated to admit it, this guy's power was simply overwhelming. It made it impossible for Mo to hold his ground any longer, and the sword in his hand snapped in half. Taking another slash, Mo suddenly lost all his strength. He was sent flying backward by his opponent, utterly unable to defend himself. Yet Takumi had absolutely no intention of letting him off. He immediately lunged forward, barking viciously. "Impressive. I've been meaning to kick you guys out of the International Hunter Association anyway." Mo's face drained of color as panic set in. "Too fast, I can't dodge it," he thought. If he took this blow, he would definitely be finished. But Haruto, throwing caution to the wind, rushed in to take the hit for him. Under that fatal strike, he could no longer stand and collapsed into a pool of his own fresh blood. Mo stared at him in blank horror, utterly speechless. "Why? Why would you do that?" Haruto could only wheeze out. "He's my prey. I don't need your help. So get out of here, quickly." But Takumi swung his sword down once more, his voice dripping with malice. "You talk too much. Just die." Watching this unfold right before his eyes, Mo collapsed to his knees in horror, forced to watch Sano Haruto get slashed to death. He was so brutal that he left the boy's body utterly mangled, forcing Sarah to cover her mouth in absolute terror as she sobbed uncontrollably. In the end, Takumi had gotten exactly what he wanted. Clutching the heart in his hand, he spoke with smug satisfaction. "Just as I thought, once that guy is reset, all the items he has will return to their original locations." Then, his sinister gaze swept over her as he said with twisted excitement, "Sarah, now I'm the only one you have left to rely on, right?" Seeing Sarah trembling in fear under his gaze, he simply mocked her. "Don't make that face. After all, he ended up like this because of the reset skill you gave him. I bet he'll be incredibly grateful to me in his next life, like, thank you so much for ending my misery," because he had lost everything. But the moment his words left his mouth, a familiar voice suddenly rang out, followed by a swift slash to his flesh. "That's right, thanks for killing me." Takumi clutched his wrist in agonizing shock, his mind unable to grasp what was happening. The excruciating pain radiating from his wrist brought him to his knees, making him drop his sword and shriek in agony. Stepping calmly out of the light, Haruto smirked coldly. "As if I'd ever show you mercy." Sarah, who was still choking back her tears, was so stunned by his sudden appearance that she forgot to cry. Meanwhile, Mo's jaw dropped, staring in sheer terror as if he had seen a ghost. Takumi panicked, turning around in horror to demand, "What? What is this? I literally just sliced you to pieces with my own hands." Then, he scrambled to pick up his sword, his mind in complete disarray. What kind of skill is this? Throwing all caution to the wind, he charged at him like a madman, screaming, "You bastard! What the hell are you?" But Haruto was a step ahead, immediately casting his rank 5 gacha to deploy the giant king spider thread. Even at this point, Takumi's arrogance still knew no bounds, shouting arrogantly, "You idiot, did you forget? Shadow Shift." But to his utter shock, Shadow Shift, the skill had already been transferred and was completely unusable. Takumi's face turned pale as he realized this, and he screamed in disbelief. "What? Damn it! Sarah, reset the dungeon again, now." But unlike before, Sarah firmly refused his demand. She was not going to do it. Tightly bound by the spider threads, Takumi still screamed curses at her. "You miserable little rat. Did you forget the Adamas Pact? If you don't want to die, do it now." Tears streamed down her face once more as she helplessly obeyed his order. Haruto's eyes narrowed as he thought, I was wondering why she would take orders from trash like him. But as he looked closer, he finally understood. It was because of that bracelet. Without saying a word, Haruto burst forward, charging straight toward her. Sarah froze in shock as he suddenly materialized right in front of her. Without a word, Haruto grabbed the bracelet on her wrist to stop her. At the same time, he activated his rank C gacha, unleashing Korya's resonance frequency venom skill. Within a split second, the bracelet shattered into pieces. Sarah's tears continued to fall, her eyes turning vacant and hollow. Furious that his plans were ruined, Takumi screamed like a lunatic. "Stop it, you bastard! I'll kill you! Shadow Shift!" He kept screaming in vain, cursing, "Damn it! Why can't I use my skill?" In stark contrast to his panic, Haruto simply replied with absolute calm. "You see." Then, tightening his grip on his sword, he looked down at him cold-bloodedly, "Because the skill you had now belongs to me. And there is no next time." With that, Haruto ruthlessly sent him to his final resting place. It was the exact end that he deserved. The wicked Takumi finally faced swift retribution for everything he had done. Haruto, his expression growing even colder, stepped toward the golem heart. He slowly held it in his hands, his heart heavy with frustration as he asked, "Did this thing really cause the dungeon break?" Sarah also subconsciously stared, forgetting to cry as she heard the words, "Just how many lives did you take?" Hearing this, Mo also froze in a daze, completely at a loss for what to do. but Haruto merely used Control-C once again, reading Kueisha's resonance frequency. Then, he coldly questioned, "Someone like you doesn't deserve to own this," before crushing it to pieces right in front of everyone. Along with the system notification, "You have destroyed the hidden dungeon's reward item." Then, it suddenly congratulated him. "You have acquired a unique item." Haruto stared at the diamond in his hand, looking completely bewildered. At that moment, a system notification popped up. "The Golem Snowy Mountain hidden dungeon has been cleared." The massive gates slowly creaked open, and the people waiting outside immediately peeked in to see what was happening. "Whoa, the gate is open. Does that mean someone already cleared the dungeon?" They streamed inside, scattering to search. "What is this? Is anyone there?" One hunter quickly spotted Haruto and called out, "Ah, Hunter Haruto, Sano." Hearing his name, he turned to look at them. The hunter approached him and asked, "Aren't guild leader Shirasaki and Hunter Nanas with you?" Haruto replied, "We got separated during the fight, but don't worry. They're probably together." Hearing this, they were instantly shocked. "Wait, Hunter Sano, did you clear the dungeon all by yourself?" As they spoke, they glanced to the side, where a man completely covered in bandages lay motionless on the ground. The surrounding hunters knelt down here and there to examine him. Haruto smiled at everyone and said, "Now that I've cleared the dungeon, let's head back home." The next day, at the Japan Hunter Association, Masato and Haruto sat there, stiff as boards. Everyone in the room was actively discussing the situation, and Nanas was also participating in the meeting. She kept her eyes closed to focus, remaining unbothered amidst the chaotic meeting. Guild leader Makoto Shinoda stroked his chin, lost in thought. Once a dungeon like that is cleared, other dimensions will also be affected. Guild leader Gao, who had been silent, let out a sigh and spoke up. "So that's it. That explains why the break happened." Tokugawa chimed in. "Right now, the most critical issue is that the seal set by Hunter Nishihara has been broken. A dimensional dungeon. And it's even a sign of the great disaster from 15 years ago." Hearing this, the man sitting next to Nana suddenly spoke up in protest. "Chairman, isn't it a bit too hasty to make an announcement right now?" The person next to him agreed. "Exactly. After all, the dungeon only just collapsed." However, someone else seemed to disagree, mockingly saying, "You said the exact same thing last time." Provoked, the man angrily shot back. "What did you say? How dare you?" Listening to them was exhausting, and Nanas let out a heavy sigh. Then, she slammed her hand onto the table in frustration, instantly silencing the entire meeting room. "Excuse me everyone, but I have to leave first," she said. "We need to consult with the Blood Tower Guild as soon as possible. A multi-dimensional dungeon is not a problem that can be solved overnight." Seeing her react this way, Gao slammed his fist on the table, glaring as he shouted, "How arrogant! Are you saying you're the only one working hard, while the rest of us are just sitting here twiddling our thumbs? We've been busy handling the dungeon break too, you know." Seeing the tension escalate, Masato quickly intervened. "Calm down, everyone. Who could have predicted what would happen? I also heard that guild leaders Takichi and Shinoda put a lot of effort into handling the incident." Hearing this, Gao turned around and walked over, his eyes locked on Haruto. He leaned down close to him, taunting, "So, you're the star of the dungeon clear, huh? If you were really that skilled, there's no way I wouldn't have heard of you. So, who exactly are you?" Haruto had expected something much worse. He let out a sigh of relief and replied calmly, "I'm just a hunter." Gao, seeing the boy's calm demeanor, felt completely disrespected. "You know who I am, yet you're still acting this casual?" Haruto pulled back his chair and stood up. "And what do you plan to do about it?" Seeing a mere kid dare to stand up to face him head-on, he looked slightly taken aback. Haruto said nonchalantly, "Not only did we clear the dungeon with minimal casualties, but we also uncovered a dangerous multi-dimensional dungeon. I thought an achievement like that deserved praise. I never expected to face criticism instead. Isn't that right, Guildmaster of Midas, Takashi Gao?" Furious, veins popping on his forehead, Gao raised his arm, which was encased in stone armor, threatening him. "You sure talk big. You know my background and you still dare to look at me like that?" Masato, realizing things were getting out of hand, immediately stood up. Those nearby caught sight of Gao's arm and instinctively took a few steps back. "Hey, are you seriously going to use your stone armor in here?" Gao completely ignored everyone, arrogantly flaunting his power. Suddenly, a voice called out to him in a low, stern tone, "Guild leader Takeuchi." Gao glanced over at them. Tokugawa clasped his hands, glaring at him with murderous intent. "If you pull another stunt like last time, there won't be any reward for completing this mission." The moment he heard there would be no reward, he immediately deactivated his power, letting his face return to normal. Then, he stormed out the door right in front of everyone, grumbling in annoyance. I'm only doing this for the reward." Haruto had just overheard some pretty interesting details. He wondered, "Stone armor, huh? I wonder if I can copy that skill." Meanwhile, At the Hunter Association president's office, their group was called in for a meeting. Tokuo cheerfully asked, "Hunter Sano, right? Which organization do you belong to?" Haruto scratched his head and replied honestly, "I used to be a member of the Almighty Guild, but due to some personal reasons, I recently withdrew." Nana was a bit surprised to hear that. He was with the Almighty Guild? Hearing this, Tokuo cheerfully praised him. It is usually very difficult for solo hunters without a guild to level up, yet you managed to conquer such a high-level hidden dungeon. That is truly remarkable. On behalf of the entire association, I would like to express my gratitude for your dedication, Mr. Sano. Suddenly receiving such high praise, Haruto felt a bit out of his element, replying, "Thank you, sir." He thought to himself, "Wait, does the president already know who I am?" Tokuo added, "I would also like to thank the 2 members of the International Hunter Association." "Have you 2 made any plans yet?" Ares cheerfully replied, "Well, we are currently getting ready to return to our organization to file a report." Before she could even finish, Mo, who was standing beside her, spoke up, "I think I will stay here for a while." With that, he looked back up at the president, "And I am resigning from the International Hunter Association." That evening at Haruto's house, while Ares and Satoru were happily playing around, Nana, Mo, and Masato sat together on the same sofa, making the atmosphere rather awkward. Haruto helplessly watched the crowd of people barging into his home. "Hey, this is my house. What are you all doing here in the middle of the night?" Mo indifferently replied, "Since I resigned from the International Hunter Association, I have nowhere else to go. I will be in your care." Ares was still extremely unhappy with his decision. "Mo, why did you suddenly decide to do this?" He sighed and shook his head. "Ares, I'm sorry, but I cannot tell you just yet." Holding the mini golem, Satoru grinned happily. "And as for me and my little minion, of course we have to stay with Senior Haruto." The squeezed golem squeaked repeatedly. Nana cleared her throat with a light cough and explained, "I only came to pass along a request from Sarah." She shot him a glare, as if to say, "Don't you dare lump me in with them." Haruto suddenly remembered something and asked, "Speaking of which, where are those 2 right now?" Nana calmly explained, "Since Sarah refused to use her skill to heal Kurosaki, he is currently admitted and receiving treatment at the hospital. Once he regains consciousness, he will be transferred to a detention cell for interrogation. As for Sarah, she is still being held in the association's interrogation room. Up until now, she has remained completely silent and refused to answer any questions. Her only request is to see you, Hunter Sano." Haruto fell silent for a long moment, lost in thought. Seeing his reaction, Nana confirmed her suspicions. "I knew it. He clearly has some connection to them." Nana stroked her chin in thought and suddenly remembered. "Also, Sarah is actually a member of that famous girl group, Eve." Satoru sat up curiously upon hearing that. "Ah, no wonder she looks so familiar." Haruto pondered for a long while before finally speaking up. "I think she was probably forced to sign a contract, and her abilities were exploited. I destroyed the contract collar she was wearing, so she shouldn't have anything to do with Kurosaki anymore. I will drop by the association to meet her later." With that, he turned to the only person who had been silent the entire time and asked, "Guildmaster Shirasaki, why are you here too?" The moment Masato heard his name, he broke into a cold sweat and went dead silent. He paused, trying to look serious. "There is only one reason why I am in this cramped room." Standing next to him, Mo looked at him suspiciously. "Is it because of the giant golem's heart?" If so, Hunter Sano crushed it back in the dungeon. Upon hearing this, everyone in the room jumped up in absolute shock, staring intensely at him. "What?" An angry Masato lunged forward, grabbing his collar and shouting, "Are you out of your mind? You destroyed such a super rare item?" Sweating bullets in fear, Haruto tried to clear his name. "Hey, wait a minute." With that, he pulled out a red crystal heart and presented it right in front of him. The moment Masato saw it, his eyes immediately lit up. "Ooh." Haruto scratched his head and sheepishly explained, "The one I destroyed in the dungeon was just a fake." In his mind, he rationalized that since he destroyed the copy he made, it technically counted as a fake. This time, it was Mo's turn to be utterly dumbfounded, even a little terrified. The one in the dungeon was a fake? That is impossible. If so, how did the dungeon clear register? If not, then what actually happened? Just as he thought, this guy was truly terrifying. Masato stood up, going into full negotiation mode. 5 billion. You said you would sell it to me, right? 5 billion. It's a deal. Haruto gasped in shock. 5 billion? Nana calmly explained to him. Hunter Sano, don't be so shocked. This item is worth way more than 5 billion. At the very least, the association would pay you 8 billion. Just then, Satoru slung an arm around his neck, pointing at his phone. Senior Haruto, look at this. At auctions, rare items like this start at 10 billion. Watching the two of them whisper excitedly to each other, Nanase and Masato both let out a weary sigh. How can they be so embarrassing? Masato gritted his teeth in anger, thinking to himself in frustration, why did I even bother coming all this way? Besides, they promised to give me priority in the trade. Seeing him remain silent, he couldn't hold back his patience any longer and threw out an astronomical price. Damn it! How about 20 billion? Haruto was startled for the second time. 20 billion. Masato was about to explode with rage, and he yelled at the top of his lungs. Is that still not enough? Name your price then. Once everything was settled and he was finally alone in the living room, Haruto leaned back on the sofa, smiling with delight. I can't believe he actually spent 20 billion to buy it. At that thought, a sneaky idea popped into his head. So, what if he took that copied and duplicated giant golem heart and sneaked it out to sell at some overseas auctions? The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. He quickly grabbed his phone and started searching. Imagining the possibilities, he couldn't help but cheer. I'm going to be filthy rich. Haruto was so thrilled that he rolled around on his bed in pure joy. And best of all, after this, I've finally reached level 300. Suddenly remembering the diamond he had obtained, Haruto sat straight up. Oh, right. I was so caught up in the money that I forgot to sell that item. He held up the sparkling diamond to inspect it. Just then, the system screen popped up with some information. This item is currently sealed. Release the seal by channeling mana into it. Haruto smiled as soon as he read the description. Channeling mana? That's a piece of cake. The moment he funneled his mana into the diamond, it instantly burst into a brilliant glow, shining as bright as the sun. Then, it flattened into a golden triangle with the Roman numeral 5 right in the middle. The system then displayed another notification. Collecting all the dimensional fragments will forge a dimensional key, allowing you to set foot in any dimension. Dimensional fragments have the ability to attract other fragments. The rank and number of dimensions that can be opened depend on the level of the dimensional key. Haruto stared at the triangle in confusion. A dimensional fragment? And collecting all of them will create a dimensional key. There were 5 fragments in total, and he only had 1, meaning he was still missing 4. Wait, why wasn't this item duplicated automatically? As soon as he tried using Ctrl-C and Ctrl-V, the system flashed a warning that it was unavailable for this item. The more Haruto thought about it, the more annoyed he got. Frustrated, he muttered, I can't even copy it? Does that mean I have to hunt down every single one myself? What a pain. Damn it, having a skill but not being able to use it is so irritating. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. He looked up and said, Come in. Mo opened the door and calmly spoke. Hunter Sano, there are a few things I'd like to confirm with you. Seeing him, Haruto was surprised and asked, Mo, aren't you asleep yet? But he didn't answer. Noticing something off about his expression, Haruto immediately went on high alert. Sure enough, a second later, Mo drew his sword, catching him completely off guard. Haruto jumped to his feet and yelled, Mo, what is the meaning of this? But he didn't seem to care about his words at all, decisively thrusting his sword forward. There was a hint of danger in his eyes, mixed with a shred of suspicion. The blade pierced Haruto's chest, making him scream in agony as blood splattered everywhere. Cut to 15 years ago in Europe. During the Great Calamity, the streets everywhere were being attacked by dragons, specifically a drake around level 500. Although they were considered low-ranking among the dragon race, their combat capabilities were on par with higher-tier dragons. After fighting it for a while, the hunters scrambled to distance themselves from the flames spewing from its mouth, while shouting to one another, This dragon is fire attributed. Let's hit it with some ice attacks first. Got it. Once they were on the same page, they turned back to take it down. They launched freezing spells, but the dragon's power was so immense that the ice melted the instant it touched its body. Some hunters were even blown away by its giant wings. Watching this unfold, they yelled in panic, It doesn't have a single scratch. I can't believe an S-rank monster suddenly showed up out of nowhere. We can't handle this on our own. Right then, the dragon unleashed another blast of fire, and some unfortunate hunters nearby were instantly incinerated. Agonizing screams echoed from all directions. At that moment, from the top of a building, 2 people stood watching the horrific scene. One of them turned to run, shouting to the other, Hurry, run! We are no match for this thing. The world suddenly descended into hell with the appearance of countless monsters. And I, a newly awakened hunter, was already prepared to die. Mo stood frozen in place, yet he still held his ground in a combat stance. The dragon's fire grew even fiercer, surging right up to where he stood. Resigned to his fate, Mo closed his eyes, when suddenly, a voice called out, Are you all right, rookie? Mo opened his eyes in disbelief, fully expecting that he was a goner. Standing before him was an incredibly fierce hunter, fully equipped with armor and weapons to destroy any threat. Mo suddenly realized that this man was the world's top-ranking hunter, Frederick Hill. He was saved. The Drake, which had just been spewing fire, was now impaled by a massive spear. That critical hit made it cough up blood, splattering it right near Mo, who jumped back in alarm. By now, Jack had spotted Mo and was about to attack him. It let out a furious roar. Soon after, lumps began bulging all over its body, looking ready to burst. A moment later, Jack's body actually exploded. The blast was so massive that even the hunters standing far away felt the shockwave. Frederick just stood there calmly, with a faint smile on his face. Mo watched the whole thing, his jaw dropping in awe. Frederick was absolutely incredible. He looked around, but there was no one in sight. He was stunned just a second ago. The man had been right there, and now he was completely gone. What on earth is going on? Suddenly, a woman approached from behind Mo and said, "Frederick, didn't I clearly warn you not to use that word in front of outsiders?" Startled, Mo spun around to look at her. He thought to himself, where did she come from? Was she the one who just protected me from the explosion? As it turned out, the woman had shielded Mo from the shockwave using a protective dome. Frederick finally showed himself and said, "It was an emergency, dear. That was the fastest way to handle it. There really wasn't any other choice." The woman walked over to Frederick, checking him over for any injuries. Without blaming him, she said, "Fair enough. That thing was practically on par with a high-level dragon. If we had left it alone, this entire country would have been laid to waste." At that, Frederick turned to Mo. "Will you keep what you just saw a secret, rookie?" Mo flinched, quickly replying, "Of course." Just then, several hunters came over to inspect the giant centipede. Stunned by how its body was torn into pieces, they gasped, "This is insane! Who could have possibly defeated this centipede? And to rip it to shreds like this?" Mo's group was standing on the other side, hidden by the centipede's head, so the other hunters couldn't see them. Frederick turned to the woman beside him and said, "It's time for us to head out, don't you think?" "Yes, let's." Mo finally gathered his composure, stepped forward, and introduced himself. "I'm a newly awakened hunter. My name is Mo, from the Mo clan. Please remember my name." Frederick smiled at this and replied, "I won't forget you, Mo." Hearing those words, Mo was absolutely thrilled. Frederick Hill, the top hunter and the wielder of the death transference skill. Back then, I never could have imagined that I'd encounter that exact same skill again after his disappearance. Back in the present, Mo wanted to test his theory. "It's reckless, but I have to see it again with my own eyes. Please, if my guess is right, then." Suddenly, Mo gasped in shock. Out of nowhere, Haruto had appeared behind him, resting a sword against his neck as he demanded, "Mo, what is the meaning of this?" Instead of panicking, Mo simply sighed with a faint smile, thinking, "I knew it. Hunter Sano really does possess the same skill as Frederick." He then spoke up, "I'm sorry, but I desperately wanted to see that skill again, no matter the cost." Haruto snapped at him. "So your genius plan was to randomly try and skewer me with a sword?" Before Mo could answer, a voice suddenly cut in, "Senior Haruto." Satoru stood trembling by the doorway. With a pale face, he pointed at the two of them and stammered, What just happened?" Seeing him there, Haruto pinched the bridge of his nose and sighed. "Good grief, why are you still here? This is getting complicated." Scene change. A moment later, Mo was bowing his head repeatedly, non-stop. He pleaded, "I'm sorry, Haruto. I am truly, deeply sorry." Haruto, completely exasperated, muttered, "I told you, that's enough. And seriously, who on earth taught you how to do a dogeza?" For context, dogeza is a Japanese custom where both the person apologizing and the person of higher standing kneel on the floor. The one apologizing then prostrates themselves, bowing their head to the ground to beg for forgiveness for a mistake or wrongdoing, or to make a desperate request. Seeing how angry he was, Eri spoke up. "That would be me. I heard that when Easterners commit a grave mistake, they perform this gesture to show deep remorse." Haruto turned his frustration onto her, snapping, "Do you honestly think trying to kill someone can just be brushed off with an apology?" Mo, still on the floor, begged for his forgiveness. "I promised to make it up to you by taking your side," Haruto yelled in sheer frustration. "That is not for you to decide." Satoru cut into their bickering and asked, "So, does that mean Senior Haruto really has a resurrection skill just like Frederick's?" Haruto gritted his teeth in irritation. "Who said you could just go naming my skills?" Hearing this, Matsudaira's eyes lit up with excitement. "That is some next-level kung fu. I can't believe you can literally come back to life after dying. No wonder you're so insanely strong." Knowing there was no way to explain it to them, Haruto could only sigh inwardly. He thought, whatever, maybe it's better if they just keep misunderstanding. Then, remembering something, he looked at everyone and asked, "By the way, hasn't Ares gone home yet either?" Ares remained silent. She then pulled out a triangular metal object and said, "That's because I have something to tell you." Haruto gasped in surprise at the sight of it. "Is that?" Scene change. Everyone was now seated, and Haruto asked Ares, "Did your dimensional shard suddenly resonate?" Ares replied, "Yes. I followed its signal back here. It's quite surprising. Really, my dimensional shard is number 1, while Sano's is number 5. How did you get your hands on it?" Haruto explained. "It was when I destroyed the golem's heart. That giant thing is a special reward item." Hearing this, Ares was also surprised. "I see, so it's a unique item. This thing is definitely worth studying." She then shared the origin of her own dimensional shard, saying, "The dimensional shard in my hand right now is one of my mother's personal belongings. According to the records she left behind, these shards resonate and attract one another, and that was just proven right now." Hearing that, Haruto thought to himself, "Does this mean finding the other dimensional shards will be easier from now on?" Suddenly, Satoru sat up, looked forward at the dimensional shard, and wondered, "By the way, what exactly does this thing do?" Ares explained it to him. "If we collect enough shards, we can forge a key to open the interdimensional gate." Hearing this, Haruto jumped up in shock and asked, "Can it really open an interdimensional portal, just like the interdimensional dungeon we discovered?" Contrasting his shock, Ares simply replied calmly, "Yes," she explained. "If an interdimensional dungeon like the hidden one in Golem's snowy mountain exists, then once we gather all the dimensional shards and complete the key, opening a portal to travel between different dimensions is completely possible." Hearing her words, Haruto figured out Ares' true motive. "So you didn't just come to Japan to search for your mother, but also to look for information on the dimensional shards?" Ares didn't deny it but confirmed immediately, "That's right. Both my father and mother believed they were still alive in another dimension." Satoru sat beside her and comforted her. "I think so too. I refuse to believe those two would just perish so easily." Satoru pointed out an odd detail and speculated, "If that's the case, why haven't they returned yet? Maybe they don't have the interdimensional key. Or maybe the portal only opens one way." Golem let out a cry. Ares voiced her own theory, "That's possible. Or maybe they have some reason they can't come back yet." Hearing this, Haruto pondered, "A reason to stay? What could that reason be? Could it be something even more threatening than the previous cataclysm?" Ares then said to everyone, "Either way, as long as we have the interdimensional key, we'll be able to close these interdimensional dungeons and prevent future disasters." Satoru looked at the dimensional shard with curiosity and wondered, "But how do we turn this thing into a key?" Right then, Golem suddenly used its finger to push the two dimensional shards together. A blinding light burst from the two shards, startling everyone as they shielded their eyes and stepped back. Satoru trembled as he hugged Golem, crying out, "What on earth? I thought I was a goner." Just then, everyone noticed the key on the table. Surprisingly, the pieces had fused together. Ares picked it up and said, "Incredible. I thought we had to collect every single piece and manually forge them into a key, but it seems they automatically fuse on their own. Now, I'm absolutely certain." Haruto then heard a sound. The resonance was even louder than before. These dimensional shards attract one another, and the louder the sound, the stronger the pull. But we must be careful when resonating with the remaining shards. It seems whoever holds a dimensional shard is no ordinary person. Meanwhile, in another location, a man was holding a dimensional shard, grinning nefariously as he muttered, "It looks like I can finally go home." By this time, night had fallen at the European headquarters of the Starfield Guild. A voice called out, "Miso, what are you smirking at? It looks like those fools from the Blood Tower Guild screwed up their mission." Miso gasped, turning to see Lord Michael behind her. She quickly knelt respectfully on the ground and reported, "My lord, you have finally received the reward from the replacement S-rank dungeon. My congratulations. You are now one step closer to becoming a transcendent being." Michael didn't care much for her congratulations, and simply stated his current condition. "Right now, I can only move short distances. After all, it can only be upgraded once I obtain the power from a C-rank dungeon skill." Miso stood up, approached Michael, and reassured him, "That will happen soon, my lord." Hearing her bold words, Michael questioned, "What makes you so confident?" Miso shared what she had discovered about the shard. The dimensional shards have begun to resonate and merge. Two shards have already fused together. The one in our hands will point us directly to the others. Seeing how thoroughly she had researched everything, Michael asked suspiciously, "Are you saying all 5 shards have found their owners? It seems you'll be going home soon then." Miso didn't try to hide it and replied, "Yes." Michael continued, "Doesn't your home dimension have its own key?" Miso denied it and explained the situation. "No, actually, there was one. However, currently, the portal can only be opened from one side. 15 years ago, it was all because of that wretched mage, Tomoka Nishihara. Every portal connecting to Earth was sealed. Meanwhile, the dimensional key on Earth. The Earth has once again been split into 5 fragments, sealed and scattered across various locations. Michael deduced. As long as we collect those fragments and unlock them, the dimensional gate will open once more. Miso confirmed he was correct and continued outlining her plan. First, we will travel to my home world, and there we will open the gate leading to the sacred tree, Izaso. In that place, there is something similar to your Control-C skill gift. If you absorb it, you'll be able to upgrade your other skills. Michael was intrigued but remained wary, asking, "Sounds promising, but is that thing really like Control-C? When you first saw my skill, you were clearly astounded." Realizing he had seen right through her scheme, Miso grew flustered. "Well, about that." Michael angrily marched up to Miso and demanded, "Did you seriously think I wouldn't see through your little calculations? That world is your homeland, the Elf Realm. The sacred tree there was corrupted hundreds of years ago, and is now known as the Dark Izaso. To make their world a better place, that tree is now on the brink of extinction. During the Great Catastrophe 15 years ago, when the path between Earth and the Elf Realm first opened, you elves tried to dump all that toxic corruption onto Earth, only to fail because Tomoka Nishihara stopped you. What are you actually trying to do? Do you elves still want to continue that failed plan and link Earth's dimension with yours? And you're just using me to make it happen, aren't you?" With her entire plan exposed under Michael's intense interrogation, Miso stood speechless. Michael then added, "But honestly, I don't give a damn." Stunned, Miso looked up and stammered, "What?" Michael finally revealed his own agenda. "I'm only using you to open as many multi-dimensional dungeons as possible, so I can absorb more skills and match that supreme power. Whatever happens to this world is none of my business. From now on, I will take matters into my own hands." Seeing him about to leave, Miso stood up and pleaded, "You can't go right now, Master Michael. You are the leader of the multinational guild, Starfield. If you leave without a proper reason, it might attract unwanted attention and put people on guard. I anticipated this, which is why I ordered Lucas to execute Plan B. Once everything is set, we'll have the perfect justification for you to make a personal appearance." Meanwhile, in Japan's high-level Deadwood dungeon, a level 90 gnome is waiting a monstrous hybrid of an elf and a wolf. Although they have low individual combat power, they are extremely cunning and hunt in packs, making them highly formidable. The pack of gnomes then lunged forward. Satoru turned to Haruto, asking anxiously, "Senior Haruto, aren't there a bit too many of them?" Haruto didn't offer a reply. Mo chimed in, "Yeah, we should definitely fall back." Haruto smirked to himself, plotting his next move. "Finally, I've set foot in this dungeon. After getting advice from Hunter Nanis, there's no way in hell I'm retreating now. This is the perfect chance to level up my golems." With that thought, he turned back to Mo and Satoru, calling out cheerfully, "What are you two waiting for? Hurry up and get over here by me." The gnomes let out a terrifying screech. Satoru trembled in absolute terror, practically in tears as he cried, "Senior Haruto, what on earth are you doing?" The gnomes then charged, ready to tear the 3 of them apart. Haruto unleashed his power. Control V. Utilizing the modified golem core to summon the Snow Mountain Golem. Control V. Utilizing the modified golem core to summon a golem. Control V. Utilizing the modified golem core to summon a golem. A massive army of Snow Mountain golems materialized before them. Staring at the sheer size of his new forces, even Haruto was amazed, muttering, "Whoa, that is a lot of minions." Mo was equally stunned, wondering, did Hunter Sano summon all of these himself? Haruto simply turned around, flashed a confident grin, and said, "It's one-on-one, pack against pack." Witnessing his incredible power, Mo thought, to summon this many modified golems, what in the world is the true nature of his skill? Just then, the gnomes clashed with the golems. One gnome sank its razor-sharp, rock-solid teeth deep into a golem's head. Satoru watched in panic, stammering, "No matter how durable these golems are, the difference in numbers and levels is just 2. Before he could finish his sentence, the Snow Mountain Golem slammed the gnome onto the ground and delivered a brutal punch to its face, drawing blood. The gnome was sent flying nearly 10 meters away. Seizing the upper hand, the rest of the golems charged forward, utterly pummeling one gnome after another. Satoru, who had doubted their power moments ago, stood completely corrected. Honestly, Senior Haruto could easily clear this dungeon all by himself. Why on earth did I even come? Even the mini Snow Mountain Golem in Satoru's hands let out a soft cry of awe. Within moments, the entire pack of gnomes was completely wiped out by the army of Snow Mountain Golems. Haruto walked over and patted one of his golems on the head, saying, "Nice job." That confirms the difference in durability and combat power between the tiers. Haruto then recalled his summons and checked his inventory, which now held 4 pieces of giant Spider King silk, 10 Kalesia longswords, 54 Bear King's claws, and 16 mutated golem cores. Looking at the screen, he calculated that he didn't have enough inventory space to create a golem army. And given their current size, it's going to take a lot of time to make this idea a reality. I wonder if there's a better way. Satoru walked over and suggested, if you have something on your mind, why don't you ask President Shirasaki? Haruto, not really caring, replied, why should I ask that guy? Satoru said cheerfully, well, he's a total dungeon maniac, so he'll definitely know something. Hearing that, Haruto asked excitedly, really? Then let's get moving right away. Brother Mo, hurry up. Seeing them like that, Mo just shook his head with a gentle smile. All right, I'm coming. I really shouldn't have left the International Hunter Association. Now, as they were on their way back to headquarters, Haruto turned to Satoru, who was driving, and asked, hey, is this your car? Satoru smiled and said, yep, it's a birthday gift from my dad. Haruto was surprised. Ah, I see. Satoru didn't care much, just laughed and continued. And you know what? This car is incredibly practical. Seeing how casual he was, Haruto thought to himself, come to think of it, this kid is President Shinoda's son, the head of the Dainu Guild. What a rich kid. Just then, Haruto received a call. Answering it, he said, everything is going to go smoothly? Miss Nanazi, are you heading to the association now? Got it, I'll be right there. Satoru asked, a sudden call like that, did something happen? Haruto, checking his phone, replied, I have no idea. He thought to himself, great, it must be about Sarah. Well, I have something I need to talk to her about anyway. He turned and said to Satoru, Satoru, can we speed up a bit? Sure. Meanwhile, in an interrogation room at the Japan Hunter Association, everyone was standing in the observation room looking out. Sarah remained completely silent, not saying a word. Nanase told Haruto, she insists on only talking to you. Mr. Sano, she hasn't had anything to eat or drink for 3 days, yet she still refuses to cooperate. Haruto turned to ask Nanase a favor. Can we request to turn off the recording while we talk? Nanase told him, I'm sorry, but the nature of the investigation doesn't allow that. Hearing this, Haruto sighed, thinking, well, whatever. If the truth about my skill is exposed here, I can still copy her skill to reset everything back to how it was. My top priority right now is to copy it. Then, he walked into the interrogation room, carrying a glass of water and placing it in front of Sarah. Haruto pulled out a chair, sat down, and said, here's some water. Help yourself. Sarah stared intensely at his face with deep suspicion, then picked up the glass and gulped it down. She said, now I'm no longer dehydrated. Haruto spoke first. You want to know about my ability, right? My infinite mana regeneration? Sarah replied, if you agree to help, I will cooperate with the investigation. Seeing that they were making progress, Haruto said, but before that, I need to confirm a few things. Sarah, that resetting power of yours, you're also suffering from that cursed skill, aren't you? Is your skill Control plus Z? Sarah didn't deny it but confirmed, yes. Haruto had a gut feeling that this was the case, thinking, I knew it. I'm not the only one who's cursed. In other words, if I can copy her skill, then it means all control skills can be copied and pasted. Alice, in the observation room, was just as shocked. The girl's skill isn't healing, but resetting? So that's why the durability of the Kalesia sword was completely restored. A skill that can reset anything? What an unbelievable skill. Satoru, not understanding a word, asked Nanase in confusion. Resetting what curse? Control plus Z? Sis, what are they talking about? Does a skill like that actually exist in this world? Nanazi didn't answer him. She just stood there and continued to watch. Sarah then continued. My parents are both in deep comas. Please, help me save them. The only person who can provide a massive amount of mana to save someone so gravely ill is you, Hunter Haruto Sano. Haruto then stood up to reassure her, saying, I understand. I'll give you the mana you need. In return, I might have to be a little rough with you. I apologize in advance. With that, he grabbed Sarah's handcuffs. Everyone in the observation room was taken aback. Satoru cried out, Senior Haruto, what on earth are you doing? A blinding purple light burst forth. Haruto's system notified him, Control plus C is copying. Target, Control plus Z. Suddenly, a notification popped up on the system screen. Unable to copy. The moment Haruto saw those words, he freaked out and screamed, Are you kidding me? He had originally thought this would be simple, but who would have thought this skill would completely stump his system? It wasn't that he hadn't considered the possibility of finding an ability he couldn't copy, but he never expected this to be the one. Holding Sarah's hand, Haruto's entire body trembled as his face darkened. Holy crap, is this for real? Seeing his unusual behavior, Sarah asked in confusion, what are you doing? Only then did Haruto realize that his actions were a bit inappropriate. Flustered, he quickly let go of her hand and looked at her with an embarrassed expression. "Oh, I'm sorry." Facing his awkward reaction, Sarah was left utterly dazed. Before he could even compose himself, the system alert flashed in front of Haruto's eyes once again. It was a red notification for the Control-Z skill. This special ability cannot be copied, but if the target is eliminated, you will absorb the skill. Once the condition is met, you can copy the ability as usual. As soon as Haruto finished reading this, his face immediately darkened. Wait, what? Eliminate the target means killing her? A fierce conflict raged inside him. If he did that, he could copy it normally? Was this system freaking kidding him? He looked at Sarah, who was still staring at him in wide-eyed confusion, and silently cursed this damn system. In short, if he wanted to copy that reset skill, he had to eliminate Sarah. No way! Haruto's heart and mind were at constant war, yet he still deeply coveted that skill. Is there really no other way? It's not like I can just wait for her to grow old and pass away on her own. Suddenly, Satoru Shinoda pointed ahead and asked the girl next to him, "Why do you think the window suddenly opened?" Confronted with this question, not only was Nana stunned, but Mo was also left speechless. Nanas then stepped forward and picked up the microphone. She looked at Sano and noticed his expression had suddenly become unusually serious. She asked, "Hunter Sano, is something wrong?" Hearing Nanas call his name, Haruto turned around, scratching his head with a forced smile. "Oh, it's nothing. Everything is perfectly fine." Hearing his reply, Nanas didn't press any further. In truth, behind that goofy smile lay deep calculation. Haruto decided to bide his time and wait for the right opportunity. Alright, now it's time to test my patience. First, he would fulfill Sarah's wish to gain her trust. Surely, he would find a better solution soon. With that in mind, he immediately turned to her and suggested, "Sarah, let's go see your parents right now." With tears welling up in her eyes, Sarah happily replied, "Yes." Just looking into her eyes made Haruto waver. Besides, if he really couldn't find a better way, he could always just team up with her. That afternoon at the Central Hunter Hospital, the six of them walked along the corridor, listening to Sarah tell her story. Haruto listened, utterly shocked. "Toxic mana?" Sarah calmly replied, "Yes. My parents were attacked by a mystical monster during the Great Calamity, and this hospital is the only place that treats patients suffering from toxic mana." Looking at the petite girl in front of him, Haruto suddenly felt a deep wave of sympathy. So they are being treated here? She must have joined forces with Takumi just to pay for their hospital bills. Remembering this, he turned to Nanas and asked, "Takumi is also being treated here, right?" Nanas replied slowly as she walked, "Yes, he is currently in the hospital's basement. Once he recovers, we plan to transfer him to a detention facility for investigation." She then turned to Sarah beside her, asking with concern, "Are you worried?" Sarah gently replied, "I'm fine." Just then, Mo seemed to notice something. A blonde man wearing a beret had just walked past them. In that brief second, Mo recognized him. He turned to look at the man's retreating figure, wondering, that guy, why is he here? Meanwhile, in front of a heavily guarded room, another person was slowly approaching. Seeing him, the guards quickly rushed over to block his path. "Stop! This is a restricted area. Authorized personnel only." It was the same blonde man who had just passed Mo. He slipped a slip of paper to the guard and said, "Thank you for your hard work." "Here." Baffled, the guard reached out and took the paper. Written on the small piece of paper was Control F. The guard stared at it, utterly confused. "What is this? Control F? Stop messing around." But just a second later, a strange black smoke suddenly billowed from the paper, startling the guard. "Huh?" The black smoke grew denser, enveloping both guards and slowly swallowing them whole. They could only let out a brief cry before falling completely silent. When the smoke finally dissipated, their eyes had turned pitch black, lifeless and hollow like mindless puppets. The blonde man took off his hat and ordered them, "The two of you, bring out the guy locked inside right now. Do what needs to be done, then report back here." The two guards immediately replied, "Understood, sir," and ran inside side by side. The man stepped into the room and approached a bizarre object. He summoned a sphere of dark energy in his hand, calmly gazing at it. He recalled the instructions once given by Miso. "Lord Lucas, I have a task that only you can accomplish." Lucas asked in surprise. "A task only I can do?" Missile summoned a dark sphere and carefully advised him, "If things fail on the Blood Tower Guild's end, I want you to plant this at Tokyo Tower." The moment Lucas saw it, he covered his mouth in absolute horror. "What on earth is that?" Miso held the plant in his hand and explained, "This is an item I brought from my homeland. It is the corrupted fruit of the world tree, Yggdrasil. After using this fruit to set up a barrier, you will be able to open up a pocket dimension." Lucas asked in surprise, "What's inside a pocket dimension?" Misu didn't answer right away but instead piqued his curiosity. Well, you'll have to see it to believe it. And just like that, Lucas's expression shifted. He stared in absolute horror at the sight unfolding right in front of him. The fruit in Misu's hand cracked open, releasing a foul, corrupt aura. Looming behind him was a massive, horrifying demon. Seeing his reaction, Misu smiled with satisfaction. This is only from a single fruit, and I can only show you this much. I want to create a pretext for Starfield on the day Michael makes his public move. Returning to reality, Lucas stared at the fruit in his hand, thinking to himself, so she wants to stage a prison break right in the heart of Tokyo? Click. Lucas reached out and entered the passcode. Deep down, he had always felt sorry for this family, but now, he was too deeply entangled with Starfield. Now that things had come to this, there was simply no turning back. Inside the hospital room, a patient suddenly woke up from his coma. Clutching his ventilator mask, he looked around in confusion. No way. Am I actually alive? What on earth is happening? He then turned to look at the bed next to him. A little girl was sobbing as she hugged her mother on the hospital bed, both of them shedding tears of happiness. The man called out, "Sarah, my baby." The little girl immediately replied, "Daddy." Hearing this, Satoru burst into a flood of tears. He was terrified that if the emotional scene continued, he would end up flooding the entire hospital with his crying. While Satoru was crying his eyes out from emotion, Nanase stood beside him with a look of utter disgust, angrily smacking him on the head. "Why are you the one covered in tears and snot, huh?" Satoru yelped in pain while still crying. "Ow." Then, wiping his tears, he happily turned to, "Look at Haruto. I knew your infinite mana was top tier, Senior Haruto, but I never expected it could actually wake someone up from a deep coma." Satoru was genuinely moved by Haruto. I highly doubt even the world's greatest healer could achieve something like this. Unlike Satoru, Nanase was thinking much deeper. Full recovery? This is unbelievable. Even a tiny mistake could have. She felt she absolutely had to get the association to secure him. She looked over at Sarah, who was sobbing happily by the hospital bed. Then she reconsidered. No, I need to see it with my own eyes. Just then, Haruto realized they were short of one person. Come to think of it, where did Mo go? Ares turned around in surprise. Huh? You're right. I just noticed too. Meanwhile, Lucas was following a man walking slowly down the hospital hallway. The man, with his hood pulled low, walked on with a calm expression. Suddenly, a system notification popped up in front of Lucas. A control ability user has been detected nearby. Lucas broke into a cold sweat of disbelief. There's a control user here in the hospital? The man walking ahead immediately whipped his head back. What? Only then did a realization hit him. That's right, Sarah's parents are being treated here. Don't tell me that guy is with her right now. Just then, a voice echoed from behind them. Lucas! Lucas glanced back as Mo calmly walked up. Adjusting his tie and wearing a hat to hide his face, Mo said, Ha, I almost didn't recognize you. Lucas turned around, utterly stunned to see him. Mo! Mo pointed at the two of them and mocked. I was wondering what could possibly bring a member of the International Hunter Association all the way to Japan. Turns out you're tagging along with Takumi, that dog of Starfield. Lucas, not one to back down, immediately shot back. I heard you quit the association, so what are you doing here? Mo drew his sword, his expression turning dead serious. Takumi is a criminal, and you're helping him escape, which makes you an accomplice. Hearing the commotion, the surrounding patients stopped to look at them. Lucas raised his hands in a peaceful gesture. You're as arrogant as ever, aren't you? Can't you see we're in a hospital? Just then Takumi stepped forward, speaking excitedly. Hey, give me your weapon. All the items in my inventory were confiscated. Since you delivered yourself right to us, let me teach you a lesson. What can a weakling like you even do? They say showing up early is nothing compared to showing up at the perfect time. Out of nowhere, Haruto suddenly appeared behind Mo, radiating an intense, murderous intent. And don't forget about me. Seeing this familiar power, Takumi couldn't hold back his rage. You bastard, my skill, how dare you? Once again, a notification flashed before Lucas. The user of Control-C and Control-V is right in front of you. Seeing this notification, Lucas let out a bizarre grin. I finally found Control-C. Before either side could clash, a female voice cut in. What a pity. One after another. First, Takumi. And now, even an international criminal. A chilling spear manifested, and the moment Takumi saw it, his face turned completely pale. That's the shamanic blade. Seeing Takumi's reaction, Lucas could guess who the newcomer was. So, the final boss is taking the stage to wrap things up quickly? Nanase brushed her hair back, speaking with a touch of irritation. Now that I think about it, my horoscope today said I would. What rotten luck. Muttering a quick excuse to blame for the endless chain of disasters today, she took one slow step after another toward them. The moment Nanas appeared, a massive crowd gathered outside to watch. It's Hunter Nanas. Whoa, look, she's holding a weapon. What's going on here? Takumi glanced at the man beside him with a smirk. Well, looks like we won't be getting out of this quietly. Lucas remained silent, giving him no reply. Just then, 2 pairs of handcuffs clattered onto the ground right at their feet. The 2 of them looked down at the strange rings at their feet, quickly recognizing them as suppression devices. With an expressionless face, Nana said, "Put those on yourselves, and we can settle this peacefully. Got it?" The sooner this wrapped up, the sooner she could go home. But to her annoyance, Takumi let out a mocking laugh. Hey, are you trying to humiliate me right now?" With that, he grabbed a nearby girl by her collar, making her shriek in terror. Takumi didn't actually want to fight them, so he threatened, "See? We're in a hospital. All I have to do is grab any random patient, and boom, instant hostage. So if you don't want anyone getting hurt, let this go." Before the words could even leave his mouth, Nanas lunged forward like a gust of wind, kicking straight down at Takumi. With just a single kick, he was sent flying like a bullet toward the far end of the hallway. Slamming hard into medical equipment and the brick wall, he coughed up blood on the spot, severely injured. Witnessing this, the surrounding patients started screaming in panic. "The hunters are fighting! Run!" Lucas stood frozen, staring at Nanas in absolute shock as he thought to himself, that attack was so fast his eyes couldn't even keep up. Suddenly, she turned to him and called his name. "Lucas, you're not like Takumi, are you? Help us settle this quietly." Hearing her offer, Lucas didn't know how to react for a moment. He lowered his head to avoid her gaze, then looked back at the battered Takumi. He and Takumi were different. He bowed his head, remembering the time Miso had asked him to bring the fruit of the world tree to Tokyo Tower. He had asked, "Why me?" And Miso had patiently explained, "When the world tree is corrupted, it produces hakmana. Ordinary people who touch it will be poisoned." Looking him straight in the eye, Miso said, "But you're different, aren't you? You, Lucas, and the leader of the Blood Tower Guild too." As the realization hit Lucas, he understood. Takumi must have known he figured it out. Miso continued, "Yes. He is also a target banned by international treaties. He uses Hakmana to nurture his own skills, and to sprout the fruits of the world tree. Skills that utilize Hakmana are required." Remembering this, Lucas suddenly felt a wave of self-loathing. In other words, as he thought about what he had done to those 2 guards, he sighed and mumbled, no different from Takumi. With that thought, Lucas replied apologetically, "I'm afraid I cannot accept your offer." Nanas frowned in dissatisfaction. Lucas slowly drew his sword and muttered, "You see, I need him. I must get him out of here, no matter what." The moment Nanas saw the weapon in Lucas's hand, her expression turned grave. "That sword is." Mo, standing behind, gritted his teeth and said angrily, "The Angelus rapier." It looks like Lucas is actually getting serious. Hearing this, Haruto asked in surprise, "What did you say?" Looking at the cold blade in Lucas's hand, Mo replied, "That is a legendary treasure passed down through the generations of Lucas's family, the Holy Knights of Britain. It is also the only holy sword in the world. Though it's on par with the Cao Ashong greatsword, that rapier is designed for piercing rather than slashing." Haruto grew even more surprised. On par with the Cao Asian greatsword? By now, Lucas had already lunged forward, his eyes filled with determination as he thrust his sword toward Nanas. Mo continued, "Yes, but unlike the greatsword, it doesn't increase stats or possess pure offensive power. However, because of that, it is also known as the Heresy Judge. It can neutralize any skill or weapon it deems anomalous." Hunter Nanas, wielding her shaman blade, was instantly put at a disadvantage. With Lucas's blade pressing in on her, she could only barely manage to block it against her chest with her own sword. The 2 weapons clashed violently, but the Angelus rapier clearly had the upper hand. Its sharp tip actually pierced through the shaman blade, leaving Nanas momentarily stunned. She was forced back, seemingly completely overwhelmed. Haruto, standing behind, cried out in worry, "Hunter Nanas!" Relying on her combat experience, Nanas deflected the blade over her head, escaping danger by a hair's breadth. She called out to Haruto behind her, "Don't interfere, Sano. If we cause a scene in a hospital, it'll be a massive headache." With that, she forcefully shoved Lucas's sword away, breaking free from his pressure. Caught off guard, Lucas stared at her in surprise. Like a flash, Nanas counterattacked with her shaman blade. Lucas, quick on his feet, swiftly dodged her strike. "Are you holding back your skills just because we're in a hospital? Did you really think you'd stand a chance against this sacred treasure like that?" "My sword." Lucas broke out in a cold sweat as he stared down at his severed tie. But without giving him a single second to react, Nanas pressed her attack. She slipped past his flank and swung her blade this time. Lucas really couldn't dodge it. He could barely raise his sword to block. What kind of insane strength is this? Lucas was knocked back a distance by Nanas's swing, his body unable to withstand the impact as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Wincing in pain, he covered his mouth, though the blood kept seeping through his fingers. Just taking that single hit was enough to make him feel like his internal organs had been turned completely upside down. There was already a difference in the quality of their swords, but the gap in their levels was simply too massive to compare. So this was the true power of one of the top 10 hunters in the world. At this, Nanas confidently made her offer once again. Now, what do you think of my proposal to settle this peacefully? Lucas froze. He really couldn't turn back now. Since they were inside a hospital, he really didn't want to use his skills. Still, Lucas gripped his sword tightly, his mind a tangled mess. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed through the air. Damn you, Shinoda Nanas. They all recognized the voice instantly and instinctively turned around. Takumi had regained consciousness after taking Nanas's fatal blow. He staggered to his feet, holding the now bloomed corrupted fruit of the world tree in his hand. Dark mana quickly enveloped his entire body. Takumi's eyes burned with sheer hatred as he spat out each word through gritted teeth. This trash hospital you're trying so hard to protect. I'm going to turn it to dust in a heartbeat. With that, he unleashed all the dark mana locked inside the corrupted fruit. Seeing this, Lucas couldn't help but scream, Stop! This is a hospital, do you hear me? Takumi scoffed, as if reminding him. You were supposed to plant these at key locations across Tokyo, weren't you? So this hospital might as well get its fair share. In an instant, the dark mana swept through the entire hospital, threatening to swallow every living soul inside. Haruto braced himself, ready to fight. He asked anxiously, what did Takumi just do? Mo gripped his sword tightly and warned, This is dark mana. Haruto frowned, raising a hand to shield himself from the dark mana. Standing beside him, Mo immediately explained, It's a power wielded only by those with dark skills. It looks like Takumi is one of them, but this sheer amount of dark mana is completely abnormal. At this rate, the ordinary people here will be caught in the crossfire and poisoned by the mana. In the pitch-black darkness where not a single ray of light could penetrate, Haruto's system notification flashed. Giant Spider Web Control Skill, Shadow Shift King has been activated. At the same time, Haruto gritted his teeth in anger. Shh, that old bastard. He immediately unleashed his skill, teleporting right behind Takumi. Stop this right now. By now, Takumi was wrapped in cloth like a mummy. He turned to face him, wearing a bizarre smirk. Too late. Haruto gasped, a wave of panic washing over him. What did you say? At that moment, the corrupted fruit bloomed completely. The dark mana acted like a gust of wind, scattering the seeds of the corrupted fruit onto the ground. From beneath the floor, countless roots burst upward, attacking them. Haruto and Nanas leaped backward to dodge. The roots multiplied rapidly, tearing the hospital apart. Patients screamed in terror as the roots lashed out at them. The scene instantly turned into a nightmare. From the outside, the towering hospital was completely choked by massive roots, sprouting an ominous dark purple canopy. A colossal tree trunk erupted from the earth, tearing the fractured floors apart. A female patient lost her footing and plunged downward. She looked up in absolute terror, crying out, Please, help me! Fortunately, a doctor managed to grab her hand just in time, but he couldn't hold on for long. His grip slipped, and the patient went into a free fall, screaming, Ah! Just as she was about to crash onto the ground, Haruto caught her from below using his skill. Safely on the ground but still in shock, she stared blankly at the threads wrapped around her. Haruto quickly pulled her to her feet and urged, Are you all right? Hurry and evacuate with the others. Staring at him with deep gratitude, the patient replied, Okay. As she ran off, she kept calling back, Thank you so much. Haruto offered a soft smile and thought to himself, The patients who can still move are fine, but the real problem is. At that thought, his expression turned grim. He looked down at the severely injured patients who had to rely entirely on their loved ones and nurses, a heavy weight settling in his chest. Those who can't move at all. He then glanced over at his companions. Seeing Nanas comforting a young child, and Mo gently giving water to another patient, he felt a brief wave of relief. It's a relief that Miss Nanas and Mo are looking after them. But the entire hospital has been overrun by dark mana. At this rate, everyone is going to be affected by the toxic mana. Haruto looked up at the lush canopy overhead and the thousands of branches, a sudden idea striking him. The only way left is to rebuild this place. The dark seed of the world tree had severely devastated the hospital, leaving nothing but ruins in its wake. Just a little higher. At that moment, the snow mountain golem used its tiny body to desperately hold up the giant boulder, allowing Q Satoru to quickly pull the person free. Got him. Try to make your way over here. Suddenly, Haruto appeared out of nowhere right behind him and called out, Satoru! The boy turned around. Supporting the patient with one arm, Satoru hurriedly asked, Senior Haruto, What's going on? Seeing that the person was safe, the golem tossed the several-ton boulder aside with a swing of its arm. Haruto walked up and asked, "Is everything okay over here, Satoru?" Satoru replied, "Thanks to Miss Eris, this area is doing all right." Haruto was slightly surprised and asked, "Eris?" To explain the situation, Satoru scooped up his little minion and led Haruto to a giant crystal pillar. Haruto tapped his finger against the crystal, asking skeptically, "Is this ice?" At that moment, Eris and the other patients stepped forward. She explained, "Yes, it's an ice barrier," Eris answered as she continued to reinforce it. "We can keep this area from being destroyed, but we can't completely stop the dark mana from spreading." Suddenly, the outer ice cracked, and debris fell onto the golem's head, making it look visibly annoyed. Seeing that Eris, Sarah, and the other patients were all safe, Haruto let out a sigh of relief. "I'm glad everyone is all right." He then walked over to Sarah and briefly explained the situation. The entire hospital has been heavily devastated by that strange tree, and now, dark mana is spreading at an alarming rate. Things are looking extremely critical right now. The best option I can think of is to reset the hospital to its original state. "Can you do it?" Sarah looked at him with determination and said flatly, "I can even warp the space-time of a dungeon. Besides, with you here, Haruto, I don't have to worry about running out of mana." With their plan set, the four of them immediately approached the tree trunk. Satoru, holding his golem, stared wide-eyed in shock at the scene. "This is even worse than I imagined. Is this the source of everything? Where did it come from, and how did it cause all this?" Haruto turned to explain to them, "Takumi. He escaped and summoned this thing." At the mention of that name, all three of them gasped in shock. Satoru couldn't help but yell, "Takumi escaped?" At the thought of him, Sarah couldn't hold back her anger. Just mentioning him filled her mind with pure hatred. He knew her parents were in here, yet he went ahead with it? He really doesn't care if they live or die. Eris seemed to understand Sarah's pain, lowering her head in silence for a few seconds. Haruto walked up to Sarah and said softly, "Let's begin." She nodded firmly. "Right." Haruto then stood behind her, constantly channeling mana to help her maintain her state. Sarah placed her hands on the tree trunk and began using her skill. The entire space seemed to suddenly distort, and everything grew highly unstable. Even Haruto was overwhelmed by this power, barely managing to keep his footing. As if sensing the threat, the roots that were digging into the ground suddenly retracted. In the distance, the mana also seemed to react to the abnormality. The monsters were no exception, standing frozen as they stared toward the source of the disturbance. From the outside, the roots began to pull back, exposing massive craters within. The retreating roots gathered to form a protective barrier right before Sarah's eyes. Dark mana began to gather from all directions, swirling and lunging straight for Sarah. She struggled to hold it off, desperately blocking the dark mana from entering her body. At that moment, Haruto sensed the danger, wondering anxiously, did the tree just unleash dark mana? Damn it, Sarah's in danger. Seeing her being relentlessly attacked by the dark mana, Haruto didn't hesitate for a second and rushed toward her. Then, swift as lightning, he activated his copy-paste skill, Control V. Using giant spider silk, he wrapped his arms around Sarah, deploying his web to block the torrent of dark mana. The deflected dark mana blasted outward, triggering a massive explosion. The two forces clashed violently, forcing Haruto to put everything he had into holding the line. Before long, the dark mana dissipated. Haruto held Sarah tightly in his arms, collapsing to his knees in utter exhaustion. He gently laid Sarah down and slowly stood up, with massive amounts of dark mana still radiating from his body. Satoru rushed over in a panic, crying out, "Senior Haruto, are you okay?" Haruto looked at him and replied, "I'm fine. Sarah just seems to have passed out, but it looks like the reset plan was a failure." Satoru felt a bit disappointed, but he was relieved that both of them were safe. Sweating profusely, Haruto gave Satoru a stern warning. "Between now and when backup arrives, you must make sure all the patients are evacuated outside. If we drag our feet, they'll all end up poisoned by the dark mana." Though Satoru was still young, he was highly mature. He swiftly swung Sarah onto his back and zipped away. "Understood. Little guy, let's go." The golem might have been small, but it was incredibly fast, taking the lead to guide the way for him. Haruto then turned to the international hunter. "Miss Eris, you know what this thing is, don't you?" Haruto pointed toward the roots. Eris was slightly taken aback by his question, but she quickly provided an answer. "According to the records my mother left behind, it's a plant from an otherworldly realm, a different dimension from ours. The role of this corrupted fruit is to transport toxic impurities from that dimension straight to our world. Since its mother tree is in another dimension, restoring it to its original state is completely impossible." Looking at the corrupted tree, Ares came to a conclusion since this foul tree also acts as a barrier, They must have planted 3 or 4 more of them across Tokyo. Hearing this, Haruto immediately panicked. 10 minutes later, outside the Central Hunter Hospital, the surroundings were still a scene of absolute devastation. Just a few minutes ago, this hospital was bustling with people, but a second later, it looked like it had been abandoned for ages. The newly arrived rescue workers immediately took charge, rushing to evacuate the emergency patients. The others shouted back in unison, "Understood." Inside, Mo didn't rest for a single second. He and another hunter were desperately using their skills to filter the dark mana out of the air. A mage nearby kept urging his partner, "Hey, purify the dark mana, quick." His partner, equally frantic, snapped back, "Shut up. I'm trying as hard as I can," but it was completely useless. At this rate, they were basically just bleeding mana into the open. The entire hospital was encased in Mo's barrier to stop the dark mana from leaking out, yet the amount of dark mana trapped inside wasn't decreasing at all. Tokugawa watched the scene unfold, looking deeply unsettled. A corrupted world tree right in the heart of Tokyo. Even seeing it with his own eyes, it was hard to believe. Just then, Haruto's group gathered and approached them. Nanase bowed her head in apology. "I'm so sorry, Chairman Tokugawa. We've already issued a red notice for Takumi and Lucas." Even now, Gao couldn't resist mocking them. Who would have thought Takumi had the guts to escape right under the nose of the world-famous hunter Nanase? Is this Lucas's doing? Well, if that guy is involved, then we can take this straight to Starfield or the International Hunter Association. Masato, who had been quiet, finally spoke up to analyze the situation. While this might be an international issue, at the end of the day, Takumi and the Blood Tower still belong to the Japanese Association. They could easily use that as an excuse to dodge responsibility, acting like, "Why are you questioning us over an incident caused by a Japanese hunter?" Hearing this, Gao turned away in annoyance. A split second later, Masato gritted his teeth in anger and added, "But don't worry, I'll drag Takumi back myself." Suddenly, the space around them began to shake violently. Sensing that something was terribly wrong, everyone around fell into a panic. An earthquake? The young mage struggled to keep his footing, crying out in panic, "Is the hospital collapsing?" Just then, a man rushed in, breathless. "Chairman Tokugawa, we have an emergency." Tokugawa barked. "What happened?" The man panted. "We've just received reports of a second Dark World tree taking root in the Kita district." Haruto gritted his teeth so hard they nearly shattered, wishing he could tear that bastard to pieces. "Damn you, Takumi." He planted another one? Right in the middle of bustling Tokyo, in the Kita district, another dark tree was erupting from a skyscraper. Reporters everywhere scrambled to cover the story, with massive screens across the city broadcasting images of the bizarre growth. Today, 2 mysterious giant trees have appeared at different locations across Tokyo, and the Hunter Association has warned that the dark mana emitting from these trees can cause severe mana poisoning. On the streets below, crowds of people stared up at the screens, hanging on every word. The reporter's voice continued to blare. In light of this crisis, the government has declared an emergency evacuation order for the entire Tokyo area. Hearing this, the adults in the crowd started whispering anxiously. "An evacuation? Where the hell do they expect us to go? In the middle of nowhere?" Meanwhile, some oblivious kids were actually excited, whispering, "Hey, do you think school's canceled tomorrow?" Elsewhere, Takumi wore a smug grin. He sat comfortably in his car, watching the chaos unfold outside. With things this chaotic, they can only dream of catching us. He then turned to Lucas with a look of admiration. "I've got to admit, you're pretty ruthless. Even I never thought of using dark mana to brainwash people." Lucas completely ignored him, keeping his head down in silence. Outside, the streets of Tokyo had ground to a complete halt. The broadcast on the screen continued. "As long as you remain indoors for the next 24 hours, you should be safe from mana poisoning. We urge all residents to remain calm and closely follow the instructions of emergency personnel. The Hunter Association, police, and self-defense forces are working in full coordination to resolve this crisis as quickly as possible." Takumi glanced at the driver in front, who was completely under the influence of dark mana, and chuckled. Who knew you could corrupt minds and turn people into mindless puppets like this? Unable to stand another word, Lucas snapped, turning to glare at him, and with eyes full of pure rage he spat. "You bastard. You act like you know everything, don't you?" Takumi just smirked, his smug, irritating face completely unbothered. "Hey, don't be like that. I was giving you a compliment. Those fools are probably scrambling in all directions looking for us right now. But as long as I'm with you, they'll never lay a finger on us. Even if we're exposed, they'll never expect us to be moving in a police car. Distribute the 3 defiled fruits and move out." Meanwhile, at the president's office of the Japan Hunter Association, Tokuo gathered everyone in the room to discuss their plan. In other words, You're saying there might be 2 or 3 more polluted world trees left? And these blight trees will sprout across Tokyo to form some kind of barrier? Alice looked at him and replied, yeah, at least that's what my mother's records say. There's evidence these blight trees also appeared during the great disaster of the past. They act as both a barrier and a portal, through which fierce monsters will swarm all over Tokyo. Nanase and Masato asked in surprise. These trees actually appeared during the great disaster? Haruto, on the other hand, was in a completely different frame of mind. He frowned, as if something had crossed his mind. The great disaster 15 years ago? Back then, a strange tree also grew. Where the blight tree grew, its roots began to spread outward, breaking through the streets, blocking traffic, and putting people in danger. Unfortunately, the car carrying him and his father was attacked by those roots, and they barely managed to squeeze through. Sitting in the car, he looked up in fear and asked his dad, "Dad, are we going to be okay?" The father, struggling to drive, comforted him. "We'll be fine, Haruto. Just sit tight and hold on." The car barely managed to escape the ordeal. Looking at the roots outside, his father's nerves were shot. Damn it. So this is what Tomoko was talking about. Who on earth would use something like this right in the middle of the city? The roots kept chasing them relentlessly. If they slowed down even a little bit, the car could be pierced at any moment. Suddenly, young Haruto looked up and saw a root lunging straight at them. The little boy could only stammer, and then screamed in terror, "Dad." What was meant to be finally happened. That root snatched away the life of his beloved father. It was a moment he would never forget for the rest of his life. Haruto fell into silence, not knowing why he suddenly remembered that day. But perhaps this event was also related to the curse. So the thing that destroyed the car back then wasn't a monster, but a blight tree? Thinking about this, Haruto couldn't contain his anger as a sudden wave of hatred surged within him. If the mastermind behind both incidents is the same person, he would never let them get away with it. President Tokuo rested his chin on his hands, lost in thought. Now that I think about it, a giant tree did appear in Tokyo back then, but at the time I was too busy dealing with the prison break incident to notice. So, it was a barrier? Alice pushed up her glasses, switching to a serious tone to explain. Yes, according to the records my mother left behind, the barrier created by the blight trees acts as a portal connecting to another dimension, and it will also open up a subspace. Hearing this, Nanaze was startled and asked in shock, "A subspace?" Alice nodded. Yes. The more Masato listened, the more confused he became. He asked skeptically, "But if that's the goal, why even bother creating a barrier? Why would they deal with the hassle of using blight trees from another dimension? Wait, isn't it to open the subspace of the Dark Elves?" Nanase went along with his line of thinking and added, "To open up the Dark Elves subspace, you definitely need to create a barrier using the blight trees, or at least, that's what I've heard about it. An elf subspace requires dark mana, that foul-smelling black aura, and just one blight tree won't cut it." Hearing this, Alice expressed her worry. The way things are going, it looks like that subspace will be opened, but in the worst-case scenario, a portal connecting to the corrupted dimension will also be opened. Hearing this, contrary to everyone's anxiety, Haruto became strangely excited. It seemed he had thought of something. That's right. Speaking of a subspace, it also means it leads to an infinite space. Why didn't he think of this before? If he uses it properly, he'll be able to handle the situation with the help of his personal inventory. By then, he could probably create an entire army of mutated golems, couldn't he? Haruto couldn't let this opportunity slip away. Regardless of dark mana or whatever, he would definitely find the mastermind and seize that subspace. Suddenly, Haruto's attention was drawn back by Gaul's voice. "Why don't we talk about something more realistic?" He sighed with a bored expression on his face. "You've been talking about things like dimension keys and whatnot, but there's no way something like that actually exists. Even I have never seen one." Annoyed by his attitude, Haruto couldn't help but hold up 2 gold cards in front of his eyes. "Are you talking about this?" The moment Gaul saw them, he gasped and suddenly jumped up. "Are those really dimension keys?" Nanaze was just as thrilled, slamming the table in excitement. Alice took them and hurriedly explained to them, "These are keepsakes left behind by my mother. They are being combined with the piece that Hunter Sano obtained on the Golem Snow Mountain." Gaul was dumbfounded. "It is highly unstable. So, it really exists. But we can't do much with only 2 pieces, can we?" Alice continued to share what she knew. "According to my mother's records from the Great Disaster, the portal to the corrupted tree's dimension has opened in England. I don't think the corrupted tree and the dimensional fragments just appeared at the same time by coincidence. It seems whoever brought the corrupted tree here from another dimension is also holding the remaining dimensional fragments." Masato had mixed feelings upon hearing this. Chairman Tokuo, remaining the calmest of all, slowly spoke, just as Miss Alice said. "The worst tragedy would be if that defiled portal actually opens. Then, it won't just be Japan's problem anymore. I will immediately request cooperation from the International Hunters Association and the United States Hunters Association. Masato leaned forward, dismissing it. They don't have it, because One Piece is already with my guild. An hour after the meeting ended, in the basement of the Future Guild, Masato led them to a room with a massive door. Just looking at the door, Haruto and Nanaze couldn't help but stare up in amazement. What a grand vault door. Gaul maintained his arrogant attitude, mocking, Guildmaster Shirosaki. I knew you were a dungeon fanatic, but I didn't expect you to keep a dimensional fragment as well. Haruto was also curious. How did you even get your hands on it? Naturally, Masato stayed silent. Gaul, unable to keep his mouth shut, added, staying quiet like this means you must have made some shady deal to get it, right? It is not exactly rare, and who knows, it might even be a fake. Only Haruto knew the truth. He opened his personal inventory, looking at the changes in the key fragment. No, it's not a fake. Even though they were inside his personal inventory, the dimensional fragments were resonating intensely. Masato unlocked the door. The gate slowly opened right before their eyes. The vault was massive, but inside, there was only a single pillar, with an energy orb sealing a dimensional fragment floating above it. That was the fourth dimensional fragment, and as if sensing the other fragments nearby, it began to emit a brilliant light. Gaul made to step forward, rambling. Huh? A vault this big only holds that one item? What a waste of space. Haruto suddenly stepped in front of him, raising his hand to block him. From this point on, only Shirosaki and I are going up there. Hearing that, he immediately lost his temper and snapped. Huh? Who the hell do you think you are? Luckily, at that moment, Alice stepped forward to back him up. Combining two-dimensional fragments is quite dangerous. Who knows what will happen if we combine them with a third one? Masato agreed, turning back to add, they both have a point. From this point on, let Hunter, Sano, and me handle it. This is my guild, so you must follow my orders. Although Gaul was frustrated and resentful, he still drew his foot back. Now that I've seen it with my own eyes, there's nothing left to care about anyway. If any strange dimensions open up, it's on you. When that happens, I'll kill you both. Keep my words in mind. Haruto looked through the closing door, casting a cold, deadly gaze at him. Once the door shut completely, the two of them began to approach the pillar. Haruto looked at it and said, Guildmaster Shirosaki, your piece is number 4. Masato stood to the side, arms crossed, watching him. A system notification also popped up. Dimensional fragment, 1/5, the 4th piece. Haruto still wouldn't let it go, wanting to find out the reason. Can you tell me where you got it from? Masato, of course, still wanted to avoid the question. He hurriedly urged, stop talking about such nonsense and get on with it. Haruto looked at him helplessly, then slowly stepped closer to the dimensional fragment. No need to worry, he thought as he slowly brought his hand close to the dimensional fragment, intending to touch it. After all, Haruto still had the giant Spider King's web and the shadow shift skill, and he hadn't even taken them out of his personal inventory yet. But things didn't go as planned. Just as he penetrated the protective barrier, the dimensional fragment unleashed an extraordinary shockwave. It glowed brilliantly and instantly shook the surrounding space, blasting a huge hole in the ground. Although Masato was on guard, he was still blown back a distance. On top of that, the impact was so massive that it warped the giant door, shocking everyone outside. Nanaze immediately grew anxious and wanted to rush inside. Something happened. A deep gouge was carved into the ground, and even the vault door was visibly dented. Masato looked around, calling out anxiously, Hunter Sano. Fortunately, a few seconds later, he heard a voice from behind him. Holy crap, I seriously thought I was a goner. Masato looked at him in surprise. The giant spiderwebs were still wrapping around him. Looking at the three-dimensional fragments that had merged in his personal inventory, Haruto broke into a cold sweat and exclaimed, I can't believe it broke out of the inventory and combined on its own. If it weren't for Shadow Shift, I'd definitely be dead by now. That firepower was insane. I have to be extremely careful when combining the 4th piece. Masato stared at him in horror. Hunter Sano had kept shocking him from beginning to end. What is this? This guy. He just used the high-tier stealth skill, Shadow Shift. Just who is he? With suspicion rising, he yelled, Hey, you! Haruto looked back, playfully teasing, Whoa, Guildmaster Shirosaki, don't scare me like that. Are you yelling at me? Yelling that loud? But out of nowhere, right when he turned around, Masato grabbed him by the throat before he could even react, slamming him straight into the ground. The sheer force of the impact sent dirt and debris flying everywhere. Caught completely off guard, Haruto coughed up blood from the agonizing pain, utterly clueless as to why he was being attacked. Ugh! Why all of a sudden? Masato growled, weapon in hand, ready to drive it down. You can't use dark skills without dark mana. Yet you clearly just used Shadow Step, didn't you? Explain yourself right now. Pinned to the ground, Haruto furrowed his brow in frustration and helplessness, staring up at him. How the hell was he supposed to explain this? Backed into a corner by Guildmaster Masato, Haruto tried to use Shadow Step to escape, but tentacles erupted from the ground, pinning him down. Haruto panicked, realizing this was bad. He really is a top hunter. I can't break free. Trembling, he stammered. I can't use dark mana. But Masato clearly didn't believe him. Oh? With one hand keeping Haruto's neck pinned to the ground, Masato raised his wand with the other, summoning a crackling cluster of lightning. You can use Shadow Step, but you can't use dark mana? Without another word, he unleashed the dark lightning directly at Haruto without a second thought. Dust and debris filled the air. Haruto sat there, barely able to move after taking the full force of the attack. Spitting up blood from the agonizing pain, he was utterly baffled. Damn it! Why couldn't I activate Shadow Step? As if reading his mind, Masato sneered. What's the matter? Is your favorite little trick useless now? He impatiently explained. Dark lightning is the only magic that can counter Shadow Step. That's why I've mastered it. Hearing this, Haruto remembered. So that was how Takumi managed to escape the golem on the snowy mountain? The guildmaster looked absolutely furious, clearly having no intention of letting him off the hook. I've been suspicious ever since you showed up during the pursuit of Kuesia. Who on earth are you, really? What happened between you and Takumi back on the snowy mountain? This was all planned by the two of you, wasn't it? Threatened like this, Haruto felt a wave of regret. Does he really think I'm working with Takumi? Coming in here with just the two of us was a huge mistake. I have to find a way to stop Guildmaster Shirosaki first. Assessing the situation, Haruto gritted his teeth through the pain and tried to explain. Just thinking about that drives me crazy. I can't even use any of my skills right now. But in reality, it was just a stall tactic to let him use the giant spider web. Haruto frantically cloned it using Control 5, then screamed in his face, "Are you trying to kill me? Or do you just want to make my life a living hell? It's not like I'm your sworn enemy." Caught completely off guard, Masato was instantly wrapped up in the spider silk, forming a tight cocoon. Quickly, layers of silk bound together to form a massive sphere. Haruto stared at it with deep unease. Why do I have such a bad feeling about this? Did I miss something? Suddenly, a visible crack appeared, slowly spreading across the radius of the sphere. Then, with a sudden burst, the sphere exploded, sending rocks and dust blasting outward. Haruto quickly shielded his face, helplessly watching it shatter into pieces. In the end, the spider silk sphere couldn't hold Masato back as he used his lightning to tear it completely apart. Lightning surged outward, heading straight for Haruto. Luckily, he managed to conjure a silk shield just in time. But the dark lightning was too powerful, shredding right through his defense. Standing inside his own spherical shield, Masato glared coldly at Haruto. With his hand bleeding, being ambushed only made Masato more furious. If you refuse to speak, then this must be about Starfield, isn't it? If that's the case, you're dead meat. Now covered in wounds, Haruto stayed silent in sheer terror. He's completely lost his mind with rage. I might actually die here. Having grown so used to talking and coordinating with him, Haruto had temporarily forgotten. But the violent surge of electricity Masato was channeling quickly reminded him of a harsh reality. Guildmaster Shirosaki is a hunter over level 500, while I haven't even reached level 300 yet. With only one choice left, he frantically searched his inventory. It's all or nothing. I don't have time. He prayed the item he needed would appear instantly. Yes, here it is. It was an ultra-premium potion capable of healing 95% of injuries, but it couldn't be combined with other effects and would not work on someone who was already dead. Meanwhile, on the other side, Masato, naturally having no patience to wait for his opponent, hurled his dark lightning spears. Haruto didn't even try to dodge, calmly watching them hurtle toward him. Waiting for the exact split second, he screamed out. In his mind, he desperately prayed. Activate, you damn skill. A red system notification flashed. Control V. User's HP is below 25%. More screens popped up in rapid succession. Activating the second unique skill of the Berserk Cow Asian Greatsword. Control V. Equipping Cow Asian Greatsword to use the skill. A sword materialized in Haruto's hand instantly, helping him block the Guildmaster's lightning. Next, he slowly raised it, aiming straight at his target. As Haruto swung it down, its overwhelming force unleashed a slash that sent rocks and dust flying, hurtling straight toward Masato. Masato strained with all his might to maintain his spherical barrier. Damn it! Could that be the clash of two massive forces? Ultimately, the lightning barrier gave way. Masato watched in utter shock as the massive energy of the greatsword surged toward him. A deafening explosion ripped through the air, completely obliterating the entire area. Near the epicenter of the blast, Masato was in a terrible state. spitting up blood as wounds began to break open across his face. Suddenly, a memory rushed back, and a voice from the past echoed in his head. "Hey, big bro. The guild's name means our hope of becoming the strongest in the future. Let's call it the Future Guild." Masato had agreed immediately. "I love it. Let's make our guild #1 in the world." The person he was remembering was his younger brother, Shiro Sakisuta. "But first, big bro, I'm going to help you become the top hunter in the world," he had said, raising his glass, clearly devoted to his older brother. Hearing that, Masato had laughed heartily. "The strongest in the world, huh? I like the sound of that." 10 years ago, he and his brother were inseparable. Whether their opponent was a single demon or all of hell itself, they never showed a hint of fear. Until one day, during a routine dungeon raid, Suda warily warned him, "Hey bro, do you feel that? I have a really bad feeling. That unidentified hunter has been watching us the whole time." But Masato had tried to convince his brother, "Come on, Suda. This dungeon isn't under the control of the Midas Guild or any other major power yet. It's a hidden dungeon, super famous, and completely up for grabs. This is our ticket to getting the Future Guild into the top 10 guilds in the country," he had said confidently. "Why are you getting cold feet now? Your recall skill can pull us out of literal hell anyway. And don't worry, your big bro has got your back." Although Suda still found that heavily bandaged guy highly suspicious, he couldn't stop his brother. Just as Suda had feared, right after they took down the final boss, disaster struck. Masato's furious screams echoed through the cavern. "Hey, you bastard, have you lost your mind?" Clinging to his brother, whose body was rapidly being corrupted by dark mana, he roared at the man. "What the hell did you do to him?" The freak didn't bother to explain, only offering a cryptic smile as he spoke to Masato. "This is dark mana addiction. The more mana they absorb, the faster their consciousness is consumed. Soon, they'll degenerate into low-grade beasts inferior even to common demons." In a sheer panic, Masato demanded, "Give me the antidote. Now. My brother is dying." But the man remained entirely unfazed, replying with a cold, cryptic tone. "You two were the ones who fought hardest to slay the poison bone, weren't you? You deserve a special reward. Shadow shift." Even without understanding what it meant, Masato's instincts screamed that this was nothing good. Sure enough, the man threatened him. "Hand it over, and I'll tell you how to save your brother. Refuse, and you both die here. Besides, without dark mana, that skill is completely useless to you anyway." Desperate to save his brother, Masato didn't hesitate for a second. "Fine, I'll give you the skill. Just give me the antidote, now." Having secured what he wanted, the man threw him a scrap of information. Otley of the British Association. And their heirloom sword, Brilliance. That is the only way to purge the toxic mana. Masato's face drained of color. "Hey, you're not going to give me an actual antidote." In the desolate expanse, his voice echoed in pure desperation. "You piece of trash." The man watched his panic with complete indifference. There is no cure for dark mana addiction. Besides, this is a shifting dungeon. Once the clearance is complete, it relocates, and this entire pocket dimension collapses. Even as he spoke, he began to phase out, teleporting away. An antidote wouldn't do you any good if you can't even make it out of here alive anyway. By then, Masato knew he had been completely played. You planned on killing us from the very beginning." The man let out an eerie laugh, not even bothering to deny the existence of dark mana and dark skills. "It's not time for the world to know about them yet." With those parting words, he vanished, leaving the two brothers stranded in a crumbling dungeon on the verge of collapsing. "Suda, hang in there, buddy. Can you use your return skill?" Gathering his last ounce of strength, Suda pressed a strange spatial shard into his brother's hand. I found this earlier, where the boss monster was. I don't know what it is, but it's definitely not a normal item." Tears streaming down Masato's face, he choked back a sob, shouting in sheer denial, "Is now really the time to be talking about that? Quick, cast the skill. Let's get out of here." But Suda only gave his brother a gentle, sorrowful look, tears of deep regret welling in his eyes. He spoke his final words. "I couldn't keep my promise, bro. Return target. Masato." In a panic, Masato tried to stop him. "Wait, Suda, why are you doing this?" The magic circle flared to life instantly. Ignoring his older brother's desperate grasp, Suda initiated the teleportation. "I'm sorry, big brother." As he was forcefully warped away, Masato's desperate screams echoed through the void. "Suda!" The coordinates brought Masato right back to the guild office that the two brothers had built together. Tears of bitter regret streamed down his face. He sat there frozen, his arms locked in the exact position of holding his brother, completely motionless. Racked with painful, angry sobs, Masato squeezed the final item Suda had given him so hard that his knuckles turned white, as if trying to crush it. His rage boiled over into a primal roar, as wild bolts of lightning erupted from his body, tearing the entire office to shreds. Back in the present, After taking a devastating blow from his sword, the two took a temporary break right where they stood to catch their breath. Masato slowly continued. For 10 years after that, I searched through countless dungeons, but I could never find that place again. He stood up and walked over to Haruto. I kept telling myself my brother was still alive. But now, surely everything has become clear to you as well. So that's why you wanted to find him, even if it's just a trace of him. No wonder they call you a dungeon maniac. Haruto drank a recovery potion to restore his health, groaning to himself. But man, the price for pissing off guild leader Shirasaki is pretty steep. Luckily, thanks to the sword's unique berserk skill, I managed to temporarily reach the strength of level 600, but my body just couldn't handle it. Masato explained his motives further. That's why I've been researching dark mana and dark skills again. To hell with international penalties or whatever. Shadow Shift is a rare technique, and dark skills have long been banned. Right now, only that freak can use it. Hearing this, Haruto couldn't help but understand where he was coming from. So, you're asking how Takumi and I are able to use that technique? Fine, I'll tell you. But to himself, Haruto added, I'll tell you, but not everything. To his surprise, Masato refused. No need. Haruto froze. Masato explained further. The skill you used earlier is from the Calesian Dragonblade school, isn't it? How did you even manage to swipe that one too? Where on earth did you learn all these stolen moves? Just like the Dragonblade school, you stole the Shadow Shift technique, didn't you? Sorry for accusing you of conspiring with Takumi. It was hard to tell if Masato was apologizing or just trying to provoke him when he muttered, So, you're just a skill thief after all. Haruto was absolutely furious. If you're going to apologize, do it right, and stop calling me a thief. Not stopping there, he kept exposing him. You secretly swiped that during the chase to capture Korea, didn't you? Backed into a corner, Haruto snapped back. You're the thief here. Suddenly, Masato changed the subject. Let me tell you two things. Once the spatial key is complete, I'll join you. The door opened, and whatever deal they had made, the two of them finally came back. Seeing Haruto looking a total mess, Mo asked curiously, What happened? Why do you look so beat up? He gave a vague smile. It's nothing. Just ran into a bit of trouble while combining the spatial fragments. Nanas hurriedly reported. While you two were in there, I got word that the third defiled tree has appeared. Masato was shocked. Really? Gritting his teeth, he lost his temper again. Where is that bastard Takumi hiding? Aries replied. Based on the location of this third defiled tree, we can predict Takumi's next route. Losing his patience, he cut her off. Where is it? Just tell me. Despite Masato's pressing, she remained perfectly calm as she laid out the plan. We need to gather the hunters in the Ginza area first. Looking at the scale and location of the barrier, the pocket dimension they plan to open in Ginza is going to be massive. Feeling its terrifying scale, Nana grew anxious. Just how big are we talking? If that's the case, the sheer number of monsters pouring through the spatial rift will be overwhelming. Listening to their conversation, Haruto silently analyzed. A monster outbreak. If that happens, no matter how strong the hunters are, it will take quite some time to bring the situation under control. If those wolf monsters show up, it's going to be a real headache. I can't deal with them using just the giant spider silk. Masato stepped forward with a proposal. The hunters from the future guild will head to Ginza, while I go after Takumi. We just need to catch him before the fourth tree appears, right? Nana agreed. Then I'll head back to the association to rally all the guilds. With that, she turned around and asked Haruto and Mo, Are you two planning to coordinate operations with the association's guilds? Haruto refused without hesitation. No need. I'll prepare what I need on my own. Nana thought she had misheard. You're going to prepare what now? He calmly explained. Miss Aries said the pocket dimension is massive, so this is going to be a battle of scale. Hearing this, Nanas nodded, asking no further questions. I see. Suddenly, Masato said cryptically, Do your best. I'm looking forward to seeing you in action. Without bothering to reply, Haruto turned to Mo. I need your help this time, Mo. Mo let out an expectant sigh. Finally realized my worth. Have you? Haruto ruthlessly crushed his hopes. What are you talking about? I'm just bringing you along to carry my bags. Mo repeated in disbelief. Wait, carry your bags? Meanwhile, at the Starfield headquarters in Europe, a conference was underway. Missile reported, We've just received a request for assistance from Japan. It seems they're turning to us for help as well. The time is ripe. Then came Michael's skeptical voice in response. Is that true? I heard the spatial barrier is still incomplete. Will the pocket dimension actually open successfully? Miso affirmed, Of course. Right now, the pocket dimension is guaranteed to open on a massive scale, and it's crawling with goblins and orcs. Just then, another person chimed in. Goblins and orcs? Aren't you underestimating Japanese hunters a bit too much? President Misaka Kyuchi and Hunter Nanas of the association. Those two alone are enough to handle everything and restore order. Several voices spoke up in agreement. If they've asked for our help, they'll wrap things up quickly no matter how chaotic it gets. Suddenly, someone spoke up hesitantly. Besides, wouldn't Lord Michael feel a bit uneasy about this? I assure you, there's no need to worry. I can handle our European headquarters manager. That's exactly why I paid so much attention to the placement of those defiled trees. He let out a sly laugh. Hearing that this would help open the dimensional gateway wider, that guy felt at ease. Are there only monsters in that dimension? If that's the case, even with US military aid, they won't be able to keep the situation under control. Miso smiled deviously. If that dimension opens up in Tokyo, it will be a devastating blow. Michael suddenly spoke up. Miso, for the sake of your homeland and Ziggurat, we must succeed this time. Miso reassured him once again, please don't worry. This isn't the first time I've opened a subdimension in Tokyo. At the White House in the United States, the president and his inner circle are holding a meeting. The United States President, Raymond Romeo, spoke up. Director Logan, are you aware that the defiled tree from another dimension has appeared in Japan? The CIA director, Mr. Logan, immediately confirmed the information. Yes, they first appeared in the United Kingdom 15 years ago. They originate from the same dimension as the Harkland Rift. The president asked with concern, so, are we in danger? Logan reassured him. The portal hasn't opened yet, so there's no direct threat. However, we've received a request for aid from the Japan Hunter Association. The president was still hesitant. How is the International Hunter Association responding, Mr. Logan? Logan went on to explain. Michael Starfield is the commander of the Japan Hunter Association. I heard they are already on their way to the scene. The young woman, who had remained silent until now, voiced her doubts. Why would a world-famous hunter like him step in personally? He didn't have the answer either. Our intelligence doesn't have any info on that, so we can't see the big picture. Suddenly, she received a call. Wait. What? She turned to report. Mr. President, the president of the Hunter Association is calling via video link. Raymond was surprised. The president? He immediately ordered, put him through. She quickly brought up the screen for him. The president of the United States Hunter Association, Simon DeFrey, appeared. Mr. President, we have a major problem on our hands. The president grew tense as well. If you're talking about the incident in Japan, I'm already aware. We only planned on sending equipment and tools as aid, but Simon cut him off. Well, the situation seems to have completely spiraled out of control. He went on to deliver more bad news. The Ouroboros Guild's aircraft has been reported to be on its way to Japan. Director Logan became anxious upon hearing this. What? Wait. Turner isn't going there himself, is he? But contrary to his hopes, Simon said with difficulty, actually, he is. This is completely unexpected. Turner has mobilized and fully geared up the entire guild. Logan held his forehead in anxiety. His power is on par with our entire military. Sending a hunter like him abroad is no different from dropping a nuclear weapon over there. Moreover, Japan is a peaceful, neutral nation. If word gets out, it's going to be a massive mess. He went on to ask for the Hunter Association's stance. Simon's voice was filled with helplessness. There's not much we can do. Stopping Turner is practically impossible. President Raymond suddenly spoke up. This is no longer. He paused for a moment before continuing. Just Japan's problem. Help me select the most elite hunters immediately and dispatch them to Japan. But make sure to do it in absolute secrecy. The situation in Japan right now is looking grim. The defiled tree is continuously spewing out toxic mana. Standing high above right across from it, a lone figure watched closely. He held a knight's sword in his hand, his expression filled with resolve. Just like Takumi said, I'm no different from him. I used to hide behind excuses like protecting my family and my dad, but all of this is happening because of me. It all began on the day Lucas received the F-rank Kwanjong curse from some godlike being. Since then, all kinds of information from the media, human hatred, and their deepest desires flooded into his mind like a tidal wave. Lucas could even sense the consciousness and deaths of monsters. After spending 1 week in a daze, unable to do anything, Lucas finally tried to end his own life to stop the curse. Ironically, that was the exact moment he found the will to live. Lucas's family possessed one heirloom displayed in their main hall, the Holy Sword, Angelus Rapier. As long as he held it, the F-rank Kwanjong curse would be kept at bay. Now, he could finally control the power of the curse, and because of that, Lucas was saved from his personal hell. From that day forward, he never let the Holy Sword leave his side. Eventually, when a portal to another dimension opened in Britain, he heard that the hunter Nishihara wanted to borrow the sword, but his father refused. Unsurprisingly, Lucas's country suffered a devastating loss. The the Cooper family lost both their status and their power. Afterward, to master the F-rank Kwanjong curse, he tried countless methods until he discovered he could control it using black mana. However, black mana made him prone to losing control, so he always needed the holy sword by his side. While trying to absorb black mana, he met Michael and Miso. Thanks to them, Lucas's family was able to regain their power, but the price was far too high. Once Michael learned about the F-rank Kwanjong curse ability, he forced Lucas to find someone. Every time he finds a target, Lucas kills them and absorbs their power using Kanchol. For his clan and his father, that's the excuse he's always used. But in truth, he only obeys Michael because he's too afraid of being eliminated. Of course, Lucas himself knows he's nothing but a coward. Standing on the rooftop, he mutters to himself, "The one who possesses Kanchol plus C. I'm pretty sure it's Haruto. If that ability falls into Michael's hands, who knows what would happen? I want to see it with my own eyes." Suddenly, Lucas raises the sword in his hand and resolves to steal the holy sword from the vault. As soon as he finishes speaking, a sharp pain hits him. The agony of processing a massive overload of information makes him scream in pain. Right now, Lucas feels as if he is falling into a bottomless pit of endless information. After a short while, he instantly finds the information he wants. Reading what is there, his eyes widen in sheer shock. Then, Lucas speaks in a soft whisper. "I found Kanchol plus C." In the clear blue sky, the airplane continues to fly forward. Inside the cabin, a heavily scarred black man is sitting in his seat. That man is Turner Miller, an American sorcerer and tanker, ranked as the world's #1 hunter, whose rank is unmeasurable. Staring at the knife in his hand, Richard asks in wonder, "Guild leader, if you wanted to go to Japan, why didn't we take a detour? Did we really have to charter a private jet?" Turner frowns, his face darkening with annoyance. "Richard, have you forgotten our guild's motto?" Flustered, Richard quickly waves his hands to explain, "How could I possibly forget? The moment we let our guard down, danger will strike. I get your point, and I'll be more careful next time." Turner doesn't reply, silently watching the clouds drift past the window. With a distant look in his eyes, he remembers the past. The great catastrophe 15 years ago, and the person who stood up to protect him, slaying all the goblins. "Back then, I was only an A-rank hunter, and I nearly lost my life. Hunter Nishihara is my savior." Memories of those goblin exterminations flash before his eyes. Not long after, I received a skill from the Descended One, and I instantly became the strongest hunter in the world. Returning to reality, he tightly grips the golden glowing pendant in his hand, thinking to himself, "Hunter Nishihara gave me this before the great catastrophe ended." Turner opens his hand, staring at the triangular golden pendant glowing brilliantly. It's beautiful. But now, for the first time in 15 years, space itself is resonating. He tightly grips the pendant, frowning with deep worry in his eyes as he mutters, "Just what on earth is happening in Japan? This is definitely the very thing Hunter Nishihara was terrified would happen in Ginza, Tokyo." In a sprawling city where ominous purple mist is swirling, a voice rings out. The subspace they talked about is about to open. "It's definitely at this location, right?" Nanazi replies. "Yes, this spot has the highest concentration of pollution." Tokuo asks, "What about the other guilds? How did they respond?" She quickly reports, "Guild leader Shinoda of the Dainen Guild is currently neutralizing the pollution caused by the World Tree at the Central Hunter Hospital. Their guild members are dealing with the World Tree in the Northern District and looking for countermeasures." Nanaze continues, "Guild leader Takashi of the Midas Guild has dispatched members to support various areas, while he is waiting alone in Chiyoda, over in Ginza. No matter what emerges from that subspace, he'll be able to take care of it." Tokuo says with satisfaction, "Well, if it's him, we don't have to worry." "So, what are the other guilds doing?" She answers, "They're currently protecting and evacuating the residents who haven't managed to escape yet." Suddenly remembering something, he asks, "Speaking of which, I don't see Hunter Haruto around, do I?" Nana's replies, "Currently, Hunter Haruto is out on another mission." Tokuo strokes his chin, wondering, why is he on another mission? Nanase is also puzzled. "I'm quite curious about that myself. Hunter Haruto always manages to surprise us, just like a master magician." A porter nearby overhears them and thinks to himself, "Hunter Haruto? That porter is Ioi Kanaga, Sano's junior hunter." Surprised to hear that name, he can't help but wonder, wait, do they mean Senior Sano? A bald guy next to him points and shouts, "Hey, what are you doing? Get a move on." Snapped back to reality, Ioi gasps, "Ah, sorry about that," but his heart is still filled with worry. No way. Were they talking about Senior Haruto? I haven't seen him since then. I'm really worried. At the Ginza Store Mall, night has fallen. Satoru, carrying 3 backpacks, cries out, "Senior Haruto, I can't walk anymore. Even the tiny snow mountain golem is dragging its feet, carrying a backpack as big as itself on its shoulders. Save me. I agree. I can't take this anymore. Haruto stares intensely at the screen, tapping away. A notification pops up. Ctrl+V. The user does not have enough mana to unlock the heavy dragon sword. Haruto grinds his teeth, frowning in frustration. Damn it. Still not enough. There's no way this is enough. Satoru, sweating profusely, runs over anxiously. One item bag can hold 100 items, and we have 13 bags here, meaning we have 1,300 items. Still not enough. Haruto's face went blank. Well, basically, it's just not enough right now, Moko asked. Is this much enough for you to stop it? He replied immediately. Possibly. Although it's not perfect yet, there is still a decent chance of success. Haruto grew tense, slightly frowning as he thought. Either way, I still need that space. I will definitely copy and paste it, no matter what it takes. Their footsteps suddenly halted. The three of them, along with the Snow Mountain Golem, froze at the sight of a figure holding a sword right in front of them. Someone gasped in disbelief. Lucas, Moko demanded immediately. How did you find this place? Lucas grimaced in silence before speaking. I need to talk to you, Haruto. Moko's face turned serious. If you want to talk, lower your sword first. Haruto smirked as if an idea just struck him, thinking, wait a minute. According to the story about President Shirasaki, dark mana can be purified by a holy sword. This is the perfect chance for me to copy and paste it. Haruto called out, Moko, wait. Moko turned back, confused. Huh? Haruto dropped his backpack and vanished in a flash. Before anyone realized, Haruto had materialized in the smoke behind Lucas, confidently reaching his hand toward the sword. My copy and paste skill has leveled up so much, it will definitely work this time. Lucas sensed it too and grimaced. Without missing a beat, he teleported to dodge the strike. Don't do anything reckless, you Control-C wielder. I know all about your skill. Haruto was taken aback. Tense, he thought to himself. Wait, how on earth does he know about my Control-C skill? Should I just play dumb? Scratching his head as if clueless, Haruto asked. What are you talking about? Lucas quickly leaped into the air and lunged forward. Swinging his sword straight at him, he roared, Cut the innocent act! My family and I risked everything for this. His magical energy surged right in front of Haruto. Before he could strike, an earthen sphere rose to shield Haruto, catching Lucas off guard. Haruto dodged, appearing right behind Lucas. Lucas glanced back. So, you can use dark mana too? Suddenly, a dark shroud of energy flared from his sword. Lucas warned, but you'd better remember who you're using it against. Fuming, Lucas swung his sword, sending the dark aura billowing even more intensely. A blinding light burst out. Haruto shielded his face, gritting his teeth as he squinted and groaned in pain. Rooted to the spot and helpless, he gasped. What? What is this? This feels just like President Shirasaki's dark lightning from before. I can't activate shadow teleportation. Nearby, Satoru wondered. Why isn't Senior Haruto using shadow teleportation? Moko explained. It's because the sword's holy light can cleanse all impurities within a 10-meter radius. Shadow teleportation is a cheat skill, so it won't work. Lowering his sword, Lucas stepped closer and said, So you can't use your skills? That means every single skill you've copied so far was just a cheat skill, right? Haruto let out a weak laugh. Well, from now on, I'll only copy skills that are fully compatible. Internally, he fumed, damn it. Because of the sword's holy power, I can't use shadow teleportation, which means I won't even get a chance to touch it. Staring at Lucas, Haruto quickly calculated, should I pull out the Dragon Greatsword, or copy and paste myself like last time? Should I take the chance and strike him? Lucas scowled, venting his frustration. Control-C, that damn skill is the exact reason I'm in this miserable mess. Do you hear me? How do I control skills without using Control-C? Haruto then said, I see. So you know where this skill came from and how I ended up with it. It seems you're also a control skill wielder. Are you planning to kill me to steal it? Is that why you teamed up with Takumi and caused this whole mess? Completely enraged by the accusation, Lucas lunged forward with his sword, roaring, Shut up! Don't you dare lump me in with that piece of trash! He thrust his blade straight through Haruto's chest, making blood spray from his mouth. Lucas gasped in shock, completely baffled as to why Haruto stood there and took the hit instead of dodging. Coughing up blood, Haruto smirked triumphantly. Perfect! He had instantly gotten exactly what he wanted. A system alert popped up, Control-C. The Angelus Rapier has fused with the Control-C user. You can now copy and absorb the Angelus Rapier. Suddenly, the screen flashed red as a warning appeared. Control-V. Shadow teleportation cannot be used while copying and absorbing the Angelus Rapier. Haruto stumbled, thinking, huh? Wait, why is the system conjuring a bright red potion bottle? He quickly chugged it, still wondering, is it really because of the sword that I can't use cheat skills? I thought I'd be fine since I'm not using dark mana, but since that sword seals off my shadow teleportation, I can't do a thing. Lucas wondered in disbelief. Did he seriously let himself get stabbed just to copy the holy sword? Meanwhile, Haruto thought, just as I thought. I can't copy it with Control-C even if I get stabbed. Lucas tightened his grip and raised his sword. I'll ask you one last time. What do you plan to do with that Control-C skill? Haruto replied with absolute resolve. Isn't it obvious? I'm going to become the strongest hunter one who stands above even the Almighty. Lucas lunged forward, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Heh, is that all? How did you easily dodge his sword when he lunged it straight at you? Haruto replied. Exactly. Even before I became a hunter. Because of the curse, my time is being drained. Lucas was confused. Time? He shouted. Wait, didn't you hear that when the curse was cast? There are only 5 years left until the disaster strikes. Lucas was even more confused. Only? What disaster? He frowned, glancing at the hourglass symbol on his neck, and thought, too much information is hitting me all at once. I didn't have time to pay attention to that. Does this hourglass represent the remaining time? Is it counting down to the day of the next great disaster? Suddenly, a screen popped up in front of Haruto, startling him. He asked, What are you trying to do? The system announced, Control-C. The copying time limit has expired. Please approach the target once more. Haruto frowned, clearly displeased, and thought, Gee, I even let myself get stabbed just to copy it. Let's try one more time. Suddenly, purple magic power gathered in the sky, and beams of light slowly descended. Haruto looked up in surprise, as did Satoru and Mo. With a face full of anxiety, he stammered, It's starting. Lucas also looked up in confusion, observing. The system popped up another notification. Another dimension, the dark spirit dimension, has opened in Tokyo. Once the subdimension opens, a contaminated zone will form within that space. Hunters' HP and mana will decrease by 30%, and there will also be restrictions on skills that require mana. In Shinagawa District, right before the subdimension opened, purple smoke spread everywhere, and giant wooden vines pierced through ruined, desolate buildings. A red system notification popped up. The defiled tree-dimensional barrier is complete. Another dimension, the dark spirit dimension, has opened in Tokyo. Once opened, the contaminated zone will cause the HP and MP of all hunters to decrease by 30%, while also restricting all skills that require mana. Takumi looked at the screen with a highly satisfied expression. If this dimension fully opens, Tokyo will literally be a living hell. The elf's task is complete. Should I go report it? Suddenly, red streaks of energy slowly spread over, and a voice rang out, I won't allow that to happen. Takumi jumped in fright when he heard this. The red streak snaked around and slammed directly into the ground where he stood, terrifying him. Wherever the red streak struck, he scrambled backward. Masato and Alice stood safely inside a protective sphere. He said, Because you're going to die right here. Takumi replied, Masato, you really went to all the trouble of chasing me all the way here. He grinned wickedly, but it's too late. The barrier created by the defiled tree is complete. Tokyo is finished. Masato angrily split the protective sphere in two, startling Alice a bit, and shouted, So what? My target is you, Takumi. Masato's crimson magic power radiated outward as he yelled, It seems dark, mana has absolutely no effect on me. Takumi was not to be outdone. He drew a sword from a portal in midair and smirked. Do you think you're the only exception? His purple dark energy surged out intensely. His eyes turned pitch black as he sneered. Let me show you the true face of real dark mana. Elsewhere in the city, the hunters all had their notification screens pop up. They began whispering among themselves. What? I've never seen anything with such a strong restriction. Limiting all skills that use mana. They're clearly forcing us to fight empty-handed. A bald guy wearing glasses also raised his hand to try casting a spell, but failed, replying, You're right. None of my mana skills will activate. A short-haired girl wearing a hat also tried casting a spell and said, No way. My healing skill won't work either. Another guy explained. In this situation, using potions is completely useless. Our strength and magic power are leaking out. Just getting hit by one blow could cost us our lives. On Nanasa's side, she looked up at the sky in shock. President, this. Tokuo also looked up with a grim expression. This is completely unexpected. We have to deal with the larger monsters. A powerful tornado swept across a large city, destroying countless buildings, leaving thick smoke everywhere. The atmosphere grew even more chaotic as a purple dimensional gate appeared and slowly opened in the sky. A voice shouted loudly, Look over there. A foot stepped out of the portal. Nanase was stunned, and Tokuo was no exception, his eyes widening in shock. A blonde figure faintly appeared, their magic power radiating in the sky, growing stronger and stronger. The people below couldn't help but wonder, what on earth is that? Miso slowly stepped out, and the crowd began whispering again. An elf? They kept looking up, saying, only one elf is appearing from a chaotic space like this? Another person pointed forward in terror and said, no, wait, look down there. Elves of all shapes and sizes slowly stepped out, some huge, some tiny, some humanoid, some beast-like, both flying and crawling, all of them with glowing red eyes. Seething with anger, the hunters recoiled in fear at the sight. Are you kidding me? Damn it, there are way too many of them. Miso smirked, her eyes glinting with smug satisfaction. It's been a long time, hasn't it? These last 15 years must have been incredibly boring, right? So today, let's go absolutely wild. Down below, the goblins growled like beasts unleashed, their predatory eyes flashing. The rabid goblins lunged directly at where Gao was sitting, and he gritted his teeth in sheer rage. So, you're the one pulling the strings? Trying to overwhelm us with sheer numbers? You're seriously underestimating us, the system chimed. Stone armor activated. Gao's eyes burned with furious anger. His entire body was slowly encased in a layer of solid armor. Several goblins lunged forward, snapping their jaws to bite him. A massive crater split open right in front of one goblin, making it shriek in terror. With a mere swing of his arm, Gao killed two of them, their bodies crashing to the ground right in front of their pack. Seething with absolute rage, Gao clenched his fists as sparks flashed in his eyes. Too bad for you, my stone armor skill doesn't require mana to activate. Seeing this, the other goblins shrieked and charged at him in a massive swarm. Unfazed and completely fearless, Gao shouted, taking you down one by one is such a pain. Just come at me all at once. With that, the battlefield erupted into absolute chaos. Gao leaped forward so fast he vanished from sight. But the goblins were cut down one after another. Some were sliced in half, others decapitated. As more and more goblins fell, nothing could be seen but slashing lines, flying dirt, and shattered rocks. The city's defense hunters couldn't help but marvel. As expected of guild leader Takeuchi, another one piped up, we'll handle the remaining small fry. Another hunter plunged his sword into a goblin, making it screech in pain. Damn it, he cursed. Now that our skills are locked, even just stabbing a goblin feels disgusting. A city defense hunter shouted a warning. Watch out. These creatures are releasing corrupted energy. Watch your stamina bar. One wrong move and you're a goner. He swung his sword, slicing through a small goblin as it squealed. Nanase wasn't about to stand by either. She charged straight ahead, her hands moving like lightning. With a single strike of her blade, she cut down two flying goblins. A roar echoed, and Nanase spun around to see a massive goblin looming in front of her. Tokuo swung his wooden club, preparing to strike. Completely unfazed, he slightly frowned as the system chimed. Giant Shield of the Immortal activated. Tokuo gripped the massive shield that had just materialized. He raised his shield, blocking the goblin's wooden club and snapping it in half. Tokuo adjusted the shield horizontally and calmly thrust it forward with force. The shield's skill unleashed, slicing the goblin right in front of him in two. Tokuo immediately adjusted his shield once again. The shield's skill fired a sweeping energy wave, instantly slicing several giant goblins standing in a line clean in half. Watching this, Nanas thought to herself, that giant shield works as both a sword and a shield. Even without using any active skills, it's powerful enough to dominate the battlefield. We can leave the larger monsters to the chairman and guild leader Gao. She glanced over at another hunter who was desperately struggling to fend off a goblin with his shield. Nanase thought. But for the other hunters, their combat power has plummeted due to the influence of dark mana. The goblin numbers have gone down slightly, but there's still an absolute swarm of them. She analyzed the situation. No matter how many monsters we defeat, they just keep coming. If this keeps up, even reinforcements won't be able to save us. Suddenly, a massive bird soared right over Nanase's head, startling her. Her eyes widened in confusion. Not losing sight of it, she quickly gave chase. A fierce, giant eagle touched down on the ground. Caught off guard, Nanase stared at it and thought, an eagle? Has a boss-class monster already appeared? The bird's eyes glowed a brilliant crimson, and its breath shone a blinding gold. It's a level 150 eagle, a boss-type monster unlike any typical beast. Nanase got into a combat stance and muttered to herself, a single eagle wouldn't be a problem, but its inferno breath is what's truly terrifying. The eagle let out a scorching, fiery breath. She thought, it won't stop until its target is completely reduced to ashes. Without a shred of hesitation, Nanase leaped into the air, raising her blade as she lunged straight at it, calculating her move. With recovery skills locked, if it targets any of the hunters, they'll be wiped out in a single hit. I have to stop it before it unleashes its inferno breath. Seeing her leap, the eagle unleashed a brutal torrent of fire directly at her. A massive wall of fire erupted and spread, blazing intensely all around, completely swallowing Nanas from sight. Haruto looked up, only to see the sky turning pitch black. Satoru let out a panicked cry, while Moti gritted his teeth and muttered, "It's starting." Lucas also stared at the sky with deep anxiety. The system interface flashed red continuously. An alternate dimension, the Dark Spirit Space, has opened in Tokyo. Opening the corrupted zone will reduce all hunters' HP and MP by 30%, while restricting all skills that require mana. Satoru, staring blankly at the newly appeared notification. Huh? Crowd control? This isn't even a real dungeon. Mokai sighed. Well, this thing isn't exactly completely impossible. It can happen in the dungeon insect monsters territory, but the odds are extremely rare. He gritted his teeth, feeling incredibly frustrated. But why specifically target skills that use mana? So devious. Where on earth did that Takumi guy get such a twisted idea? Just then, Haruto snatched his backpack back and said, "I don't have time to mess around with you, Lucas." Unwilling to back down, he spoke up to stop him. "Hey, I'm still." Suddenly, the sound of flapping wings from some creature echoed from the sky. Countless dragons appeared, diving straight to the ground and laying waste to the surroundings. Satoru, carrying heavy loads of bags, ran for his life while yelling, "Whoa, is that a wyvern this time?" Mo calmly replied. "The real nightmare starts when they begin to spread out. Seriously, we don't have the luxury of wasting anything anymore." On the other side, Haruto was reminding Lucas, "Do you understand? We can talk about the rest later." Seeing him remain silent made him angry, prompting him to mutter, "Hey, at least say something." He was incredibly anxious deep down. Right now, he didn't even have the time to copy-paste the holy sword. Lucas stared at his retreating back, lost in thought. He still hasn't used his Control-C skill yet. Should he report to Michael about Hunter Haruto? Haruto was now fuming with rage. "We wasted all that time because of you," Lucas asked him with a bit of curiosity. "I don't know what you've prepared, but what happens if you use it right now?" Haruto shouted, "I want to. Believe me. But there is a specific process for this." As he ran, he thought that initially, Haruto wanted to level up based on monsters from simpler areas. Meanwhile, Nanas was charging straight into the raging flames. Thoughts kept racing through her mind. She was too slow. It had already used its flame breath, but at this level, she could power through it. She would take some damage, but against the hellfire, Nanas would win. Suddenly, a figure brushed past Nanas, catching her off guard. Seeing this, the griffin unleashed another blast of fire. Before she could even react, that person was already a step ahead and came to a halt. To Nanas's utter amazement, the person pulled out a massive shield, perfectly blocking the griffin's attack and shielding her effortlessly. Once she clearly saw Tokuo's imposing figure, Nanas instinctively cried out, "Chairman Tokuo!" Turning his head back, he ordered solemnly, "Hunter Nanas, decapitate it to stop its flame breath." Her gaze instantly sharpened. "Understood." She dashed forward, rapidly closing the distance to the griffin. Once again, it unleashed its flame breath to attack Nanas, trying to keep her from getting close. Waves of fire spewed from its mouth, each one more intense than the last, until the flames almost entirely consumed Nanas's field of vision. But tapping her toes against the ground, Nanas launched herself high into the air with sudden momentum. She swung her weapon straight down, but it only grazed the griffin's head. Seeing the blood splattering through the air, she was slightly surprised. To avoid losing its head, it had intentionally shifted its body to take the slash elsewhere. Before Nanas could strike again, the griffin thrust its claws right in front of her. Nanas swiftly raised her spear to block, creating a deafening metallic clang. She gritted her teeth, struggling to push its claws away, but it opened its beak once more, spitting crimson fire in an attempt to defeat her. However, an unexpected event made it cautious. A spinning shockwave sliced right between Nanas and the griffin, forcing it to retreat. Nanas quickly realized that shockwave had come from Tokuo's shield. Landing calmly from the air, he asked, "Are you all right?" She said softly, "Thank you, Chairman." Waving his hand, he didn't reply, simply remarking, "I meant to help, but it seems I might have made things worse." Looking up at the griffin, he said calmly, "It's on high alert now. It probably won't land on the ground again. If I throw the Jigen shield and it dodges, we're in trouble." Suddenly, the griffin opened its mouth and spat a massive fireball. "Skreek," Tokuo remarked in a low voice. "Since it's in the air, it will only attack with its flame breath. Hunter Nanas, get behind me." But she dashed forward instead, leaving him with a reply, "No need, just throw the Jigen shield." The corners of his mouth curled into a trusting smile. "Understood." He decisively threw the shield in the direction Nanis was running. The shield bounced off the wall and ricocheted back toward the griffin, while Nanis leaped up, appearing right behind it. She swung down with all her might, aiming straight for its head. With a clean, sharp slice, the griffin's head was severed by Nanis. She landed successfully after the spectacular attack. Tokuo looked at the griffin's carcass on the ground and praised. Now that was a perfect move. Nanis glanced at the plumes of purple gas rising from it and said softly, "A massive amount of polluted air is leaking from the griffin's body." Tokuo, standing nearby, replied, "Well, it is a boss monster, after all." Suddenly, she made an urgent remark. "The higher the monster's rank, the more toxic gas it releases, I think. In other words, the more we kill, the more danger the hunters will be in." In another part of the city, a monster is relentlessly attacking a group of hunters. Aoi's teammate turned around and shouted, "Just because you can't use your skills, you're going after the weak ones? Don't hold back on items, use them." His teammate snapped back in frustration. "It's not like we're saving them on purpose. This is my last magic scroll. Everyone, get down." As soon as the words left his mouth, the monster was sliced into 4 pieces. The magic scroll in the bespectacled youth's hand crumbled into ash. Aoi cheered. "See? Use an item, and it's an instant kill." The guy with glasses gritted his teeth. "What are you talking about? We're completely out of items now." Suddenly, a chilling sensation filled the air. Aoi's teammate abruptly clutched his neck, coughing violently. Aoi gasped, startled. "Hey, you okay?" But no sooner had he spoken than a metallic, bitter taste welled up in his own throat cough. The entire team collapsed to their knees, coughing up blood. The guy with glasses covered his mouth in disbelief. What? What is this? No way. Is this toxic air?" Just then, Misu slowly materialized. Too late to realize that now. A sadistic glint flashed in her eyes. Every monster in this dark space is overflowing with dark aura. Once they die, they release a deadly toxic gas. You thought killing them would keep you safe, clueless that their very deaths would claim your lives instantly. She paused for a moment before continuing. "With even more monsters showing up, it's far too late to give up now." Misu let out a sadistic, echoing laugh. "There are countless more beasts in this dark space. You will just have to keep struggling and die a slow, painful death." Aoi went pale. "So, that means Tokyo, no, this entire country is finished." Suddenly a voice cut him off. "It's not over yet." Haruto and his group stepped forward, looking imposing. "This is only the beginning." The Snow Mountain Golem let out a low growl. Aoi stared at their high spirits, and as recognition dawned on him, he stammered, "Senior, what are you doing here?" Recognizing him, Haruto smiled. "Long time no see." With that, he handed Aoi a strange-looking blue bottle. Aoi looked at it, deeply confused, but he took it anyway and asked seriously, "What is this for?" "More importantly, Senior, we have to get out of here right now." But Aoi was only met with Haruto's back. He had already turned away, tossing back a casual, "Don't worry about that." Aoi stood there dazed. Staring at the bottle, he muttered, "Is this really the Senior Haruto I know? Telling me to just chug a high-grade, super expensive potion like this?" Thud. 3 massive equipment bags slammed onto the ground, thrown by none other than Haruto. He muttered, "Let's deal with this annoying suppression first." Then, wearing a highly mischievous smirk, he tapped rapidly on the system interface. The system quickly synthesized a surge of power, swirling a cool blue gale force light around Haruto like a vortex, forcing everyone to step back. To everyone's shock, a girl gasped, "Wait, this is mana." Someone nearby agreed eagerly. "Yeah, I can use my skills again. I can even cast a protective barrier. This is an incredibly dense energy." Everyone excitedly tested their powers. They were still weak, but at least they worked. One hunter looked around in confusion. "Hey, isn't that guy Haruto?" "That is Haruto, right?" As realization hit them, they stared at the tall, capable young man over there, murmuring, "Wait, you mean that errand boy?" Whispers broke out. "Yeah, him. I thought he got kicked out of that powerhouse guild. How did an errand boy pull this off?" They gossiped in sheer disbelief. Nearby, Nanase and Toko were also focused, actively releasing their mana. Watching them, the others slowly began to understand. The suppression isn't gone. Is this constant flow of mana actually letting us use our skills? And it's a wide-range mana supply skill too? Unbelievable. Realizing they couldn't just keep relying on Haruto's group, they knew they had to step up and make themselves useful. One of them yelled, "All right, this is more than enough mana to move." Fire blazed in their eyes as they charged back into the fight to bring down the golem. Misu watched in utter shock, stammering, "He's supplying enough mana to bypass the subspace suppression? Is that even possible?" As Misu racked her brain, something suddenly clicked, and she gasped. "Wait, no!" She stared at Haruto, who was running like mad, and realized in sheer disbelief, he's only a C-rank hunter? Meanwhile, the golem went wild, moving with unnatural strength and launching rapid attacks as if it were on steroids. Even with their mana replenished, they were still struggling to hold their ground. "We've got our mana back, but why the hell are there so many of them?" they cried out in despair, a hunter nursing a fresh wound from the golem spat. "At this rate, we're done for." Suddenly, he caught a sound and whipped his head around. To his amazement, Haruto, Lucas, and Mo were still running tirelessly across the battlefield, distributing mana without showing a single hint of exhaustion, and charged straight at the golem. He wondered, both anxious and confused, what the hell are they thinking? Charging straight into the monster horde like that? They must have lost their minds. 4 tiny humans stood facing a horde of golems monsters that were incredibly strong, packed a massive punch, and towered over them many times their size. Ayoi stood there, completely frozen in fear, stammering, "Senior, they look even bigger up close. Are we really going to be okay?" Unlike him, Haruto just smiled calmly and said slowly, "Don't worry, pull out all the items from your bag," he shouted. "Dump it all out, now." Instantly obeying the command, they emptied everything onto the ground. Inside, hundreds of strange, glowing orb-like objects that looked like gems spilled onto the ground. The little golem followed the command too, still muttering something under her breath, leaving everyone around completely baffled, having no idea what they were up to. Someone stammered, "Throwing balls in a situation like this? What are you even thinking?" But Haruto ignored them, shouting out to cheer them on. "Go get 'em! Upgrade as much as you want! Let's go, boys!" His minions and Haruto himself set the example first, hurling the balls forward. The system activated immediately. Command Control V. Use modified golem core. Nana asked in curiosity, "Uncle Toko, what are those balls?" But Toko stayed silent. He didn't have a clue either. Lucat looked at the scene before him, utterly bewildered. He couldn't believe it were those balls, the very things he had risked his life to bring back. What on earth is he trying to do? But to everyone's shock, those seemingly useless balls unleashed a terrifying, storm-like power the moment they were thrown, sending rocks and gravel flying everywhere. It felt like they held the raw power of a volcano. The enemy golems were instantly ripped to shreds at a furious speed. Nana suddenly realized, it's the modified golem core from the snow mountain? Since golems have their cores buried deep underground, they aren't easily destroyed. Still, she wondered, but how are there so many of them? The remaining golems continued to charge forward like madmen, looking as if they had been drugged. They tore up everything in their path, determined to shred everyone in sight. The crowd began whispering among themselves again, with one saying, "And here I thought we were the ones fighting against all odds." The other person analyzed the situation. "That destructive power is insane, but I don't think the cores are safe either." As the monsters surged forward, they were suddenly ambushed by the very debris they had crushed. What seemed like useless fragments of stone turned out to be the snow core golems rising up to strike back. They acted like drills, boring deep into the monsters' weak points and causing them immense pain. In a panic, the monsters began flailing and swinging wildly, but that only made it easier for the powerful snow golems to target their vital spots, leaving them completely pinned down. Seeing the tides turn in their favor, everyone's morale surged. "It looks like thanks to these little guys, we actually have a chance to win this." One guy charged out to help, shouting enthusiastically, "Let me back up the little golems." Meanwhile, Satoru and the others were gearing up to join the fight. Satoru firmly responded to Haruto's call. "Count me in too." System notifications chimed repeatedly. Fueled by their relentless combat and everyone's fiery passion, the golems were leveling up, growing larger and stronger by the second. Haruto couldn't help but grin, exclaiming, "Hell yeah! My connection with the golems has increased significantly. I can even give them specific commands now. This is absolutely incredible." The system notified again. Modified golems can be remodeled into any desired shape. The golems seemed to be reaching their limit, growing restless. Watching it all unfold, Haruto laughed out loud and muttered, "It's time. Let's bring down that flying dragon." Suddenly, from the crimson sky, flying dragons swooped down with incredible speed, as if tearing the heavens apart. They unleashed a deafening roar that practically shattered everyone's eardrums, showing off their absolute dominance. With gazes sharp enough to pierce through solid rock, they were the ultimate mutated form of wyverns. Everyone gasped in shock. "They've transformed into wyverns. Can you actually do something like that? And they're flying perfectly, too." The other person added, "Honestly, they're even more impressive than what everyone described." Possessing peerless power, the wyverns breathed out scorching flames at maximum intensity. Trapped in the massive inferno, the golem roared in agony as its body slowly charred black, crying out helplessly for help. Seeing this, The wyvern dove straight into the flames, stomped violently on the golem's body, and then soared back up into the sky. The sea of flames erupted, shattering the golem into 100 pieces. Those nearby quickly raised their shields to block the flying debris. The man in the hat muttered, "It feels like I'm hoping for the impossible at this point." The other person worried, "Can it even withstand that flame breath?" Haruto realized something and pulled up his screen to check. Sure enough, a head-on clash with the wyvern was impossible, so it was time to switch to the next plan. The notification panel popped up. Control V, revive goblin. The shattered fragments began to move, reassembling into sharp, bird-like golems. The armored man said in shock, "They're smaller than before. This is even more hopeless now." Everyone watched anxiously as they flew past, muttering, "There's no way they can fight the wyverns on equal footing." But looking closer, the beaks of those bird golems were incredibly long and sharp as knives, looking just like bullets. Sensing danger as the enemy swarm flew toward it, the wyvern spat out fiery blasts in defense. Nanis watched in absolute shock. Even if you change their size and the shape of their beaks, the result won't be any different. The golem bird charged straight through the sea of flames, its eyes glowing fiercely. It spun its body, whipping up a mini vortex that quickly scattered the fire into tiny sparks. The swirling sparks compressed together, still radiating intense heat. But then, sharp slashes of blue energy instantly snuffed out the flames. The wyvern stared in disbelief and let out a furious roar. Roar! Before it could even process what was happening, beams of blue light pierced through its body, leaving a trail of gruesome wounds. It shrieked in agony as the relentless beams intensified, multiplying and tearing the other wyverns to shreds. Screams of pain echoed through the sky. The golem birds surged forward like a devastating hurricane. Spinning rapidly with razor-sharp edges, they quickly closed in on their targets. The once fearsome wyverns were instantly shredded into hundreds of pieces by the indestructible flock of golem birds. Notification screens popped up one after another. "You have leveled up, you have leveled up." Haruto let out a smug grin. "If I wipe out the rest, will I keep leveling up? Man, this is awesome." Meanwhile, the crowd stared up at the now silent sky, whispering in utter disbelief. "He took down all the wyverns. I'm looking right at it, and I still can't believe it," Nanas exclaimed, gripping his spear and rushing forward. "Gather everyone. Let's wipe out the rest of these monsters." "Understood," they roared back. Haruto simply crossed his arms and summoned a batch of mini-golems. He ordered, "The sky is all cleared up. Now, let's take care of the small fries on the ground." Haruto flashed a thrilled, mischievous grin. "From here on out, let the auto-hunt begin." Gao charged straight ahead, landing a heavy, devastating punch on the monster that made it roar in agony. He leaped down, his powerful, muscular physique glowing with fiery red veins like molten lava. Nearby, the mini-golems sprang into action, their hurried footsteps pattering. Gao noticed them swarming in packs, relentlessly launching themselves forward. He mused, "So those are the golems Hunter Sano summoned? They might be small, but they sure get the job done." Suddenly, a massive impact shook the ground, as if something had just slammed down. Gao whipped his head around, only to find a mini-golem climbing onto his back, with several others leaping up in the exact same way, swarming him. Taken aback by the little creatures clinging to him, he blurted out, "What the?" While Gao stood there completely baffled, Satoru ran over with another group of mini-golems. He explained, "These little golems are wearing stone armor just like yours, President Gao. That's why they think you're one of them." Left utterly speechless, Gao asked, "Wait, is that shield of yours a golem too?" Satoru held up his hand, which was shielded by a golem, and replied, "Yes. This is actually the very first golem Senior Haruto gave me. If I level up some more, it'll eventually turn into a full suit of armor." Gao fell silent, thinking to himself, That golem armor looks absolutely nothing like my stone armor." Suddenly, a ferocious monster began closing in on them. Gao sized it up and leaped forward with enough force to scatter the clinging mini-golems, tearing right through the monster's body. He snapped, "Don't you dare lump me in with those things." With that, he dashed in a flash, slicing the grotesque beasts clean in half as their severed corpses fell to the ground, motionless. Watching them drop dead instantly, Satoru was taken aback. "I didn't mean it like that. I was just in such a rush to chase down the golems that I didn't think before speaking." The scene shifts to the outskirts of town, where Lucas stands surrounded by the scattered carcasses of wyverns. He stared at one of their crushed heads, thinking to himself, he literally copy-pasted them to evolve his golems, and he even wiped out the entire wyvern flock. So this is the true power of Control C. It's on a completely different level from us. His face darkened as a wave of dread washed over him. He shuddered to think what would happen to the curse's evolution if Michael ever got his hands on this power. Before he could finish his thought, a sudden voice called out, "Lucas!" Startled, he whipped around to find the source of the voice, only to see Haruto running toward him. Haruto demanded, "Who opened this pocket dimension?" Lucas gritted his teeth, his expression twisting with rage. "I've risked absolutely everything. My family's lives are hanging by a thread. Do you honestly think I would betray them?" Hearing this, Haruto stepped closer to him. He said firmly, "That's exactly why. You haven't wanted any part in this from the moment you first faced me." Lucas gasped in surprise. Haruto continued, "You look like someone who is deeply conflicted, constantly weighed down by something." The realization hit Lucas hard, and Haruto's words left him completely speechless. Haruto pressed on, "Opening this pocket dimension only benefits the villain, doesn't it? But it's fine. It's not like you guys actually knew any of this." Hearing that, Lucas let out a bitter scoff. "The real chaos hasn't even begun yet." Suddenly, he gasped, "Erg! What is this?" Before the words could fully leave his mouth, the ground beneath their feet began to violently shake and crack. Thick purple vines erupted from the earth one after another, violently throwing Lucas back. Meanwhile, Haruto found himself tightly bound by the creeping vines, struggling desperately to free his hands. Lucas leaped back, exclaiming, "That's Miso's skill. The corrupted tree branch." He calculated that if those defiled branches caught him. Apparently, the toxic mana would spread twice as fast if Miso was using this skill. Before he could even think, a vine suddenly shot straight toward Lucas. All he could do was track its path and dodge continuously. Seeing this, he grew tense. Things were clearly going downhill. This thing might actually throw him right out of the subdimension. Lucas suddenly had an idea his opponent's power was different from his own sword. Gripping his sword tightly, he made his decision. "I will use the light to purify this place, Hunter Sano." Suddenly, Lucas froze. Whoa, what's going on? Two vines intertwined and wrapped around each other, lunging toward him. They pinned Lucas's arms, his face darkening with utter shock. Gradually, more and more vines crawled over and bound his legs tightly. Lucas's pupils dilated, caught in a mix of shock and confusion at the sight. He mustered his remaining strength to raise his sword for a counterattack, but unfortunately, the vines quickly bound his entire body. In the city, a massive, tangled clump of vines held its prey firmly in its grasp. The others panicked at the sight. "Didn't we already deal with all of them?" The other person replied, "This isn't just a barrier." Nana came over to inspect the situation, noting that it wasn't fixed in one place but was constantly shifting. Her eyes widened in shock. "The one controlling this is nearby." In front of Nana, a cloaked figure stood atop one of the vines. She was even more shocked when she saw the person's appearance, blurting out, "An elf? So my suspicion was right. But why is he in this dimension?" On this side, the mystic lightning was activated, creating a massive tremor, only to be shattered by Takumi's dark mana. Masato felt a sudden chill from this evil energy, muttering in disbelief. "My mystic lightning?" Takumi smirked with absolute delight at his spectacular opening move. He slowly explained, "There's only one way to use dark mana. One must overcome its addiction and reach the abyss. Only then can you control dark mana." Hearing this bizarre concept for the first time, Masato hesitantly repeated, "Overcome the addiction? What did you say?" From afar, he replied, "Exactly." Immediately after, he charged forward like a bolt of lightning, shouting out, "Just like me." Despite the sudden attack, Masato's reflexes were quick enough to conjure a sturdy shield to block the blow. However, the power of dark mana was not to be underestimated. The shield, which had been solid just a second ago, shattered instantly upon the slightest contact. He blinked, staring in shock at the sharp blade right in front of his eyes. Fortunately, at the critical moment, he managed a narrow escape. In that split second, even though he had almost been poisoned to death, Masato's mind was still consumed by one question. Is there a way to survive dark mana poisoning? Thinking about this, he began to recall Sutar, lost in thought. So Sutar, could he have also? Staring at the bleeding cut on his cheek, Masato composed himself to focus on the fight. Clearly holding the upper hand, Takumi didn't miss a beat to show off his skills. In contrast to Masato's contemplative expression, he reminded him, "I don't know what you're thinking, but that's not something just anyone can do. By possessing dark skills, one can absorb dark mana." With that, he suddenly went silent, concentrating to unleash all the evil power within him. Looking at his reckless posture, it seemed he was ready for a fight to the death. Eris arrived just in time to assist, not forgetting to activate her protective shield. Tensely turning to Masato, she asked, "This massive amount of dark mana? It's impossible." Having already gone through that shock himself, he looked calmer as he replied, "Maybe my mystic lightning was absorbed." Takumi pressed his advantage, ruthlessly thrashing the area and turning the battlefield into utter chaos. He charged forward like a raging storm, forcing the two above to temporarily defend themselves with shields. Masato yelled, "Get out of the way!" Seeing the blade release a shockwave as powerful as a cannonball, the two dodged to opposite sides in perfect sync. The sound of debris clashing echoed through the area, kicking up a heavy cloud of dust that made visibility extremely poor. Masato skillfully navigated through the rocks, scanning the area for any sign of the enemy. Takumi fought with increasing madness, unleashing a massive surge of power that changed both his eye and hair color. He declared triumphantly, "Now, that annoying skill of yours is completely useless." He completely ignored Masato and quickly switched targets, charging straight toward Eris. She kept her four-dimensional shield up, but while they were still a fair distance apart, Takumi was suddenly halted by an ice bind, rendering him temporarily immobile. Seizing the opportunity while he was suppressed, Eris quickly released even more ice binds. Masato stepped closer and asked, "Did you improve the suppression effect?" She quickly replied, never letting her guard down, "No, I suspect it was Hunter Sano." Since he can provide an infinite amount of mana, the ice layers stacking on Takumi keep increasing, preventing him from making a single move this whole time. Ares also gradually calmed down because of that, continuing, "That attack was only about half of my actual power. Looks like it will buy us a little time." Even though Takumi was temporarily pinned down, hearing this made him unconsciously mutter, "Infinite mana?" He didn't let her gloat for long. With just a slight flex of his muscles, countless cracks began to spiderweb across the solid ice binding him. In the end, the massive block of ice on him shattered into a million tiny shards, exploding in all directions. His dark mana flared up even more violently. Ares had to refocus instantly. She had no intention of counterattacking, choosing instead to repeatedly cast protective barriers. Feeling the tension rise, she thought anxiously, "Just as I feared, this much mana isn't going to be enough." Before Takumi could even close the distance by a fraction, he was bombarded by a relentless barrage of sharp ice spikes. He was losing his patience. The relaxed, hunter-like expression on his face was replaced by bulging veins of frustration. Is this ice fire restriction all you've got? No matter how many times you try, the result will always be the same. Just like before, these blocks of ice can only hold me back for a moment. Before he could even be properly restrained, he smashed it to pieces. This time, Takumi had truly closed the distance. Close enough to strike her with a single swing of his hand, he asked smugly, "Who do you think I am?" "I am the Guild Master of the Blood Tower." Ares grit her teeth, focusing with everything she had, trying to buy as much time as possible. Her hands moved in a blur, constantly casting a new magic circle. Just as they came face to face, her new barrier finally formed, but it was highly doubtful whether it could actually hold up. He smirked, confident that this was nothing but child's play. "A battle of mana, is it? It seems you don't know, so let me teach you a lesson. Dark mana can absorb normal mana to power itself up." Takumi didn't even need to throw a heavy punch to break it. He simply thrust his sharp sword straight into the barrier. His mana suddenly surged even stronger. Ares gasped as she saw her shield slowly weakening right before her eyes. The situation was growing more perilous by the second. Shaking off her shock instantly, she quickly reached inside her clothes, pulled out a magic artifact, and ripped it in half. Instantly, glowing streams of magical runes surged forward in waves. Finally, they formed a massive barrier to block his sinister, wicked energy. Takumi spoke disdainfully as the sinister power around him flared up even more menacingly. Well, another block? Is this how you fight? How pathetic." But it stood no chance against his dark mana. The moment the words left his mouth, he lunged forward to prove it. A deafening crash shook the area. From inside, Ares could truly feel the overwhelming pressure of this power. She watched in horror as her newly formed shield shattered in the blink of an eye, leaving the sharp tip of his blade pointed straight at her. At that life-or-death moment, Masato rushed in just in time to save her. His blood lightning strike was incredibly powerful. It erupted with a destructive force that rivaled the dark mana. Takumi grimaced as he saw the blood lightning surging toward him. He was absolutely furious that he couldn't finish off his prey when she was just a hair's breadth away. Masato's raw power surged forward, dragging massive boulders along with it. It felt as though a single touch would crush anyone to dust. Takumi struggled to retreat and defend himself, his sword moving in a swift, skillful blur to deflect the onslaught. Seizing the opportunity, Ares unleashed her magic, casting a new spell circle to end this fight once and for all. As the magic circle activated, she slammed her hands onto the ground, leaving a massive crater in the road. The shockwave, along with shards of ice that shot up like massive spears, caught Takumi completely off guard and forced him backward. His smug expression vanished. Faced with such an overwhelming large-scale assault, even staying alive was going to be a struggle. The intense pain forced a groan from his lips. Finally, the battle was coming to an end. Helplessly pinned by blocks of ice from all sides, the upper hand now belonged to Masato. Smugly walking up to him, he asked, Isn't it a bit too early for the leader of an assassin group to be boasting about being a guildmaster? With his hot-headed nature, Masato didn't have the patience or the mood for sarcasm anymore. Masato Kurosaki cut straight to the chase. The shadow shift skill. Where did you get it? If you want an easy death, you better start talking. Takumi looked up, still acting nonchalant as he avoided a direct answer. Did you really chase me all the way here just to ask that? Looking at his enemy who was ready to kill him at any moment, he still beat around the bush, replying, I guess I'm the only one who realized it. Indeed, this mocking attitude completely set Masato off. He grit his teeth and threatened, I told you to spit it out. Where did you get that skill? Who gave it to you? Answer me now. Still taking his sweet time, he began a story from long ago. You know, I heard some pretty interesting things from Lucas. Hearing him mention Lucas, Masato asked in surprise, What? Suddenly you? But before he could even finish his sentence, Takumi smirked, as if he had successfully baited him. Having bided his time, the cunning guy looked toward him. Dark mana also flared up from out of nowhere. Without a word, he shot the mana straight at Masato, leaving him no time to react. Dazed, he slowly slipped into an illusion. After that magical assault, Masato suddenly found himself transported to an unknown place. Below him lay the motionless figure of a familiar boy. One looked down, and he recognized the boy instantly, leaving him utterly speechless. It was none other than Suda, the paralyzed boy, lying there on the verge of death. He gasped for air, his consciousness fading as his vacant eyes stared blankly. Inside, Masato's soul had been screaming Suda's name. Meanwhile, in a different place, Miso walked slowly through the complex magic circles she had laid out everywhere. Staring straight at Lucas, she suddenly closed the distance between them without a word. After a thunderous attack, Miso smirked and aggressively questioned him. Lucas, before I even realized it, you've already teamed up with Kanchon plus C, haven't you? Lucas was shocked, thinking to himself, she actually noticed Kanchon plus C's existence? Seeing him remain silent, Miso decisively snatched the holy sword from his hand. Miso admired the blade, shining like polished moonlight, and said with satisfaction, and here I thought it'd be a long time before I could lay my hands on this sword. Only then did Lucas finally speak up, asking, So you only approached me from the very beginning just for the holy sword? Looking at the helpless boy trapped amidst the bizarre plants, having achieved her goal, she slowly explained. The power of Kanchon plus F was enough to locate Kanchon plus C. Watching the sword gradually merge with her energy, Miso continued with growing satisfaction, If this sword and Kanchon plus C are combined, we will be able to save this planet, securing our victory and the spoils of war. Miso gave Lucas a sinister look. Now that I have the holy sword, let me share some good news with you. In the elf dimension, some have been cursed. She slowly delivered the final line, and I am one of them. Lucas trembled, hesitantly asking in disbelief, Miso, you're cursed too? No, wait. Are you trying to absorb the power of Kanchon plus C? Hearing this, she smirked coldly. Unfortunately, I can't absorb a curse from another dimension, but you can. Then, she added another line that left even Sano in silent contemplation. If I kill him now, the curse will be transferred to you. When someone carrying a Kanchon curse dies, the curse shifts to the nearest Kanchon bearer. Next, Miso tightened her grip on the sword and stepped closer, revealing her next plan to have Lord Michael come and kill him off as well. That way, it kills two birds with one stone, obtaining two powers at once. Only now did Lucas realize the harsh truth, gritting his teeth as he thought. So, from the very beginning, my family and I were nothing but disposable pawns. Just as Miso was lost in her smug laughter, a familiar voice echoed from behind her. Well, I just heard something quite interesting. Out of nowhere, Haruto had teleported behind her, preparing to launch an attack. But Miso didn't show even a hint of panic. She simply tilted her head slightly and glanced back. Yet, when he swung his hand to attack, it felt as if she wasn't harmed or affected at all. Miso had already anticipated Haruto's movement. She smirked coldly. Oh, so you've even copied the shadow teleportation jutsu, huh? In that situation, with only one burning question in mind, he asked her directly, was it you? The one who opened the subdimension and wreaked havoc on Tokyo? Without even waiting for her reply, Haruto immediately unleashed his skill, Kanchon plus Vector Giant Spider. He calmly sat down, and behind him, countless giant spider webs suddenly appeared, closing in on Miso. Miso barely even considered him an opponent, as she mocked him with a cold sneer. Is this the skill you managed to copy after being cursed? Is that all you've got? With a wave of her hand, she shattered his formation and laughed mockingly. Despite this, Haruto refused to give up, quickly forming another encirclement, but she just looked at him like he was an idiot, pouting, This petty stuff won't do a thing to me. This time, refusing to back down, he fired back. Petty? It all depends on how you use the skill. Even a useless skill can become a powerful weapon. I can still take you on just fine. Without another word, he immediately unleashed 2 Kanchon plus V skills at the same time, activating Giant Spiderweb and Bear King Claw Kanchon plus 5, utilizing the rapid life-stealing Coliseum Dragon Sword unique skill. Instantly, Haruto's encirclement seemed to be infused with extra power, making it far more formidable. On top of that, the emerging claws became even more fierce as they clashed directly with Miso's dark energy. Watching her own aura slowly being eaten away, Miso was suddenly gripped by panic and shock. Even in a million years, she never could have seen this coming. Finally, Miso realized the truth. He wasn't just merging skills, he was enhancing them as well. As expected of the one known as the most powerful curse, while she was still lost in thought, he lunged forward again with a smug sneer. You were talking so big just a moment ago, so why are you dead silent now? Did my skill completely scramble your brain? Miso, who already looked down on him, sneered with even more contempt. How could that even be possible? You being like this only makes me crave that power even more. But Haruto suddenly rushed in, grabbing her shoulders with an eerie grin. I should be the one saying that. He did this because he was secretly planning to steal her subspace. Then, he activated his Control-C skill again. The system searched for the keyword subspace from the target, only to return an error. Control-C could not find a copyable object. Haruto thought everything was already in the bag, but this unexpected result left him frozen in shock, thinking, what the hell? Right then, Miso grabbed his wrist in a tight grip, warning, you won't be copying anything from me. With a sudden burst of strength, she shoved him backward. That sheer force alone triggered a massive shockwave, causing the ground to explode violently. Standing nearby, Lucas was terrified by the shockwave and quickly covered his head. In sheer panic, he thought to himself, I got lucky thanks to that Control-C skill, but now the sword has been stolen. I can't control the power of Control-F. Suddenly, a flood of bizarre images flashed through Lucas's mind, the hallucinations becoming too overwhelming to resist. Blinding flashes of light kept bursting inside his panicked eyes. For some reason, countless questions about Control-C and Miso flooded his mind. How could this thing be linked to Miso? One thought after another kept rushing in, completely taking over his mind, making Lucas feel like his head was about to explode. In that exact moment, a thought suddenly flashed. Could it be Miso's subspace? But how are they linked? And why? Even though I can see its skills and stats, I still can't get a clear, intuitive understanding of it. Under the influence of the curse, images of the sword also rushed back, making him ponder even more. If it's considered an existing entity, then an item like the sword would definitely not be an exception. This made Lucas even more suspicious, wondering, does that mean Miso's subspace is actually an item? Finally, he seemed to understand Hunter Sano must have tried to copy Miso's skill. So, there is only one way to do it. Elsewhere, Takumi appeared with pitch-black eyes and a mysterious, surging power, making everything seem to explode. Alice was shocked to wide-eyed astonishment by his sudden appearance. He looked at her, a smug smirk on his lips. Unless I settle this matter first, Masato, you'll have to remain trapped forever in that abyss-like state. I'll deal with this troublesome witch first, then I'll come and kill you. With that, he suddenly lunged forward, asking in a dark, harsh voice, You're Nishihara Tomoka's daughter, aren't you? He then swung his sword, his eyes filled with malice as he sneered coldly. You must have inherited some of your parents' talent, but that attitude of yours is going to get you killed before you even get a chance to show it. The moment his sword was about to strike, Alice quickly put up a barrier, blocking it just in time. That single collision made everything explode and shatter completely. Takumi, never expecting this in a million years, blurted out, Another barrier? Fine. I'll change my approach then. Just as he finished speaking, a raging, furious power suddenly surged around him, as if trying to swallow Alice whole. Faced with this sudden attack, she quickly dodged and maneuvered to avoid it just in time. Seeing her react like that, Takumi sneered, Running is useless, just die. Despite his non-stop rambling, Alice kept raising barriers to defend herself, and so, the more he increased his attack power, the more resiliently she defended herself, refusing to back down. Takumi noticed her desperate struggle, and couldn't resist mocking her. You're so dedicated, it's bringing tears to my eyes. Finally, Alice couldn't stand it anymore and sneered, Narrow-minded fools like you are the most disgusting people in the world. Only those who master their craft can become truly powerful. Then, she demonstrated her power once more, boldly declaring, and it seems that I, Alice, am the only one who can pull that off. At this point, Takumi could hardly believe what was unfolding right before his eyes. Because he couldn't believe she possessed such incredible power, her magic had created a giant sphere of ice that was slowly descending onto Takumi's head, making him tremble and gasp, I didn't realize. Right after that, the sphere unleashed a massive shockwave, making it feel like everything was about to blow sky high. In an instant, the blast left Takumi completely dazed, and he desperately raised his arms to shield himself. Who could have thought Ares' power could reach this far? Facing such overwhelming force, he had to scramble and crawl just to get back on his feet, cursing his enemy under his breath the entire time. Struggling to stand, he rasped out, "Hey, are you out of your mind? Dropping something like that right in the middle of the city. There's a reason we kept those people alive." Everything had completely spiraled out of Takumi's control, leaving him utterly stunned time and time again. Ares just casually shrugged it off, saying, "Everyone has already evacuated. There won't be any casualties. Guildmaster Masato is just like you, always pulling one surprise after another. That's what he does best." Takumi couldn't believe his ears and gasped, "What? What are you talking about?" He looked up at Masato, who seemed completely consumed by darkness, shaking his head in disbelief. "No, that's impossible. Not in a million years did he expect to see this." He cried out in sheer panic, "There's no way. How could you have escaped from there?" But Masato's eyes only grew colder, and his murderous aura surged violently. Takumi froze as the realization hit him. Wait, did he actually absorb his inner demon? Hearing this, Masato didn't even bother to deny it, simply declaring with a cold glare, "I promised I'd end your life with my own hands." The moment those words left his mouth, a violent tremor erupted, shrouding the entire area in Masato's overwhelming dark energy. After taking a devastating blow from Masato, Takumi collapsed face first onto the ground, blood dripping from his head and mouth. Even after landing the hit, Masato's fury hadn't faded. His killing intent swirled around him like a fierce, mystical blue storm, his eyes glowing blood red with pure rage. Seeing him stand there in silence for a long time, Alice spoke up to break the tension. "Didn't you have something you wanted to ask, Takumi?" He replied, his voice still dripping with cold malice. "It's fine. I already got the answers I needed. Throwing me into my own inner demon was his biggest mistake." Just then, a purple glow enveloped Masato's body as the pieces of the puzzle clicked together. He thought to himself, "I've finally found a clue on how to break free from this dark mana addiction." Reflecting on his experience inside his inner demon, he deduced, the key lies in the dark skill itself and mastering it. Flashback to the past. Shiro Sakasuda was holding a grimoire of dark magic, and said to his older brother, Masato, "Hey bro, I'm going to start practicing this skill. What do you think?" He tried to convince him, saying, "I know it's a dark skill, but if I can master it, I'm sure it'll be incredibly useful." But Masato shut him down immediately. "Forget it. Using dark skills is way too dangerous, you hear me?" Disappointed by the response, Suda stared down at the book. It seemed to exude a strange, hypnotic pull, practically begging him to open it and unlock the secrets hidden within. Suda quietly protested, "But I don't see what's so bad about learning it. If we don't use dark mana, how are we supposed to activate these skills? It's a riddle that's really worth figuring out." Masato fell silent, looking at his younger brother, someone he deeply trusted and was incredibly proud of. Suda had always been brilliant. Masato was certain that even back then, the boy had already acquired a few dark skills and had probably studied them extensively. Maybe after bringing me back, he managed to find a way to conquer that insatiable thirst for dark mana. Just then, a crimson circle of light enveloped Masato. He turned to Alice and said, "Alice, let's go regroup with Hunter Haruto. We need to put an end to this as quickly as possible." Intrigued, she asked, "What exactly did you see in your inner demon?" Masato gave a knowing smile, a mysterious glint in his eye. "I'll tell you later." Then, just when it seemed like everything was wrapping up, Masato suddenly launched himself into the air, his body soaring upward, his cold eyes sharpened like razor blades, reflecting the light with a ruthless intensity. All traces of his previous rage had vanished, replaced by a razor-sharp focus and a strange, surging presence. A cold smirk played on his lips. He had finally found a glimmer of hope, a real path forward. Meanwhile, as Haruto arrived on the scene, flashes of violet and blue light erupted. Debris rained down and thick clouds of dust swirled, leaving the entire battlefield in utter chaos. Clutching his sword with a white-knuckled grip, his eyes burning with hatred, he channeled every ounce of his strength into a devastating, merciless strike aimed straight at Miso. But Miso wasn't about to just take it. He countered instantly, and the two clashed furiously, neither side willing to back down an inch. Far from backing down, Miso sneered, mocking Haruto with pure contempt. "Let me seal that annoying little skill of yours for good." Out of nowhere, he aimed a sudden blast right at Haruto's feet, catching him completely off guard. The sword flared with a brilliant blue light, woven with eerie streaks of deep purple and black that gave it a sinister glow. Right then, Haruto felt a wave of intense dread wash over him. Panic seized him, his mind racing as cold sweat broke out. His body trembled, completely unable to regain his composure. Sheathing his sword, Miso looked down at Haruto. Your dark skill is useless now. The holy sword has suppressed it for so long that it can no longer be controlled. Suddenly, Haruto cleared his throat and barked back. Then I guess your skill is nothing special either, is it? As he is about to rush forward and launch a fierce attack, Miso remains strangely calm and says, the thirst for mana has been neutralized, so controlling them is no longer an issue. Ignoring her words, he strikes back without a shred of mercy. Instantly, everything around them shatters into pieces. Miso also launches a powerful counterattack, suddenly overwhelming Haruto before he can react. He can only hold onto his sword with all his might, desperately defending against her strikes that crash down like raging waves. Caught completely off guard, his sword suddenly shatters into 100 pieces, leaving him in utter shock. As expected, an ordinary sword doesn't stand a chance against a holy sword. The system screen displays a notification. Equipping the Calacian Dragon Sword. In an instant, the sword in his hand transforms into the Calacian, a black sword with crimson stripes that radiates pure power. Miso's eyes widen in sheer panic as she stares at the weapon. It is a replica of Frederick's sword. Haruto stands there, his gaze cold and confident, as if he had anticipated everything. A faint, arrogant smile of pure satisfaction plays on his lips. With a swing of his arm, a blinding flash of golden light slices through the air in an instant, leaving behind a trail like a bolt of lightning. That is it. Instantly, the dark, gloomy space around them is shattered as the brilliant light from the sword erupts, illuminating the entire area. Miso holds her sword and stands her ground to know how heavily. No haver dos. No holds her sword and stands her ground firmly. With each swing, the earth cracks open and a blinding blue light radiates from her blade like a direct challenge. Wearing a cunning smile and a fierce glare, Miso says to Haruto, the Calacian Dragon Sword really is something else. Its power is terrifying. Without this holy sword, I would have been in real trouble. Clenching his teeth in anger, he yells, don't think it ends here. With that, Haruto leaps forward, determined to land a blow that will bring down his opponent at any cost. But his strength and the sword seem to have no effect at all. Miso simply watches and laughs casually as a shroud of fire envelops her entire body. Haruto freezes for a moment, staring in confusion at the scene unfolding before his eyes. Haruto's previous attack only impacted the surrounding area. It didn't scratch Miso at all. From within that mystical shroud of fire, a sword shoots out, driving straight and deep into Haruto's left chest. Blood gushes out rapidly from the wound. He clutches his chest and collapses to the ground. The cruel elf Miso stands over him, watching Haruto writhe in pain, saying in a mocking tone, even if your rank rose thanks to that Calacian Dragon Sword, you still lack real battle experience. Then, suddenly, he snaps back to his feet, as if remembering something. Haruto thinks to himself, can space also be used as a teleportation portal? Now I want that power even more. How on earth do I copy and replicate it? Out of nowhere, Haruto pulls out a mysterious blue potion bottle adorned with turquoise beads. Ignoring his bleeding wound, Haruto raises the potion bottle and chugs it down. The system window displays. Using a high-grade potion will heal 100% of your injuries. Right then, a strange blue smoke rises from his wound. Yet, Haruto's expression looks terrible as he furrows his brows in intense pain. Watching this, Miso scoffs confidently, that potion is made from holy power, so even if you drink it, you can never fully heal the damage inflicted by a holy sword. That is the terrifying thing about a holy sword. Seeing Haruto in a weakened state, the elf Miso seizes the opportunity to strike, shouting, now, what else can you possibly copy? Miso chuckles deviously, looking down on him with sheer contempt, and sneers, are you finally out of options? Haruto replies confidently, not yet, but it looks like that time will come soon. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a sharp throwing dagger flies at incredible speed straight toward Miso. Caught completely off guard by the sudden strike, the elf Miso fails to dodge in time. The fierce flying dagger streaks across like a bolt of lightning, instantly knocking Miso down and sending her crashing to the ground. She tries to swing her sword, but in a sudden twist, the weapon is knocked from her hand, soaring through the air and landing far out of her reach. Miso stands there frozen in shock, staring up at the roaring blue flames as debris scatters everywhere like a scene from purgatory. Disarmed and defenseless, Miso quickly finds herself cornered. Cruel monsters squirm around her, twisting their bodies as they prepare to unleash their attacks, forcing the helpless Miso to shield herself with her arms in a desperate bid to survive. Realizing how overwhelmingly powerful the opposing force is, Miso mutters to herself, I really am outmatched. The blue light from the fire instantly engulfs the corner of the street. From the shadows, Nanazi steps forward, wielding a heavy iron blade with an aura of absolute authority. She turns to him and asks, Haruto, are you all right? He replies, yeah, thanks a lot. She raises her blade and says to Haruto, "Thanks to the golems, most of the monsters have been cleared out. Guildmaster Takeuchi and the president will be here soon." Having already anticipated this, Haruto thinks to himself, "I knew it. That explains why my experience points keep rising." Lucas also makes his entrance, holding a majestic sword embedded with a blue jewel that emits a sinister glow. Overflowing with bloodlust and burning rage, he growls under his breath, "Miso, I'll make you pay for using my entire family as pawns." Miso's dark energy radiated throughout the space. Witnessing Nanis's power, she couldn't help but be impressed. It truly lived up to the name of Hellfire. The power is indeed incredible, but let's see how long you can keep it up. Miso then counterattacked Haruto's group, but Nanis blocked her strike. She said, "My Hellfire can easily destroy this blighted tree." Seeing her so confident, Miso smirked with interest. "Oh, really?" Nanis suddenly realized something was wrong, but before she could react, Miso's blighted trees closed in on her, trapping her completely. The blighted tree completely engulfed Nanis's protective barrier. Seeing this, Miso stood outside with a smug look. "Let's see if you can use your Hellfire now." Just when it seemed Nanis was easily defeated, a bright light shone from within the tangle of blighted trees. She used her ritual blade to slice through all the roots. Nanis stepped out and declared, "Hellfire isn't my only weapon." Miso grew furious seeing that Nanis was still standing. Haruto also lunged from behind Miso, shouting, "Don't forget about me." He slammed a heavy strike right where she was standing. Both Haruto and Nanis remained highly alert, scanning their surroundings, knowing Miso wouldn't be defeated that easily. Sure enough, Miso stepped out of the dust and smoke through a dimensional portal. Miso then waved her hand and said, "Enough playing around. This is where it ends." The ground beneath Haruto and Nanis began to crack and shatter. Giant blighted flowers sprouted from deep within the ground, surrounding them. Now, completely surrounded by the massive flowers, Nanis tried to break through but couldn't. She leapt into the air and unleashed a final strike. Hellfire! The powerful blast obliterated most of the blighted flowers in a single blow, but a few managed to withstand it and began to bloom. As they bloomed, a dark, toxic pollen filled the air. Sensing the danger, Nanis and Haruto covered their noses, staying on high alert. Miso said smugly, "The amount of dark mana released by these flowers is 10 times greater than that of the blighted trees. If you touch it, you'll be infected instantly, and the more you attack, the more the spores will spread." Hearing this, Haruto thought anxiously, "This is bad, damn it. I should have copied the Holy Sword, even if it meant letting go of Shadow Step." Just then, a pillar of light beamed down from the sky onto the earth. Lucas made his entrance. He unleashed his power, and the radiating light dispelled much of Miso's dark pollen from the air. Now able to move, Haruto and Nanis turned to look at him. Surprised to see him, Haruto called out in disbelief, "Lucas?" Furious at Lucas's sudden appearance, Miso yelled, "Lucas, what the hell is this? What do you think you're doing?" Miso then summoned her blighted trees to attack him, but Lucas didn't back down and charged straight toward her. "You're the one who betrayed me first, so what does it matter what I do now?" Trampling over the blighted trees, he lunged forward. Seeing Lucas's fierce resolve to destroy her, Miso threatened, "Don't you care about what happens to your family?" Paying no heed, Lucas snapped back. "From the very beginning. The Holy Sword, the curse. Wasn't I just a tool to you anyway?" Closing the distance, Lucas unleashed his Holy Sword skill, Divine Spear, raining down consecutive thrusts at Miso. But she managed to dodge them all, eventually blocking his strikes with her blighted trees. Miso laughed mockingly. "How tragic. Even the power of the Holy Sword can't leave a single scratch on me." Unfazed, Lucas retorted with a smirk of his own. "Normally, that would be true, but you said that Subdimension and its dark spirits are a part of Grima. I can't wait to see what happens when I run you through with this Holy Sword." Miso suddenly sensed something was off. Lucas's blade grazed her face, catching her completely off guard. "You annoying pest." Screaming in frustration, Miso counterattacked, sending a blighted tree whipping toward Lucas. Unable to react in time, he was struck by the blighted tree and sent flying. As the dimension behind Miso began to fracture, she spat out in rage, "Wretched trash." Still having enough strength to charge, Nanis rushed at Miso and yelled, "Looks like you have nowhere left to hide. This is your end." Caught off guard by Nanis's sudden approach, Miso panicked. "Damn it. If I take a direct hit from Hellfire now, I'm finished." Nanis then unleashed her Hellfire. Refusing to go down easily, Miso desperately fought back with everything she had. Now, both Nanis and Miso were pouring every ounce of their power into a final clash. Watching the battle unfold from the sidelines, Lucas spoke up. "Hunter Sano, you can't copy Miso's pocket dimension, can you?" Haruto looked at him in surprise. Lucas explained, "That's because her subdimension isn't a skill, it's an item. Just like the Holy Sword, that subdimension is an item used to connect to another realm. and Miso is an elf from that very realm. At that moment, Nanis walked up and chimed in. So, how exactly does she manage to stay in this realm? Even if she used dungeon breaks to cross dimensions, staying here would still drain an immense amount of mana. Lucas nodded in agreement. Exactly. A stunt like that must have cost her dearly. That's probably why she converted her skills into items to make them easier to use. I have no idea how she managed it, but just using those items doesn't cost her a single drop of mana. Hearing that, Haruto quickly did the math. He smiled to himself, thinking, so that's why. No wonder I couldn't copy it back then, so I have to physically touch the item itself. But then, he turned to Lucas and asked, why the sudden alliance? Why team up with us now? Weren't you trying to kill me just a moment ago? Lucas let out a sigh and replied, well, yeah, I really did plan to kill you at first, but when I was trapped by the defiled tree, you didn't take my life, even though doing so would have allowed you to copy my skills using your control. But you didn't, so this is my way of returning the favor. Haruto could only stare at Lucas in disbelief, completely speechless. He thought to himself, well, actually, I just didn't want to kill someone just to steal their skill. It's not like I'd have a peaceful conscience after that anyway. Nanase walked over and said to them, sorry to interrupt your conversation, but what on earth is control? And earlier, you two mentioned subspace copying. What did you mean by that? Haruto felt a sudden pang of guilt. She looked at the greatsword in Haruto's hand and asked, and what about that greatsword? I'm pretty sure I returned it to Miss Alice. Flustered, Haruto quickly tried to dodge the question. Oh, that? I just borrowed it back for a bit, that's all. Meanwhile, the defeated Miso was gradually regaining consciousness. Emerging from the ground, she used the defiled tree to shield herself from Nanasa's attacks. Because of that, she only sustained minor injuries. Haruto warned warily, something's off about her. Lucas noticed it too and said, it looks like she's absorbing the dark mana of the defiled tree. This is probably Miso's final trump card. Furious, Miso's face aged rapidly, turning a ghastly shade of purple. She hissed, I was planning on playing with you all until Lord Michael arrived, but I shouldn't have let my guard down against Hunter Nanase. Then, she shrieked, I'm getting serious now. The massive defiled trees lunged toward Haruto. Dodging the attack, he yelled, Nanaze, can you still cast Hellfire? Nanase nodded. Lucas chimed in, coordinating with them. If needed, I can unleash Holy Light one more time. Haruto shouted back. First, use Hellfire to block her vision. Hearing this, Nanaze conjured Hellfire to create a barrier before the defiled trees. Haruto assessed the situation. He thought for a moment. If she turned her skills into items, does that mean I can copy this too? He leaped onto the defiled trees, trying to copy them while praying, please, let this work. And to his surprise, it actually did. Ctrl+C, copying Izayoi branch. Ctrl+C, item found. 1/3 of the Izayoi seed. The item will be copied and integrated into the user's body, preparing for level up. If you collect the complete seed and make the tree thrive, you will receive the blessing of Izayoi's vitality. Ctrl+V can now be used simultaneously with giant spider thread. Ctrl+V, since you have stolen the Izayoi seed from its original owner, they will no longer be able to use the Izayoi branch. When the target's HP falls below 15%, the skill will be automatically absorbed. Feeling the change, Haruto grinned. Just like Lucas said, she must be totally exhausted. Ctrl+V, the Izayoi seed is beginning to sprout inside the user's body. With Haruto's successful copy, the defiled tree's dark purple hue shifted to a brilliant, glowing gold. Miso gasped in shock. That light. Even the defiled tree beneath my feet is being copied and changing color. You actually copied the defiled tree. Lucas blindsided her from above, shouting, you don't have time to worry about that right now, Miso. Refusing to back down, Miso fought back. Arrogant fool. But then she felt something incredibly strange within her body. She couldn't use the Izayoi branch. Why? Lucas's holy sword grazed past her head, but Miso reacted quickly enough to duck. Unfazed, Lucas continued his relentless assault, keeping the pressure on her. Finally, the holy sword slashed across Miso's chest, leaving a deep wound. Miso cursed under her breath. Damn it! Lucas yelled. Haruto! Hunter Sano! She's trying to escape into a subspace. Haruto touched the Izayoi branch, activating Ctrl+C to trigger the Izayoi branch and the giant spider thread. The spider threads bound Miso's legs, while the Izayoi branch emerged to lock her in place. Miso instantly realized she was completely cornered. Haruto said, elves who can hop through dimensions are unlike any other monsters. And Miso cried out, my duty was to purge monsters to protect the people, yet you dare treat me like a monster. Ignoring her completely, Nanaze said cold-heartedly, just stop resisting. I have absolutely no interest in torturing monsters. With a swift slash of her hellfire, the flames enveloped Miso, making her scream in agonizing pain. Nanase muttered, "Still alive after that? You really are stubborn." Miso only sneered and rasped, "No, my time has finally come. It's just a shame I won't be able to cleanse my homeland with my own hands." But in exchange, Miso let out a bone-chilling shriek. "I will drag your world down with me. I'll make you taste true despair." Suddenly, Lucas realized something terrifying. Miso summoned a dark power from the heavens, raining it down upon himself and pushing back Nanas's hellfire. Lucas tried desperately to stop him, but not even Michael could shoulder such a heavy burden. "You're putting not just Tokyo, but the entire world in danger." "Ah, but I still don't care." Miso continued trying to absorb that power's energy. At that moment, a golden light surged directly toward Miso's location. Standing outside, Nana could guess who that light belonged to. Hunter Sano and Lucas watched, realizing Haruto had already entered Miso's consciousness. Looking around, Haruto thought, "So this is what a subspace looks like. Ah. And you turned it into an item?" Haruto then touched it, thinking, "I'd better copy this right now." Under Haruto's control, the system notifications popped up one after another. Control C. Hacking space has been copied. Control V. A dimensional key is required to open the subspace of another dimension. Continuing with the Control V command, the screen displayed. Synchronizing user inventory with the subspace. Items stored in the inventory can now be retrieved from the subspace. Still, using Control 5, a notification appeared. Inserting 3/5 of the space fragment into the subspace. After finishing the setup, Haruto smiled to himself, thinking that he could actually use it just like his regular inventory. The system alerted again. 2 commands, Control V Level 3 and Control V Level 5. All copied items and skills are now stored in the subspace, regardless of their durability. Haruto happily exclaimed, "Sweet." He busily copied away and muttered to himself, "If I copy Lucas's holy sword and store it in this space, I won't have to give up my shadow movement technique anymore." But suddenly, a voice spoke up from behind, making Haruto snap into a defensive stance. "Control C is truly beyond my expectations." The elf Miso looked down and said with a hint of surprise in his voice, "I never expected it to be able to copy items from another dimension." Deep in thought, Haruto replied, "Yeah, even if it's only a small fraction of the target." Miso retorted bluntly, his face darkening. "What did you expect? Initially, only a portion of the subspace was brought here." Finding it too troublesome, Haruto said, "Why go through all that trouble?" Miso glared coldly and sharply at Haruto. "Because it doesn't belong to me. Like I said, it was brought to this dimension after being stolen by the one who pushed my homeland to the brink of ruin, the Elf King, Sang-a Rimuru." Puzzled, Haruto asked, "So to put an end to this, I have to defeat that guy first?" Mocking Haruto's foolish question, Miso sneered, "Defeat him? You think you can defeat someone who brought my entire homeland to its knees all on his own? I was incredibly lucky that a dimensional rift opened right before he could take my life, allowing me to escape to this dimension. I had to sacrifice everything just to bring a piece of the subspace with me." Hearing this, Haruto felt confused. "Wait a minute, then how on earth did you turn it into an item?" Miso replied confidently, "With the power of the curse I received in my own dimension." Hearing this, Haruto's mind spun, his jaw dropping in pure shock. "What? Other dimensions have curses, too?" Miso gave a sinister smirk, his sharp gaze cutting through as he said, "The power of the curse I received is conversion." Back outside, Nana and Lucas stood frozen with their weapons drawn, staring in awe at the violent, raging vortex. From within that so-called subspace, a massive foot with thick, razor-sharp claws emerged, letting out a ferocious roar and radiating pure malice as it forced its way out. Lightning and searing sparks crackled all over its body, running from head to toe. Behind it, a terrifying horde of snow mountain golems marched forward. Shinoda Satoru appeared out of nowhere, waving with a bright smile as he called out, "Are you okay, Hunter Nana?" Hearing her name, Nana turned to see Shinoda and offered a small smile in return. Just behind him, President Fuhua was walking over, holding a sturdy, massive shield. Nana ran over to him to express her gratitude. "Thank you so much for your hard work, sir." Declining the praise, he simply reassured her, "All the monsters in this area have already been taken care of." But Gao stepped forward and added, "The other hunters should be more than capable of cleaning up the remaining stragglers, right?" Masato and Alice walked out from the red circle toward them, catching Gao's suspicious question just in time. "We took care of them on our way here." Seeing Masato arrive, Nana asked curiously, "President Shirosaki, what happened to Takumi?" Instead of giving her a direct answer, he nonchalantly remarked, "I wanted to capture him alive for the association's sake, but he refused to cooperate, so I took him out." Looking at his calm demeanor and hearing his answer, Nana simply mumbled, "Oh." She thought to herself, President Shirosaki, it feels like the aura surrounding him has completely changed. She didn't press any further, simply noting down the necessary information. "I see. Thank you, and good job." Satoru looked around but couldn't find who he was searching for, so he walked over and asked, "By the way, where's Senior Haruto?" Hearing this, Nana replied, "Haruto is." She looked up toward that beam of light and finished her sentence. "Haruto went into the pocket dimension with that elf. We're standing guard outside just in case things go south, Satoru." Hearing that, he panicked and asked anxiously, "So does that mean Senior Haruto is in danger?" Seeing his disrespectful tone, Nana felt a bit annoyed and thought, "This brat, don't talk to me like we're equals when we're on duty." But then she reassured Satoru, "Don't worry, that elf is already on the verge of death." Seeing them talking, Lucas walked over and warned, "Putting Miso aside, we need to close this pocket dimension as soon as possible. Things beyond our comprehension will show up very soon." Seeing Lucas appear, Gao asked in confusion, "Who are you?" Looking at the sword he was holding, Gao wondered, "That holy sword? Are you from the Cooper family? Were you sent here as reinforcements?" Nana immediately retorted, "No, he's Miso's accomplice." Hearing this, Gao gasped in disbelief. "What?" Seeing that Lucas didn't react, Gao grabbed him by the collar. To everyone's shock, Gao lifted Lucas off his feet and growled, "What on earth would drive a member of a noble family to work with that elf Miso? How do you plan on taking responsibility for this?" Facing Gao's furious questioning, Lucas replied without hesitation, "I'm going in there too. I've made up my mind to take full responsibility, so please let me go." Fire sparked in Gao's eyes as he stared intensely at him. With a loud thud, Gao showed no mercy and slammed Lucas onto the ground. Gao turned his back, ignoring him, and said dismissively, "Do whatever you want. When this is over, I will hold both you and your family accountable. I swear it on the honor of the Midas Guild." Hearing Gao's stern declaration, Lucas remained silent, only thinking to himself, "But that's only if I make it out alive." Suddenly, he bolted off with an incredibly tense expression on his face. If that thing breaks out of this dimension, we're doomed. Lucas had to close it before that could happen. Inside the pocket dimension, Haruto was still in shock. So, curses also exist in other dimensions. With a wicked expression, Miso pressed her hands against the ground, her entire body radiating a green light. I was shocked when I realized it too, but I've learned that I can't absorb the curses of the cursed ones in this dimension at least, not with transfer. She then said to Haruto, "But if it's your Control-C, I might even be able to copy curses from other dimensions." Haruto's face darkened as he glared coldly at Miso and demanded, "So you did all this just to steal my Control-C?" Miso gave a mysterious smile and explained, "Lord Michael will kill you and take Control-C with his own hands. Once I open the dimensional gate and link it to our home planet, Rima will definitely come to Earth." Carrying years of deep-seated hatred, she said angrily, "If it weren't for Johnny, Sihara, and Tomoka, I would have succeeded 15 years ago." Hearing Miso's words, he sneered in contempt. "But in the end, you failed again. Is it really okay for you to spill your entire plan to me like this?" Miso laughed out loud and replied, "You're going to die anyway." With wide eyes and a mocking grin, she added, "Even if I lose my life here, the plan remains the same, no matter how much you struggle." Before she could even finish her sentence, Miso suddenly transformed into a ferocious beast, unleashing a barrage of attacks on Haruto, leaving him with no choice but to block with his arms. In a state of pure panic, sweat pouring down his face, he looked up in utter disbelief at the sight before him. It was a monster with teeth as sharp as razor blades, a sight that would send shivers down anyone's spine. Haruto knelt on the ground in terror, his face dark with dread, guessing that it was a dragon. Why is there a creature like this in the pocket dimension? Wait, could it be that it was sealed in here? The dragon raised its massive claws, thrashing wildly as it closed in on Haruto. Unable to believe it, he thought, "This is insane. Do they plan to unleash this thing on Tokyo?" With sweat dripping down his face, he muttered to himself, "You've got to be kidding me. If this thing gets loose, we're all dead." It stared at him hungrily. Terrified, Haruto ran with all his might, not daring to look back. But no matter how far he ran, he couldn't find an exit, making him snap in frustration. "Damn it! Where is the way out?" The monster roared and growled. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a figure lunged forward and unleashed an attack on it. Haruto looked toward the flash of light in surprise and curiosity, only to realize it was Lucas. While swinging his sword to counterattack, Lucas turned his head and urged Haruto, "Have you copied the pocket dimension yet? That's the dragon Miso kept locked up here. If the pocket dimension collapses, it'll destroy the holy sword. I'll hold it off, so get out of here and close the pocket dimension." Haruto did as he was told and started running, but how on earth was he supposed to do that? He looked back in worry and asked, But what about you? The dragon let out a deafening roar and retaliated, sending Lucas flying. The sword in his hand slipped away, landing far out of reach. Witnessing the chaotic scene, Haruto frowned in panic. The holy sword! Seeing Lucas defenseless, the dragon spread its wings and lunged at him, its eyes blazing. In the absolute chaos, Lucas fell unconscious on the ground in pain, and in just a brief moment, the dragon would claim the holy sword. His face hardened in anger as he thought, "Damn it!" Suddenly, the system screen popped up. Control V. Deploying giant spiderweb. Rewinding to 10 minutes ago, Nana stood before the system interface. A series of identical notifications flashed repeatedly, announcing that she had received 50 experience points. Nana placed her hand on the system panel and murmured to herself, "Normally, a high-ranking hunter like me shouldn't be getting any experience points for defeating a monster of this level. That elf must be dead by now." Miso cursed angrily under her breath. "How dare they treat me like a monster?" She thought to herself that the woman was losing her mind over being treated like a monster. But since she came from another dimension, the Earth dimension saw her as nothing more than a monster anyway. The system displayed Miso's detailed status, showing that the level 354 elf had been defeated, with a 75% contribution rate and 200 experience points awarded. Just then, Mo walked over to Satoru and checked on him. "Are you okay?" Mo asked anxiously. "What about him?" Hunter Sano. Satoru looked toward the subdimensional portal and replied, "He's still inside." Suddenly, a strange light burst from within the subdimension, startling everyone waiting outside. At the entrance of the subdimension, Lucas and Sano were violently thrown backward. Sano clutched a rope, tightly binding Lucas's body with it and securing it to his sword. The onlookers watched in sheer panic and disbelief. Hunter Sano. The scene was completely chaotic as rocks shattered all around. Both of them slammed heavily onto the ground. Satoru's jaw dropped in sheer panic as he cried out, "Senior Haruto!" Sensing they weren't out of the woods yet, Sano shouted a warning to everyone, "Get back, now!" Meanwhile, he dashed toward the subdimensional portal, trying his best to shut it. The system screen flashed. Control V closing space. Hacking. Sano strained with all his might to close the portal, telling himself, "I can do this, just close already." And finally, the portal began to close. The intense light slowly shrinking, gradually fading until only a few faint rays slipped through the closing crack. Gao watched skeptically, wondering what he was up to, and asked, "Is he actually trying to close the subdimension?" Only when the subdimensional portal finally shut did he let out a sigh of relief. "It's done. It's closed." But suddenly, a red warning flashed on the system interface. Control V. Due to an overwhelming force from within, the subdimension cannot be closed. To preserve structural integrity, the subdimension will now be forced open. Haruto stood frozen in shock, his eyes wide and breath hitching in panic. "What?" Wait, no. Before he could even process it, the subdimensional portal slowly began to pry open once more. A faint, ominous light seeped out, spreading across the room. A monstrous creature with a colossal body, bulging veins, and rock-hard scales was forcing its head through. Its fiery red eyes, burning with raw hatred and a thirst for destruction, glared out at them. Its deafening roar echoed so violently it felt as if space itself was tearing apart. Everyone panicked, shouting, "Hey, what's going on? It's a dragon!" The beast thrust its massive talon out of the subdimension. The moment its foot slammed down, the ground shook violently. Realizing how dire the situation was, someone screamed, "We stand absolutely no chance against that thing. Run!" Mo instantly recognized the beast and gasped, "That's a dragon. 15 years ago, a single dragon wiped out the entire United Kingdom. If it breaks free here, we are absolutely finished." Unleashing a sudden surge of raw, dormant power, the dragon sent a shockwave that blew Sano off his feet, slamming him onto the ground once more. Sano gritted his teeth in sheer frustration. A wave of helplessness and regret washed over him, feeling as though he had just blown his only chance to stop this catastrophe. "Damn it, I was too slow. Just a little more and that dragon is going to break completely free of this space." Haruto forced himself to stay calm and focus, muttering, "I have to find a way to stop it." Slamming his hand onto the ground, the system chimed, "Control V." Utilizing the branch of Yggdrasil. It actually worked. The Yggdrasil branch began to glow, wrapping itself tightly around the dragon to bind its movements. The onlookers watched in utter disbelief. What on earth is that? The Yggdrasil branches coiled tighter and tighter around the massive dragon. The branches seemed to spring to life, weaving together as if guided by an invisible, powerful force. They slithered and surged forward, snapping toward the beast. The branches began duplicating and tripling in size, eventually enveloping the entire dragon and completely locking it in place. Haruto let out a soft breath, a wave of relief washing over his chest. It actually worked. Satoru looked at him with pure admiration, cheering, "Whoa, Senior Haruto. However, Nana sensed something was off. She thought, I don't feel any evil aura coming from that thing. Then she reasoned further. But it looks exactly like the skill Miso used. The crowd gasped in awe. Incredible. Those branches are actually holding a dragon back. But it wasn't just Nana. Mo also sensed that something was terribly wrong. It's not that the dragon isn't a monster, but can a single branch really hold it? And just as expected, Mo looked up in absolute horror as the dragon suddenly bit right through the branches, tearing free of its bindings. Its entire body surged with monstrous power, every single muscle bulging like solid rock. As it let out a deafening roar, its whole body shook and it unleashed a furious blast of fire. Haruto stared in absolute shock, thinking, damn it, it's preparing to use flame breath. Everyone, get out of the way! At that moment, Fuwa raised his shield, a glowing protective barrier expanding around him, and yelled, there's no time, get behind me! Meanwhile, Masato was shouting for the others to get over to his side. He unleashed a glowing red barrier that rippled out like a powerful wave, creating a sturdy shield that protected the entire area. The ring kept expanding so everyone could get inside. Each vortex seemed to suck in all the surrounding energy, growing larger by the second. But just as everyone was scrambling inside the protective barrier, a loud crack echoed like thunder. The dragon let out a furious roar, its razor-sharp teeth sinking into the branches that were tightly binding its body. The dragon hissed, thrashing its giant head as its bloodshot eyes burned with pure rage. Some of them were still trembling in absolute terror, staring at the terrifying, mythical beast towering right in front of them. Unbelievable, a girl gasped. We're saved. Looking at the scene, a young man asked, is this blue shield really protecting hundreds of people from that monstrous force? Standing behind it, behind the shield, feeling a wave of relief, the young man cheered. A whole section of Ginza was completely wiped out, but we're still in one piece. Someone else chimed in, as expected of the chairman and guildmaster, Shirosaki. Just then, Satoru suddenly remembered Haruto. Wait, what about Senior Haruto? Haruto was sitting in a daze amidst the burning trees. He brushed off the soot and ashes, still clinging to his clothes, and the black scorch marks left by the dragon's searing sparks. He let out a disappointed sigh. Damn it, I couldn't stop it completely. Suddenly, a voice startled him. But hey, you still managed to block that dragon breath. That's actually pretty impressive. Haruto looked back and saw it was Lucas. Annoyed, Haruto snapped, Lucas, who said you could crawl in here? Lucas replied with an innocent shrug. Hey, I just happened to be lying nearby. Haruto's mood was just as grim. In the end, it still got loose, he muttered. We need to evacuate the ordinary hunters first. Even S-rank hunters will have a tough time dealing with it. Its scales are as tough as a real dragon's. Neither weapons nor magic are doing a damn thing. He stood up abruptly, his voice dripping with frustration. That bitch Miso. She planned to destroy this place from the very beginning, didn't she? Lucas replied. He has a plan. Michael's curse can completely wipe that thing out. Confused, Haruto blinked. Michael's, wipe it out? Lucas explained. He's the bearer of the same cosmic curse as us, and the guild master of Starfield. And more importantly, he's someone you should never, under any circumstances, cross paths with. Flashbacks of a gun and a conversation he had overheard between mysterious black-masked figures on the subway rushed back to Haruto. It's a dragon. Should we take it down now? No, it's not time yet. Then when? We act when the resonance of the dimensional fragment grows stronger. Elsewhere, Michael silently stared at the dimensional fragment floating above his hand. Miso spoke up hesitantly. I shall hand this over to you, Lord Michael. Watching the glowing fragment in his hand, Michael rested his chin on his palm and asked in a cold voice, what exactly are you planning? Miso instantly dropped to her knees. By doing this, my lord, you will be the only one capable of opening the dimensional gate. Without waiting for Michael to prod, she quickly explained, I suspect Tomoka Nishihara did something to prevent the gate from opening ever again. She tried to link this dimension with the spirit realm after catching wind of what I've been doing. Finding Miso's explanation reasonable, he replied, fine. It's just a minor adjustment to the plan anyway. With that, he handed the dimensional fragment to Miso. She bowed deeply as she took it, murmuring, thank you, my lord. She then presented him with a glittering purple crystal, adding, and this is a guardian stone passed down through the elves of my clan. Should I die, it will glow and reveal to you exactly who took my life. That will be the perfect moment for Lord Michael to set his master plan in motion, she thought to herself. Elsewhere, the ground was engulfed in roaring flames, with thick plumes of black smoke billowing into the sky. Cusia, the strongest monster of the Rainbow Dungeon, unleashed relentless blasts of fire, its crimson eyes glowing in the smoke. High above, a battleship was cruising through the sky. Inside, Masato's expression was grim as he held a purple crystal. A beam of light projected from the crystal, displaying the image of Japan's top 5 hunter, Nanas. A cold thought crossed his mind. I will make sure our plan includes taking revenge for you. Down on the battlefield, Kuesia continued its relentless assault. With every deafening roar, the earth shattered beneath its feet. Sword-wielding hunters fled in sheer panic. Damn it, that thing is a monster, one of them shrieked. We can't even scratch it. Suddenly, a violent crackle filled the air as black lightning converged in a single spot. It was the Dark Thunder spell. Masato was casting his spell, and with a thunderous roar, a massive bolt of lightning slammed directly into Kezia. A sudden silence fell over the battlefield, but the devastating strike didn't seem to have left a single scratch on the beast. It slowly turned its blood-red eyes toward him. Standing behind him, Ares Hill broke into a cold sweat. It looks like magic is completely useless against it. Masato glared at her in frustration. So what? We just sit here and do nothing? With a grim expression, Ares Hill began to assess the situation. Physical attacks might actually work better here, but the gap in power is just too massive. Right now, the monster looks like it's completely lost its mind. Roaring and baring its razor-sharp fangs, it lunges straight at the tiny human standing armed on the ground below. Watching this hopeless deadlock, Masato grows frustrated. If ordinary hunters keep throwing themselves into this losing battle, the casualties are going to be devastating. Damn it! If Guildmaster Gao were here, he'd know exactly how to keep this thing under control. Where on earth did he go? Gritting his teeth, he looks around, trying to catch a glimpse of him. Suddenly, one of the hunters shouts, "Hey! Over there!" Pointing at a gross black puddle of slime, he asks, "Wait, wasn't the Guildmaster just standing right there?" Another hunter chimes in, "Yeah, I thought so too. Wait, no way. Did he just get melted? No, that's impossible." He stares in utter disbelief at the shapeless, melting ooze that once resembled a human being. Both of them shake with fear. One stammers, but that fire breath didn't even hit him head-on. The other, full of doubt, mutters, "True, but..." Before he can finish, he notices something bizarre. The black puddle suddenly starts to twitch, squirming as if it's actually alive. Boom! It bursts open, and a figure emerges from the slime, eyes blazing red with pure rage. It's Guildmaster Gao, and he roars, "You goddamn overgrown lizard." The two shocked hunters cheer in relief. "Guildmaster, we knew it. There's no way a simple breath attack could ever melt you." Gao glares at the beast. The monster has completely snapped, relentlessly lashing out at the scattered hunters. Throwing a punch into the air, Gao grunts. "Damn, that is one massive target." Suddenly, hearing an odd noise, Gao pauses and looks back. On the ground, the shattered fragments of rock are beginning to move. The debris gathers together, morphing into groaning golems. Gao can only stare, completely speechless. Meanwhile, Nana is still in the thick of the fight. She unleashes her skill, Blade Dance. Her strikes slam directly into Kusia, but it only seems to make the beast even angrier. Seeing the monster charge right at her, she quickly reacts, summoning the Yggdrasil branch. Control V. Instantly, massive roots erupt from beneath the earth, wrapping tightly around the beast. The monster thrashes and roars, tearing through the heavy branches with its massive jaws and snapping itself free. Haruto watches with grim realization. Those roots aren't strong enough to hold it back. Its HP has already dropped by 25%. Using the Dragon Greatsword now would be too risky. Lucas rushes over and suggests, "What if you push it back into the pocket dimension?" Haruto snaps back, "If I do that, I won't be able to use it again." Lucas replies with a dead serious look, "But we can actually take this thing down if we use that sword." Haruto scoffs, "I don't know what you're thinking, but that precious holy sword of yours is basically a toothpick to a monster like that." He glares back at Kuesia, fully aware that this creature's power is on a whole different level. Lucas turns to him, exposing his secret. "When we escaped that pocket dimension, I saw you copy the sword." Startled, Haruto stammers, "Wait, that was just my Control-C activating automatically." Lucas looks away with a soft chuckle. "Hey, I'm not blaming you. If it weren't for you, I would have died in there along with the sword. I owe you one, Haruto." Haruto lets out a forced, awkward laugh, breaking into a nervous sweat. Wow, this misunderstanding has gone way out of hand. Trying to change the subject, he quickly asks, Anyway, once we stop it, what's the plan?" Lucas replies, "Use your cursed skill and clone the sword to turn it into a pincushion. One sword throw might not do much, but what if we throw 10,000 of them?" As he speaks, an image of thousands of swords raining down upon the beast flashes through Haruto's mind. Surprised by the plan, Haruto admits, "Actually, that sounds like a solid plan, but how are we supposed to push it back into the pocket dimension?" He turns to Lucas. As for that, before he can finish, he senses something coming up behind him. Haruto turns around to find Gao standing there. Gao grunts. Hunter Sano, let me borrow your little golems for a second. Startled, Haruto blinks. The golems? Guildmaster, what do you plan to do with them? Gao goes silent for a moment before answering, I'm going to make that thing pay for throwing a tantrum at me. With that, his eyes lock onto the monster. Still confused, Haruto asks, even if you use the golems, will that really be enough to hurt it? Clenching his fists tight, Gao declares, hurt it? I'm not just going to hurt it, I'm going to kill it. Asking no further questions, Haruto places his trust in Gao. Understood. I'll open the pocket dimension then, so please drive that thing inside. Gao towers over Haruto, leaning down with a grin. Deal. I'd love to see how you pull that off anyway. We'll chat later, Haruto. Haruto starts barking orders as hundreds of lines of code run, activating transformed golem core. Control V. Instantly, countless glowing redstones materialize, and the shattered rocks on the ground begin to shift. They fuse together, assembling into a massive squad of golems in a flash. Gao slams his fist into the ground, causing a violent shockwave that sends shattered boulders flying high into the air. Right then, the golems rush toward him. A giant stone entity emerged from the smoke and flames, catching Haruto completely off guard. The fierce battle between Gaul and the iron monster was still raging, while the snow mountain golems gathered in a circle, desperately collecting rocks. Meanwhile, Gaul was gearing up to ambush Zack with his giant hand. But the beast sensed it instantly, let out a roar, and dodged. Furious at the miss, Gaul growled, just you wait. Unleashing 100% of his strength, he threw a devastating, earth-shattering punch. Gaul aimed straight for Zack's head, landing a heavy blow that sent the beast's head whipping to the side. Watching from inside the protective barrier, Masato cheered. Now that's a solid hit. Nearby, Haruto muttered to himself. Is that stone armor? It's the perfect combination with the golems. I'm definitely copying that skill later. Recovering almost instantly, the beast glared furiously at its attacker. Gaul muttered to himself, so, one punch wasn't enough to put you down, huh? He braced himself to strike again. Haruto let out a soft chuckle, knowing everything was going exactly according to his plan. He immediately gave the command to strike. In an instant, the pile of rocks right in front of Zack exploded, catching the beast off guard. At that exact moment, a swarm of snow mountain golems rained down from the sky. Screaming Kyuuk, they dived straight toward Zack's open mouth. Enraged, the crystallized Zack snapped his jaws shut, crushing the golems to pieces. Haruto grit his teeth and muttered, I'm counting on you guys, do your thing. The golems inside Zack's mouth thrashed violently, triggering a massive, devastating explosion right inside its throat. Zack roared in agony as thick stone dust from the shattered golems billowed out of his mouth. The entire area was engulfed in a thick cloud of white dust. With a heavy thud, the massive beast collapsed, knocked out cold. Seeing this, the soldiers below erupted in cheers. Joy washed over their faces as they cried out, Are those Hunter Sano's golems? Man, we owe them big time. Hearing this, Gaul shot a cold look at Haruto, thinking, so that's why Hunter Sano handed over those golems so easily. He had this planned all along. Unaware of the gaze, Haruto was lost in thought. But an attack of this level won't deal any real, lasting damage. Suddenly, he bolted forward, thinking, I have to drag it into the pocket dimension right now. Surrounding the fallen Zack, the soldiers rallied one another, shouting, We can actually beat this thing. Keep attacking. Haruto drew close. He cast a magic circle, his hands moving swiftly to activate his skill. Shadow Realm Pocket Dimension. Behind Zack, the fabric of space tore open, revealing a rift humming with eerie purple light and crackling dark lightning. The soldiers looked at each other in panic. What is that rift? Is another monster about to appear? Haruto quickly reassured them. Don't worry, I'm just opening a portal to banish the dragon. The soldiers nodded in relief. Oh, I see. Haruto turned to Gaul and asked, President Takashi, can you hit it with another punch? Caught off guard by the request, Gaul answered honestly, All my golems have self-detonated, so it's going to be hard to deal that kind of damage again. A look of worry and caution crossed Haruto's face. He hesitated. Should I just copy and spawn more golems? No, if I want to match that kind of power, the levels of any new golems I summon will be far too low. Suddenly, Nanas appeared behind him. What if we use the power of Hellfire instead? Haruto gasped. Hunter Nanas! Alright, let's go with that. Mo rushed over, out of breath. We have to move fast while it's still knocked out. It's about to transition to Phase 2. Before they could even make a move, the massive body behind them shuddered violently. Shaking off the stun, Zack rose, casting a murderous, fiery gaze down at the soldiers. Someone screamed out in panic, It's awake! Everyone run! As if in response, Zack unleashed a torrent of flames, threatening to incinerate everything in its path. As if snapped out of a trance, The soldiers scattered in absolute panic, their terrified screams echoing through the air. Nanas grit her teeth. At this rate, that fiery breath will wipe out our entire forces. I have to minimize casualties. Without a second thought, she charged headfirst toward Zack all on her own. The sight left Haruto and Mo in utter shock. Haruto yelled, "Hunter Nanas!" Nearby, Toku barked an order, "All hunters, fall back to me." He erected a protective barrier to shield his squad, while on the other side, the monstrous Zack unleashed another massive torrent of fire. Nanas charged directly into the flames. Gaining momentum, she leaped toward Zack and hurled her heavy blade forward. She channeled the latent power of her Hellfire blade. The moment she activated it, a colossal surge of destructive energy erupted from the weapon. Two massive beams of light, one sapphire blue, one crimson red, clashed head-on. The entire battlefield became a blur of flying debris. To Nanas's utter horror, Zack spewed a blinding torrent of fire that threatened to swallow her whole. The flames engulfed the entire building, turning it into a raging inferno. Seeing this, Haruto screamed in a mix of panic and rage. Damn it! He quickly executed a series of hand signs, casting his shadow slip technique. The flames completely engulfed Nanas. Haruto charged right in, reaching out to pull the hunter to safety. Enclosed within a protective sphere of branches, they were temporarily shielded from the raging fire. The wooden sphere broke free from the roaring flames, plummeting downward and allowing them to escape by the skin of their teeth. Wincing in pain, Nanas clutched her arm with a soft groan. Haruto asked anxiously, "Are you okay?" She looked up at him with concern and muttered, "I'm fine, but my blade." Haruto quickly reassured her, "Don't worry, your blade is perfectly fine, not a single scratch." Just then, he heard a notification his copy system was actively running. It was copying Nanas's blade. He thought to himself, "Wait, I didn't even touch it directly. Does that mean the giant spider silk touching it was enough to trigger a copy?" He handed the blade back to Nanas. She reached out to take it, murmuring a soft thank you. She looked at Haruto and warned, "But if that thing uses its fire breath again, we're as good as dead." The two turned their gaze toward Zack, who was thrashing around in a frenzy, searching for his next target. Just then, a decisive voice echoed, "Now's our golden opportunity." Haruto immediately activated his cut skill. The system interface surged, completely enveloping Zack. Haruto and Nanas stared in utter shock at the scene unfolding before their eyes. Haruto's face darkened as an ominous feeling crept over him. What is this sensation? Before he could process it, the system interface glitched, displaying Control F. Then, the user of the control authority activated Control X. Staring at the system data streaming before him, Lucas instantly thought of one name. Michael, the leader of the multinational European guild, Starfield. Lucas screamed at the top of his lungs, "Haruto, get out of the barrier right now." Hearing the warning, Haruto snapped his head back to look at him. Suddenly, a violent purple light erupted, crystallizing between the system and Zack. There was no time to reply to Lucas. Haruto spun around, his mind racing with a single, desperate thought. "I have to get Nanas out of here too." The system interface flashed again. Control V initiated, utilizing giant spider silk. Instantly, Zack's speed and power exploded to terrifying heights. A massive surge of dark energy crystallized, wrapping tightly around the beast. The malevolent energy expanded rapidly until the center of the Jinsan district erupted in a massive explosion, leaving a gaping crater in its wake. Massive cracks fractured the earth as residual dark energy crackled in the air. The deafening blast instantly sent shockwaves through the entire neighborhood. A soldier stared down at the destruction, completely speechless with terror. What? What just happened? A brown-haired youth gasped. Out of nowhere, a massive crater just opened up in the middle of Jinsan. Takuo frowned deeply, muttering, "Who did this?" Suddenly, a desperate cry echoed, "Sister," instantly catching his attention. Nanas was lying flat on her back, coughing up a pool of blood. Haruto and Satoru rushed to her side, but the moment they saw her, their hearts sank. They were too late. Nanas's right arm was completely gone. Blood was gushing from the wound, and she was slipping fast into critical condition. Takuo, Gao, Masato, Shirosaki, Ares Hill, and Lucas Morgan all stared in the same direction, their faces frozen in sheer shock and horror. Satoru stared at Nanas, his eyes welling with tears of pure terror. He tried to speak, but the words choked in his throat. Your arm. Sister. Your arm." Looking down from a distance, a bystander stammered in fear. "Her right arm. It's gone." The girl next to him added, But it looks like she's still conscious." Satoru grabbed Haruto by the shoulders, screaming through his trembling voice. "What happened to my sister?" "Wait, Sarah. Sarah can heal her, right?" Haruto looked at him and answered urgently, "Yes. I'll go find her right now." Haruto's voice softened, trembling with guilt. I'm so sorry. If only I had gotten you out of the barrier sooner. Using his ability, he gently lifted Nana's up, draping his coat over her to hide the gruesome wound. Her pale face was contorted in sheer agony and exhaustion. As Haruto prepared to teleport Nana's away, Satoru cried out, "Senior Haruto, please, you have to save her arm." Haruto firmly replied, "Leave it to me," and vanished in an instant. Suddenly, a helicopter descended, its powerful rotors kicking up a violent gust of wind that blew away the surrounding debris. Looking on in confusion, two teammates muttered to each other, "Wait, where did that helicopter come from? Are they reinforcements?" As the helicopter drew closer to the ground, a massive, unmistakable logo became visible. Everyone gasped in realization. "Hey, that's the Starfield Guild crest." Michael stepped off the helicopter, flanked by a squad in red, white, green, blue, purple, and yellow masks, all radiating a chilling, murderous aura. "I am Michael, the leader of the Starfield Guild," he announced coldly, adding, "We are here to answer your request for backup." Surveying the smoking ruins, Michael remarked, "Since this was an extreme emergency, I had to act without delay." He glanced at the massive crater in the center of the district and shrugged. Though it seems the incident did cause some minor property damage. Furious, Gao stomped forward. "Minor damage? What the hell is that supposed to mean?" Michael looked down at him with a smirk. "That monster was capable of wiping out an entire nation. That's why I took action. Isn't your attitude a bit out of line?" Guild leader Takuo Gao growled, his voice thick with anger. "One of our finest hunters just lost her entire right arm to your reckless attack." Michael let out a mocking laugh. "I just vaporized a monster that rivaled a dragon. Losing a measly arm is a small price for some low-rank hunter to pay." Gao's anger boiled over, unleashing a suffocating, overwhelming aura. He glared at Michael, his voice shaking with pure rage. "You dare mock us? Is that so?" Michael looked at him, his voice dripping with provocation. "This situation reminds me of a Japanese idiom, repaying kindness with enmity, isn't it?" Seeing this, Tsukuo quickly stepped in to diffuse the tension. He excused himself and said politely, "Please forgive my late introduction. Thank you for taking care of the dragon. I am Tsukuo, president of the Japan Hunter Association." Lucas raised his voice. "There is no need to thank him." Holding his angel rapier sword, he stepped forward. "All of this is his doing." Shocked by his words, Tsukuo and Gao asked, "What did you say?" His face darkened as he made himself crystal clear. Miso was the one who unleashed the monsters. "He reports directly to this guy." Tsukuo pressed him. "But aren't you also a member of the Starfield Guild? We can't just trust your word." Lucas snapped back. "Things are different now." He glared at Michael and said, "I was tossed aside without hesitation the moment I lost my value." Michael obviously heard him, letting out a bizarre smile as he spoke. "Lucas, you're babbling about a lot of pointless nonsense. Is this really the time for idle chit-chat?" Gao fumed. "I don't buy Lucas's story, but Starfield is definitely suspicious. So what is going on here? Explain yourself." Michael waved his hand. "I have absolutely no reason to explain anything to you." He sneered mysteriously at him. "Because all of you are about to be wiped out by me." Michael then began using the Control-A command to select and delete everything. Meanwhile, on the other side, Haruto was desperately trying to find a way back. Spotting an open door, he muttered, "This has to be it. I found it." The door immediately swung wide open, revealing hospital rooms inside. He rushed over, thinking, "Just as I thought. I can move freely within the barrier thanks to the subspace." The door instantly transported him straight to the hospital room where Sarah was administering treatment. Hearing the noise, she spun around and gasped in shock. The patient she was treating was just as startled. Haruto asked urgently, "Sarah, can you heal Hunter Nanas?" Sarah stared at him in utter shock, her throat tightening as words failed her. Haruto quickly activated the system to assist Sarah. Control V, duplicating infinite mana, the system repeated the command countless times. Sarah then began examining Nanas's wounds. Haruto looked at her anxiously. "She's lost so much blood. Is she going to be okay?" Sarah replied, "As long as she gets enough mana, she should be fine." She immediately activated the Control Z command to restore the target's arm. Suddenly, a system-wide red alert flared up, throwing her into a panic. Staring at the flashing red screen, she cried out, "What is happening?" The system window notified. Control Z. Objects deleted by Control X cannot be restored. She turned to Haruto and whispered, "I'm sorry." Her voice startled him. Her face was deathly pale, filled with unconcealed dread. Trembling, she stammered, It can't be restored." Haruto looked ready to explode. Why? But she didn't know the exact reason either. The notification window had simply stated that restoration was impossible. He realized too late that because the wound was caused by Control X, Nanas's condition was incredibly critical. Even breathing was a struggle for her. Sarah couldn't continue the treatment and could only offer her diagnosis. It turned out there were others out there who possessed the Control X skill. Yet, Haruto still clung to the hope of a miracle. Could you try just one more time? She believed it was impossible, but he thought trying again would only cost mana anyway. Gritting his teeth, he was extremely frustrated and refused to accept this. He began analyzing how the Control X command actually worked, so anything deleted by Control X can never be restored. What if I use my duplication ability? Control V, duplicating the Shaman Blade. He successfully ran the duplication command and obtained the Shaman Blade. Seeing this, Sarah asked, "Is that Miss Nanis's Shaman Blade?" Haruto explained. "No, it's just a copy I made before it was erased." Hearing this, she thought there might still be a way. "So, did you copy Hunter Nanis's arm?" Though he wished he could, he had to shake his head. "I can't copy any human other than myself." He tried using the Control 5 command on the Shaman Blade again. It immediately crumbled and vanished. The system flashed another red warning. Control V. Objects deleted by Control X cannot be pasted. He thought he could bypass the Control X command, but reality was harsh. The duplicated item simply vanished. This is bad. Haruto gritted his teeth, frustrated and unwilling to give up. After all, this was a copy made before the deletion took place. He continuously duplicated 3 more Shaman Blades. The copy command still worked flawlessly. 3 duplicated Shaman Blades appeared instantly, but the moment he tried to paste them, each blade immediately dissolved into nothingness. The system repeatedly warned, Control V. Objects deleted by Control X cannot be pasted. Haruto's emotions were on the verge of spiraling out of control. He frantically ran the duplication command for the Shaman Blade 100 times. Damn it, you want to see who wins this, huh? The system kept executing the copies, and the sheer energy radiating from it made Sarah feel like she was about to be blown away. 100 duplicated Shaman Blades appeared all at once. When he tried to paste them, the system kept flashing the red warning. He went into a frenzy, repeatedly using the copy and paste commands. The pile of daggers kept vanishing, only to be duplicated again and again. The scene was pure chaos. Haruto had absolutely no intention of stopping. Seeing him fly into a rage, the hospital patients were completely bewildered. What on earth is he doing? His actions seemed to trigger a system glitch, causing error messages to pop up repeatedly. Error, 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 and yet, against all odds, one dagger was actually successfully copied and pasted. The system flashed another alert. Control V encountered an unknown error. The item was deleted by Control X and can now be copied and pasted. Haruto walked over and calmly picked up the newly completed dagger. Drenched in sweat, he held the weapon in his hand, finally letting out a small sigh of relief. All right, I just need to give this to Nana when she wakes up. Having successfully glitched the system, he turned and called out loudly, "Sarah, try it again." Understanding exactly what he meant, she immediately agreed. Got it. Meanwhile, in another area, people were buzzing with anxiety over an arrow symbol that had suddenly appeared above everyone's head. Someone asked in confusion, "What's this mark supposed to be?" His friend fearfully guessed, "It's a targeting marker for an area of effect attack." Huh? Michael appeared, a look of pure contempt on his face. Well, at least you lot aren't completely brainless. Suddenly, violent bolts of lightning crashed down all around him. A large crowd materialized, surrounding Michael. As the ambient energy grew increasingly dense, a system notification flashed. Control H, bringing targets closer. A massive shockwave of pressure, sending debris flying, blasted straight toward him. Michael calmly used teleportation to effortlessly dodge the incoming debris. From high above, an imposing figure slowly descended, accompanied by relentless bolts of lightning striking the ground. Debris and shattered earth erupted everywhere, but Michael had already slipped away, teleporting safely to the side. Masato materialized with a ferocious expression, his voice dripping with venom. "Area of effect attacks are my specialty. I don't know what you're plotting, but stop right now." Michael sneered at his words. "Shirosaki of the Future Guild. That black lightning of yours is actually somewhat impressive." Without another word, he snapped his fingers. "I'll erase you first." Masato was caught completely off guard, utterly unable to react to Michael's sudden strike. Pitch-black vortexes materialized like high-speed bullets, hurtling directly toward him. Masato scrambled to dodge, but the attack closed in too fast. Ultimately, under the sheer devastating impact, his limbs were completely torn off. No one could possibly survive such a brutal onslaught. As his body plummeted to the earth, the onlookers gasped in sheer terror, a wave of panic sweeping through the crowd. Even guild leader Shirosaki? What kind of skill is that? Witnessing this, Gao completely lost his temper, roaring in pure fury. "You bastard." He lunged forward, throwing his entire weight behind a massive fist aimed straight at Michael. A thunderous boom shook the area, turning the ground to dust and blowing it away. Michael didn't even blink. He stared at Gao with a mocking smirk. A protective barrier materialized, rendering the punch completely useless, and easily shattering Gao's stone-armored arm to pieces. Gao couldn't believe his eyes, staring in shock at his ruined arm. Watching this unfold, Tokuo went pale with fear. How could stone armor capable of withstanding a dragon's strike be destroyed so easily? Michael smugly sneered at the terrified crowd. Don't go getting shocked over a trivial thing like this. Without a moment's hesitation, he struck again. Control X, eliminate the target. A massive black vortex erupted outward. It carried in chilling, terrifying force. The impact kicked up a dense cloud of dust and smoke, a testament to its devastating power. As the smoke cleared, it revealed a massive crater in the ground, the aftermath of his devastating attack. Michael raised his head, but before he could savor his victory, a flicker of surprise crossed his face. Just when it seemed Gao had been blown to pieces, Tokugawa stepped in, conjuring a massive shield just in time to protect him. Despite his near-death experience, Gao snapped, "Get out of my way, old man." Tokuo, however, had clearly exhausted a great deal of energy just to block that blow. That skill is no joke. I managed to block it, but even this shield, which is supposed to be indestructible, is already starting to crack. The great shield is cracking? Seeing this, Gao felt a cold sweat of genuine fear. Michael's smirk only widened as he mocked them. It was supposed to be impervious to any weapon or skill, a shield forged from the bones of a legendary behemoth. A truly invincible defense. Though panic was rising in his chest, Tokuo tried his best to maintain a calm, reasoning tone. If you know that, then stop this madness. Guild leader Michael, you are crossing a line here. If the International Hunter Association finds out about this, your guild will be completely ruined. Ignoring him completely, Michael began channeling his power once more. And what if there are no witnesses or evidence left behind? He calculated his moves, clearly aiming to shatter the Great Shield. Control A, select all. He locked his target onto multiple points scattered across the giant shield. And finally, he gave the command. Control X, delete all selected targets. A barrage of black vortexes erupted, hurtling directly toward the designated targets. Violent explosions boomed, a deafening roar echoing out as Tokuo struggled desperately to hold his ground. Michael had no intention of letting them survive. He swung his hand, unleashing a decisive blow. Let's see how long you can hold out. Cantron X, eliminate all designated targets once more. A relentless barrage of attacks rained down, sending massive shockwaves through the air. The shield couldn't hold on any longer, and huge cracks began to splinter across its surface. Tokuo could only watch in utter helplessness as his Colossus shield was shattered into pieces, leaving him completely defenseless. The swirling vortex lunged straight at him. Caught completely off guard, the old man couldn't even react. But in the nick of time, Gao grabbed him and yanked him back. "Hey, old man." Gao threw him backward, using his own body as a shield to block the crushing pressure of the black vortex. Tokuo struggled to find his footing, his head spinning. The shield was completely obliterated, reduced to unrecognizable dust. As Tokuo finally got his bearings, panic gripped him as he looked for Gao. "Are you okay?" Gao had already collapsed to the ground, half of his body completely shattered. Michael walked over, sneering. How pathetic for a hunter ranked top 5 in the world to end up like this. But Gao's fighting spirit refused to die. Struggling to speak, he spat back. "You think? You've won? Even if my body is blown to absolute pieces." Looking at Gao's horrifying state, everyone was filled with dread, utter helplessness written all over their faces. Gao gasped out, "This stone armor still won't break." Yet, the rocky layer coating his body was cracking apart, crumbling to the ground in pieces. Suddenly, the stone armor of the Midas Guild leader began to reform. Gao's massive, armored stone form stood towering right in front of Michael once again. There was a reason his stone form had grown so colossal. He was drawing in all the surrounding rocks, expanding his body to massive proportions. This was the ultimate form of his stone armor. With a mighty roar, Gao unleashed a devastating punch straight at Michael. But Michael didn't even flinch. Only when Gao's massive stone fist was inches from his face did he finally activate his skill. In a split second, the ground exploded, sending rocks and debris flying everywhere. Just then, the system flashed another notification. Michael, Cantron plus X, target eliminated. Out of nowhere, he had materialized right behind Gao. He raised his hand, pointing directly at Gao's arm, and summoned a miniature black hole that completely crushed it. Hit by the terrifying force of Michael's attack, his stone arm instantly crumbled to dust. While maintaining the stone armor for too long would make it unstable, it was still a formidable match. Unlike mana, the supply of surrounding rock and earth was practically infinite. Sure enough, Gao immediately drew the surrounding stones back together, regenerating a brand new arm. But the moment his arm reformed, Michael unleashed his dark power again, shattering it once more. Unfazed, Gao just kept reforming his broken arm over and over, sending shards of stone and dust flying through the air. Michael smirked at Gao. An eternal golem. I see you truly live up to your title as the 5th strongest in the world. As his stone arm fully restored yet again, the Midas Guild leader swung a massive punch at Michael, roaring, "You talk too much, shut up." Gao charged forward, using his colossal body to slam into Michael. Gao lunged, stretching out a massive hand to crush Michael. But Michael just calmly braced himself, ready to counter. A cold light flashed in Michael's eyes. Frowning, he sneered, "But remember, I'm ranked 2nd. Instantly, Michael triggered his Cantron skill. His system interface flashed. Cantron plus X, target eliminated. Another black hole opened up, vaporizing Gao's petrified arm. But Gao just glared at him, barking. Another useless trick. Within seconds, his arm began to reform once more, rocks binding together with crackling red lightning. Annoyed, Michael repeatedly spammed his obliteration skill. Dozens of black holes opened up all over the front of Gao's massive stone chest. In an instant, Gao's face and a massive chunk of his upper chest were completely erased from existence. Yet, Gao still swung a heavy fist down at Michael on the ground, roaring, "Take this!" Michael cast his skill again, erasing a section of the incoming arm. But using the raw power of his stone armor, Gao regenerated it almost instantly. Michael refused to back down, spamming his erasure magic. Neither of them showed any sign of yielding, locked in a brutal battle of attrition. But then, something changed. Gao's entire colossal stone form suddenly vanished completely, leaving nothing but fine dust swirling in the air. As the debris rained down, Gao managed to pull his stone armor back together in midair. But as he did, a sudden realization hit him. Michael smirked, a cruel glint in his eyes. "So, you finally noticed. You've shrunk quite a bit, haven't you?" Sure enough, Gao's stone form was now noticeably smaller than it had been just moments ago. Michael knelt on one knee, casually picking up a piece of stone debris from the ground. "That's because there aren't enough rocks left around here to maintain that giant body of yours." He extended his hand, summoning a swirling purple portal. "I've been using this to teleport all the rocks away." Michael slowly stood up, looking at Gao with a provocative gaze as he smirked. "I will completely erase your very existence." Gao heard this and was absolutely furious, losing control and screaming, "Shut up!" As Gao rushed in to attack Michael, he thought to himself that with such an abundant supply of stone, his expansion would hold limitless power. That was why he didn't fear the dragon. But what if this guy wiped out all the stone he needed? There was no way this guy had such a terrifying skill. Just who was he? Seeing Gao charging toward him, Michael reached out his hand, surrounded by a swirling mass of dark power. In an instant, one of Gao's arms exploded, leaving him completely stunned. Michael then unleashed his skill, summoning countless black cosmic rifts before saying coldly, "It's over." With those words, he struck Gao directly, causing his entire stone-armored body to shatter and explode. With his stone armor utterly shattered, a section of his head broke apart, revealing Gao's real body inside. The stone armor slowly crumbled away, exposing his face, which was covered in streaming blood. A split second later, his body collapsed to the ground with a heavy thud. Michael merely stood there, watching. Seeing this, the guild members were terrified out of their wits, completely speechless. One of them, pale with fear, stammered, Is President Gao down?" Michael then turned around, stepping forward confidently as he asked, "Is there anyone else who wants to fight me?" But before he could gloat for long, a voice rang out, instantly catching his attention. "I'm still standing." Alice, unleashing her power, shouted, "Michael, President of the International Hunter Association." As the research division leader of the International Hunter Association, she hovered in midair, raising one hand to manifest a massive glacier of pure power. Suspended high in the sky, she boldly declared, "I will punish you." Lying on the ground, the guildmaster of the Future Guild watched this unfold and muttered, "So that's why you made that request, huh?" Masato recalled how, before stepping up, he had turned to Alice and asked, "Want me to buy you some time?" Hearing his offer, Alice analyzed the situation. It seems Michael isn't very good at wide-area attacks. As she cast her magic circle, she had told Masato, "Unleashing a wide-area attack takes time, so I need you to buy me a few moments." Bringing his mind back to reality, Guildmaster Shirasaki watched as a massive glacier of pure power hurtled toward Michael. Michael looked up, furrowing his brow in amusement. "Punish me? No matter how I look at it, you don't stand a chance. Even your longing for your mother should have its limits." Alice Hill unleashed a freezing orb crackling with lightning. Hearing his words, she snapped back. "How dare you casually mention my mother's name?" Alice Hill's freezing orb was now closing in on Michael, yet he stood his ground without flinching. Michael smirked, his voice dripping with arrogance. Did you really think you could defeat me with a mere block of ice? Even after witnessing my power, is this really the best plan you could come up with? Raising his hand, he immediately summoned countless cosmic black holes, just as he had done against Gaw, unleashing them to block Alice's attack. Instantly, massive explosions tore through the sky, and Michael shattered the freezing orb she had launched clean in half. But immediately, another massive freezing orb materialized right before Michael's eyes. Seeing this, he simply glared at the giant orb about to crash down on him. Reacting with lightning speed, Michael immediately summoned black holes to trigger more explosions. But Alice Hill didn't stop. She kept channeling her power, hurling more freezing orbs at him as she shouted, "It's going to hit the ground before you can even erase it." A massive freezing orb was now right in front of Michael's face. He reached out to block it, but the orb still crashed down, triggering a massive explosion as it slammed into the ground, shattering the earth and sending debris flying in all directions. Standing on the sidelines with Mori, Satoru immediately commented, "That destructive power is insane. Even a monster like him must have been taken down by that, right?" Still hovering in the air, Alice Hill had cast a protective barrier around herself, while the freezing orb continuously radiated an intense, freezing fog. But then, Alice Hill gasped in shock at the sight before her. Michael was completely unharmed, standing tall as ever, while the freezing orb lay shattered into tiny pieces. He then conjured a dark, swirling black hole in his hand and spoke. "Alice, the price for overestimating yourself and opposing me is incredibly steep." Instantly, countless dark black holes surrounded Alice, leaving her with absolutely no way out. Seeing this, she immediately unleashed her power to counter them, but unfortunately, her efforts were completely in vain. The black holes surrounding her exploded simultaneously, and a split second later, Alice's protective barrier shattered into pieces. At this point, Alice couldn't resist anymore. As she was thrown backward, she desperately held up both hands to shield herself. Michael had no intention of letting her off. He raised his hand again, controlling some unseen force as a massive black hole materialized, ready to swallow Alice whole. Terrified by the sight, she had no idea what to do, resigning herself to her impending doom. As the dark energy slowly began to swallow Alice, Mori stood frozen in horror. He screamed out, "Alice!" Right at that crucial second, a blue magic circle, engraved with glowing runes, appeared around her. The runes rapidly spread, forming a protective barrier that enveloped Alice and pushed back the encroaching darkness. This shielded Alice and pulled her back, saving her from Michael's dark vortex. In an instant, Alice's body crashed hard into the glass windows of a nearby building, causing a loud shatter. The glass around her spiderwebbed. Watching this, Michael wasn't surprised at all. He simply snapped his fingers and muttered, "The cloak of immortality, huh? You must have gotten that from Tomoka Nishihara. But I wonder, can it withstand this next strike?" Right then, Michael unleashed his skill. The system notification popped up. Control+X. Eliminate target. A massive, earth-shaking explosion rocked the area. Alice was knocked out cold, but the protective sphere still wrapped safely around her body. As the dust settled, Alice lay there, still perfectly shielded within the barrier. Looking at the scene, Michael pursed his lips in deep thought. Curse nullification. It seems the rumors are true. Tomoka Nishihara really did use an otherworldly skill to engrave that enchantment onto the cloak. If I don't get rid of it now, it will only bring trouble later. Just as Michael raised his hand to deliver the finishing blow, Mori charged at him from behind. Swinging his sword down, Mori roared, "Stop right there, you bastard!" But Michael's reflexes were lightning fast. With a cold, razor-sharp glare over his shoulder, Michael lightly spun around and unleashed a black hole right at Mori. The void instantly devoured Mori's arm, sending blood spraying everywhere. Mori screamed out in agonizing pain. Satoru rushed over, frantic and screaming, "Mori!" Mori collapsed onto the cold ground. Michael raised his hand, a menacing gleam flashing in his eyes as dark energy crackled around him. "I suppose I should clean up the weaklings first," he muttered coldly. Every single hero left standing in the area was targeted. Above their heads, a system prompt appeared. Control+A, select all targets. Someone shrieked in terror, "That mark! It's back!" With chilling cruelty, Michael clenched his fist tightly. Instantly, dark vortexes open up, swallowing every single targeted hero on the field. As Satoru tried to pull Mori up, he looked up to see a dark vortex forming right above his own head. Terrified, he ducked his head low. Right then, a pile of loose stones suddenly coalesced into a monstrous figure, letting out a deafening roar. In a flash, one of the heroes was completely encased in rock. He could only scream in absolute terror. As more black holes began to tear open, the targeted heroes panicked and scrambled for their lives. Desperate cries of "Help me!" echoed through the chaos. but watching the absolute panic only thrilled Michael. Smiling, he raised his hand and snapped his fingers. In an instant, a chain reaction of violent explosions ripped through the area as Michael's black holes detonated. Slowly, one of the survivors opened his eyes, astonished to find himself still breathing. 3 other heroes sat slumped on the ground, their faces pale with shock. Realizing that Fujimoto had deployed his massive shield to protect them, they gasped. "Chairman!" Fujimoto spun around, shouting urgently. "Anyone who can still move, get out of here right now. I don't think I can hold off another strike." Hearing his warning, the survivors scrambled to their feet and fled. Meanwhile, Lucas gripped his sword and walked over to Fujimoto. Lucas's hand was shaking violently as he squeezed the hilt of his blade. Noticing his trembling, Fujimoto looked at him softly and said, "If you're terrified, Lucas, you should run too." Hearing those words, Lucas froze in his tracks. Fujimoto stood up, turning to look Lucas dead in the eye. "But you must still take responsibility for conspiring with them. You need to expose his atrocities to the International Association. With Cooper's influence, it is entirely possible. Besides, you have no obligation to lay down your life for this country." Fujimoto's words struck a chord, leaving Lucas lost in thought as a memory from his past flashed before his eyes. As a young boy, he had once followed a woman, asking, "Hunter Nishihara, why do you fight so hard? You even had to go out of your way to borrow the holy sword. This isn't even your country." Hearing his questions, the woman turned around, a faint smile on her face. "Ah, so you're the reason my request to borrow the sword was rejected?" Shrinking under her gaze, the young Lucas felt a heavy wave of guilt. What? He stammered. Nishihara simply looked at him and said, "Soon, borders will mean nothing, and race will no longer be an issue. An era where we must all fight shoulder to shoulder is fast approaching, and when that day comes, we will need to mobilize every single fighting force we can get. Only then will you realize the true importance of the Holy Sword. When that moment arrives, no matter how terrified you are, you must not hesitate." Recalling the words Nishihara had told him, Lucas charges forward without a single shred of doubt. He dashes right past Fujita Tokuo and rushes ahead. The old man is slightly caught off guard. Armed with his sword and channeling all his strength, Lucas charges straight at Michael. Seeing this, Michael raises his hand to unleash his power. Immediately, the system displays Ctrl+X, eliminate selected target. A dark black hole materializes right in front of Lucas, threatening to swallow him whole. Refusing to panic, he charges straight ahead and lets out a roaring battle cry. Unbelievably, his sword shatters Michael's black hole. 2 massive forces clash violently with each other. Lucas thinks to himself, Lord Michael has already absorbed Ctrl+H, which grants him teleportation. Is he practically invincible now? Not quite. Lucas recalls his conversation with Miso when he asked her, "Why is that?" Hearing his question, she smirked and explained, "Because of the Holy Sword specifically, the Light skill. It is a skill that blocks all sneak attacks and dark attribute offenses. A curse is essentially a dark skill, so Light can counter it, even if only a little." Back in reality, Lucas has shattered Michael's dark black hole with his sword. Without stopping, Lucas swings his sword once more, slashing toward Michael. Seeing the incoming blow, Michael instantly draws his own weapon to block the attack. Lucas pushes his blade hard against Michael's. He thinks to himself, Light and the curse will clash and suppress one another. This is the very first time Lord Michael has drawn his sword. Amused by his bravery, Michael sneers and says, "I never thought a coward like you would force me to draw my sword." Lucas parries Michael's blade away and snarls, "Shut your mouth, you bastard." They clash repeatedly. Lucas analyzes the situation mid-combat, thinking, since we're fighting at close range, he won't risk using his curse recklessly. And when it comes to swordsmanship, I have the upper hand. He actually has a shot at winning now, as long as he can stall for time until Sano arrives. Right then, Michael speaks up, interrupting his train of thought. "You must have thought this through, but this is truly the worst plan you could have ever come up with." Hearing this, Lucas freezes for a split second, confused. Michael continues, "A fatal error in judgment." In a surprising move, Michael activates his control skill. The system immediately displays Ctrl+X, eliminate everything in the surrounding area except the user. A dark aura of power instantly wraps around Michael. He raises his hand toward the sky, conjuring a black hole as he speaks. "At this distance, that attack you placed all your hopes on won't do you much good." The moment the words leave his mouth, Michael's dark power surges forward, nearly swallowing Lucas whole. Lucas stands there in utter shock, watching as the pitch-black void consumes everything around them. Just as the black hole is about to drag him in, a voice roars out, "Light!" In an instant, beams of bright light pierce the darkness. Lucas is pulled back by the radiant energy of his sword, yet, Michael's dark forces desperately reach out, trying to drag him back in. Having barely escaped, Lucas stares at the glowing sword in his hand, still trembling with fear. A second later, the sword snaps, and the broken blade clatters to the ground. Michael stands before Lucas, his entire body radiating with a strange light. Lucas looks at Michael and says with an exhausted voice, "Eliminate everything in the surrounding area." "So that's how you survived Ares' attack." Hearing this, Michael simply smirks and replies, "Your precious sword is shattered, yet you don't seem to care all that much. Do you have a duplicate hidden somewhere around here?" In a flash, Michael lunges straight at Lucas, his eyes glowing intensely. He grins mockingly and says, "It seems you're working with that Control+C bastard, aren't you?" Seeing the assault, Lucas desperately tries to leap back to evade, but he is too slow. Michael's hand clamps tightly around his neck, leaving Lucas unable to break free. Clutched by the throat, Michael raises his other hand, conjuring another dark black hole as he speaks. "I don't give a damn about any holy sword anymore. I will completely erase your very existence." Just then, a tear in space rips open behind Michael. It is Haruto. He leaps out of the rift, raising his sword to strike Michael with all his might. Sensing something was off, he suddenly jerked backward, dodging Haruto's powerful slash, but that split-second move made him lose his grip on Lucas. As Haruto's blade tore downward, the ground shattered, cracking open in a long, jagged line. Michael managed to leap to the side just in time to avoid the blow. The moment Haruto touched down, he glared at Michael with pure rage and snarled, "Killing people to steal their curses might weigh on my conscience, but putting you down? I won't feel a single shred of guilt." Standing his ground, Michael opened his system interface, frantically searching for something. He thought to himself, "The space fragment is resonating. So this punk is holding one too?" Still standing there, Michael silently sized Haruto up. The boy's entire body was wrapped in a surging aura of power. As Michael scanned him from head to toe, he suddenly gasped, realizing something shocking. Spotting the blade in Haruto's hand, it instantly clicked. He thought in disbelief, "The Kalesia Greatsword. He's Control+C." Without wasting another second, Michael unleashed his skill. The system prompt flared. Control+X. Erasing selected target. Michael raised his hand, summoning another dark, swirling void, ready to strike Haruto down. But right then, a sudden flash of blue light caught his eye. Michael glanced over at the hellfire. The roaring blue flames were already creeping dangerously close to where he stood, forcing him to instinctively take a step back. In an instant, the blue fire erupted, incinerating everything in its path. Sensing the danger, Michael immediately launched himself into the air to escape the blazing hellfire. Nanase had finally returned to the battlefield, and to everyone's shock, her severed arm was completely restored. Gripping her spear tightly, she radiated an intense, battle-ready aura. Seeing his sister back in one piece, Satoru cried out with tears in his eyes. "Sis!" The vice guildmaster, standing nearby with his shield raised, froze in disbelief. "Hunter, Nanase!" Meanwhile, someone's thoughts raced. Even Guildmaster Shinoda's top-tier healing magic couldn't possibly restore a limb to this extent. Injuries inflicted by Control+X simply cannot be repaired by standard healing spells. This can only mean one thing. Her body was literally wound back to its state before she was ever hurt. In other words, Michael stared in utter disbelief as he watched Nanase stand there, completely healed. Suddenly, something else caught his eye and made him gasp. Hovering in midair, he spotted Sarah, who had also caught up. She was channeling her skill into a different source of energy to mend Masato's injuries. Control+Z. After watching for a moment, Michael's gaze locked onto Sarah. A chilling thought crossed his mind. "I have to take her out first." But before he could act, Nanase took advantage of his distraction and unleashed a massive, devastating strike right at him. Whoosh! Turning around, Michael saw Nanase's energy slashes hurtling toward him, yet he stood his ground, completely unfazed. The very next second, Michael activated his unique skill, Control+X, erasing selected target. Raising his hand to the sky, he conjured another void of absolute darkness. He thrust the void forward, easily absorbing her onslaught. Seeing her attack neutralized so easily, Nanase scowled in frustration. Meanwhile, from another angle, Haruto was already launching a follow-up attack, combining Spider Silk with his own skill. The system popped up. Control+V. Activating Ireo's branch. In an instant, the sharp threads controlled by Haruto shot straight toward Michael. Before Michael could react, the razor-sharp threads wrapped tightly around him, binding him into a massive cocoon. Muffled, furious screams echoed from deep within. On the other side of the battlefield, Sarah was focused on using her power to regenerate Masato's missing arm. Masato stared at her, utterly dumbfounded. Within moments, his arm was fully restored. Staring at the mystical aura surrounding him, he thought in amazement, even my gear was reverted back to its original state. This skill is absolutely insane. The spatial distortion has completely vanished too. But the mana in this area is still dangerously low. As he was analyzing the situation, something caught his eye, causing him to widen his eyes in shock. Glaring at the glowing red stone in Sarah's hands, Masato blurted out, "Hey, is that the core of the giant golem?" Sarah paused for a moment, clutching the red stone close to her chest. She looked up and replied, "Yes, Mr. Sano gave it to me." Masato gasped, clenching his fists in disbelief. That bastard. Did he copy it before selling it to me? Before his thoughts could spiral further, Sarah cut in. "He told me that our absolute priority is to heal Guildmaster Shirasaki." Clutching the golem's core with both hands, her eyes filled with resolve, she looked back at Masato and continued, "If we utilize your shield to move through the spatial rifts, we can keep everyone else safe." In that moment, Sarah's mind drifted back to her conversation with Haruto. "Hunter Sano, there's something I need to ask you about what happened in the hospital room." Once they arrived at the hospital, she turned to ask Haruto. Standing right in front of him, she placed a hand over her heart and spoke with deep sincerity. "I really want to help these dependents get back to full health, so could you share some of your mana with me?" Haruto looked over at the patients lying in their hospital beds, hooked up to oxygen masks. He asked, "Are they in critical condition right now?" Hearing his question, Sarah replied, "Their lives aren't in immediate danger." But upon hearing that, Haruto didn't hesitate. He reached his hand out toward her and said, "In that case, could you do me a favor first?" Sarah quickly agreed, saying, "Of course." Right then, Haruto pulled out the golem's heart, held it out to Sarah, and said, "Take this." Sarah was completely taken aback. She covered her mouth in shock and gasped, "Is this the giant golem's heart? Are you absolutely sure you want to hand over something so incredibly valuable to me?" Haruto replied, "I might not be a hunter, but I'm dragging you into a situation that's even more dangerous. This is the least I can do to make up for it. Once this is all over, please help everyone recover, Sarah." Hearing him say that, she let out a soft gasp, covering her mouth again. Seeing her reaction, Haruto raised a single finger to gesture at her and said, "Oh, by the way, you can only use it for about 10 days. I can set an expiration date on copied items. It could be a single day, or even 10,000 years. I'll adjust that time frame based on how much I can trust you, so I'm counting on you." Back in the present, Sarah was still using her skill, boosted by the mana from the golem's heart, to treat everyone. She thought to herself, "I will definitely earn a heart that lasts for 10,000 years. Meanwhile, Haruto's spider cocoon couldn't hold any longer and finally burst open. Michael's dark black hole violently shredded the silk threads, and he emerged from the cocoon, standing tall and imposing. A massive surge of energy radiated from Michael, completely shattering the ground beneath his feet. Seeing this, Haruto tightly gripped his sword with both hands, bracing himself to fight at a moment's notice. One of Michael's eyes glowed intensely. Flashing a twisted grin at Haruto, he said, "To think you could even copy Miso's corrupted tree. I never expected you to be able to copy an item from another dimension. It only makes me want it even more." Drawing his sword, he continued, "I will put an end to you and seize that curse for myself." Michael then opened up his system window to check. Staring at it, he thought, Control-C, Control-Z, space fragment. So that's why Miso was so incredibly interested in this country. Just then, Michael's system displayed that he had used Control-A to select all. Seeing this, Haruto glared at him in pure rage, tightening his grip on his sword. Over on Sarah's side, she paused while healing another patient and looked up, sensing the shift. Nearby, Nana swung her spear, glaring at Michael with intense hostility. With an overwhelming aura surging from her entire body, she spat out, "Reusing the same old tricks won't work on me." The moment the words left her mouth, Nana slashed twice toward Michael. She swung, unleashing a powerful energy strike flying straight at him. He stood completely still, only reaching out a hand to block Nana's attack at the very last second. "Still using this useless garbage," he sneered. A split second later, Michael activated his skill. The system prompt flashed, Control-X, remove target. Instantly, a massive black hole materialized, blocking the path in front of him. But the moment Michael lowered his hand, he was shocked to find Nanas already charging right at him. She unleashed her power once again and shouted, "That was just the warm-up." A blazing blue fire erupted, hurtling toward Michael in a devastating hellfire attack. Sensing the threat, he quickly triggered his skill again. Control-X, remove target. Michael's dark void began pulling Nanas's flames inside, absorbing them completely. Realizing it wasn't enough, Michael summoned 2 more black holes to deal with the blaze, yet he still couldn't completely neutralize her massive destructive force. The encroaching flames were about to engulf him. A split second later, a massive inferno erupted, violently slamming down onto the ground. Fortunately, Michael managed to fly up just in time, narrowly dodging Nanis's devastating strike. Looking down at the raging fire, Michael thought to himself, this hellfire skill is a real pain in the neck. He raised his hand toward Nanis, focusing his power with one clear thought. I'll wipe her out first. Control X. Remove target. Instantly, a dark black hole shot directly at her. Caught off guard, she could only stand there and watch. But right then, Haruto's spider silk suddenly shot out. Control V. Giant spider silk. The threads wrapped tightly around Nana's as he yanked her backward, pulling her away from a fatal blow. The spot where the black hole struck exploded with violent force. Seeing that she was safe, Haruto retracted his threads. Nanas looked back at him, her voice fierce and her gaze razor-sharp, and said to Haruto, Sano, stay out of this. Haruto walked up to her side and warned, his skill is extremely dangerous. I can't guarantee you'll recover if you get hit again. Get the injured into the safe dimension. Hearing him say that, Nanase froze for a moment. Haruto, still looking at her, continued, only my skills can match his. Without hesitation, Haruto dashed forward. Nanase watched his back as he ran. She thought to herself, Sano's skills are extraordinary. Looking over to see Gao still lying on the ground, she quickly made up her mind. That's right. Saving lives must be the priority. With that, Nanase turned and ran, calling back over her shoulder to Haruto. I'll leave him to you then. As Haruto charged forward, he checked his system and said excitedly, now I can finally fight without holding back. The system immediately displayed Control plus V, deploying giant spider silk and activating shadow step. Instantly, his spider silk materialized. He lunged at Michael from behind alongside the spider silk. Michael, however, seemed to sense his presence. Michael quickly leaned aside to dodge Haruto's attack and said, you even copied this move? Seeing him dodge, Haruto could hardly believe his eyes. He quickly reacted, slashing a wave of energy toward Michael. He drew his sword and skillfully blocked Haruto's attack. The two immediately clashed in combat. Dust swirled heavily around them. Suddenly, Haruto managed to land a clean graze across Michael's cheek. He glanced over as blood spluttered from the cut. Wiping the blood from Haruto's cut, he smirked and said, a cheap knockoff can be quite formidable, but you're going to die anyway. Right after saying that, Michael activated his skill again. The system displayed once again, Control plus X, erasing the entire surrounding area except for the user. Dark energy closed in to swallow both him and Haruto. Haruto wore a knowing smile and said to him, jealous, aren't you? Get ready for a little present. As he spoke, he opened his system to execute a command. Haruto's system displayed Control plus V, duplicating the sword. Instantly, thousands of duplicated holy swords pointed their tips directly at Michael. Looking at the swords about to impale him, he said, are you trying to take me down with you? Hearing him, Haruto gave Michael a cold glare and replied, you're not the only one who knows about curses. Did you forget about mine? Upon hearing this, Michael frowned and looked at him in confusion. Before he could say anything, a voice rang out. The area where Haruto and Michael stood immediately exploded, sending rocks and debris flying everywhere. Immediately after, a massive fire erupted, filling the entire air with thick smoke and dust. Satoru was helping the injured make their way into the safe dimension. Hearing such a loud blast, he looked over and muttered, if that explosion was caused by a dark skill, we're doomed. I wonder if Senior Haruto is okay. Mori, who was carrying a girl in his arms, walked up to Satoru and said, if it's Sano, he'll be fine. Satoru felt a bit relieved hearing that and replied, you're right. Masato, protecting the others inside his barrier, looked down and warned, it's too dangerous here. Hurry and get the injured into the safe dimension. Hearing this, Satoru turned, looked up, and replied, got it. Meanwhile, Nanaze and Fuwa were assisting the injured into the safe dimension. Fuwa Toko noticed she was staring intently. Turning to her, he asked, Hunter Nanase, are you planning on heading back to fight? Hearing his question, Nanase replied, no, I'm coming with everyone. Nanase gripped her spear tightly, staring at it as she thought, just now, the power of Hellfire was clearly weaker than before. Is it because I haven't fully recovered yet? Meanwhile, on Haruto and Michael's side, Haruto's sword was stabbed into the ground, surrounded by countless holy swords scattered everywhere. At this moment, someone reached out to pull Haruto's sword out. It was Michael. He was struggling to pull the sword up with both hands. Finding it impossible, he raised his hand and stared at it. Before he could even think, Haruto materialized right behind him. Michael spun around. He had managed to grab Haruto's sword, and said, you can even duplicate yourself, huh? You turned the Control plus C curse into something like this? Resting the sword in his hand, he smirked and said, if I destroy this, will everything return to normal? Care to negotiate? Hearing Michael's threat, Haruto reached his hand out and replied, don't count on it. But if you want to try, Go right ahead. It's about to expire anyway. Michael unleashed his power onto Haruto's sword, mockingly saying, "So you can even set a time limit on your copies? Tell me, can you actually control that?" He quickly shattered the boy's sword, and asked in a provoking tone, "In that case, does your own body have an expiration date too? Well, I'm sure I'll find out soon enough." Haruto smirked at his words, raising his hand as he shot back. "What are you blabbering about? Your little curse won't kill me." Hearing this, Michael let out a heavy sigh and replied, "My curse can completely erase your very existence, and there's no coming back from it." He glanced down at Haruto's arm, which was burning from his dark energy, and added, "I was actually a bit surprised you could pull off a trick like this, but clearly, even that has its limits. Once I put you down, even if you copy yourself, each clone will only get weaker and weaker. The more I slaughter you, the less of a fight you can put up." Feeling exposed as Michael hit his sore spot, Haruto glared back, gritting his teeth. Right now, his entire body was wrapped in Michael's suffocating dark energy. Looking down at his hands, he thought to himself, "He's right. I can't create a perfect copy of myself. If this fight drags on, I'm going to be at a massive disadvantage. I have to finish this with the next strike." With that thought, Haruto pulled up his status screen. Tapping on the screen, his stats appeared, showing Haruto Sano, base defense 245 plus 35%, skill level 7, mastery level 10. Reviewing his stats, Haruto calculated, "Once my HP drops below 25%, Berserk mode will activate. That guy over there has to be at least level 600. Crouched on the ground, he glanced up at Michael and thought, "In Berserk mode, I might just be able to land a single, decisive blow. Let's do this." With that, Haruto slammed his hand onto the ground, instantly shooting out sticky spider threads. The system chimed, showing Control V using Irayo's branch. Haruto's spider threads shot forward, trying to snare Michael, who was hovering in midair. Easily dodging the webs, Michael instantly teleported right behind him. Haruto's senses flared, and he caught sight of Michael's blade thrusting straight at him. He couldn't dodge in time. The cold blade grazed his neck, sending a spray of blood into the air. Haruto could only grit his teeth against the pain, staring back at his foe. Right at that moment, Haruto's system flashed. Control V. HP is below 25%. Berserk activated. Instantly, a massive wall of fire erupted. Drawing his sword, Haruto unleashed a blade completely engulfed in roaring, crimson flames. Spinning around, Haruto unleashed a barrage of explosive, high-powered slashes toward Michael. Caught off guard by the sheer force, Michael momentarily froze. Snapping back to his senses, he quickly activated his skill. Control X. Delete all surrounding areas except the user. Haruto's slash tore through the air, leaving a blinding trail of crimson light in a perfectly straight line. Michael barely managed to block Haruto's devastating strike. Still shrouded in his dark aura, Michael wiped the soot and dirt from his face and muttered, "Berserk longsword. Huh? Impressive. So this was your little plan all along?" The black mist was clinging to Haruto's body even tighter now. He gripped his sword, glaring at his enemy, while a sinister gleam flashed in Michael's eye. Manifesting a dark black hole in his hand, Michael sneered. "So, all you have left is your curse, is that it? Let's see if it can stand against mine. This is going to be fun." The system instantly flashed. Control X, delete target. A massive ring of dark, malevolent energy began to close in on Haruto. He looked around as the dark void slowly began to consume him. Haruto glared back fiercely. A split second later, he activated his skill, Control V, giant spiderweb, while simultaneously casting his teleportation spell. At that moment, Michael's black hole opened wide. Michael failed to notice Haruto's spider threads silently creeping up behind him. While his focus was locked dead ahead, Haruto materialized right behind him, sword in hand. Michael instantly sensed something was off. Glancing back in alarm, he saw Haruto and instantly activated his skill, Control X, delete all surrounding areas except the user. Haruto was incredibly close. Blade raised, as Michael's dark energy continued to consume them both. At that crucial moment, Michael adjusted his skill. The system flashed. Control X, retain deleted area for 10 seconds. Right away, Michael's dark black hole appears once again, and Haruto is on the verge of being swallowed up by Michael's power. He lets out a desperate scream. At the critical moment, Haruto activates his skill once again, Control plus V, user clone. Seeing him clone himself, Michael immediately summons another black hole. Haruto desperately uses Control plus V over and over to create countless clones. Meanwhile, inside the dimensional space, Lucas is sitting huddled in a corner. His body is currently crackling with green sparks of electricity. Lucas buries his face in his hands, looking completely unstable and in a state of sheer panic. He thinks to himself, if only I had a copy of the Holy Sword. Just as the thought crosses his mind, something catches his eye. Lucas looks up, completely stunned by what he sees. It's Ares. He walks over, drapes his cloak over Lucas's shoulders, and says, "This is the cloak of immortality my mother left behind. I have no idea how it was made, but it can nullify any curse or skill. You have to survive, you still need to take responsibility for all of this." Lucas is shocked, thinking to himself, "The curse. It's completely gone. Don't tell me this is." Lucas stands up and gently runs his hand over Ares' cloak. Just then, a voice calls out to Ares. Lucas turns to look, quite surprised to see who it is. It's Nana's. Holding her spear, she stands before him and asks, "The skills that Sano and Michael are using, they aren't normal skills, are they?" Hearing her question, Lucas is momentarily lost for words. Standing before Nana's, he clenches his fists and says, "You'll have to ask Hunter Sano about his own business. I can only tell you about Michael's skill. Just as you suspected, it's not a skill a normal hunter would have. Michael's skill literally makes his targets disappear. In other words, their very existence is completely erased. When you showed up with Sano, I was shocked, but it also gave me hope. However, I'm a bit concerned about your spear. I'm sure you've noticed it too, right? Its power is nowhere near what it used to be." Hearing this, Nanas raises her spear, staring at it silently for a long moment. Lucas continues, "It seems it was weakened during the restoration process. If Sano keeps cloning himself like this, he might not even be able to maintain his own existence." Hearing this, Nanas anxiously asks, "So, even with that skill, Sano can't defeat Michael?" Lucas replies, "He has only one weakness. To fix it, he's desperately trying to lay his hands on the giant golem's heart." The scene shifts, and back to Haruto and Michael. Just then, another wave of Michael's dark energy erupts. Immediately, his system displays a notification. Ctrl+C. Surrounding mana is depleted. You can no longer use Ctrl+C. Haruto's steps are now unsteady and faltering, as the stone ground beneath him crumbles to pieces. Haruto's entire body is enveloped in Michael's dark energy. He looks like he's at his absolute limit. Just then, Haruto notices something and quickly looks up. Michael scowls, watching Haruto intently. Struggling to stand, Haruto looks at him and says, "Your curse was lifted automatically, and the surrounding mana is completely drained. So that's why you're so desperate for the golem's heart." Michael doesn't even flinch. He just sneers and replies, "Figuring it out now is a little too late. What can you even do? You can barely stand." Haruto thinks to himself, "He's right. I'm completely powerless right now." Suddenly, a flashing red warning pops up on his system screen. "User is severely injured. Control is unavailable." Haruto quickly pulls up his system screen. Gritting his teeth, he frantically searches. "Is there anything in my inventory I can use?" That's when he notices a glowing slot, a dimensional fragment, 3 out of 5. Haruto's eyes widen. The dimensional fragment is resonating. He looks over at Michael and notices a similar glow. He definitely has a dimensional fragment on him too. Noticing the glowing resonance on his own system screen, Michael smirks and asks Haruto, "You have this resonance too?" Hearing this, Haruto's suspicion is confirmed. "I knew it." Suddenly, a crucial detail flashes in Haruto's mind, and his eyes fly open. "Wait, the one with more dimensional fragments can force them to combine. I have 3, which means he only has 2. The explosive force of just 3 fragments was insane. This is definitely worth a shot." With his mind made up, Haruto pulls a sword out of his inventory. Across from him, Michael sneers mockingly. "What kind of trash sword is that? Your skills might be impressive, but now that you're weakened, you're utterly useless." But Haruto isn't about to back down. Talking back to him, Haruto retorted, "You can't even use mana yourself, so how is that any different?" Hearing this, Michael launched an attack and yelled at Haruto, "Even if I can't use curses, you're still no match for me." The moment the words left his mouth, Michael lunged forward and plunged his sword straight through Haruto, sending blood spraying everywhere. With a contemptuous sneer, he told Haruto, "Hand over the space fragment before you die." By now, Haruto was slowly losing consciousness. Hearing those words, Haruto yelled back with all his remaining strength, "You want it? Fine, take it. I just hope you can handle it." Right after, he tossed 3 space fragments to Michael. The 3 fragments Haruto just threw immediately floated up into the air, glowing intensely. Haruto's 3 fragments immediately flew over, merging with the one Michael held. Stunned by the sight, Michael gasped, "What? How could you open my private inventory without permission?" Kneeling on the ground with blood dripping from his mouth, Haruto smirked and said, "My bad, I forgot to tell you. The one who holds more space fragments can summon the remaining pieces, no matter where they are." Instantly, Michael's space fragment was forcibly pulled out by Haruto's 3 pieces. As they merged, they They began to glow blindingly bright. Haruto looked up at him and continued, and when they combine, they pack one hell of an explosion. Since you can't copy this, what are you going to do now? Fear began to grip Michael as he heard those words. He gritted his teeth, staring at the space fragments merging together. Once all the fragments fully merged, a massive explosion instantly ripped through the area. When the dust settled, a massive crater had formed, with thick smoke still lingering in the air. Michael's armor was completely obliterated, leaving him in nothing but tattered rags. I didn't expect it to actually blow up, he muttered. He began scanning his surroundings, desperately searching for something amidst the rubble. That was when Michael spotted the combined space fragments glowing in the debris. Using his teleportation magic, Michael instantly reappeared next to the fragments. He muttered to himself. So, only the space fragment survived. Reaching out to pick up the fragment with a smug look on his face, he said, which means that Brat must have reached his limit and disintegrated. Right at that moment, a voice rang out, freezing him dead in his tracks. No way in hell that's happening. Before Michael's hand could even touch the space fragment, Haruto appeared out of nowhere. Being much faster, he snatched the fragment right from under his nose, looking completely revitalized and bursting with energy. Holding his greatsword, he smirked at him and said, "Looks like things didn't go quite the way you planned, did they? Are you doing okay, old man?" Seeing the greatsword in Haruto's hand, Michael's brow furrowed, sweat starting to bead on his forehead. How does he still have that greatsword? He thought. Before Michael could even finish the thought, Haruto swung his sword, slashing right at him. The slash carried devastating power, forcing Michael to quickly leap back to dodge the attack. Seeing this, Haruto immediately unleashed a second slash, this time with even greater force, aiming to slice Michael clean in half. Instantly, a massive arc of energy erupted from Haruto's blade. Holding his sword in one hand and the space fragment in the other, Haruto panted heavily and said, "Add space fragment to inventory." Instantly, it was stored away. The system displayed, "Space fragments, 4 out of 5. After storing the fragment, Haruto suddenly recalled something. Come to think of it, back on the Golem Snowy Mountain, I survived thanks to Kurosaki. It was the same when Kurosaki tried to kill me, and this time is no different. It seemed he still hadn't been able to completely copy the sword. Suddenly, Michael's voice cut through his thoughts. "You are a persistent pain in the neck." Haruto instinctively looked up to see Michael standing before him, his clothes hanging in tatters. An intense aura of power began to surge from Michael's body. With one eye glowing with intense light, he glared at Haruto and roared, "I will completely erase you so you can never return." The moment the words left his lips, he activated his skill. The system immediately displayed, "Control plus A. Select all targets within the permitted range." Seething with rage, Michael roared, "I will make sure you are utterly obliterated." Immediately, columns of dark energy erupted violently from the ground. Faced with this, Haruto could only tighten his grip on his sword, bracing himself for the onslaught. Michael's system then popped up a notification, Control plus X. Erase the selected targets. Gritting his teeth, Haruto thought, "Does this bastard really have enough mana to pull off a move like this?" By this point, Michael had completely lost control as the dark energy wrapped around his entire body and exploded outward. Watching this, Haruto quickly analyzed the situation. He isn't drawing mana from the environment. Is he gathering his own life force to build up mana inside his body? The range of the attack was far too wide. Even if he used his Shadow Step skill, there was no way he could escape it. Looking up, he was on the verge of being swallowed whole by his dark power. The dark black hole summoned by Michael had now appeared. Meanwhile, Tuner had also arrived at the scene. Staring at Michael's dark black hole, he stepped inside, muttering to himself, "So, that black sphere is Michael's skill, huh? Reinforcements are here, but the government is currently trying to weaken the military's influence, and the situation is spinning out of control." Just then, Makoto stepped out from the teleportation portal. As soon as he arrived, he spoke up. "Looks like we have no other choice." Tuner, who was holding a spatial fragment in his hand, heard this and asked, "What's the rush? I wouldn't be here if I didn't have a good reason. I'll handle this." With a single stomp of his foot, he instantly triggered a massive tremor. Swinging his axe, Tuner said, "So, transfer all your mana to me." Hearing this, Makoto immediately began channeling his mana into Tuner, saying, "I'm counting on you." Makoto's massive reserve of mana immediately surged into Tuner. Right away, his system flashed a notification. Control S. Initiating mana storage accumulation. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10 times. Congratulations. The user has acquired the unique skill, Titan 10. Having fully charged his mana, Tuner raised his axe and unleashed a flurry of rapid slashes. Unleashing immense power packed with amplified shockwaves, Tuner continuously hacked downward, triggering massive explosions and crackling bolts of lightning. Watching from a safe distance, Makoto thought to himself, so, he's using his mana to empower the axe. But with only this much mana, breaking that sphere is going to be tough. I need to give him more backup. Without hesitation, he began gathering his mana once again. Right at that moment, an unexpected anomaly caused Makoto to freeze as he stared in Tuner's direction. Suddenly, as if someone had activated a skill, the system flashed. Control X, nullifying all active mana-based skills in the vicinity. Seeing this, Tuner retaliated with his own skill. Control S, releasing 4 accumulated charges of mana. The opponent responded by triggering Control X again, immediately causing the 2 opposing skills to violently clash. Pushed to the limit, Tuner unleashed Control S, releasing 10 accumulated charges of mana. The sheer volume of mana was so overwhelming that even Tuner lost control and let out a wild scream. With every ounce of his strength, he swung his axe and delivered a devastating downward slash. A crack finally formed on the surface of the sphere. Seizing the moment, Tuner swung his axe once more. The sphere's shell shattered completely, unleashing a colossal explosion that shook the entire city district. Witnessing such raw power, even Michael couldn't help but look up. Haruto was also forced to shield his eyes from the blinding wave of pure mana. As Tuner landed back on the ground, his eyes locked onto Haruto, who was standing right in front of him. Tuner had fashioned the spatial fragment into a necklace. When Haruto looked up, the necklace instantly caught his eye. Approaching him, Tuner casually asked if he was holding a spatial fragment. Haruto stood up, staring at him. The world's top hunter. Tuner? You actually have a spatial fragment? Glancing down at the necklace around his neck, Tuner replied, We don't have time for small talk. How about you hand your fragment over to me? But wait your turn, I need to deal with this guy first. With that, Tuner shifted his gaze toward where Michael was standing. He turned and walked right up to Michael, smirking. Long time no see, Michael. If you only came here for the spatial fragment, you can get lost now. Hearing Tuner speak to him like that, Michael burst into laughter. Man, you really know how to get on my nerves. Meanwhile, Makoto teleported over to Haruto. Spotting him, he asked, Nanas, where is everyone else? Hearing the question, Haruto turned around and replied, I'm keeping them safe inside my spatial dimension. With that, Haruto raised his hand. Instantly, a tear ripped through the air, expanding wider and wider with every second. The moment the portal opened, Satoru surged out, threw his arms around him, and sobbed, I finally found you, Senior Haruto. I'm so glad you're okay. Just then, a voice called out to Haruto, making him turn his head. Holding Control C, Michael stood before him, staring intensely. It seems I underestimated you. I shall take my leave now. But remember this. My hunt for the spatial fragments is not merely for the power of control. Once the god who cast this curse manifests again, we won't be able to stop him with these petty skills. That's why Nishihara Tomoka shattered the key into pieces and sealed that dimension away. Opening the spatial door is nothing short of inviting them in. Prepare yourself for that moment. Clenching his fists, he left Haruto with one final warning before disappearing. The next time we meet, you'd better be stronger. Otherwise, I will kill you. Haruto simply stared back in silence, offering no reply. Just then, Turner walked up from behind him and asked, Is it okay to let him go like that? Hearing his question, Haruto replied, In my current state, I can't fight him anymore. Don't worry, I'll kill him sooner or later. Turner looked at Haruto and asked, I see. You're sure about that? By the way, I don't know your name yet. Hearing this, he told him his name, Haruto Sano. Turner then took off the space fragment from his neck, handed it to Haruto, and said, I have one space fragment here, Haruto. What about you? Hearing this, Haruto smiled and said, I have the rest. Upon hearing that, Turner asked in a rush, Really? Then let's bring them together to make the key. Seeing him in such a hurry, Haruto held out his hand and said, Calm down first. Just look at that. He pointed toward the massive crater in the ground. Following the explosion, he continued, This is what happened just from combining 4 space fragments. I don't know if this place can withstand the explosion of 5 fragments. We need to find a safer place. Hearing Haruto's words, Turner pointed to himself and said, In that case, let's go to the United States. If you hand those fragments over to me, I'll keep them safe in the guild. Hearing his proposal, Haruto asked, In the Ouroboros Guild? I don't really want to go to such a terrifying place. At that moment, his eyes involuntarily drifted forward. Seeing Satoru walking alongside Mori, he muttered to himself, A guild, huh? Hearing Haruto say that, he replied, Exactly. If you want to get stronger, it's best to ally with others, right? If you want, I can adjust the terms. Haruto looked at him and said bluntly, No, thank you. With a bright smile, he said to Turner, I'm going to start my own guild with my friends. 3 months later, a convoy of vehicles drove into a barren desert, the Nevada Desert in the United States. The massive iron gates in front of them slowly ground shut. Haruto sat in the car, lazily staring out at the clear blue sky, while Satoru next to him kept looking around restlessly, exclaiming, "I can't believe we got assigned to the Zone sector. It's all thanks to you, Senior Haruto." Hearing this, Turner turned around, immediately taking the credit and confidently flashing a thumbs up. "It's because I negotiated with the higher-ups. After all, I am the world's top hunter." Hearing this, Satoru pouted and leaned in to whisper to Haruto, "He's so lame." Hearing that, Haruto couldn't help but tease, "Look who's talking about being lame." Aoi, squeezed between the two large men, asked nervously in a low voice, "Senior Haruto, is it really okay for me to tag along like this?" Haruto turned around with a warm smile and replied, "Of course. You're a member of our guild too, Aoi. We're going to merge the space fragments together." Meanwhile, Gao had a scowl on his face, looking completely annoyed as he grumbled about everything around him. "Did we travel all this way just for that? And this car is absolutely useless." Sitting in the front, Turner immediately spoke up. "This place isn't just crawling with aliens, they're also hunting down hunters and dungeons." He went on to give a brief explanation of what was happening. "Our primary research mainly focuses on items originating from races in other dimensions. Lately, we've also been studying a unique skill known as curse." The explanation made Sara Arita, who was sitting quietly, finally understand. "So that's why I had to come along." Then, Turner held up the space fragment around his neck and added, "And we've always been looking forward to the day we could merge these fragments to complete the key." This prompted Ares to push up his glasses intellectually, chiming in, "That's not true for everyone, only the US. You guys aren't just interested in researching the dimensional gate." For a moment, the car filled with lively chatter, laughter, and playful arguments. "Alice, you're being way too skeptical. From a global perspective, we can all look forward to new research and breakthroughs. Once the dimensional gate opens, your father's research, Sano's research, will become much clearer too." Amidst all the noise, Haruto stared outside pensively, thinking of his father. "Dad, what exactly were you researching back then? We were always together, so how could you have been doing research here?" Deep down, he thought, "The real reason I came to America is to uncover the truth." Flashing back to 3 months ago in Tokyo, inside the headquarters, Nanis's voice echoed during her presentation. "Sawfield is a multinational guild. Only the International Hunter Association has the authority to disband it." She continued her report. "Michael has been expelled from the guild, and he is now a globally wanted fugitive." The surrounding crowd immediately broke into endless hushed whispers and discussions. A black-haired man spoke up, full of concern. "What about the restoration of Tokyo?" The question received an almost immediate response. "It will proceed exactly as we just discussed." Nanas calmly explained the ongoing situation in Tokyo. Guildmaster Shinoda of the Daiken Guild is overseeing the situation, and the restoration is already 82% complete. This left the man absolutely stunned, causing him to blurt out, "In just 1 week? I had no idea Guildmaster Shinoda had that kind of trick up her sleeve." Nana sighed with a touch of helplessness. "I cannot disclose the details of classified information." But she cautiously added, "We have a highly classified individual whom we cannot disclose. All I can say is that Hunter Sano has made an incredibly massive contribution. Her revealing the identity of this special individual threw the entire room into complete chaos once again." "Sano again? What guild is he with anyway? Is he even a member of the Hunter Association?" At that moment, Haruto spoke up to ask, "What about Lucas?" She replied, "His family holds quite a bit of influence." He calmly added, "It seems his family is on the decline, and his own standing has been affected too. But the good news is, the Holy Sword has been handed over to our country." Shocked by the unexpected news, the listener immediately pressed further. "They actually agreed to give up the Holy Sword? Does that mean they're just ordinary hunters now?" This person continued to speculate. "It looks like they've given up." He fell into deep, calculating thought. So, that was his decision. Haruto recalled what had happened not long ago. "See? I told you I'd do it, Lucas." Even though he was handcuffed, he kept a stubborn mouth. "What do you think you're doing? Trying to show off that terrifying curse of yours?" He raised the sword and asked back without hesitation. "Ares told me you can't control the curse without the Holy Sword, right?" Haruto added with a knowing look. "So keep it just in case. If you lose it again, just let me know." After that, Lucas took the sword back from him, unable to hide the sheer shock on his face. Meanwhile, Masato grumbled as he sipped his coffee. "But why on earth do we have to travel all the way to America?" Standing beside him, Haruto sighed in exasperation. "You saw what happened when those space shards exploded in Roppongi, didn't you? The Future Guild has an underground vault, right?" Hearing this, he got a little worried. But if it blows up there, the entire building is toast. He quickly added, "Wait, can't you just do it inside your subspace?" Haruto answered, "I already tried. Extracting the space shards is fine, but merging them is impossible." He explained with a serious expression, "The only place we can safely do this is in the American desert." He then added his own thoughts. "I honestly can't even imagine how devastating the explosion from merging 5 space shards will be." Masato was completely taken aback by that answer and turned to him in a panic. "Don't tell me you're planning to join the Albaros Guild, and you're just going to hand them a brand new, fully intact space key?" Hearing this, Haruto simply smirked. "What are you talking about, President Shinoda? More importantly, I need you to help me with 2 things. Shinoda frowned in worry. "Wait, didn't you scam me back when we sold the golem's heart?" Haruto didn't offer much of an explanation. He simply stood up and made an announcement, "I'm going to establish my own guild, so please support me." Hearing this, Masato's expression turned serious. "A guild? Don't you want to join Future?" His eyes remained resolute. "It's not about what I like or dislike. I just want to quickly get stronger alongside my friends. If I have my own guild, no one can interfere in our business." He even added, "Oh, and there's one more thing." Masato snapped and yelled, "You're so annoying. Just shut up already." The scene then shifted to the Hunter Association office. Tuner spoke up first. "I never expected to run into you in Japan like this, Ares." She openly replied, "My mother went missing here, so I've just been following the clues." He replied with empathy, "I see. Hunter Nishihara went missing." Ares added, "In Japan's snowy Golem Mountains." Ran looked at them both curiously and asked, "By the way, do you two know each other?" Without hiding her connection to Tuner, she explained, "Before my mother disappeared, we crossed paths once." He pondered, "But I still wonder, did Hunter Nishihara meet someone else after me? He was the director of Nevada's Sohn Research Facility. Do you know Kazuya Sano?" Ares opened her small notebook to search. "Wait, his name is in my mother's notes. It says here that he was part of a research institute for otherworldly items." Tuner continued, "A hunter as generous as Nishihara treated him incredibly well, so I assumed he was a family member or something like that." Suddenly, Haruto appeared from behind them and spoke up. "Are you talking about my dad?" Her jaw dropped in absolute shock, unable to believe her own ears. "Director Kazuya Sano is your father, Sano?" 1 week later, inside the new guild office, Satoru's eyes sparkled with excitement as he repeatedly stroked the desk. "So this is our guild office, and I'm the second member to join, right?" Rand stepped closer to shatter his delusion. "Actually, I'm the second member." Standing off to the side, Ares let out a weary sigh. "Why do you guys care so much about the order of joining anyway?" Inside the office, Nanaz warmly offered her congratulations. "Congratulations on founding your guild. I always knew that one day you'd become a guild leader." Haruto politely thanked her. Suddenly, Satoru popped up and made an offer. "You should leave the association and join us instead." Haruto chimed in with his own invitation. "We'd always welcome you, Nanase." Toko laughed heartily, stepping in to speak for her colleague. "I came here to congratulate you, and now you're trying to steal my staff?" She looked him straight in the eye, appreciating his kindness, but still declined the invitation. "It's an honor, but I'll be staying with the association. I can put my skills to better use there." Haruto didn't get angry. He just smiled. "Ah, I see. I understand." Meanwhile, Masato still wore an annoyed scowl, glaring sideways at the freeloaders. From submitting documents to the association to ordering office supplies, who do you think handled all of that by themselves? "It was me." He indifferently muttered a half-hearted thank you. "Thanks for your help. I guess that wraps up the mission." Seeing that attitude, he looked ready to lose his mind and tackle him. "Shut your mouth. Are you looking for a fight?" A voice suddenly rang out, catching Haruto's attention. "Isn't your guild's name a little too direct?" A familiar figure appeared. It was Lucas. "Lucas? What are you doing here?" He calmly replied, briefly explaining how he'd lost everything. "I lost my position as an international hunter. My family disowned me too, so I have nowhere else to go. That's why I was thinking of joining your guild as its very first member." Satoru confidently stepped up to him, showing off. "Look, even a founding member like me has to settle for second place. No cutting in line, big bro." Rand stood up, voicing the question that had been bugging her. "Wait, then who's the first member? Are they, like, insanely strong?" Without answering, he waved his hand and said as he walked off, "It's time to go pick up our first member." Deep inside an abyss that seemed bottomless, amidst dried and decaying skulls in the white bone dungeon, a brown-haired guy kicked an axe toward a person sitting silently on the ground and yelled, "Hey, number 1. What the hell do you think you're doing? You actually forgot to bring our bones." The person bowed repeatedly, frantically apologizing. I brought them. I'm sorry. The guy standing next to him asked in confusion. What's his name anyway? Why does everyone keep calling him number one? The boy scratched his head and wondered. His name? What was it again? He then quickly remembered. Oh, right. Aoi. He owes the Midas Guild 10 billion. So he's basically a slave here for life. The guy beside him couldn't help but gasp at how much debt a single person could run up. 10 billion? That's insane. The scene shifted. Ben slung his backpack onto his shoulders, turning around to answer. Aoi Ikanaga. That guy's been sneaking in and out of dungeons for quite some time now. Rumor has it he joined the Midas Guild. Haruto asked, puzzled. The Midas Guild? Ben hesitated slightly before explaining. Well, they're a pretty big-name guild in the country, but they treat their members like literal slaves. Hearing this, Haruto gasped, Slaves? Before he could finish the story, a loud shout came from behind. To the bulletin board. It's time to set off. He quickly waved goodbye and ran off. That's all I know. You guys will have to figure out the rest on your own. The two of them walked toward the parking lot, taking their first steps on the journey to find their guild's first member. Satoru spoke up. Do you really think that's true? Would a powerhouse like the Midas Guild actually treat their members like that? He replied calmly. We'll have to go see for ourselves. Sitting in the car, Haruto was deep in thought, plagued by hundreds of questions. Maybe he left a top-tier guild to get stronger faster. But why would he join an unofficial team under Midas? He then turned to Satoru and ordered, We're going to the Midas Guild. Satoru obediently replied, Got it. At the Midas Guild headquarters, a massive, towering skyscraper loomed ahead, making Satoru look up in awe. Impressive. Every time I see this place, I get a little jealous. Haruto turned to him, curious. Have you been here a lot? He quickly explained. Yeah, I used to come here with my dad all the time. Haruto stood there, trying to sort out his thoughts about this guy who always seemed so clueless. Oh, right. I almost forgot. The way he talks and acts always makes me forget that he's actually the young master of the second-ranked top guild in the country. Suddenly, a group of men dressed in black rushed past the two of them. One of them respectfully opened a car door, and a man dressed in a sharp suit stepped out. As all the subordinates bowed deeply, Satoru, standing nearby, gasped in surprise. That's Takashi. Not knowing who that was, Haruto asked. Who? Satoru explained. That's Takashi, the guildmaster's older brother. He's a highly influential man. He's actually the one running the Midas Guild. Even though he isn't a hunter, his management skills are top-notch. The two brothers working together is how Midas became the powerhouse it is today. Haruto was surprised to hear about the man's capabilities. He's not a hunter, yet he holds the reins of the Midas Guild. It seemed they had been staring for too long as they caught Takashi's attention. He turned his head and asked in surprise, Satoru? Satoru bowed politely to greet his elder. It's been a while, sir. Takashi nodded politely. Yes, it has. Guildmaster Shinoda is busy rebuilding the city, isn't he? Satoru replied with a bit of embarrassment. Yes, but I'm sure my dad will wrap things up soon. Takashi then noticed the person standing next to him and greeted him. And you must be Haruto-sanu. Remaining respectful, Haruto offered a polite greeting. It's an honor. I'm Haruto Sano. So, you know who I am? Takashi pushed up his glasses, sizing him up with a touch of sarcasm. You were the key player in clearing the ruins with Ben recently. Of course I'd know you. So, what brings you to the guild? At the Midas Guild, he doesn't hesitate to get straight to the point. I'm here to find a younger friend of mine. Takashi is still kind enough to reach for his tablet. He doesn't forget to ask, So your friend is in our guild? What's his name? Haruto replies, Aoi Ikanaga. Takashi quickly looks up the information. He is currently in the Bone Grave dungeon. His face shifts slightly for a brief moment as he continues to talk about him, before Takashi briefly concludes. That dungeon is pretty simple, so he should be back soon. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll be on my way. Seeing that terrifying man leave, Satoru can't help but sigh in sheer relief. Man, that totally stressed me out. Haruto watches the figure of the Midas Guild leader, looking on in admiration. Takashi, the president of the Midas Guild, isn't a hunter, but he carries a truly formidable aura. He doesn't seem worried at all, even praising the top guy. By the way, Ikanaga is at the highest rank of the Midas Guild. Then he says with certainty, I bet he's having a blast. I'm sure he's doing great in his team. Haruto smiles upon hearing the news. So, his rank is quite high, and the guild really needs his skills. In his mind, he silently notes that Takashi's knowledge of dungeons is on par with Guildmaster Kinasaki's, and his ability to read the situation is incredibly sharp. With one clean, sharp slash, the captain completely splits the massive skeleton in front of him in half. Unable to withstand the blow, the giant skeleton crumbles and shatters to the ground. He turns back to his companion and says, "Just one more and this place is cleared." Dripping with sweat, the red-haired guy remarks, "Awesome, piece of cake." On the other side, the two continue to enthusiastically farm monsters. Ioe leans down close to a skeleton, holding a bone as if he's totally possessed, drenched in dark energy. If this is dark mana, it's completely different from my research. Immediately, Ioi looks it up. Bone Grave, a C-rank dungeon. The dark mana of the skeleton army is weaker than in other dungeons, making it much easier to clear. His mind starts racing. There should be barely any dark mana here, or none at all. Then why on earth is it releasing dark mana like this? Realizing something, he quickly dashes off. The dark mana is practically acting as a life source for the skeleton army. And then he concludes, the moment they become immortal, this dungeon's rank will shoot straight up to A rank. But we're just a low-level team clearing a C-rank dungeon. Meanwhile, everyone else is hyped up, bashing the weak skeletons without a care in the world. Take this. Fighting the monsters, the curly-haired guy has a huge grin on his face. Man, this dungeon is a total piece of cake. Unexpectedly, the skeleton he just defeated glows with a strange blue light. Its bones snap back together, transforming back into a skeletal warrior. It lunges forward as the boy panics. Wait, didn't I just kill this thing? The skeleton's slash is lightning fast, cutting through the air. Before it can strike, a sudden blast of water washes over it. With a painful shriek, the skeleton completely dissolves. Ai gasps for air and asks his teammate, "Are you okay?" The curly-haired guy looks surprised. "Wait, you're just a porter. How do you have holy water?" He replies confidently, "We never know when a dungeon might suddenly change, so it's always best to be prepared." He approaches the leader to report, "Captain, I think we need to pull out. The dark mana here is way too strong." The arrogant captain snarls, "Listen here, Mr. Top Porter, don't you dare tell me there's an immortal witch here. If that were the case, why would the research team classify it as C rank? There's nothing but ordinary skeletons in here. What do you think this is a repeat of the Cerberus Key dungeon disaster?" Refusing to back down, Ai yells in frustration, "Captain!" Startled, the captain turns around to look at him. Tense with anxiety, he voices his deepest fears. "Once we go deeper, there's no telling when this dungeon will shift. If we drop our guard for even a second, we're all dead." He then declares firmly, "I will never, absolutely never watch my entire party get wiped out again." The captain hesitates slightly, but there's still no way back. "But if we don't clear the dungeon, how are we supposed to use the return stone?" Ai steps forward and says, "I will take full responsibility." The people around them grow disgruntled and start to mock him. "Oh, so we're supposed to take the fall with you. Just like what happened back in the Cerberus Key dungeon." Realizing he still hasn't swayed them, he screams out, striking right at their biggest vulnerability. "Cut it out! A debt of tens of millions is nothing. But once you lose your life, there's no coming back. Now that the skeletons have turned into this, there's bound to be an immortal witch nearby. An immortal witch is an S-rank monster. If we dare to go any deeper, we are all dead meat." All the shattered bones from earlier begin to emit a bizarre blue glow as black smoke envelops them, lifting them all into the air. Look over there." Shocked by the sudden turn of events, everyone freezes in their tracks as the bones begin to merge together. Deep in the darkness, a pair of sharp, piercing blue eyes fly open, staring intently at them. A massive bone dragon is formed larger than any monster they have ever laid eyes on, growling ferociously. Aoi's face pales in sheer terror as he thinks, the immortal witch created an S-rank bone dragon. Even with 100 C-rank hunters like us, we stand absolutely no chance against it. The scene shifts to the bustling hall of the Midas Guild, with people walking back and forth. Looking at the screen, Satoru cheers excitedly. That's Group X on his end. Seeing Sarah, he happily calls out, "Sarah!" She's fully recovered and back with her group already? As expected, she shines brightest when she's standing on that stage. Haruto smiled and thought to himself, glad that her friends were finally back. Shinoda Haruto suddenly spoke up. "But the sad thing is, I wanted to recruit her into my guild, yet my sister is making her stay with the association." Recalling the past, Nana said in a serious tone, "Sarah's sentence has been reduced now, but if her abilities are exposed, countless guilds and organizations will come hunting for her. It's better for her to stay hidden under the association's protection." He readily agreed. "All right, but I still need Sarah's power to open the dimensional gate." She understood immediately and accepted. "I see. Since this is a matter of national importance, we will support you with everything we've got." Haruto stared up at the screen, lost in thought. He let out a helpless sigh and told himself, there's still time. Then, looking to the side, he noticed a crowd suddenly gathering right next to him. Haruto quickly stood up to investigate. Is something going on? The other person looked at him in a panic. "Are you Hunter Sano from back then?" he explained in a hushed voice. Something bizarre has happened inside the C-rank dungeon. It looks like it turned into an A-rank dungeon, Haruto asked, bewildered. Which dungeon is it? The bone-carving dungeon, the man replied. Haruto gasped in horror. Oh no, this is bad. That was the dungeon IOE was currently raiding. At the bone-carving dungeon, a glowing red portal opened up. A heavy scanning device was set on the ground. A voice called out loudly, Captain, we've finished setting up the magic measuring device. Nana quickly directed. Immediately start measuring the mana levels and dark energy inside the dungeon. A panicked voice came from behind as Satoru rushed over, questioning. Has the association already sent in a rescue team? She looked puzzled, Satoru. Then she turned to Haruto in confusion. Was Mr. Sano deployed here too? He replied softly. I have a close friend inside the dungeon, so I thought I could come and help out, Nana murmured. Is that so? Something has gone wrong inside the dungeon. The dark energy is incredibly thick, making us unable to enter. We've detected high-tier magic and dark energy swirling right at the entrance, she reported in a low voice. It seems the defeated sorcerer has been resurrected. Shinoda Haruto panicked. That sorcerer is an S-rank undead monster. It can regenerate dark energy. He suddenly remembered in terror. That's right. That dark energy can be used for spatial dark magic when traveling through dimensions. Guildmaster Kunisaki and I have already experienced it firsthand. In that case, this dark energy, Nana said grimly. Unfortunately, we can't step inside right now. He interjected firmly. No, I think it's possible. She gasped in shock, but he declared confidently. I think I can utilize that dark energy. I'm going in. The scene shifts to Aoi, where the skeletal dragon is relentlessly attacking the party. Aoi screamed in a panic. Leader, quick, use the teleportation stone. The leader yelled back frantically. I'm trying, but it's not working. Yen Zhang cursed to himself. Damn it. The sorcerer's magic circle must be interfering with the stone. Aoi calculated his options. If only there was a way to defeat him. But with that dragon guarding him, there's no way to get close. He cursed silently in frustration. Shit, if this keeps up, we're all going to end up dead in here. Think, I can't die in a place like this. Rand dashed forward, unleashing an attack on the skeletal dragon. Holy lightning, he asked, bewildered. You can use holy magic? He replied loudly. I'm no priest, but I can still manage a small barrier. Aoi suddenly realized. A barrier? That's it. I still have 10 bottles of holy water. Now's the time to use them. He quickly pulled out the holy water and suggested, if you use all this holy water, can you make a barrier big enough to protect the whole team? Ran hesitated. I can, but it won't hold up long against that dragon's attacks. Aoi replied firmly. Just focus on making the barrier. With that, the bottles of holy water were driven straight into the ground. Murenzen quickly unleashed his divine power to strike down the dark skeletons. One of them stared at the barrier in confusion. Is this barrier made of holy water? The person next to him gasped. Making something like this must have taken an insane amount of holy water. Murenzen shouted, it's top-grade holy water. The holy water formed a protective barrier, enveloping them all. The skeletal dragon glared at them and slashed its claws at the barrier. Its claws began to corrode upon contact with the holy water, but the barrier also cracked slightly from the impact. The leader muttered anxiously, this barrier is made of holy light, so it can withstand the dragon's strikes. But it won't last long under this kind of brute force. Aoi reassured him. Don't worry. This barrier is just to draw the dragon's attention. The leader gasped. What? Aoi immediately broke through the barrier and yelled, I'm leaving the skeletal dragon to you guys. The party inside panicked. Is he using us as bait just to save himself? Ellen screamed in a rage. What? That absolute bastard. Ai poured the holy water, telling himself, think whatever you want, the dragon isn't the real issue. He coated his sword with the holy water. He looked up at the leading sorcerer hovering above, muttering to himself, if we don't take down that sorcerer, we're all going to be traveling to the afterlife together. Aoi swiftly hurled his sword right at him. Since I coated the sword in holy water, it should temporarily act like a holy sword. If he gets pierced by a holy sword, he won't be able to summon any more undead. The dark mage quickly chanted a spell as Aoi watched in horror. Dark skeleton fragments rained down, fusing together into a giant skeleton king. It reached out, trying to block the sword. But the holy water-infused blade pierced straight through its body, and the dark skeleton king crumbled into dust. His face went pale with panic. He had just wasted his very last mana potion. Suddenly, a dark skeleton lunged from behind to attack him. Aoi cursed under his breath. Damn it! Out of nowhere, Haruto dashed in and blew the creature's attack away. He stared at the golden glow in utter shock. Bewildered, Aoi stammered. Sano? He looked at Haruto in sheer panic. Why are you here? He said firmly. I'll explain later. As the Dark Skeleton King lunged to attack again, Haruto quickly leaped into the air. He drew his sword, aiming straight for its head. Blazing with intense fire, he swung the dragon sword down with all his might. A flash of light erupted, and the Dark Skeleton King was sliced to pieces. Aiui's jaw dropped in sheer disbelief. One slash. To completely destroy an undead monster? Is that really Sano? Suddenly, a blinding blue light flashed, forcing him to turn around. The bone dragons were engulfed in flames, roaring in agony. The screeches abruptly cut short as their bones began to melt. Confused, he muttered, "Wait, they aren't regenerating?" Ikanaga thought to himself. Only Hellfire can do that. Spotting Hunter Nanase, the crowd cheered in joy. "Nanase from the Hunter Association is here?" The association sure responded fast. Watching Nanase slay the bone dragons with precise strikes, everyone murmured in admiration. No joke, having Nanase as captain completely changes the game. Thanks to her, dungeon casualties have dropped significantly. I heard she even stepped down as vice president. She even resigned as vice president of the Dainen Guild to stay with the association. Someone let out a sigh of relief. She really is someone you can count on. Looks like we're safe now. The captain immediately snapped. No, it's too early to let our guard down. That mage is still very much alive. Dark energy surged from the mage once more, pulling the shattered pieces of the Skeleton King back together. Haruto placed his hand on the ground. He called out, "In such a hurry? I have a special gift for you." System screens rapidly flashed before his eyes. Control V. Duplicate Holy Sword. He continued his command. Control V. Infinite Holy Sword duplication. Brilliant Holy Swords were summoned one after another. The mage stared in utter panic as a storm of Holy Swords rained down to attack him. Aoi gasped in shock. What on earth? Those are all Holy Swords. Where did he get so many? The mage desperately tried to dodge, while Haruto mocked quietly. Way too slow. Boom! A blinding flash of light erupted. Instantly, a holy sword materialized and impaled the mage straight through his chest. His body shattered into pieces on the spot. Haruto lowered his hand and shouted, "Here's the final blow." The holy swords shifted direction, repeatedly piercing his decaying body. The mage's bones crumbled and gradually dissolved into nothingness. Someone stepped forward and warned them, "Careful, that's Hellfire. Touch that, and you're in serious trouble," Haruto asked softly. "Aoi, are you okay?" Aoi turned to him, flustered. "I'm fine, Sano." Nanase spoke up from behind. "The rest of the undead are taken care of. This dungeon is cleared." Haruto replied softly, "Thanks." Aoi stared at the two of them, completely stunned. Sano, who used to just stand on the sidelines during dungeon raids, had just taken down an S-rank monster. Haruto reached his hand out to the still-dazed Aoi and spoke softly. "All right, let's head back. Looks like I finally kept my promise." He offered a reassuring smile. "I did say I'd buy you a drink, didn't I? Let's go." Aoi gave a helpless smile and murmured, "Fine, but you better buy me something good," Takashi said softly. "Thank you for helping our guild members." Nanase spoke politely. "The association will look into the anomalies in that dungeon." He replied happily, "That would be wonderful. Indeed, she is worthy of President Tomokazu's reputation." She stood up from her chair and said firmly, "Every single hunter is vital. We cannot afford to lose even one person over a dungeon anomaly. I need to report this to the association. Please excuse me." As the door slammed shut, Takashi pushed up his glasses and thought to himself, to think she'd stick to her personal principles even in a crisis. President Shinoda must be under so much pressure. He turned toward the two of them and spoke up. "Now, let's get straight to the point. Guildmaster Sano." I, reeling from one shock after another, stammered in disbelief. "Guildmaster? Sano?" Haruto nodded. "So you already knew. That makes things a lot simpler then," Haruto said clearly. "I want to recruit Ikanaga into my guild." Aoi jumped up, bewildered. "So you're actually starting a guild?" He smiled softly. "Yeah. It's called the Control Guild." Takashi replied in a serious tone. "I see. So you're scouting him. But do you know Ikanaga's current situation?" Haruto said firmly. "I do. And I'll be paying off all his debts." Aoi gasped. "Sano," Takashi scoffed. "So those rumors are true? That you sold the golem's heart information to Guildmaster Kinosaki for 20 billion? Hearing this, Aoi's face went completely pale. 20 billion. Takashi set his glass down and said sternly, "I'm sorry, but that's impossible." Haruto frowned, slightly confused. "Why? You guys treat Aoi like a slave anyway." Takashi immediately shot back. "Not at all. Personally, I think highly of young Ikanaga's abilities. That is why you're trying to recruit him, right, Guildmaster Sano?" He was utterly bewildered. Chairman Takashi actually thought highly of him? Takashi raised his voice and continued. To be honest, calculating the cost is quite difficult due to the very nature of the dungeon. He asked in confusion. The dungeon's nature? He quickly explained. To unlock the Severus key, a special crystal is required. There are only 3 in the world, and they are single-use only. If you fail to raid and defeat the boss, it is all over. He gestured toward Aoi, raising his voice. During that dungeon raid, Ikunaga here used the crystal to protect his teammates. He lowered his voice. Each crystal is worth 100 million. Takashi pushed up his glasses, his sharp gaze cutting through as he continued. But considering he saved the lives of our guild members, and on the premise that he can continue to offer his keen judgment to the guild, I suggest we let this slide. No reward, but no penalty either. Haruto murmured. That dungeon must offer a massive reward, doesn't it? Indeed, the Severus key can open the portal to the spirit realm. He smirked and replied, but surely you know more about dimensional portals than anyone, don't you? After all, it seems you are working with Guildmaster Kinesaki and Guildmaster Turner. Haruto immediately grew wary. I see. So their goal is the dimensional key. His face darkened as he asked grimly. Does that mean the Midas Guild is in possession of a piece of the dimensional portal? Takashi looked at him, raising his voice. Indeed, this conversation is going quite smoothly. Let us begin our negotiations. At the Atli estate in England, black smoke billowed into the air as defeated guards lay scattered across the ground. A swift figure fought fiercely against an entire squad. The sword on his back flashed, slicing past the hood covering his eyes, ripping it open to reveal Michael's face. He lightly snapped his fingers, and a system command popped up before his eyes. Ctrl+X, eliminate target. A magic circle enveloped them, carving deep into the ground, leaving behind nothing but the red blood of the guards. He walked across the luxurious wooden floor, and the grand doors were flung open. Clutching his sword, Michael stared intently at the person sitting inside the office. Then he smirked, raising his voice. Thanks for the hospitality, Atli. Atli looked at him grimly. You only came here for one reason. Michael smiled triumphantly. Correct, it's for the crystal of the Severus key dungeon. Atli pulled out a key, saying grimly, I cannot break your curse. Take it. You are looking for the key to the spiral dungeon, aren't you? Michael snatched it from his hand and said sternly, To be exact, I want shift, the old man whispered. But it won't work when paired with control. Atli was taken aback. Don't tell me you want to use the shift plus delete combination? Michael sneered, raising his voice. It seems you did your research thoroughly for your son's sake, didn't you? That's right. Only absolute erasure is powerful enough to counter the transcendent. Hearing that, Atli spoke grimly. But do they even care about us? He raised his voice. They are testing us. Michael smiled softly and spoke. We need to evolve shift and control. Otherwise we will be wiped out. They will come looking for your son Lucas first, so you'd better pray that I succeed. Atli panicked. From outside, the guards' voices echoed. Lord Atli is inside. Call for backup. Michael quickly used the key, raising his voice. If the user of Ctrl+C comes here, tell him I took it. A blazing red light filled the room, and a system notification popped up. Severus key confirmed. Crystal entering the dungeon. Dungeon event initiated. The red glow enveloped Michael's body. Atli warned him sternly. If you clear this dungeon, you will be discovered. He smirked. Have you forgotten the dungeon's reward? A bright green system notification flashed. Severus key entered the dungeon. 3 months ago, in Nevada, USA, a vessel hovered in the sky. The people inside the elevator looked on in confusion. It looks like there's only one floor, but how many underground floors does this building actually have? Turner replied, 20. From Bone to B10 are alien research labs, and from B11 to B20 are labs for otherworldly monsters. Gao panicked slightly. So aliens really do exist. Mori raised his voice. If monsters exist, then aliens definitely must too. Haruto pondered to himself. What on earth was my father researching here? Standing in the corner, Iwi thought to himself, I'm so glad I followed Senior Sano. But breaking into a cold sweat, he wondered, is it really okay for me to be here though? And Senior Sano agreed to those conditions. Recalling their previous meeting, Takashi spoke in a serious tone. Let's continue negotiations. If you let the Midas Guild get involved in the Dimensional Key affair, then how about letting Hunter Ikunaga join the Control Guild? What do you think? Of course, we will also consider his debt fully cleared. He gasped. Senior Sano, this is a bit. Without a moment of hesitation, Haruto replied. Sure. Panicking. Ayu cried out. Senior Sano, he calmly explained. Aoi is also an important junior to me, so this price is actually quite a steal. Aoi followed the group, wondering, when did Senior Sano get this strong? Suddenly, she noticed a crowd of people bustling around on one side. She thought to herself in alarm, they don't look like soldiers or guards. Are they government officials? But why are they here? Could it be? The elevator doors slid open, and Turner introduced in a low voice, "This is the Otherworld Laboratory." Haruto demanded, "First, let me see my father's research." He immediately led the way, saying, "Right this way." Looking at what was inside the test tube, Haruto was slightly puzzled. "A piece of iron?" Turner explained softly. "It came from a place known as the Spirit World. The former director discovered it," he calmly recounted. "No material on Earth can scratch it. The former director died in a major disaster, so the research was put on hold." Haruto spoke up skeptically. "My father was in Tokyo and couldn't have come here. So, how did he conduct this research?" He pointed to the teleportation gate and continued. "He used Hunter Nishihara's space magic to travel, but since Hunter Nishihara has gone missing, we can no longer use it." Glancing at Alice, he thought. So they knew each other. Then, looking back at the gate, he realized that meant Hunter Nishihara had known about the spirit world even before the disaster occurred. She must have known what was happening over there. Haruto felt certain. And father wanted to go there with me during the great disaster, but we couldn't make it. Looking at the piece of iron skeptically, he thought, Hunter Nishihara and father saw something in that other world. Is the answer hidden in this fragment? I'll have to open the space gate to find out. He warned softly. It's very dangerous here. Haruto then suggested, please conduct the experiment at the testing site in the desert. Meanwhile, at the White House, the majestic building fell into dead silence. Raimondo said in a deep voice. Are you sure all the space fragments are in the same place? Logan Bowman replied. Yes, they've been transferred to the Nevada desert. Soldiers and hunters are currently monitoring it. Simon DeFrey added, we will ensure the test with the simulated key goes smoothly, but we're worried about a backlash from Master Turner. He holds the fifth key. Raimondo's face darkened, and he muttered deeply. The future of the United States lies in his hands. The spirit space, magic skills, and resources. They have the power to destroy the balance of the world. Elsewhere, in the vast desert, a heavily guarded research facility stood tall. Satoru looked around and gasped. Whoa, this place is huge. Standing in the middle of the desert, Haruto stayed alert to his surroundings. In the distance, protective barriers were being set up. The soldiers warily pointed their guns at him. Haruto sneered to himself. My intuition has sharpened, too. There's a crowd gathering around here. Just like Aoi said, the United States won't leave us alone. Aoi warned him seriously, Senior Sano. Some of these people are from the government. They might be targeting the key. Please be careful. He turned on his walkie-talkie and called out, send in the chopper. Soon, a helicopter carrying the necklace arrived. Satoru asked anxiously, is this really going to be okay? He has a movement skill, Mori reassured gently. Don't worry, it'll be fine. As the chopper carrying the necklace flew in, he muttered to himself, it's here. It's time. The key fragment instantly materialized in Haruto's hand. The piece on the necklace began to glow, radiating a golden light. The piece from the necklace dropped, shooting straight toward the key fragment in Haruto's hand. The keys merged, releasing a blinding light. A golden flash streaked across his palm, and the key instantly exploded, shaking the entire area. Satoru screamed in panic. The golden light gradually faded, leaving behind an empty space. Orders barked from the American soldiers, keep moving, stay calm. Suddenly, they froze. Huh? Hey! Looking at the empty sand dune ahead, they muttered in confusion. Why is there nothing here? Where did the space fragment and that hunter go? A massive rift ripped open, seemingly tearing the entire area apart. Out of the rift, Haruto and his group stepped through. Wearing a pair of extremely cool sunglasses and standing behind the protective barrier, Masato remarked, looks like it works like a charm. Hearing this, he replied confidently, we made our move just in time. Shoving his hands in his pockets, he sighed dramatically. Of course. When I do it, it's bound to work. Setting up a barrier to isolate the corrupted tree is no easy task. Right then, Nanase approached from within the barrier. Now I see why the mistletoe was scattered all over Tokyo. It was to link the dimension with Hakmana. Surprised by her sudden appearance, he blurted out, what are you doing here? Miss Nanase, he interrupted, cutting into the conversation. Is the space key complete? Haruto replied, yes, but it's in the subdimension. That being said, once we possess the key, we can open the gate, to go anywhere, at any time. Right now, Masato looked toward the gate and asked, so, why do we have to do this in this subspace? Hearing the question, Haruto also looked in that direction and replied, because America has interfered. Nana gasped, asking back, America? So, Satoru, does that mean the others are hostages now? He quickly turned his head to reassure her. Don't worry. America will try to maintain their stance on our side. Because I have the dimensional key. He scratched his head, his mind full of questions. This is going to take forever. We can't move because we're blocked by the barrier. This time, it was Haruto's turn to step up and explain. No, we can leave right now, Masato asked, full of doubt. Is there a barrier there too, or what? He smiled confidently and replied, there's something even better than a barrier. In the middle of the vast desert, the figures looked as tiny as ants from the helicopter above. A group of fully armed soldiers was searching for something. One of them assessed the situation and reported to his superiors, no signs of life. Satoru turned pale, looking terrified. No way. Right? Yet, Haruto stood there with his arms crossed, completely unfazed. He's definitely fine. Gao walked over to everyone and agreed. I don't think anything happened to him either. Suddenly, Lucas's phone rang, catching his attention. On the screen, a very familiar name popped up. Dad. That same afternoon, at the Nevada Research Lab, lightning crackled all around Turner. His entire body trembled as he growled out each word in fury. Have you forgotten your promise, Mr. Chairman? The two bodyguards standing in front of their boss tried to hold him back, saying, Please calm down, President Turner. Standing behind them, Raimondo looked anxious but still tried to explain. The dimensional gate is currently a global issue. But Turner's rage didn't fade as he kept firing back with questions. The government declared they wouldn't get involved in this. We even handed over the crystal for the Cerberus key, didn't we? On the other side, hearing the conversation, Gao couldn't help but exclaim, Are you kidding me? He just gave away a 100 million yen item that easily? Raimondo massaged his temples in exhaustion. Unfortunately, the situation has changed. There are no crystal spheres left. At that moment, Turner suddenly reached his hand out toward him and asked, taking everyone by surprise, Do you still have one? Suddenly, a voice cut through the argument. There's none left. The speaker was Lucas, who stepped forward and revealed everything. The crystal that Cooper was guarding was just stolen by Michael. Everyone in the room was stunned. Lucas, who stepped forward and revealed everything. The crystal that Cooper was guarding was just stolen by Michael. Everyone in the room was stunned. Ares was the first to react, stepping forward and showering him with questions. Why didn't you say so earlier? What if we run into Michael in the Necropolis dimension? He stammered in response. I just found out myself. Raimondo lowered his head guiltily. If Michael is one step ahead, everything will be completely ruined. Turner calmed down and reassured him instead. No need to worry. Even if he gets there, he'll only be wasting his time. He looked up, puzzled. What do you mean by that? With a grim expression, he continued. He won't be able to use his skills in that dimension. I'll kill him first. Lucas stood to the side, his mind racing with analysis. Michael's Quantum X must be incompatible with Cerberus. Then, they suddenly remembered, but what about Turner's Quantum S? The American president gestured with his hands, desperately trying to explain. It seems President Turner is misunderstanding something. But we Americans. Meanwhile, on the other side, in some laboratory, a gate began to tear open. A doctor couldn't hide his shock at the sight before him. This can't be. It was shut down 15 years ago. From inside the door, a foot slowly stepped out. Masato walked out with his hands in his pockets, brimming with absolute confidence, and strutted forward. So these two dimensions really are linked. Even Satoru was stunned by what was happening and gasped, President Shirosaki, how on earth did you get here? Just then, Haruto stepped out from behind him, looking utterly annoyed, and snapped, Stop showing off and get out of the way already. He turned back, grumbling in irritation. Didn't you say it would work? Seeing the next person walk through the door, Satoru's eyes lit up with joy. Haruto, you're safe. Even Aoi couldn't hide her surprise. Mr. Sano, Arita, Sara. Standing to the side, she couldn't help but smile. I knew it. Gao, on the other hand, wasn't surprised at all and grumbled, You're a bit late. Where's the key? He quickly replied, The dimensional key is complete. Someone asked, Are you planning to tag along on this one too, President Shirosaki? Masato scowled and sighed. Still better than leaving it to President Gaudi, isn't it? Lucas walked over to share the latest updates. It looks like Michael is currently inside the Cerberus dungeon. Haruto was slightly startled. What? Lucas continued. My dad just texted me to say the crystal was stolen. Michael is definitely going to take down the dungeon boss. Regaining his composure, completely unfazed, he began to give orders. We need to get there immediately. Their destination was the Cerberus Key Dungeon, where a fierce, three-headed dog awaited them. Hell Cerberus, level 670, a boss-tier monster. If you manage to defeat it, you'll have a 100% chance of obtaining the key to the Necro Dimension. All three of the monster's heads are gathering energy in their mouths, gearing up to attack the person below. Rocks and debris are crumbling, flying everywhere into the sky. The Hell Cerberus creeps closer and closer to the ledge, but the person below doesn't make a single move. Facing this, Michael calmly extends his hand, then decisively clenches it into a fist. Unbelievable. With just a simple gesture, the powerful three-headed monster is completely shattered into pieces. Ctrl+X. Target eliminated. The notification pops up. A silver key slowly floats down. You have defeated the Hell Cerberus. Distributing rewards. Scanning the message, he slowly walks over to pick up the silver key. Michael lifts the item up, examining it closely. The description of the key in his hand reads, "The Cerberus key can open the gate to the necro dimension. Once you enter, there is no turning back." Michael grits his teeth, thinking, it's a one-way ticket. It suddenly clicks, so this is why Miso was always so obsessed with the dimensional key. He inserts the key into a nearby stone, and glowing patterns instantly spread across its surface. Right away, a portal is activated. With a look of absolute determination, Michael stares straight ahead and takes decisive strides into the portal. I guess there's no turning back now. The scene shifts. Standing before a massive portal, a heavily armed squad is fully prepared for battle. Satoru is visibly tense, sweat dripping down his face. So, we're finally about to step into another world. I'm a little nervous, too. Ai bites her lip in anxiety, thinking to herself, my chest is so tight I can barely breathe. I feel like I'm gonna die here. Hey, Haruto, Turner says sincerely, turning around in his armor. I'm sorry about him, President. Haruto doesn't seem to mind and replies, it's fine. But in his mind, he is deeply lost in thought. Actually, it's thanks to him that we got another pleasant surprise. Flashback to earlier, when Imano made his request. President Sano, if you have the ability to launch an assault on the other dimension, I hope you'll prioritize sending the United States Scout team there first. But Sano didn't back down for a second, flatly refusing. No, Japan will be sending our people first. Left with no other choice, he had to compromise. Fine, second place is acceptable. We can't afford to fall behind in this race to conquer the dimensions. Haruto listened, staring at the object lying still inside the capsule, and said, all right, but in exchange, I need to ask you for a favor. Go ahead, he replied. Hearing this, Sano reached out to grab the key, his mind racing. Is it possible for me to copy and replicate those dimensional fragments? Their properties are exactly the same as the dimensional keys, after all. An inner declaration echoes in his mind. I'm certain that what I'm looking for is waiting just ahead. Meanwhile, inside a towering structure amidst a desolate wasteland, an urgent cry echoes through the corridors. Chief! We have a major situation. A massive hammer is slammed onto the floor. A muscular, red-haired man remains completely unfazed as he sits and tries to calm the speaker down. Stop panicking. This is Gueko, the 160-year-old firekeeper, chief of the dwarves, and the greatest blacksmith in the necro dimension. Gradually catching her breath, a petite girl steps forward to announce, but the dimensional gate has opened. Did you know that, Grandpa? Meet Bayo, 50 years old, Gueko's granddaughter and a dwarf warrior. Gueko holds up a key fragment in his hand and explains, of course I know. I'm the one who forged that key in the first place. Bayo's panic vanishes, replaced by pure excitement. So, we can finally recover the remaining pieces. Following her gaze, Gueko falls deep into thought, staring at his anvil with a heavy sigh, if the fragments of the anvil still exist. Stepping closer, the petite warrior points to an object on the table and adds, that dimension. It's just like the sorceress prophesied. Once we restore the anvil to its original form, the world tree will be purified, and the spirits will finally be set free. He doesn't object, simply muttering in agreement. Let's hope so. Gueko strokes his long beard, his mind racing. But there's still that crow guy to worry about. Meanwhile, beneath a colossal tree with sprawling, vibrant purple leaves a sight that looks completely otherworldly. A hand is wrapped tightly by agonizing, sharp thorns, bleeding relentlessly. Rizal, trapped within the painful thorns, lets out a stream of tragic tears. Miso, you kept your promise. A demonic face, glowing with a sinister red light behind him, keeps whispering into his ear, but that doesn't matter anymore. What matters is, the dimensional gate has finally opened. The voice echoes, threatening to consume everything. Now, I can finally rule that dimension. Blood drips steadily onto the barren soil. A footstep marks its entry into this desolate wasteland. Michael looks up, peering through the dense canopy ahead. A harmless little spirit floats gently above him. I must be inside the necro dimension. Going from gentle to monstrous in an instant, its face twisted into a demonic sneer as its jaws split wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. Witnessing this, he merely smirked with smug satisfaction, as if he knew it all along. Well, I had no idea spirits still existed. And it wasn't just one, a whole swarm of vicious spirits suddenly lunged straight at him. With a grim expression, Michael raised his hand. From his palm, a miniature black hole emerged, followed by a system prompt, Control X, target erased. In the blink of an eye, the oncoming spirits exploded in midair before they could even make a move. A thick cloud of black and green smoke swirled together, blending into one. But as the heavy smoke cleared after that devastating strike, the spirits hadn't vanished. Instead, they reformed, gathering back into their original shapes. Baring their fangs, they shrieked in pure fury. Suddenly, from out of nowhere, another swarm of spirits materialized, blotting out the sky. Since they're spirits, I guess Control X is useless, huh? A powerful black sword was summoned like a harbinger of doom. Gripping the hilt, Michael charged forward. They can't be erased, and they just keep coming like cockroaches. What a pain. Loud explosions echoed continuously through the crumbling ruins as wooden planks snapped underfoot. A group of people huddled closely together, slowly making their way deeper into the ruins. Looking around, Satoru couldn't help but complain. Is this place really the Necro Realm? Talk about a dump. Lucas crouched down and picked up a small book to inspect it. We'll need to look around more to be sure, but there's a good chance this is the place. Miso did say his homeland was almost completely wiped out. He quickly activated his ability, and streams of data began flooding into his mind. Control F trace target information. Noticing his companion looking a bit off, Haruto asked, "You okay there?" Lucas picked up the small notebook again and let out a heavy sigh. Long story short, it's a complicated tale. He began to explain in detail everything that had transpired on this land. Spirits, dwarves, and elves once lived together in harmony in this world, but it was corrupted by a dark spirit named Rimmer. The spirits were the first to fall under his influence, which eventually triggered a war between the races. As for the spirits controlling those giant monsters, they seemed to be the ones responsible for laying waste to everything. Listening closely, Haruto thought to himself, Rimmer, so he's the master of the realm I copied. A tentacle writhing in the corner of the ruins caught someone's attention in the group, prompting them to gasp. Finally, I made it. Full of curiosity, they stepped closer to inspect it. What on earth is this? Sensing trouble, Masato immediately shouted to warn him not to touch anything. But before the guy could react, something burst from the ground. Its colossal, seemingly endless body lunged upward, violently knocking him back. The beast's bloodthirsty maw instantly locked onto its prey, snapping around as it prepared to swallow him whole. Without even a chance to react, the poor soldier met his end, trapped inside the jaws of the monstrous beast. Gao quickly shifted into his combat form, barking orders for everyone to brace for battle. Masato also readied himself, clicked his tongue in frustration, and muttered, "What a pain in the neck." A surging bolt of lightning crackled through the air, heading straight for the Mukai. Sensing the danger, the creature swiftly dove back into the earth to dodge the incoming strike. But even lightning couldn't match the Mukai's speed. The bolt only struck empty dirt. The onlookers gasped in utter shock. What just happened? No way. Did it seriously run away? Just like those annoying bug monsters in dungeons. While a guy in a red cap stood to the side, trying to assess the situation, a massive foot loomed right over his head. He was about to call the scout team for help, but it was already too late. In the blink of an eye, the guy in the red cap vanished. The spirit used its powerful grip to hoist the grown man into the air, soaring high into the sky. Its face twisted into an increasingly sinister sneer, a distorted grin stretching from ear to ear. As if on cue, the spirit dropped the man in the red cap. The Mukai burst from the earth once more, but this time it wasn't alone. It was joined by a bloodthirsty swarm of spirits. Deep underground, in an undisclosed location, pipes were being lowered into a deep pit while machinery ran day and night, seemingly searching for something. Suddenly, a voice broke through the noise. "Found it!" Atlee turned around and asked, "What's the status?" Just then, someone rushed over, panting, to report. "Just as we expected, the boss has been defeated." Taking that as his cue, the old man leaned on his cane and walked away. "Let's go." Soon they arrived at a rocky ledge where a doorway had once stood open. The three of them stared blankly at it. This was proof that Michael was trying to open the dimensional rift. Faced with this situation, Atlee inquired, "How much longer can we hold him off?" The henchman replied, "With our current technology, only about 1 week." His trusted subordinate, sizing up the situation, looked up and voiced his thoughts. "But isn't it all pointless without the dimensional key?" Hearing this, the old man gripped it tightly. He picked up the phone and made an important call. With the preparations complete, Atlee spoke in a highly cautious tone. "I apologize for calling at this hour, Mr. Chairman. Regarding the matter we discussed, can you give me your answer?" He went on to give a firm reassurance. "Yes, with that in our hands, we'll be able to open the gate." Immediately after, he carefully steered the conversation. In that case, we in the United States have a reason to get involved, don't we? After this is over, that Hunter Sano won't be necessary anymore. Meanwhile, the Mukai lunged at Gao, opening its bloodthirsty maw, before snapping its jaws shut in a decisive bite. The force was so immense that it shattered the surrounding earth and stone. But the strength of the lava golem standing before it was not to be underestimated. Its bite force wasn't enough to crush him. Facing this, Gao couldn't help but roar, "I'll hold them off, hurry!" Standing with broad shoulders radiating absolute bloodlust, Tuner was in his combat stance, gripping his two sharp axes with a furious glare. A line of text popped up as the skill was activated, Cantron plus S. His hands tightened around his weapon after receiving the buff, but that wasn't enough. Continuous buffs kept pouring in. The power of Tuner's two axes kept surging, storing up mana. With a powerful leap that threatened to shatter the ground, he soared into the air, aiming straight for the Mukai. Without a single word, he brought down a strike of devastating power. The Mukai was shredded into 100 pieces before it could even burrow back into the ground. Tuner landed as light as a feather. Watching from the sidelines, Haruto couldn't help but analyze the scene. He's trying to channel mana into his axe and release it in a single, explosive burst. Ah, it's also the Cantron curse, but completely different from my copy skill. If I can improve my skills like this, it'll definitely be extremely useful. There wasn't just one, but two Mukai over there. A new one had just emerged, bursting from the ground, frantically hunting down everyone around it. It chose this exact moment to show up. Alice began casting her magic once again, and massive shards of ice erupted from the ground beneath their feet, forming a solid wall of ice. Tuner's massive axe was still surging with power as he pressed on. He leaped into the air once more, slashing straight down at the Mukai. High above, two figures on a tree branch looked down, taking in the entire scene. Lisa asked out of curiosity, "Are they hunters?" The person beside her replied based on his knowledge, "Yeah, they're most likely human." He looked down thoughtfully, watching the raw strength of those who had entered this place as they struggled to survive. That's right. The Mukai is normally a docile creature living peacefully underground. It's strange for it to be this aggressive toward us. If they can't figure out the cause, they'll be wiped out right here. The Holy Sword's attack is too weak. It's not suited for fighting monsters, but it's absolutely perfect against those things. The spirits hovering in the air posed a major threat. Lucas leaped off the ground, his sharp blade and swift movement striking down the monsters. Even after being hacked to pieces, the spirits began to reform into their original shapes. Seeing this play out before him, Lucas grit his teeth and gripped his sword even tighter. A terrifying power wrapped in a blue light enveloped the spirits, drowning every single one of them in its overwhelming glow. They stopped regenerating and instead transformed into yellow crystals. The crystals floated upward continuously, leaving the two up in the tree utterly stunned. Lizetta looked down at where Lucas stood, completely intrigued by whatever had completely purified those vile spirits. Those are pure spirit crystals. No way. Did a single strike completely purify those corrupted spirits? Is that the Holy Sword? Are these the people Miso brought here? The Mukai let out another roar of rage, though it carried a hint of fear, before quickly burrowing back into the ground to hide. He was even more surprised to see such a massive creature behave so strangely. It had broken free from the spirit's shackles and retreated back underground. This thing can even purify the spatial tree, just as Miso said. Seeing the terrifying power of the sword, the remaining spirits grew hesitant and didn't dare to make a move. Haruto laughed out loud and knelt on one knee. Looks like the key to solving this is that sword. From beneath his hand, vines began to sprout rapidly, as if infused with a sudden surge of life force. Already strong to begin with, the vines were now further buffed, growing exponentially as he activated Spatial Branch Gagaceus. The vines transformed into giant tentacles, surging upward to grab the spirits. Refusing to stand by and be captured, the spirits flew higher and higher to escape the snare. Another command combination was executed to completely cut off the creature's retreat. Sticky webs kept spewing out as he activated Giant Spider Web, tightly binding the spirits and catching them all in one fell swoop. Their intense life force caused them to show signs of self-disintegration, trying to break free from the binding. Freed from the spider web, the kind-hearted Masato approached to warn him, "Sano, the spirits are escaping." Not panicked at all, Sano pointed back instead. "Look up." Masato instinctively raised his head to look at the sky. Every single spirit had broken free from their cocoons, yet not a single one could get away. Lizetta was completely stunned by his power. How on earth did he get Miso's spatial tree? Did something happen to Miso? Beside her, another person shared the same confusion and chimed in. Where did he even get that many swords from? With a gentle wave of Haruto's hand, a barrage of purifying swords rained down, leaving absolutely no survivors. The corrupted spirits were finally purified, transforming into golden crystals. He reached out to touch a crystal while remarking, "Is this a pure spirit?" To his surprise, the moment he touched it, a brilliant golden light flashed, and the crystal began to crumble. It felt as if something had struck Haruto's consciousness directly, making him shudder involuntarily. The energy was so overwhelming that even he collapsed to his knees. Satoru and Aoi simultaneously cried out in shock, "Haruto, Sano!" Right then, a massive, shimmering golden tree sprouted right out of Haruto. The 1/3 Irayo seed has copied the spirit crystal and is now sprouting. At that moment, thick tree roots erupted wildly from beneath the earth. Another system prompt popped up. The 1/3 Irayo seed has copied the necro crystal and has partially sprouted. Haruto didn't try to stop them as the roots closed in around him. That wasn't all. Another notification appeared. For the sprouting process to be fully completed, the purification of elves and the core of the spatial tree are required. Then, his figure vanished behind the dense mass of roots. Seeing this, Aoi rushed forward in a panic. "Sano, what on earth just happened?" Masato couldn't help but swear, "Damn it, what the hell is this? Is that a spatial tree seed? He actually has one?" Right at that moment, Masato noticed something. Lazada and her companion were secretly watching them. Only then did everyone notice them. Satoru's eyes filled with curiosity. Wow, they're real elves. Elsewhere, a swirling vortex of energy was raging, and any spirits that came close to it instantly dissolved. As for Michael, he was standing right in the center. Once Michael activated his skill, Control X, all surrounding mana would also be wiped out. If mana runs dry, the user's own life force will be consumed, putting them in grave danger. The spirits nearby had already turned to dust. Just then, another system prompt popped up. The user's mana has been completely depleted. You cannot continue using Control X. Michael could no longer stand. He collapsed straight onto the ground. Only then did the spirits finally snap out of it. A second later, one of them let out a crazed screech, and suddenly, the spirits turned on each other and began biting their own kind. They seemed completely brainwashed, unable to tell friend from foe. The tables had turned as the spirits relentlessly attacked one another. A faint smile played on Michael's lips. Even the spirits aren't immune to the side effects of constant erasure. In the end, your memories and your very selves will be broken, and you'll even lose the ability to tell friend from foe. Sano, you are the only exception. From a distance, a figure approached. Staring at the scene, Vio watched without even blinking. She couldn't help but gasp, "Oh my god, are the spirits fighting among themselves?" Right away, the squinty-eyed dwarf rushed over in a panic. "What the hell is going on here?" The red-haired dwarf was also puzzled. Has anything like this ever happened before? Meanwhile, Vio noticed the motionless Michael. "There's a human over there." She looked back at her companions. Could he be the one from the female mage's prophecy? Squinty eyes couldn't make out the face of the man lying there. "I have no idea." After a moment of thought, Vio came to a conclusion. "If that's the case, then you are the dimensional intruder." But unable to just leave him like that, she made up her mind. "Let's just take him to the chief." Elsewhere, Mizo casually remarked, "Something is off with the spirits." Diesel said nothing, his expression filled with utter despair. "I can feel that they've been purged. It must be because of the holy sword Miso brought back. Based on the dimensional gate opened in our territory, I can feel a rift forming on Earth. If it opens, I have to get there. But first, I need to finish absorbing the final core of the spatial tree." Meanwhile, at the Japan Hunter Association, Makoto pushed open the door and entered Nanasi's room. Nanasi turned her eyes away from the computer screen. "Is something wrong, Dad?" He quickly approached her. "I have urgent news." Makoto's voice carried a heavy tone. "It seems Faye Cooper and the United States have opened a dimensional gate." Hearing this, she immediately bolted to her feet. The gate that Miso used should have been closed, shouldn't it? So how did they do it? He then shared his theory. It seems they used Hunter Nishihara's spatial conversion device. This made Nanasi's pupils contract in shock, as she recalled the words Haruto had once said to her, "Nanasi, please stay on Earth. I don't think the US will give up on that portal so easily." It looks like Michael is trying to reopen the gate he opened before. If that happens, there is a chance the dark spirits will invade Earth. I don't want you staying behind to deal with this. Nanas, leave with Makoto immediately. We have to hurry. It won't be long before something comes through that portal. Hearing that, Makoto suddenly realized if that was the case, wasn't the portal Sano opened incredibly dangerous too? She stopped and looked straight into his eyes. "That's exactly why I'm staying on Earth." Having said that, Nanas reassured her dad, "Don't worry. The portal Sano opened is in the basement warehouse of Guildmaster Shirasaki. In an emergency, I can destroy the corrupted tree and close that space." Her tone was completely resolute. "But if the portal in the US opens, we won't be able to stop it." We need to contact the International Hunter Association immediately. Meanwhile, in the necromancy realm, a dark gloom hung over the elf village. Gao placed the seed containing Haruto onto the floor. The elves watching nearby looked on with great curiosity. That's the seed of the spatial tree. Hey, who brought that here? A monster or someone we know? Hearing this, he glared sharply at Masato. Right then, a figure stepped forward. Lisa immediately bowed with deep respect. Lord Creo. He walked straight over and touched the seed. It is not fully grown yet, but it's slowly beginning to sprout. Which means the elves have been purified. As if sensing something, Creo turned his gaze elsewhere. His eyes then locked onto Lucas. This feeling. It's the sword. He walked over, unable to hide his curiosity. Was it you who purged the spirit? He simply gave a blunt, two-word reply. That's right. Hearing this, Creo's lips curled into a faint smile. I see. You succeeded. But in the very next instant, his voice grew cold and sharp. My child, Miso. Where is he? Creo pressed his hand against the seed, which instantly flared up with a blue, flame-like light. Right after, a system notification popped up. The elf's purification skill has taken effect. Under Creo's influence, the iris seed, 3/2, is beginning to sprout. The seed bloomed, and Haruto emerged from it, desperately gasping for air. Seeing this, Satoru anxiously rushed to his side. But Creo stopped him. His piercing gaze sent a chill down Satoru's spine, freezing him in his tracks. Stumbling, Haruto accidentally touched the bark. A second later, his hand began to glow. The blessing of the spatial tree had taken root, automatically copying itself. Another lengthy system notification popped up, pasting the spatial tree onto the user. With the blessing of the spatial tree, the user's physical recovery rate from all damage is increased by 65%, and damage taken is reduced by 50%. If the core of the spatial tree is acquired, and the sprouting process is completed, physical recovery will increase to 100%, and damage taken will be reduced by 80%. He stared at his hand in absolute shock. Did the spatial tree really just copy and paste itself onto my body? If I can get my hands on its core, I won't ever need healing again. A second later, the tree trunk crumbled into paper-like fragments. This shocked the elves, who gasped. What? The spatial tree? It's gone? But what about the seed? It was only then that Creo noticed something strange. Haruto's internal organs were glowing. It hadn't disappeared at all. It was taking root and sprouting inside this human. Stepping closer, Creo demanded, Now, answer me. Where is my child? Growing increasingly impatient, Creo growled, I only granted you the spirit's blessing so I could find out how he is doing. Haruto bluntly broke the news. Miso is dead. He died on Earth. Hearing this, Creo's face went completely pale. What? Dead? The other elves gasped in disbelief. That's impossible. How could a mere human kill an elf? Haruto didn't hold back, gritting his teeth as he spoke. To us, Miso was nothing but a monster who tried to destroy our world. Tears streamed down Creo's face. Is that why my child had to die? A dark, ominous aura began to pour from his body. Instantly, Creo lunged forward. He charged madly towards Satoru, screaming in blind rage as he began to cast a spell. How dare you set foot in this place after taking my son's life? He screamed, striking Satoru directly. Satoru's sword was instantly sealed as the forbidden curse wrapped tightly around him. Just then, an axe swung down to intercept. Tunnel had stepped in just in time to save him. But even against this sudden strike, Creo didn't flinch. Creo countered instantly. The forbidden curse lashed out, catching Tunnel's hands and wrapping tightly around his entire body. Creo screamed, completely consumed by madness. If only Miso had been able to use this Alvin curse back then, he never would have been killed by a worthless human. Power erupted from Creo's body once more. With your pathetic skills, you'll never break free from this curse. Eris watched in horror as the forbidden curse slithered toward them like a nest of vipers, wrapping around the rest of the team one by one. In an instant, the entire party was sealed by the curse. Gao thrashed around, trying to break free, but it was no use. Damn it! I can't use any of my skills, Masato cried out in frustration. My mana is draining away. Haruto gritted his teeth, his anger boiling. Is this because of the spatial tree's blessing? My mana is still flowing perfectly fine. What is this feeling? He begins using the system's power. A spell mixed with the elf's blessing automatically copies. A red dialog box pops up again. Copy failed. The spell originates from another dimension and must combine with the changes in this space. Seeing this, Haruto's brows furrow. Changes? That's exactly what Miso said. If I can get my hands on those changes, I'll be able to copy it. As long as I find a way, this skill will be mine. Meanwhile, Takio grips his bow tightly. You call us monsters? Killing intent surges from him. But in this world, you are the real monsters. A second later, Creo relentlessly releases the bowstring. Die! The arrow tears through the wind, hurtling toward them. Seeing this, Haruto's face darkens. If Sarah gets hit by this, she'll die. Just then, a shadow flits past as a magic circle is summoned, blocking the arrow and dispelling the forbidden spells. The one behind it is none other than Alice. Uncle Alvin, her eyes lock onto her opponent. It looks like that's useless against me. Behind Alice, strange runes begin to glow. At that sight, Creo's eyes instantly widen. The undying cloak, that belongs to that female mage. His words catch her completely off guard. You know my mother? Meanwhile, in the dwarves' underground dungeon, the atmosphere is chillingly dark. Michael struggles to open his eyes after being unconscious, only to realize he is tied up. Suddenly, a soft voice rings out. Oh, you're awake. Standing on the other side of the bars, Pio asks with concern, how are you feeling? Michael's voice is hoarse from not speaking for so long. Did you capture me while I was unconscious? Refusing to accept that, the little girl retorts, more like I saved you. Your mana was completely depleted. You were on the brink of death back there. Suddenly, a knowing smirk plays on his lips. The next second, Michael snaps the ropes on his own and stands up as if he was never injured. This gets Pio incredibly excited. Are you a mage? Michael slowly steps closer. So, you're a dwarf? She replies enthusiastically, and you're a human, right? Instantly, he gathers energy in the palm of his hand. Everything is going exactly as planned. Without hesitation, Michael charges forward and roars, Control X, cut target. He thrusts his hand forward as a massive orb appears, blasting everyone back and sending them flying. Some crash face first into the ground, and screams echo everywhere. Pio is in complete shock and cries out, Why are you attacking us? We're the ones who saved you. Michael only sneers coldly. In my eyes, you're nothing but experience points. He conjures another magic orb, this time aiming it directly at Pio. Pio stands frozen, unable to react in time, as a deafening explosion rings out. She opens her eyes, utterly surprised to find herself unharmed. Someone is shielding her, it's Gakor. He stands tall, his right hand gripping a hammer that blocked the attack for Pio. She is stunned. With eyes wide in shock, Pio stammers, Chief. Michael is instantly annoyed by Jekor's arrival and narrows his eyes. Jekor doesn't back down, glaring right back at Michael. The others quickly grasp the situation and call out, Chief. Jekor glances back, his voice stern. Pio, go report this to Creo immediately. Pio hesitates. But he's too dangerous. We need to stick together. Losing his patience, Jekor bellows, Go. Pio is startled, her eyes welling with tears as she looks at him, before she quickly gets up and bolts. I'll bring Creo right back. Michael speaks up. So, you're Chief Gakor? Jekor doesn't answer, asking instead, What is your goal? Michael smirks, eyeing the glowing hammer in his hand. You blocked my curse with that hammer. It must be made from the same material as the spatial shards. Jekor realizes it instantly and grins widely. I see. You came here to evolve that curse? Michael says, gathering power into his palm. In times like these, a talking monster is quite convenient. But right before he can strike, Jekor slams his hammer onto the ground. You came at the perfect time. I will take on that curse. The ground crumbles beneath Michael's feet as the hammer's power surges up from the earth, targeting him directly. Jekor grips his hammer tightly and strikes the adjacent wall with it. A series of rectangular stone blocks protrudes from the wall, boosting the power of the spatial hammer. Jekor quickly leaps onto one of the emerging rocks. A moment later, the ground below completely shatters, leaving an endless abyss, and Michael falls into it. Michael smiles faintly, thinking to himself, Looks like I'll have to get my hands on his hammer first. With that, Michael suddenly vanishes. Control H, move user. Meanwhile, on Haruto's ship, passing through this valley will lead them into dwarf territory. Lisetta turns to him and says, I told you, there are no spirits or monsters here. It looks like we'll arrive sooner than expected. Iui nods. So, your people and the dwarves are enemies? Lisetta's voice drops. Even with the ceasefire treaty, the war isn't over. We will leave immediately after dropping you off. Haruto remains deeply lost in his own thoughts. Dwarves? He suddenly remembered Creo's words from the very beginning. We used to live alongside them, and they forged items for us. Hunk's voice still echoed in his mind. And in return, we gave them the spatial tree, the only thing that could fuel their forge. That's how our bond was forged. At that point, his voice sank. Then, one day, Aklin Gramarye appeared and corrupted the spatial tree. Creo's voice was heavy with resentment and sorrow. From that moment on, no one ever received its blessing again. But Dwiko lured my child, Giselle, away. An image flashed of Giselle bound by the tree's branches. He was trying to steal a branch of the spatial tree. Creo had rushed in blindly in a fit of rage. and because of that, Giselle ended up captured by Gramarye. In my fury, I shattered Dwiko's very life force his anvil into 2 pieces, and cast them into another dimension. Right at that moment, a cosmic black hole yawned open before him. That was how the spatial rift came to be. A massive catastrophe befell Earth. Another Earth materialized, with a giant magic circle suspended between the 2 worlds, just like a parallel world, Haruto added. And at that exact moment, Miso appeared in the human world to transport Ackland to Earth. Creo paused for a brief moment before continuing. When the spirits became corrupted and the monsters descended into madness, a sorceress appeared and wiped out every last monster. Suddenly, Alice rushed forward to question him. "Where is my mother?" Creo frowned, his gaze shifting to Haruto. "She told me that humanity would eventually set foot here," Creo recalled. "She was also the one who created the spatial key, working with Dwiko to split it into pieces and seal the dimension." His voice grew even more solemn. "Afterward, she departed for the beastfolk realm in search of someone. But since I had shattered the anvil, she could no longer forge a spatial key to return." Alice pleaded desperately. "Please, take me to Dwiko right now." Creo replied coldly. Meeting him is pointless. Both the anvil and the forge are gone. But Haruto simply held up a jade piece. "We can handle the anvil issue in due time." Shocked at the sight of it, Creo demanded, "What do you mean by that?" Haruto just smiled. Glancing back, Haruto said, "We can leave the repairs to Lady Sarah." Sarah gave a slight nod. "Oh, sure." Haruto stepped forward with a cheerful stride. "And Control V," he murmured. Using a new sprout from Iraso, he pressed his hand to the ground, and a glowing tree instantly sprouted up. Lisetta stared in utter disbelief, stammering, "Is this an uncorrupted spatial tree?" Haruto pointed toward the tree with a bright smile. "With this, we can finally light the forge again. Right?" Snapping back to the present, Haruto thought to himself, "Once all of this is over, I should plant another spatial tree seed here." His train of thought was suddenly interrupted by a voice. "Is there a fight going on?" Haruto and the others looked up at the cliff where a massive explosion had just echoed. Aoi squinted, peering upward. "It looks like a spirit is attacking something," he murmured. Sure enough, an insectoid monster was launching a frenzied assault. Someone took a brutal blow and was sent hurtling straight off the cliff. Lucas couldn't believe his eyes. "Was that a human?" he blurted out. Lisetta was just as shocked. "That's impossible," he cried. Meanwhile, deep within the Cooper family's British estate, the spatial gate was being activated. Everyone crowded around, watching the other side intently. Beyond the gateway swirled a pitch-black energy, echoing with bizarre, eerie cries. Those present raised their shields, bracing themselves so they wouldn't be blown away by the force. Suddenly, a blinding light flashed from the other side of the gate as bolts of lightning crackled. Atli announced with a calm expression, "It's open." At his words, the others surged forward with battle cries. Atli glanced back, signaling the person behind him. "Let's move." Weapons in hand, everyone present marched through to the other side of the gateway. Soldiers holding rifles began to murmur nervously. "What is this? What's with this black fog?" Suddenly, one of them collapsed. "James!" his comrade shrieked. But just a second later, he was blindsided by something unseen, blood splattering everywhere. A whole row of soldiers in protective gear went down in an instant. The survivors began to panic. The hunters began shouting orders to one another. "Anyone who isn't a hunter, fall back. This entire space is heavily corrupted." Before the words could fully leave his mouth, Mukai erupted from the ground in a savage attack. Anyone struck or bitten by it collapsed instantly. Terrified screams began to echo through the air. Meanwhile, the rest tried to keep their composure, unleashing everything they had to attack Mukai. Mid-rampage, Mukai was struck by a hunter's attack. Gritting its razor-sharp teeth, it let out a furious roar and charged headfirst toward the source of the blast, fracturing the very ground beneath them. The hunter who had just targeted Mukai began to tremble in absolute terror. "My level 300 skill did nothing? That's impossible," he stammered, staring at the beast before him. This place was far worse than any high-level dungeon. Atli dragged himself forward step by painful step, struggling against a crushing pressure. The man following behind him glanced around before demanding, "You knew how dangerous this place was, didn't you?" "Did you use them as bait, Atli?" Remaining silent, the other man muttered in a low voice, "This is scarier than I thought." Hearing this, the old man, who was charging forward, suddenly screeched to a halt and froze in his tracks. Atli whipped around, growling fiercely at him, "Shut up!" Instantly, the entire area was engulfed in a crimson dark magic. The man accompanying Atli broke into a cold sweat. He roared, "Damn it!" Atli just stood there, motionless, watching him scream in agonizing pain. His eyes rolled back in fury. "Foolish humans. The crimson magic bled outward, merging with the shadows. No, actually, perhaps I should thank you. Revealing his true colors, Atli let out a maniacal laugh. Thanks to you, I can now control this entire dimension as well. Despite the utter chaos unfolding inside the building, the place they arrived at remained deceptively peaceful. But just minutes later, that silence was shattered by a massive explosion that completely leveled the building. Elsewhere, a news channel broadcasted a breaking update. At around 1 a.m. local time, a dimensional rift appeared in England. According to eyewitness reports, the portal opened right on the grounds of the Ashley estate. Watching the screen, Toko said, "It's exactly as you predicted, Nanas." Nanas looked at him. "We couldn't have stopped this anyway, but..." She trailed off, narrowing her eyes as she thought to herself, "Sano." Nanas stared at the massive surge of energy before her. "Are you really sure you can seal it away in that dimension?" Back where Haruto's group was standing, they saw Pio get flung over the edge of the cliff. Liseta instantly recognized the child as the chief's granddaughter. Haruto looked up at the chief's granddaughter and saw her plummeting down. He thought, guess it's time to lend a hand. Acting on his thoughts, Haruto placed his hand on a tree. Kanjon plus V. Summoning the Urayo branch, a surge of massive tree roots erupted from where he channeled his power, spreading out at a breakneck speed. In the blink of an eye, they grew and branched out in all directions. Haruto turned back and shouted, "Lucas!" Understanding the cue, Lucas didn't hesitate for a single second and launched himself straight into the air. He used the twisting tree trunks as stepping stones to leap even higher. Once he reached the perfect height, Lucas unsheathed his sword. The god of war, Lucas, soared through the air. He charged straight at the insect-like spirits, slicing through them one by one. The spirits were wiped out in a matter of seconds, completely unable to even fight back. Lucas scanned the area to pinpoint Pio's location and dove toward her. Catching the free-falling Pio in both arms, he secured her safely as they both made their way back to the ship. Meanwhile, the ship continued to speed across the water. After some time, Pio slowly opened her eyes and looked around in a daze. Haruto, Lucas, and Aoi were all staring intently at her. Pio jolted awake, scrambling backward as she shrieked, "Humans, get away from me!" Liseta stepped forward and knelt down. "Pio, why are you out here all alone?" Recognizing him, Pio's eyes welled with tears as she whispered, "Why are you with humans?" Liseta quickly reassured her. "Calm down, Pio. They're the ones who saved you. I was bringing them to see the chief when we spotted you under attack." Pio's jaw dropped, her voice trembling. "So, you guys are the sorceresses from the prophecy?" Hearing this, Alice rushed over. "Do you know my mother?" Suddenly remembering something crucial, Pio cut in urgently. "Wait, the chief is in grave danger. Someone who uses curses has come here. Please, you have to help us." The moment Haruto heard that, he knew exactly who it was. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, "Michael. So he's here too." Over on Michael's side, he teleported right behind Duiko. "Shattering the earth won't do a thing to me." Before Duiko could even react, Michael activated Kanjon plus X to erase his target. A sphere of dark magic instantly enveloped Duiko. He stared at Michael in sheer shock. Refusing to back down, Duiko strained to raise his hammer high, channeling every last ounce of his remaining strength. With a mighty roar, Duiko slammed his hammer hard against the magic barrier. Cracks immediately splintered across the sphere, rapidly spreading out. The sphere shuddered violently as if a powerful force inside was bursting to escape. A moment later, it finally erupted. Duiko stood tall amidst the blast. Michael touched down on an opposite stone pillar, sneering, "That hammer of yours isn't going to break my curse." Duiko looked down at his glowing hammer and said in a deep voice, "This is no ordinary hammer. It is chrome." Michael smirked dismissively. Fancy name for a tool. He extended his hand, and small metal fragments aligned perfectly along his aim, quickly forging into a sword. Gripping it tightly, Michael said, "I think I'll take that hammer." Over the next few minutes, Michael and Duiko clashed furiously, the entire cavern shaking from the sheer impact of their blows. Michael shattered the stone platform beneath Duiko, sending him plummeting. As Michael pursued him, Duiko slammed his hammer into the wall to halt his fall. He thought to himself, "He's trying to keep his distance, but those cheap tricks won't work on me." Suddenly, a stone pillar erupted from the left of where Michael was standing, catching him completely off guard. But Michael managed to escape just in time using his teleportation magic. Just like before, he vanished into thin air. Before Duiko could even register what was happening, Michael materialized right behind him. Duiko gasped, and in that instant, Michael swung his sword down with massive force, striking right where Duiko stood. The impact exploded, sending thick dust and debris flying in all directions. Michael watched closely. As the dust cloud cleared, Greco was still standing tall. Michael sneered, raising his hand to channel his magic. "I'm different from you, old man. I have more than just a hammer in my hands, he roared. Cosmic strike! Obliterate! A massive sphere shot toward Greco. He tried to dodge to the side, but the moment he did, the sphere detonated violently. Greco let out a painful groan. Michael didn't waste a single second, immediately lunging forward to deliver a follow-up slash. As the slash sliced through the air, 2 more explosive spheres materialized right next to Greco, just like before. He quickly leapt back to escape, but the blast radius was too massive to avoid. Greco's eyes widened as he helplessly took the brunt of the explosion. With a deafening boom, the blast completely engulfed him. He screamed in agony as blood splattered everywhere. But Michael had no intention of stopping there. Aiming at Greco, Michael conjured yet another magical sphere in his palm and hurled it straight at the wounded old man. Sensing the danger, Greco looked up with a start. He swung his hammer with all his might, trying to block the incoming blast. His injuries forced a furious roar from his throat as he swung. The rushing sphere was halted by the overwhelming force of his hammer. Caught mid-air by the massive force, the sphere shuddered violently. However, the collision of these 2 immense powers caused the sphere to detonate in an instant. Blown backward, Greco fell rapidly toward the abyss below. Desperate to stop his fall, he tried to drive his hammer into the canyon wall. After a frantic struggle, Greco finally succeeded. The hammer wedged deep into the stone wall, halting his descent. Hanging from the wall, Greco quickly conjured a horizontal stone pillar to act as a platform. He collapsed onto it, breathing heavily. Michael was quick to follow, landing gracefully right in front of Greco. Michael smirked mockingly. Looks like that arm of yours is at its limit. Why don't you just give up and hand over the hammer and the artifact? Greco flinched. He furrowed his brow as cold sweat poured down his forehead, staring warily at Michael. After a tense silence, Greco slammed his hammer onto the ground. So, you know about it too. He stood up, his shattered left arm dripping with blood, while his right hand fumbled in his pouch for something. Greco hesitated for a moment, but eventually pulled out a glowing gem from his pouch. Seeing this, Michael's eyes widened in shock. That thing, he stammered, as a memory suddenly flashed in his mind. Enhancing a curse. How is that even possible without the proper equipment? Miso had replied back then, the dwarven chief can cast curses. Michael had leaned forward, asking skeptically, he can actually create curses? Miso nodded slightly. Yes. By using the core buried deep beneath the roots of the spatial tree, they can craft an artifact capable of enhancing anything. Miso gave a devious smile. Not just skills, but it can also upgrade equipment and even curses. But since the spatial tree is now corrupted, they can no longer produce those cores. However, there must still be a few remaining cores crafted by Chief Greco. Back in the present, Greco tossed the core into his mouth, chewing and swallowing it whole. Instantly, his eyes flashed, and a violent surge of power erupted from his body. Greco let out a roar, but suddenly stiffened as his eyes filled with bloodshot rage. Veins popped across his face. And then, his shattered left arm miraculously began to regrow, turning back to exactly how it was before. Greco stood tall with an imposing presence, clenching his fists as he glared daggers at Michael. It can even regenerate a severed limb, Michael thought. He smirked and said to Greco, an enhancement item, huh? Well, that's beyond my wild expectations. Greco screamed, slamming his hammer into the stone platform. You have no idea how terrifying this item really is, you fool. The stone pillar they were standing on shattered into tiny fragments with a force even greater than before. Michael calmly watched Greco's every move, when suddenly, he noticed something strange. Instead of crumbling away, the rocks beneath his feet began to rise and gather together. And indeed, right before Michael's eyes, a massive stone golem was being formed. He froze in sheer shock. The stone golem lunged forward, reaching its massive hand toward Michael to crush him. Realizing he couldn't hesitate, Michael instantly tried to leap into the air to dodge. But the moment his feet left the ground, the shattered rock swirled upward, wrapping around Michael's legs to trap him. To Michael's horror, the debris beneath him had piled up into a heavy mound, completely binding his legs. The surrounding stone slabs also shattered and floated up, completely wrapping around Michael's entire body. Seizing the opportunity while Michael was pinned down, the stone golem wound up a massive punch. Under Greco's command, it slammed its fist directly into the bound Michael. But instead of celebrating his victory, Greco's eyes widened in sheer shock. Meanwhile, in the celestial realm where the sacred tree Irayo stood, a dark and gloomy atmosphere seemed to hang in the air. Stroking his chin, Masato spoke. An enhancement item. A treasure that can upgrade anything. Satoru replied excitedly, that is so cool. I hope Haruto can bring back a bunch of those. On the other hand, Creo let out a heavy sigh. Don't get your hopes too high, Satoru, he shouted. Why is Gaul there too? Listening closely, the process of making that thing is incredibly difficult. On top of that, it can't be produced anymore. The space tree has already been contaminated by gamma ray. Creo's voice remained calm as he gently explained. The tree roots are holding it back, but it's only a matter of time before memory reaches the tree's core. When that happens, an entire dimension will meet its end. Masato glared at him and questioned, "And you're planning to bring such a dangerous creature to Earth?" Just then, one of his subordinates walked in. "While we bring Grimari here, we'll imprison it in a space-shifting dungeon," Creo added in a firm voice. "If we can transfer Grimari to Earth and save the space tree's core, we can use its power to create a key to the space-shifting dungeon." Masato pushed himself up and said in a low voice, "Wait." He walked up to Creo in a daze. "A key? To enter the space-shifting dungeon?" Creo nodded slightly. "Yes, Gueko can make it." Masato quickly grabbed Creo's shoulders. "You mean, he can make the key to the very dungeon we've been desperately searching for?" Creo asked softly. "Have you been there before?" Masato nodded and replied, "Yes, with my younger brother." Rio glanced at him and said coldly, "If he has something belonging to that dungeon, he can do it." The moment those words left her mouth, Masato seemed to lose all his strength and fell straight to his knees. He wiped the tears from his face, thinking to himself, "Sudo, I can finally come to save you." Seeing this, Rio added, snapping Masato back to reality. "But there isn't much time left. If the space tree's core is absorbed, we will never be able to make that key again." Back on the battlefield, Michael shouted, "Quantum X, erase the surrounding space, except for the user." A black hole appeared. It was growing larger by the second, sucking in all the surrounding rocks and debris. Even the stone platform Gueko was standing on was slowly being pulled in. The more it sucked in, the larger the black hole grew. Gueko braced himself, his muscles tensing up. The black hole kept pulling closer and closer to him. After struggling for a while, Gueko could no longer hold his ground. Panicking, his body was on the verge of being sucked into the black hole. Gueko summoned all his strength, slamming his hammer down onto the remaining pieces of rock. Just as the black hole closed in, a stone wall quickly rose to block the path between him and the void. With the gravitational pull weakened, Gueko seized the chance and immediately leaped backward to dodge. The higher the stone wall rose, the more it got swallowed by the black hole, but Gueko didn't stop, continuously building it higher. After that, a series of stone walls rose up, shielding him from the terrifying gravitational pull. But the walls couldn't withstand the massive force, shattering to pieces the moment the black hole touched them. The more stone walls it destroyed, the larger and more powerful the black hole became, furiously charging forward. Gueko watched helplessly, realizing that no matter how much he built, he couldn't stop it. Ultimately, Gueko decided to risk everything. As the black hole drew near, he swung his hammer hard toward it, but the attack didn't affect Michael's black hole in the slightest. Out of options, Gueko could only watch as he was sucked inside, groaning in agony. A moment later, the black hole vanished. Michael slowly walked toward the area it had just swept through, leaving behind a deep, gaping abyss. Standing in the middle of that abyss, Michael gently picked up Gueko's hammer, which was lying on the shattered ground. Looking down at the collapsed Gueko, Michael said in a low voice, "Hand over the artifact." Buried deep beneath the rubble, Gueko struggled to speak. "Do you think I absorbed the artifact just to regrow my arm?" "That was the very last one. There's none left to give you." Michael's face darkened. "I only came here first because of what Miso said. That's painful to hear, but I guess I'll have to visit another dimension to find one." Hearing this, Gueko was startled and asked, "Miso? Gueko's kid?" Michael dropped to one knee, leaning in close. "So, you know him? Then you must also know he carries the copy curse." Gueko's face turned pale, his eyes widening. He flew into a rage. "No way. You didn't come here for the artifact. Your goal is the copy and erase skills." Michael turned and walked away, glancing back at Gueko with a slight smile. "I suppose stealing the copy skill first isn't a bad idea after all." On the same day, at the Atlee estate in England, numerous hunters stood around magic circles. Only Atlee sat quietly by himself in a chair in a dark, secluded corner, deeply lost in thought. Just as Miso said, Remory doesn't have a defined form yet. As long as we don't face it directly, we can still resist its mental attacks. With that thought, Atlee tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. Fortunately, the government had returned the holy sword to him. He thrust the sword firmly into the ground, but it seems there's no escape. I completely underestimated him. This isn't someone who can be defeated with just a sword. At this rate, all of England will be buried. Memories flashed back to the day he met Miso. How do we stop him? Miso had replied, "We want to seal Grimarier in space, stolen from him." Atlee asked in astonishment, "How?" Miso simply replied, "Use the holy sword to force him." Her voice flatly explained, "But it must be done before he absorbs the core of the dimensional tree and transforms into his true form. If he returns to his true form and reclaims that dimension, he will be able to move freely between dimensions. Back in reality, Atli thought to himself, right now, the hunter possesses that dimension and has opened a teleportation portal inside it. Suddenly, a voice called out, cutting off old Atli's train of thought. A middle-aged woman approached. She was Hunter May, the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. May questioned him in a stern voice. How do you plan to handle this? Atli jumped to his feet. I want to mobilize the hunters to resolve this at all costs. May was still skeptical. Is that really feasible? Atli nodded firmly. We still have time. Both of them looked toward the magic circle ahead. So, what if the operation fails? In Japan, there is a hacking link Grammary teleportation portal. We can go through there. Hearing this, May's face instantly darkened. Don't tell me you're planning to shift the blame to Japan, but that will affect the entire world. It's not a permanent solution. Atli stepped up behind her. Remery will soon regain his true form. Once that moment comes, we won't be able to use magic to control him anymore. He suddenly leaned in close to her face, startling May, Prime Minister May. Have you forgotten what happened 15 years ago when the portal opened in our country? Atli whispered into her ear. Between opening the portal in the UK or in Japan, we must choose one. You know the losses from this would be world-shaking. Elsewhere, Pio had led Haruto's group to the destination. They stood on the cliff, looking down into the ruined abyss. Pio stammered, "The village. It's..." Tears welled in Pio's eyes as she frantically ran down the cliff, screaming, "Chief!" Haruto loudly tried to stop her. "Stop! Michael might still be in there." Ignoring him, Pio rushed toward where Greco lay motionless. Covering her mouth with her hands, Pio rushed over, trying to shake him awake while calling out, "Chief Greco!" Greco remained completely motionless, his breathing faint, his eyes rolled back, showing no response. Lisetta also ran over quickly. "Who the hell did this?" Haruto calmly observed. "He's still alive." He turned to Arita Sarah. "Can you restore him?" Arita Sarah pulled off her hood and stared at him. "I'll try, but it looks like the wound was caused by that erasure skill. So I'm hoping a loophole will appear just like last time." Pio ran over and grabbed her sleeve. "Restore? Does that mean you can heal him? Please save the chief. I'll do anything." Arita Sarah stepped closer, placing both hands on him. Control Z, restore target. But after a brief moment, the system notified. Control Z, this is an issue of another dimension, unable to restore. An upgrade is required to make changes in this dimension. Arita Sarah frowned and looked at Haruto. "As I thought, it's not working. To use this skill in this dimension, I have to upgrade it first." Haruto grit his teeth in frustration. "It looks like we have no choice but to upgrade the cursed skill to use it here." Pio's eyes widened. She was completely shocked, her innocent eyes welling up with tears once more, as she hurriedly asked Haruto, "If you can upgrade it, can you save the chief?" Haruto looked around and said softly, "But both the chief and the village are in ruins like this. How can we do it?" Pio stepped in front of him and said firmly, "Don't worry." Looking at him with determination, her right hand placed over her chest, she said, "I can help." In that moment, what lingered in Pio's mind was a memory from 5 years ago. Greco sat in the forge and told her, "Right now, there is no way to restore the world tree." With that, he held out 2 glowing cores that had been absorbed during the fight with Michael. These are probably the last remaining fusion stones. Greco held them out to her. "Pio, you keep these." Pio asked in surprise. "Me?" He narrowed his eyes and looked at Pio gently. "If the prophecy is correct, we will need them." He looked at her as if giving a crucial instruction. "If you keep these fragments, you will be our savior." Back in the present, Pio said to Haruto, "I need to check a few things first." While Haruto was still looking dazed, Pio continued, "The fragment of the anvil, do you still have it?" Haruto smiled slightly, thinking to himself, "The fragment. Who would have thought this world would deliver it right to me like this?" Before this, Haruto had met with Zemono. "Mr. President, I have one condition before prioritizing the US scouting team's arrival here." He had earnestly told him, "Please give me that fragment. It might have come from the dimension we're about to enter, so we might find the answers to what my father has been looking for." Haruto held out a large metal piece. "Do you mean this?" Pio was overjoyed when she saw it. "Yes, that's it. It's a fragment from the chief's anvil, just like in the prophecy." With that, she searched for something in her pocket. Haruto watched blankly as Pio pulled out a glowing core. "With this, we can upgrade the curse." Haruto leaned in close to inspect it. "What is that?" Pio replied, calling it a highly powerful rune, as she recalled Dweko's teachings. To upgrade a weapon, you have to absorb it into the weapon itself. It's the same for skills and curses. Tuner, standing behind them, spoke up. "I see. So this is how you upgrade a curse." Bio gripped the core tightly, pleading desperately. "Haruto, this is the very last rune. You can use it to upgrade your curse. In exchange, Please save the chief's life. Haruto was caught off guard by this sudden request. He paused to think for a few seconds, then turned to Arita Sarah and said, Sarah, you absorb it. Arita Sarah pointed at herself and asked, Me? Haruto nodded slightly. Yes. We need to restore this place. Bio stepped forward and handed her the core. Just put it in your mouth and swallow it. Even though Arita Sarah was still a bit skeptical, she trusted Haruto. She put it right into her mouth. The moment Sarah swallowed the core, her eyes went wide, and she let out a soft gasp of surprise. A split second later, Sarah's entire body erupted in a brilliant, dazzling light. Sarah stood frozen, unable to move, as sweat poured down her forehead. The light grew even more intense, and she screamed in agony. A moment later, Sarah collapsed to her knees, her body completely drained of strength. The light was no longer just radiating around her. It flooded the entire area. Haruto shielded his eyes with both hands. After a while, the blinding light began to fade, leaving the surrounding area shrouded in thick smoke. Sarah clutched her chest, gasping for breath. Seeing this, Haruto immediately ran over and called out, Sarah, are you okay? Sarah gave a weak nod, looking up at him as if it was nothing. As soon as Sarah stood up, a notification popped up. You can now use Ctrl+Z. She stared at the screen in disbelief, her voice trembling. Level 2? But Haruto cut her off. Don't say another word about it. Realizing her slip of the tongue, she quickly nodded. Okay. Seeing this, Bio rushed over to Dweko, pleading, Hurry, please save the chief. All right, Sarah said, quickly running over. Ctrl+Z. Ctrl+Z level 2. Using dimensional power to upgrade the restoration of targets within the area. A blinding, deep blue flame erupted violently around the two of them. The heavy boulders crushing Dweko slowly floated up, revealing his mangled, broken body. Dweko's bleeding wounds were instantly stanched by Arita Sarah's power, and even the deep gashes began to close up without leaving a single scar. The onlookers began to murmur in awe. Unbelievable. This is no ordinary healing magic. His arm is actually regenerating on its own. After a moment, Dweko slowly regained consciousness. He struggled to sit up, rubbing his temples. Overjoyed, Bio rushed forward and threw her arms around him, crying out, Chief! Haruto walked up to Arita Sarah. Are you all right? Arita Sarah smiled warmly. Yes, I can control my mana much better now. Haruto scanned the ruins around them. Can you restore this place too? I think so, Sarah replied, holding out a core. Besides, I still have that golem heart you gave me earlier. At the same time, the sacred tree, Ireo, was becoming increasingly shrouded in dark energy. Shinoda Satoru looked at it with concern. We must be getting closer to Grimmary's necromantic realm. That's why the corruption is spreading so rapidly. Creo spoke up to reassure everyone. Spirits and elves share a deep spiritual connection with the world tree, so curses and hexes cannot harm us. Masato grew impatient, cursing under his breath. Damn it! He cast a magic circle that enveloped the four of them. Dark energy and dark mana are essentially the same. They won't work on me anyway. Creo smiled at him. Thank you for willing to help for my child's sake. Masato replied coldly, I'm only doing this because I need the world tree's core. He hesitated for a moment before asking Creo, So, how exactly are we going to find that multi-dimensional dungeon? Creo's voice turned solemn. Actually, we don't need to look for it. Taken aback, Masato stopped dead in his tracks. What do you mean by that? Creo calmly explained. Dungeons don't just teleport on their own. His expression grew even more serious. The multi-dimensional dungeon you're thinking of is actually inside a creature of unimaginable size. Masato's eyes widened in disbelief. Creo continued. Once a dungeon is cleared and the boss's core is exposed, it tries to escape the pain by fleeing. Takeochi Gall spoke up from behind, and that's what we call multi-dimensional. Exactly, Creo agreed. The key is the boss's core. Dweko can regenerate it. He looked back at Masato and added, But to pinpoint the exact dungeon, we still need more information. Masato replied curtly, I know. Gritting his teeth as the veins on his forehead bulged, he muttered, My little brother is in there. Suddenly, an ear-splitting roar echoed as the sacred tree, Irayo, shook violently, snapping countless branches. Creo immediately went on high alert, shouting, Grimmary is starting to absorb the core. He dashed forward, yelling, We've run out of time. Heeding Creo's warning, everyone rushed after him. If that thing completely absorbs and refines the world tree's core, it's all over. Let's go back to Haruto. 30 minutes before the dimensional tree was invaded, Gueko stood dazed in front of the blazing forge. He stared intently, unable to look away, and muttered softly, The forge. It's burning again. He glanced to the side with deep suspicion, his brow furrowed. The dimensional tree was still glowing bright and healthy. How is this possible for the dimensional tree? Just then, the other dwarves began filing in. They looked on in utter bewilderment. Is that really the dimensional tree? No. There's no way. They crowded around, whispering in disbelief. Has the forge really roared back to life? Haruto patted his chest as he spoke. This is the seed of the dimensional tree, nurtured inside my own body. The tree isn't extinct yet. Gueko froze, then asked in sheer shock. But Creo gave that to Miso. Don't tell me. He's dead? Haruto remained dead silent. Sarah quickly chimed in. Miso plotted to bring the dark spirits to Earth. We were only defending ourselves. Haruto finally spoke. You're right. I took this from Miso using my cursed skill. Gueko let out a deep sigh, glancing at the anvil beside him. So you came here to upgrade that curse, huh? Fine. I'll forge the rune for you. Haruto smiled. Thank you. He felt a surge of relief. All right, now I just need to make contact with another dimension. Gueko looked at the crowd and added, but I'm only making enough for those who are here right now. If Michael gets his hands on this, we're finished. Ares Hill rushed over to Gueko. Chief, is there any way you can craft a dimensional key? Gueko froze the moment he saw her. That cloak. I made it myself for Tomoka Nishihara's daughter. He nodded immediately. Of course I can, but I'll need black steel. He gave Ares Hill a meaningful look. That metal can only be found where the Iron Dragon dwells, but getting it won't be easy. It's located deep inside a multi-dimensional dungeon. Haruto's mind raced. A multi-dimensional dungeon? Isn't that where Guildmaster Shirosaki's younger brother went missing? But his thoughts were violently cut short by a massive tremor. A messenger rushed in, breathless. Chief. Disaster. The dimensional tree is being corrupted. What? Gueko buried his face in his hands, completely devastated. No, it's really over. Haruto pressed. What do you mean by that? His voice cracked with sheer exhaustion. If Grimoire successfully absorbs and corrupts the core of the dimensional tree, there will be absolutely no way to stop him. Deep within the dimensional tree, an eerie chorus of voices echoed. Our objective in this dimension is almost complete. The inner core pulsed with light alongside each whisper, saying, Giselle, I'm so sorry. My power has reached its limit. I can no longer protect you, but I have a feeling you will survive. A powerful premonition. So please, do not give up hope. Giselle stared blankly into the void. I can feel my father's presence. Is he coming for me? Suddenly, a shiver ran down her spine as a cold voice hissed. Well, it seems we have a stray pest wandering around. But don't get your hopes up, Giselle. This dimension already belongs to me. The dark miasma began to wrap tighter and tighter around the sacred tree, Iriso. The entire space was dyed a horrific crimson, and the spirits hovering nearby were slowly consumed by the dark miasma. Before they could even react, a colossal object came crashing down, crushing them flat against the tree trunk. That menacing voice continued to echo inside Giselle's head. Once my transformation is complete, I will make you absolutely invincible. Meanwhile, Masato looked up at a massive boulder that had just crashed onto their protective barrier as the earth violently shook. Creo suddenly screamed, We don't have time to stand around. Masato looked at him, completely bewildered. What's going on? Why do you look so panicked? Masato scanned his surroundings, clicking his tongue in frustration. There must be another dimension connected to this place. Creo tried to compose himself, but he couldn't hide the terror in his eyes. That giant object is turning into a multi-dimensional dungeon, which is born when the Dark Spirit King, a formless entity like Grimoire, possesses a creature within the dimensional tree of any given realm. Satoru, Shinoda, Gao Takeuchi, and Masato gasped in unison. What? Creo continued in a low, grim voice, and at that exact moment, the life force stored inside the dimensional tree will manifest into overwhelmingly powerful monsters. Satoru Shinoda stepped forward, completely stunned. Wait, do you mean those giant boss monsters we already know about? Creo nodded grimly. Exactly. Masato immediately realized the gravity of the situation. If this keeps up, not only your daughter, but all of us will end up as dungeon monsters. Satoru Shinoda's face went pale as a sheet. You knew this would happen, and you still brought us here? Masato was tense to the breaking point. A flood of thoughts raced through his mind. We have the dimensional tree's core, so we need to get out of here right now. But what about Creo's daughter? In that split second, his younger brother's final words flashed in his mind. Just promise me you'll make it out of here alive, so I can close my eyes in peace. Creo's face fell with deep sorrow. He whispered softly, I only wanted to save my little girl. I'm sorry. You two should turn back. Masato said nothing. He simply drew a small sword and spat out a curse. Dispersing the protective barrier, he slashed clean through the incoming dark miasma. Sounds like a plan, doesn't it? Creo stared in utter shock at Masato's sudden move, raising his hands to shield himself from the surging dark energy. Suddenly, a Mukai materialized in the air, letting out a blood-curdling shriek as dark energy completely enveloped its body. But Masato immediately sprang into action, slashing his sword right through it. Still in utter shock, Creo hurriedly looked around. When on earth did these monsters get here? Tightening his grip on his sword, Masato spat. Who do you think I am? Perfect. I'll take down that Grimmery too while I'm at it. Meanwhile, the Mukais charged forward as well. They came in a pack, with at least 4 of them closing in to attack. Though reluctant, Satoru drew his sword. We're going to die at this rate. I am so sick and tired of this pack. Just then, an insect-like spirit swooped straight down from right above his head. Satoru gasped, completely caught off guard, but Masato managed to cast a barrier just in time, blocking the spirit's path. Seizing the opportunity, Satoru Shinoda slashed it with his sword. Looking at the freshly defeated spirit, he let out a quiet sigh of relief. Thank goodness the barrier works on spirits too, Creo snapped, turning to yell at him, but it's completely useless against monsters. Holding off a Mukai's jaws, he roared, Stop making such a mess, Masato. Slowly running his finger along his blade, Masato gathered his energy. Come on, do something. With that, he plunged his sword into the ground. Ignoring the dark energy swirling closer, sparks of magical electricity burst around him, striking the Mukais head-on. The beasts shrieked in agony. Yet, the electrical currents didn't stop, growing even more intense. Satoru couldn't help but gape in awe. President Shirosaki's area of effect attack is seriously insane. Taking down that many monsters in a single blow. Seeing the chaos settle down, Creo quickly chimed in. But wiping out these monsters won't mean a thing. The real cause of the dungeon's collapse. He pointed toward the spirits hovering in the air. Is them. The monsters are being controlled by them and can multiply endlessly. That was all Masato needed to hear. He roared. Then let's wipe them out too. As the lightning surged toward them, the spirits quickly split up and dodged. Flabbergasted, Masato muttered, Wait, did they just scatter? Gao frowned. We need a single blow to finish them all at once. Suddenly, realizing something from the previous attack, Satoru gasped. Watching Satoru frantically rummaging through his things, Masato asked, What on earth are you doing? Satoru replied, I just remembered. Haruto gave me a bunch of these. What? Hearing Haruto's name, Masato looked up in surprise. Before he could say another word, Satoru tossed out dozens of balls. He cried out, Arise, my minions! The fist-sized balls hit the ground and instantly transformed into stone golems. They scurried forward. Once they locked onto their targets, the golems leaped straight into the air. They clung tightly to the spirits. The spirits tried to shake them off but failed, shrieking in utter frustration. Heavy as lead, the stone golems dragged them straight down to the ground. Excitedly, Satoru yelled, President Shirosaki, use Mystic Thunder. Quick! Masato's jaw dropped. Wait, we can actually fight like this? Satoru grinned triumphantly. Haruto taught me this trick. Masato nodded. He raised his sword before him and let out a mighty roar. Thunderbolts came crashing down from the heavens. The earth trembled. The lightning struck both the golems and the spirits, making the spirits wail in agonizing pain. Soon, the rest of the spirits were caught in the blast, completely paralyzed. As the electricity faded, the spirits were entirely incinerated. Only the stone golems remained standing. Satoru walked over, patting one of them on the head. Good job. The golem then dissolved into thin air. It seemed that without a holy sword, any attempt at purification would be completely useless. Looking over at Satoru, Masato thought to himself, that Sano guy. He's surprisingly good at training his guild members. On the other side, Gao was fighting for his life against the massive Mukais. Once the last one fell, he shouted enthusiastically, All clear on my side. Not to be outdone, Creo used ancient runes to bind a Mukai. He called out, I'm finished over here too. Just as the words left his mouth, a faint voice echoed in his head. Father, please come back. Overwhelmed, Creo frantically looked around and cried out, Giselle, where are you? Unable to wait a second longer, he bolted like the wind. I just heard her voice. She must be nearby. Gao shook his head. Shouldn't we head back now? Turning on his heel, Masato replied dismissively, Do whatever you want. I'm following them. Satoru quickly trailed after him, adding, Besides, I've got a bad feeling about leaving right now. Now, Gao stood entirely alone. He silently stared at their retreating figures. Memories of his conversation with Takashi flashed through his mind. Takashi had said, I've already put a lot of pressure on Sano just like you wanted, but it's time for you to let it go, Gao. Gao had set his tablet on the table. We've gathered this much information, and you want to stop now? Takashi sighed. We can always find other hunters to help us. But Gao cut him off instantly. Doing that would completely ruin Midas Corporation's reputation. Glaring at Takashi with steel in his eyes, he demanded, "Do you really want everyone to find out that you developed a heart condition from mana addiction?" Takashi gently adjusted his glasses, his voice dropping low. "But this is too dangerous. We still have 1 year. We can find another way." Gao suddenly slammed his fist onto the table. 1 year? You mean we only have 1 year left? Rising to his feet in frustration, Gao snarled, "If that rune fragment isn't in Alvin space, then I'll search every other dimension out there." Takashi, coldly watching Gao walk away, "You're not a hunter, and anyone can run the corporation." "Brother," he snapped, "shut up." Before leaving, Gao turned around and said, "I built Midas, so I have to be the one to protect it to the end." Back in reality, Gao dashed off after the others. "If I keep letting my mind wander like this, I'll be the first one to get killed." Meanwhile, in England, the magic circles had transformed into a cube, sealing the entity inside. Everyone standing around watched anxiously. "We did it. The barrier is complete. Don't celebrate just yet. It can only block the dark energy. If the monsters show up, we're done for." Just as those words left his mouth, the ground beneath their feet shook violently. A massive branch erupted from beneath the ground, tearing the earth apart into giant fragments. The onlookers cried out in panic, "Its physical form is manifesting. Call the physical class hunters, now." Understood. Soon, more and more branches burst through the earth, and a dark, ominous energy blanketed the entire area. They lashed out, attacking every side of the cube, as the branches kept multiplying endlessly. After a barrage of relentless attacks, a branch finally broke through the seal. The others soon followed, shattering the cube as they forced their way out. The cube was on the verge of collapsing completely. Once free, the branches thrashed in all directions, tearing down everything in their path. Nearby onlookers shrieked in terror, "Damn it, it's too huge. Our attacks aren't even leaving a scratch." Despite putting up a desperate fight, they were powerless against this colossal strength. Screams and desperate cries for help echoed everywhere, accompanied by loud explosions as the ground was torn to shreds. Watching from above, Atlee spoke up, "Prime Minister, please call an emergency meeting immediately." May coldly replied, "Is it really that urgent?" Without even turning to face her, Atlee said, "That thing is regaining its physical form much faster than we anticipated." He frowned, his expression extremely grave. "It seems the Dark Elf, Gremory, has taken control of the space tree. We tried to stop it, but it's already too late." His next words sent shivers down May's spine. At this rate, the catastrophe from back then could repeat itself. If that happens, both Britain and Japan will suffer devastating consequences. We must call for aid from our allies before Japan does. Meanwhile, in Masato's underground warehouse, rapid slashing sounds echoed continuously. It was Nanas, frantically slicing through the invading branches. Fu Hoa shouted, "Something's gone wrong." Nanas rushed to his side. "It looks like that thing has completely regained its original form." Rapidly typing on his console, Fu Hoa said, "These branches are blocking us from closing the portal." Nana stepped forward with a cold gaze, her voice dropping, "Hellfire. Let's see how they handle a little heat." Meanwhile, in the elf village, Lizetta said in astonishment, "I can't believe we got here so easily." Haruto stepped through the portal and said calmly, "To pull this off, you need a barrier that holds spatial coordinates." "I see." His eyes suddenly widened. "I actually set one up in the dwarf village too, so we can easily travel back and forth from now on." Only then did the two of them notice how completely devastated the area had become. Lifeless bodies lay scattered everywhere. Haruto froze, his brow furrowing as his face darkened with anger. She scanned the surroundings to assess the situation. Haruto noticed several massive holes in the floor, and a sinking feeling of dread immediately washed over him. Haruto gritted his teeth. "Michael." Turner Miller gasped in shock. "What on earth happened here?" Hearing that, Haruto quickly warned them, "Stay on guard. Michael is here too." Suddenly, Sakabe's weak, raspy voice called out, "He's already gone. His target is Elder Kuro." Haruto rushed to his side, asking, "What do you mean by that?" Though gravely wounded, he struggled to speak. He mentioned something about the curse of this dimension. Without a second thought, Haruto cried out urgently, "Sarah, please, heal him quickly." Sarah replied aloud, "On it." A thought flashed through his mind. Is this the dimensional curse that Miso mentioned before? Right then, a memory of Miso surfaced. "The curse I possess is called Shift." Haruto's mind raced, but even with that power, he shouldn't be able to evolve it without. Realizing this, he whipped around to Lucas and asked, "If Michael gets his hands on the ancient runes, what happens then?" Though caught off guard, Shirasaki quickly answered, "His curse will upgrade to delete." The answer made Haruto go pale. "No way. Shift and delete. Complete erasure? If that's the case, neither Sarah's nor my curse will ever recover." Where are Elder Creo and the others? Sakabe managed to speak. They went to the core of the space tree to save Creo's child. Damn it. Is Satoru there too? We have to get there before Michael does. Lizetta's voice trembled with despair. It's too late. We'll be trapped inside the space tree once the corruption takes over. Before she could even finish, Haruto cut her off firmly. No. This subdimension is a part of Gremory, which means we can reach the space tree's core faster than anyone. The scene shifts to Creo, standing right before the core of the space tree, his face filled with worry. Filled with worry, he shouted at the top of his lungs a second later, Giselle! Even though she was pinned down by the space tree's core, Giselle managed to choke out her final words. Dad, please get out of here. The core is about to be completely absorbed. If you get trapped here too. But Creo refused to give up. There's still time. I'm so sorry I was late. In the blink of an eye, Takichi Gall stepped forward. Out of the way. If we wait for you, the sun will have already set. Before he even finished speaking, he brutally ripped apart the tentacles binding Giselle. But before Takichi Gall could rescue Giselle, the space tree lashed out in attack. Luckily, he managed to dodge it just in time. The tentacles surrounding Takichi Gall grew thicker and more numerous by the second. This sight irritated Shirosaki Masato, and he rushed forward, shouting, What the hell are you doing? You're only making things worse. I'll finish this thing in one blow. Creo immediately raised his voice to stop him. Stop, are you trying to burn everything to the ground? Suddenly, he froze, as if he had just spotted something incredibly strange. Creo immediately thought to himself, There's still a part that hasn't been corrupted, and it's still overflowing with life force. Perfect. Having found a glimmer of hope, he urgently ordered, Everyone, back off. The next second, Creo formed an arrow using the power he had just discovered. The arrow grew larger and larger. The scene left Shinoda Satoru in awe. He's forming those arrows purely out of energy? Takuchi Gall was equally curious. Where is that kind of energy even coming from? At the same time, Shirosaki Masato thought to himself, he could still sense the life force of the space tree, but it was quite weak. He can create those arrows with just that little bit of energy? Just as Shirosaki Masato finished his thought, Creo decisively released the arrow toward the space tree. The arrow instantly destroyed the massive tentacles wrapped around Giselle's entire body. Creo rushed forward to catch her as she fell from above. Seeing this, Shirosaki Masato's thoughts raced again. If the space tree wasn't corrupted and the elves knew how to harness this energy, he didn't even want to imagine what that would look like. Then, Shirosaki Masato spoke up. If we don't leave right now, we're going to be trapped. Creo immediately agreed. Right. Just as they stepped inside Shirosaki Masato's protective barrier, the space tree's tentacles surged once again. As the tentacles completely surrounded them, Shinoda Satoru panicked. Damn it! At this rate, we'll never make it out of here. The sheer power of the space tree quickly began to crack the protective barrier. The sight made Shinoda Satoru turn pale. Haruto! In an instant, the tentacles were suddenly sliced to pieces by a strange, powerful force. Shinoda Satoru cried out in relief. Thank goodness! I knew you'd come, Haruto. But far from what he had hoped, Michael slowly walked over and spoke. Sorry to disappoint you, but I am not Sano. Shirosaki Masato yelled in utter disbelief. Michael! Without a second thought, Takuchi Gall charged forward. You bastard, your timing couldn't be better. With terrifying speed, he lunged at Michael like a flash of lightning. Within a split second, Takuchi Gall was already right in front of him. But Michael didn't flinch at all. There are no stones here, and no little girl to heal you now. What are you going to do? He quickly unleashed his skill, Cantron X, to slice his target. The next second, a dark, gloomy barrier was erected right in front of Michael. The stones on Takuchi Gall's body were instantly corroded by the attack, and his voice was filled with shock. My armor, the stones are completely rotting away. Despite seemingly having the upper hand, Michael suddenly paused for a brief moment, only to realize that the stone layer from Takuchi Gall's armor had spread all over him. Takuchi Gall explained with satisfaction. If anyone other than me gets covered in my stone armor, it completely isolates them from the outside world. That means you won't be able to use any of your skills. Losing an arm is a small price to pay for this. With that, Takuchi Gall turned his head and screamed, Shirosaki, what the hell are you waiting for? Hearing this, Shirosaki Masato joined the fray. I don't need you to tell me twice. I'm on. At the same time, he unleashed another attack, summoning the stone armor. With both strikes crashing down simultaneously, Michael furrowed his brows. Even as Shirosaki Masato and Takeuchi Gall's attacks slammed down, Michael stood his ground, unflinching. In the next split second, he activated his skill, Cantron Hat, to teleport away. Within the blink of an eye, Michael teleported to a different spot, dodging both attacks. Shirosaki Masato refused to back down, yelling, Where do you think you're going? Both of them launched attacks at each other at the exact same time. Michael muttered in annoyance. These wide-range attacks are such a pain in the ass. Just as he finished speaking, Takuchi Gall seized the opportunity to lunge forward. Then how about a direct hit? Without any hesitation, Michael managed to block the strike just in time, but the sheer force of the blow still seemed to push him backward. Takuchi Gall snarled aggressively, "This time, I'll kill you. Then I'll become the world's #1 hunter." But his words only made Michael burst out laughing. The world's #1? How pathetic. Cursed trash like you will always be wiped out by those who are truly superior. Then he unleashed 2 moves at once. Control A, select all targets, and Control X, cut selected targets. Michael's dark magic grew stronger by the second. Watching this, Masato Shirasaki thought to himself, "This is bad." He frantically screamed, "Everyone get inside, now!" In the blink of an eye, Masato Shirasaki summoned his dark magic labyrinth, casting a protective barrier around everyone. But unfortunately, Michael's destructive power was just too overwhelming, and Masato's shield quickly began to crack. Still, he gritted his teeth and held on. Damn it, even the barrier is being erased. Just moments later, Michael's attack completely crushed Masato's protective barrier. The second the shield shattered, Satoru Shinoda was swallowed up by Michael's dark magic. Masato Shirasaki's desperate scream echoed through the air. Nearby, Kryo was doing everything he could to shield Giselle from Michael's devastating blow. Takashi Gall found himself in the exact same desperate situation. Then, his dark attack detonated. The sheer force of the explosion even terrified the massive tentacles of the spatial tree. Despite the onslaught, Masato Shirasaki still managed to stand his ground in front of Michael. The villain sneered. "So, you actually survived my dark magic labyrinth? Impressive for a rookie." Hearing this, Masato snapped and roared, "Shut up!" Before Masato could even get close, Michael casually snapped his fingers. "I'm done with you." He unleashed a final blow. Control X. Cut target. In an instant, Masato's entire body was torn apart. Damn it. Masato Shirasaki was instantly defeated. Right after, Michael glanced to his left. Spotting Kryo, he asked curiously, "Ah, so you're Miso's father, right?" Kryo glared back suspiciously. You know Miso?" Without a moment's hesitation, Michael replied, "Yes, he's the one who showed me how to get here. He even told me all about your curse, and how to take it from you." The moment the words left his mouth, he struck. Control X. Cut target. Instantly, Kryo's right arm was completely obliterated. The severed limb flew through the air, slamming hard into Satoru Shinoda. The brutal impact jolted Satoru awake from his unconscious state. Before he could even clear his head, Satoru's eyes widened in sheer horror at the sight before him. Right there, Kryo was screaming in agonizing pain. Still disoriented, Satoru couldn't comprehend what was happening. What's going on, guys? Looking behind him, he saw Masato Shirasaki lying completely motionless on the ground. Even Takashi Gall was completely incapacitated. Satoru's face filled with absolute despair. Both masters, they've both been defeated. He had to run, right now. If he stayed any longer, he would definitely be the next target. Before he could even make a move, Michael's chilling voice echoed, "Don't worry, you'll be reunited with your son in the afterlife very soon." Those words forced the agonizingly wounded Kryo to sit straight up, snarling in disbelief. "Don't tell me. You only used Miso just to murder him?" Michael didn't show a single ounce of remorse. "Who cares? After all, you're all just monsters anyway." Hearing this, Kryo gasped in utter disbelief. You monster!" A second later, a sinister grin spread across Michael's face. "And now I'll be taking your curse." Suddenly, a terrifying surge of energy erupted, catching him completely off guard. The magical pressure grew more immense by the second, obliterating the spatial tree's tentacles and blasting even Michael backward. Stunned by the sensation, he thought in disbelief. "A great sword?" Michael slowly turned his head, a dark suspicion rising. "Don't tell me. Sano?" To his shock, this immense, overwhelming power was radiating directly from the sword in Satoru Shinoda's hand. The moment he saw it, Michael pieced it together. "So, he entrusted this great sword to you, did he?" His eyes flared with cold contempt, as if looking at a fool who had no idea what power he held. "Do you even know what it is you're wielding?" Sensing something bizarre, Satoru whipped his head around. With a deafening metallic clash, the two blades collided, unleashing a massive shockwave that sent Satoru flying back. While Satoru desperately struggled to regain his footing, Michael stood there, completely unbothered. Satoru stared down at his sword, recalling how the blade had completely absorbed that devastating strike. Even he was shocked by its power. It had actually blocked an attack from Michael, a level 6 to 100 monster. A faint spark of hope flared in his chest and he tightened his grip on the hilt. I can do this. Satoru's strike was incredibly powerful, unleashing a shower of brilliant sparks upon impact. Michael raised his hand, his bloodlust swirling like a tempest, determined to utterly crush the boy's fragile hope. It seems wielding that sword has made you delusional enough to think you're strong. Let me put an end to your little fantasy. The very air trembled as he coldly activated his power, a familiar, lethal routine. Control X cuts the target. A stream of crimson blood gushed from Satoru's mouth. Mikhail's counterattack hit him before he could even defend himself. His voice trembled with anxiety. Haruto, even with this greatsword in my hands. An image of him talking with Sano appeared. Sano tilted his head to look at Satoru, his eyes strangely calm, as if everything before him was trivial. What's wrong? Are you worried about going to the Alpha Clan's realm? He sighed, his voice barely a whisper. You've already been there, Haruto, so of course you're calm like that. Sano chuckled and reached out to draw his greatsword. If you're that worried, I'll let you borrow this. His eyes widened in disbelief as the precious sword was held out to him. You're letting me borrow your greatsword? He looked straight into Satoru's eyes, emphasizing each word like a solemn promise. Yeah. You know about my curse, don't you? I'll set the time limit to 1 month. That should be plenty of time. If your life is ever in real danger, it will save you once. A cold system voice echoed in his head. When the user's life reaches a critical state, and the user's HP drops below 25%, the first option of the Kalisa Dragon Greatsword is activated. His eyes flew open as he felt an explosion of energy rushing through his muscles like wildfire. What is this? My body is suddenly overflowing with power. So, this is what Haruto meant. Mikhail noticed the change and sneered. The greatsword's energy saved your life. But if you use that power to attack, you'll die, he roared, unleashing all the raging energy inside his body, activating berserk mode. Mikhail took half a step back, shocked by the sudden burst of energy. How can someone who's on the brink of death have this much power? This makes no sense. The blinding light completely shrouded both of their figures. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Sano and his group emerged in a dark, gloomy space. He tilted his head, his eyes flashing with curiosity and caution upon hearing Ares' voice. Right after that, she knit her brows, sensing that something was terribly wrong. I can feel the greatsword entering berserk mode. What on earth is happening? Tension filled Sano's eyes as he realized the consequences. Satoru is using the greatsword. He's in deep trouble, but that wasn't the only reason I gave him the sword. Turning to his companion, his voice grew urgent. Ares, do you know the way yet? Ares nodded quickly and pointed ahead. It's this way, not too far from here. Sano clenched his fists, his voice laced with worry. We have to hurry. Satoru is in grave danger. The scene shifted back to the battlefield, where the clash between Mikhail and Satoru was unfolding. One of Mikhail's arms had been severely injured by the sparks. He gritted his teeth in sheer frustration, shocked that Satoru could actually injure him this badly. Hurry up and hand over that power to me. With that, Mikhail lunged forward, driving his sword straight into Kryo's beating heart. An ear-splitting scream of agony escaped Kryo's lips. Mikhail smirked, his voice dropping to a low whisper as if revealing a secret. Stay still. Move and I'll kill you. You know that, don't you? The exact words Sano had spoken about how to transfer the curse flashed through Kryo's mind. The curse couldn't be transferred by killing its owner, just like Sano's Control-C. He needed to immobilize the target, establish a connection, and only then could he transfer it. Kryo gritted his teeth, refusing to let out a single sound despite the agonizing pain. Suddenly, a terrifying dark energy surged forth, wrapping around Kryo's body. A satisfied smirk spread across Mikhail's face, just as it seemed everything was over. But then, he was suddenly caught off guard by an unexpected sight. The Snow Mountain Golem was using every ounce of its strength to strike his leg. Its expression showed it was putting everything it had into hurting him. Mikhail frowned at its struggle. What the hell? Right then, modified golem cores were thrown right in front of him. Satoru forced himself back up, his lips trembling. I still have what Haruto gave me. The cores transformed into golems, completely surrounding Mikhail. He sneered in utter disgust at Satoru's foolish move. Pathetic. Satoru let out a weak smile, knowing he had done his part. I've bought enough time for them. Mikhail roared in anger at his sheer stubbornness. You miserable brat. A massive black hole materialized, threatening to swallow any creature foolish enough to stand in his way. The black hole expanded rapidly. He raised his hand, ready to end it all. Die. At Mikhail's command, the black hole surged toward the fallen Satoru with terrifying speed. Suddenly, a pillar of light erupted right in the middle of the black hole, expanding rapidly, as if to completely erase the darkness. Michael couldn't hide the shock on his face at this sight. Sano's group appeared, rushing forward at a terrifying speed. Michael grimaced in annoyance, feeling like this battle was dragging on much longer than he'd expected. That guy is such a pain. The familiar sound of his ability activating rang out in a cold, chilling voice. Control X, cut target. The dark, ominous aura from his signature move shifted targets, surrounding Sano's group. His gaze went razor-sharp, and in a voice filled with anger, he said, "I don't have time to waste on you." He decisively swung his sword, slashing right at Michael. Michael didn't seem to care in the slightest, standing tall and proud even as a massive explosion erupted right in front of him. That strike from Sano was so incredibly powerful that it made the ground itself tremble. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he whipped his head around, his face filled with anxiety. His voice echoed across the ruined battlefield. "Satoru." Satoru struggled to open his eyes, recognizing the person who had just appeared in front of him. "Brother Haruto. I did a good job holding off Michael, right?" At this moment, Sano was so focused on the boy in front of him that he didn't realize something was wrong with their surroundings. "Yeah, you did great." From behind, a beam of light shot forward at terrifying speed, piercing right through Sano's shoulder. By the time he realized it, it was already too late. His entire body was blasted backward, crimson blood spurting out uncontrollably. Satoru's voice was frantic, his eyes wide with horror. "Brother Haruto." Tenno gritted his teeth in fury as he glared at the enemy before him. "Damn that Sano, and that bastard Michael." Sano suddenly appeared from behind, his body completely unscathed, and immediately stopped him. Fearing a reckless move, he shouted, "Hunter Turner, don't go forward. We need to get the wounded to safety first." Turner breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing him. "Understood, Hunter Sano." Sano looked at him calmly, bringing up his secret. "You know about my curse, don't you?" He nodded, but his expression still betrayed his awe at Sano's ability. "Yes, I do. But I never expected you could actually copy yourself." Michael shrugged slightly, explaining the difference between their curses. "My curse and Sano's don't really go well together, but that doesn't matter anymore." Sano's eyes swept over the wounded scattered across the battlefield. "If we get attacked right now, everyone's going to be in grave danger." He clenched his fists, making a swift decision. "I have to get the wounded out of here first." Sano raised his hand, activating his familiar ability, Control V, Paste Branch of Z Graysoul. Massive tree branches erupted from the ground, forming a solid wall that blocked the incoming attacks. Michael watched the giant branches sprout and let out a mocking laugh. "Did you seriously think a few mere branches could stop me?" The energy in his hands surged. Sano spun around, shouting to the others, "Everyone, evacuate now. Subspace. Miss Sarah, I'm leaving the wounded in your hands." Sarah nodded quickly, accepting the task. Creo narrowed his eyes as he noticed something off. "He stole my curse." He shook his head, his voice calm as if he had already anticipated this. "No," he explained the mechanics of the ability clearly. "Without the ancient characters, shift is completely useless." The subspace activated. One by one, the members of Sano's team began moving the wounded out. He muttered to himself as he prepared to use his power again. "All right, I need to use the Branch of Z Graysoul one more time." Sano raised his hand once more. Control V. Paste Branch of Z Graysoul. But the cold voice of the system rang out, stopping his action. Control V. Unable to summon the subject's Z Graysoul branch due to a conflict with the currently active spatial tree, he frowned at the bizarre notification. "Huh? A conflict?" A new option appeared before him. Control C. "Would you like to copy the currently active spatial tree? Yes or no? Please choose carefully. There is a possibility of conflict with the user's own spatial tree." Sano's mind raced as he recalled the master of this subspace, and a daring idea flashed in his head. "Doesn't the spatial tree of this realm already belong to Grimari? Can I actually copy it?" Michael sneered at Sano's strange behavior. "Are you hiding behind those branches just to sneak your allies out of here?" He shrugged, acting completely unbothered as a murderous glint flashed in his eyes. Whatever. I already have shift anyway. It's time to take your curse." Sano calmly replied, "Having shift is pointless without the characters." He took a deep breath and made his choice. Yes. The system immediately responded to his decision. Control V. Copying the active spatial tree upon user approval, 10%. Control cannot be used during the copying process. He instantly scowled in frustration at this unexpected limitation. "What is this? I can't copy it instantly? Now I can't even use my curse. What the hell?" Seeing Sano turn his back, Michael burst out laughing. "Why are you turning your back on me?" In a split second, purely out of instinct, his holy sword materialized. Sano used the holy sword to block his deadly strike. Michael gritted his teeth. A long sword won't make up for it. No matter how massive the experience gap between us is, his deadly attack suddenly surged forward, locking onto Sano as the target. He gritted his teeth, staring at the painfully slow progress bar. How long is this copying process going to take? He cursed under his breath, feeling the suffocating bloodlust closing in. Damn it! Michael sneered as he sized up his opponent. Your little teammate has gotten stronger. He lunged forward, his voice dripping with contempt. But as for you, you haven't changed one bit. Michael repeated his previous warning like a death sentence. I told you, the next time we crossed paths, you would die, Sano Haruto. He gasped as he realized the distance was closing too fast. Too close. He realized he had no familiar power left to rely on. Without control, he was finished. Instantly, he was sent flying, a spray of crimson blood bursting from Sano's mouth. Before he could even catch his breath, Michael lunged like a bullet, seizing Sano in a death grip. Michael frowned at his strange reaction, narrowing his eyes suspiciously. Why didn't you dodge? What are you plotting, boy? Sano gritted his teeth, his body tense. Damn it, the progress bar was only at 97%. A sudden realization flashed in Michael's mind. Could it be? He burst into a mocking laugh, convinced he was right. Don't tell me. You can't even use your curse anymore? Michael roared with laughter, having discovered a fatal weakness. He sneered. So you can't play your little copy-paste game anymore, can you? I never imagined stripping away your curse would be this incredibly easy. He raised his hand, staring greedily at that precious power. I am taking your Control C. The air vibrated as he activated his curse once more. Control X. The skill sliced through the target, taking effect instantly as Michael's grin grew wildly manic. Sano's agonized scream echoed through the air, followed by the cold, robotic voice of the system as the process finished. Control C. Copy complete. At that moment, Sano's severe injuries made him cough up a mouthful of blood, prompting the system to execute another command. Control V. The sprout of Grisal has absorbed a portion of the spatial tree's core and completed its germination. Racked by agonizing pain, he screamed out once more. Detecting the critical situation, the system issued an urgent warning. Control V. Host's HP has fallen below 15%, initiating recovery sequence. Just like that, the system began healing Sano, and in the blink of an eye, his condition stabilized. The system quickly displayed another notification. Control V. With the blessing of Grisal, the host's damage output is restored to 100%, and damage received will be reduced by 65% for 1 hour. The wounds on his hands rapidly mended themselves. Flynn glared at Sano, visibly annoyed. So, you can still heal yourself, huh? He smiled confidently and replied, What are you gonna do now? Looks like my curse has evolved again. Refusing to back down, Flynn prepared his next strike and sneered. Well, what can I say? I guess I just have one more reason to kill you. Just then, the ground cracked open, catching Flynn completely off guard. A split second later, the roots of the spatial tree erupted from the earth, hurtling straight toward him. Flynn slammed his prepared attack directly into the spatial tree. Seeing this, Sano mocked him. You're just wasting your time. Without skipping a beat, Sano shouted as he dodged another incoming attack from the spatial tree. Flynn thought to himself, is he getting targeted too? Wait, has someone been stealing my energy? Perfect. Then I'll just absorb everything. Is that dark energy? A moment later, the spatial tree lashed out at him again, forcing Flynn to draw his sword and fight back. Conjuring a sphere of magic, he growled. You're nothing but a brainless monster. With that, Flynn hurled the magic sphere at the spatial tree. Following a deafening explosion, the tree seemed to falter, but just a second later, the spatial tree lunged at him again, leaving Flynn thoroughly annoyed as he muttered to himself. It's using its roots to launch relentless, endless attacks. Suddenly, a massive root burst from the ground, effortlessly sweeping past Sano. This bizarre move left Sano completely bewildered. He wondered, did it realize I copied it? Has it absorbed the entire spatial tree? But now that I can use the spatial tree's skills, maybe I can control this rampant rage. With that thought, he reached out and touched the root. Suddenly, a flashing red warning popped up from the system. Control-C cannot access the branch due to suppression by an entity far superior to the host. Sano couldn't believe his eyes. An entity superior to me? What on earth is that? Before he could react, the roots coiled tightly around his body, making him scream in terror. He was completely pinned, with absolutely no way to break free. As the spatial roots tightened their grip, Sano could only grit his teeth, enduring the agonizing pressure. Sano desperately thought to himself, if I get trapped here, I'll turn into a monster. There has to be a way out of this. This is dark spiritual energy, which means. His hands began to tremble violently. In sheer desperation, Sano called out to the system for help. It seems the villain, Kandron, is also using dark spiritual energy to create a pocket dimension. Just like that, Sano uses his last ounce of strength to activate his skill. As his body begins to change, he thinks to himself, Alright. Just a little bit of mana should be enough to get me out of this mess. The scene shifts to the elf village, where the spatial tree is running rampant, prompting Lucas to urge everyone, "Hurry! Everyone get into the pocket dimension, now!" People scramble, running and screaming in sheer panic. Finally, Henry reports to him, "I'm the last elf." Lucas quickly orders, "Then let's move." Henry is the first to step through the portal. But before crossing over, he turns back to thank Lucas. "I'm truly grateful to you guys for saving everyone here, but everything that happened is because Gremory has fully materialized. Which means your elder and your comrades." Lucas replies seriously, "Hey, don't go writing off my comrades like that. The pocket dimension is still open, which means Hunter Sano is still alive. We'll wait for him at the dwarf village." Cut to Matthew, who is standing on a cliff, observing the chaos below. He mutters grimly, "Gremory has completely absorbed the spatial tree." Ray asks, "Does this mean humanity has lost?" He confirms grimly, "It certainly looks that way." Matthew shows it to her and says, "I need to destroy this before it falls into Michael's hands." Suddenly, someone calls out to him, "Captain, a pocket dimension has just opened up." The one who arrived is Diurn. Matthew asks in surprise, "What? Has humanity returned?" He replies honestly, "Yes, but you need to come with me." He's left both surprised and confused by those words. Meanwhile, Sano is being dragged underground by the roots of the spatial tree. After a moment, he snaps the root in half with his bare hands. Breaking free, Sano looks at it and thinks, "What the? Did I drag its roots in here with me?" Satoru and the others aren't here. Did Gremory's full materialization alter the pocket dimension? And what are these roots even trying to do? Spotting a faint glow nearby, he wonders. A light? Driven by curiosity, Sano decides to head closer and investigate. The blinding brightness makes him wince slightly. A few moments later, Nanas emerges from the light, calling out to him in shock, "Hunter Sano." Hearing this, Sano immediately rushes inside. Spotting a familiar face, he's absolutely stunned. "Hunter Nanas, what are you doing here?" Nanas quickly fires back, "I should be asking you that. Why are you back?" Sano looks around before asking, "So, is this Master Shirosaki's underground vault? And why is the pocket dimension still open?" Nanas quickly explains, "The corrupted roots are keeping it from closing." Sano's expression turns grim as he thinks to himself, "I get it now, that's why I ended up here. In that case, I'll head back into the pocket dimension and find a way to the dwarf village." Right then, she screams, "Hunter Sano, watch out!" He snaps his head back toward Nanas. Sensing something strange hurtling toward him, Sano quickly dodges to the side. Thanks to Nanas's quick warning, he escapes unharmed. She then unleashes her witchblade to strike down the strange creature. At the same time, Sano suggests, "I'm going back to destroy the Black Spirit. Hold the line here for me in the meantime." Nanas immediately agrees. "Understood." Just as she finishes her sentence, a portal suddenly materializes right in front of them. Sano looks at it, once again completely stunned and confused. Moments later, a hand reaches out from within. Out steps Lucas, who cheerfully greets them. "Man, we finally made it out." Hearing this, Sano calls out in utter disbelief, "Lucas!" He's just as shocked. "Hunter Sano, you're safe?" But just like Sano earlier, Lucas is completely taken aback when he spots Nanas. "Why is Hunter Nanas here?" Sano quickly chimes in on her behalf. "We're back on Earth." Lucas can't believe his ears and gasps. "What? Then what are we supposed to?" Before he can even finish, Sano cuts him off. "The only thing we can do is go back." A second later, a wave of uninvited guests begins pouring out of the portal, and they just keep on coming. Witnessing the massive crowd, Nanas tightens her grip on her weapon and asks in pure bewilderment, "Wait, why are there elves here?" Sano quickly reassures her, "Don't worry, they're not enemies." Nanas presses, "Then what on earth is going on here?" The next moment, Henry walks up and asks Sano, "Since you're alive, the Elder must be safe as well, right? Did you manage to rescue Lord Giselle?" Sano answers honestly, "Yeah, he's fine." But deep down, he thinks, if he didn't end up here, then he should be safe. The real problem now is whether we can get them back to the dwarf village. Bella says, visibly relieved, "Thank goodness." Meanwhile, Anbak panics, "No, it's not good at all. It's terrible. We can't go back. This is a complete disaster." Those words immediately made Sano feel both anxious and confused. Meanwhile, the dimensional portal was slowly shrinking. Noticing this, he rushed forward, thinking to himself, "The subdimensional portal is shrinking. This is bad." Sano reached out his hand toward the subdimensional portal. He desperately tried to change the situation, but the portal still closed right before his eyes. Frustrated, Sano clenched his fists tight. Just then, the system broadcasted a notification. Control V. Paste subdimension. Control V. Subdimension not found. Lucas looked completely bewildered as he cried out, "What? It can't find the subdimension?" And what he said next only left Sano even more confused. Maybe Gremory has fully manifested. If he's regained his strength, control over the subdimension might have returned to him. Miso did say he only borrowed a fraction of its power. Sano understood what Lucas meant. So that means it won't open again until we defeat Gremory. Steven suddenly cut in. So Eric beat us to it again? Is there really no way to go back? Right after that, Nanas calmly said, "It's still too early to give up." With a surprised look, Sano turned to look at her. Nanas walked toward a chair and said casually, "For better or worse, Count Cooper has opened a dimensional portal in England." She pulled up a video on her tablet, showing everyone a mysterious giant tree engulfing the entire city. The tree was tearing through the city, causing terrible destruction. After watching, Sano hesitantly asked, "What is this?" Lucas quickly chimed in, but Sano suddenly got an idea and said, "Thanks to your greedy father, it looks like we have a way to go back." Meanwhile, in England, the giant tree monster was currently invading the capital. Along its path, it mercilessly destroyed numerous buildings. Seeing this, Maximus couldn't help but curse. "Damn it, it's too huge. We can't even scratch it," Robert replied anxiously. "Is there really no other way?" Meanwhile, the monster was still moving at an incredibly fast pace. The scene shifts to Count Cooper standing nearby, observing the situation and thinking to himself, "It seems the spatial tree has been completely absorbed by Gremory. It's bigger and more dangerous than we anticipated, but in the end, it's still just a tree." Fighter jets were immediately deployed, quickly dropping bombs on the monster, while he thought, "We'll use the most effective firepower we have. We'll wipe it out with fuel-air explosives." A massive explosion erupted, and shortly after, raging flames burst out intensely. In an instant, a corner of the city was engulfed in a sea of fire. Startled by the flames, Maximus ordered, "Fire at the giant tree." Ella asked blankly, "Why didn't we just do this from the start?" Meanwhile, Kelly turned to Count Cooper and asked, "Are you sure this is going to be okay?" He calmly replied, "Gremory is essentially a formless spirit. His mistake was manifesting through the spatial tree. A tree is easily burned by our weapons. Gremory's manifestation has caused some damage, but once we burn it all down, we can send the hunters in. Afterward, the resources we get will be worth far more than the damage caused this time." Still worried, she said, "Count Cooper, I don't think this will just stop at minor damage." He angrily barked, "What do you mean by that?" Just as those words left his mouth, the monster roared again, causing Count Cooper's expression to twist with dread. Sano, who was still watching the situation through the tablet, suggested, "We have to go right now." "Is there any hunter who can use teleportation magic?" Nanas quickly replied, "Yes, but even if we gathered all of them here, we still couldn't get to England right now." Sano anxiously asked, "If it's just a matter of mana, I can supply it." Nanas shook her head repeatedly and said, "No, it's not a mana issue. Teleportation magic has limits on both distance and the number of people, which depend on the user's level. And the more people there are, the shorter the teleportation distance becomes. On top of that, there's a cooldown, and casting it also takes time. There's simply no hunter who could teleport us straight to England in a single go." Sano understood her point. That was why Hunter Turner had to fly here. Even the world's strongest guild couldn't pull off something like that. At this moment, Henry quickly spoke up. "Hunter Sano, you really are extraordinary. By teleportation magic, do you mean displacement magic?" As if suddenly realizing something, Sano stared at him in utter shock. Henry then explained, "Displacement magic can work anywhere within the same dimension, regardless of distance or the number of people. Right now, it's unusable." Still puzzled, Sano asked him directly, "If we can't use it, why even bring it up?" He replied, "Because you can make it usable." Understanding Henry's intent, Sano said, "Don't tell me. You want to use the blessing of the spatial tree?" The scene cuts to the crowd whispering as they see Sano's group arrive. "We were suddenly summoned here, and now it's come to this. Are those elves over there? Why are they here?" Lucas also arrived and asked him directly, "Do they really have to climb all the way up this mountain?" Sano calmly replied, "That's the spatial tree, you know? The underground vault might not even be there anymore, and there's plenty of space, too." Right after, the system announced that the cauldron had integrated with the Yggdrasil seed. In the blink of an eye, a massive tree sprouted rapidly from the ground. A colossal tree loomed right before their eyes. Brianna panicked the moment she saw it and gasped, "Wait, isn't that the very tree causing all that chaos in England?" John disagreed, shaking his head. "No, this one feels completely different from the one in England, just like he said. Yggdrasil is actually very friendly." On top of that, after checking her system, Brianna was utterly shocked. "What? My HP is just going up on its own, and I didn't even do anything." Elisa chimed in, My MP went up a bit too. He reached out, caught a falling leaf, and said with delight, "It really is true." Henry then turned to him and asked, "Can humans actually cultivate a tree like this?" Sano smiled and replied, "Well, I was planning on planting it here anyway, so the timing is perfect." Henry stared at the leaf in his hand and muttered, "To receive the blessing of the space tree. You have surpassed even the high elves, who hold a far superior rank." Sano got straight to the point. Remery did something similar, didn't they? "But what exactly do you mean by rank?" He didn't hold anything back and replied, "It's similar to what you humans refer to as levels. But unlike levels, once a rank is set in stone, that gap can never be bridged. Even though they've been corrupted, Remery is technically still the Spirit King." Sano, still curious, asked, "Even with Dwiko's rune? Is it really impossible?" Henry was slightly taken aback by the question, but replied, "The chances aren't zero, but normally, it's impossible." Hearing this, Sano gave a faint smile and thought to himself, "Normally impossible, huh? Well, I've never been one for being normal." A second later, Sano turned to Henry. "Are you ready?" He answered decisively, "Yes. No matter how massive the Earth is, as long as we have a destination, we're good to go." Satisfied with his answer, Sano replied, "All right. I'm counting on you. We need to wrap this up quickly so you can head back home, too." At the mention of home, Henry fell into a silent contemplation. Home, huh? It's probably all in ruins by now anyway. But we can't stay here forever, right? Despite the lingering doubts in his mind, Henry resolutely gave the order to activate the teleportation magic circle. At his command, everyone quickly moved into position, and when Nana saw England appearing directly overhead, she panicked, shouting, "What? England is right above us? This is on a completely different level from our skills." Lucas, completely dumbfounded, gasped, "Is this space compression?" Henry quickly confirmed, "Exactly. That's why there are no limits on distance or the number of people." Just as planned, everything around them began to dissolve. The scene shifts to Leviathan, who is hanging his head in deep sorrow. Seeing this, Matthew remarks, "This is the first time in 120 years. Leviathan quickly corrected him, "No, it has been 124 years. Satoru chimed in, amused. "You say that as if it's only been 10 years. Man, I wish I could live that long." Matthew gave the boy a stern look before asking, "But if this girl can instantly heal any wound, why can't she heal Giselle?" Sarah quickly explained to Matthew, "Even though I consumed the revert rune, I honestly don't know why." Hearing this, Shirosaki exploded in anger. "What? You actually consumed the rune?" Matthew spoke up on her behalf. "Bill told her to eat it to heal me. More importantly, what happened to Michael?" He replied quietly, "We don't know either. Then both of them must have gotten trapped inside Grimmery and died. The subspace created by the hunter has completely vanished, so that must be the case." Satoru refused to believe it and cried out in denial, "No way. Haruto-senpai isn't dead." Shirosaki, feeling conflicted, muttered hesitantly, "If only we had the rune." Matthew thought it over for a moment before speaking up. "Can you defeat that corrupted space tree and the bastard born solely from that rune?" Turner declared confidently. "On Earth, he's weaker than me." After a brief pause, Matthew brought out the rune and said, "The rune is now complete." The moment they laid eyes on it, both Turner and Shirosaki were stunned. Matthew looked at him seriously and asked, "You know why I'm handing this over to you, right?" Turner picked up the rune and replied with absolute sincerity, "Of course. We're going to protect both this dimension and Earth." With that, he popped it into his mouth and crushed the rune with his teeth. Turner immediately grimaced as his body began to react violently to it. The system quickly chimed in with a notification. The symbiotic cauldron can now overwrite mana, expanding it from 10 layers to 20 layers. Highly satisfied, he thought to himself, "Incredible. Just one rune has doubled my curse power. With this, I can easily blow both Michael and Grimmery to pieces." "Master!" Shirosaki gasped next, panicking. "What? The dark mana in his body is—" Seeing this, Shirosaki collapsed to the ground, writhing in pain. Matthew hurriedly asked, "Is he a wielder of dark energy?" Shirosaki shot back, straining. "We call it mana," Matthew said, slightly taken aback. "But runes possess the spatial attribute. They naturally repel dark energy. This is bad. At this rate, he'll lose both the rune and his dark energy." As the words left his mouth, Shirosaki let out an agonizing scream as the pain surged through him. The next second, Alice yelled out to Sarah for help. "Sarah, hurry!" She rushed over, replying, "On it!" Sarah quickly channeled her magic to aid him. Fortunately, Shirosaki managed to spit the rune out. This left Matthew utterly amazed, thinking to himself, "She actually managed to restore a rune that had already been absorbed." At the same time, he was also thinking that learning dark mana seemed to have backfired on me. Even Taylor found it confusing, whispering to himself, "Can Master Shirasaki not absorb the rune?" After a moment, Shirasaki clenched his fists and said, "What I hate the most is the thought of the ship falling into Michael's hands. If I use the power of this rune and secure the ship..." Hearing this, Nathan glared at him with an annoyed look for a moment, and then he spoke up. "Will that really bring about anything good?" These words left Turner looking worried. It was Akuchi's turn to try the rune. He went to put the medicine into his mouth. But just as it reached his lips, Akuchi suddenly stopped and said, "Hey, Captain." Matthew turned to look back at him, feeling both shocked and confused. Next, Akuchi asked, "Can this rune cure mana addiction?" Looking confused, he asked back, "Mana addiction? If you mean the side effects non-warriors suffer when they absorb mana, then of course it can cure that. It can strengthen anyone's body enough to turn them into a warrior." Hearing that, Satoru's eyes lit up. "Huh? Become a warrior? You mean they can awaken as hunters? That's amazing, Akuchi." Harboring doubts, he thought to himself, "No way. With this, I can cure my little brother. Not only cure him, but I can even turn him into a hunter." With that, he asked, "Can you make more of these?" Matthew replied seriously, "No, I cannot make any more." Akuchi frowned in annoyance and asked why. Matthew began to explain, "Because it would be extremely dangerous if Michael got a hold of it, and the blessing of the spatial tree has already vanished." Akuchi gritted his teeth in anger and cursed, "Damn you, Michael." He slipped it into the small pouch at his waist and thought, "Then I can't consume this. I have to give it to my little brother." This action left Matthew too baffled for words. Just then, Nathan called out, "You're Turner, right?" He immediately turned around. Next, Nathan got straight to the point. "If you were to get the ship, would anything good actually come of it?" He replied without hesitation, "I'd be able to store an infinite number of curses, doubled by the rune." Skeptical, Nathan asked, "Is that really possible?" Turner confirmed once more, "Yes, I'm the only one who can use the ship that way, but Michael already took it, didn't he?" He replied, "That's right. But I'm not the only one cursed by the ship." Turner couldn't believe his ears and gasped, "What?" Matthew asked directly, "Do you mean Giselle is too?" Nathan didn't hide anything. "Yes, that's exactly what I'm worried about. That might be why he hasn't recovered yet. Turner, take this child's ship." The scene shifts to England in the present day. The spatial tree was growing furious. Seeing its wrath, Timothy looked terrified and said, "Damn it, it's absolutely massive." Jerome gritted his teeth. "How are we supposed to defeat something that big?" Just as he finished speaking, the spatial tree roared in a frenzy. It unleashed its first attack, and a deafening explosion shattered the air as debris flew everywhere. Screams of panic rang out as people were struck by flying rocks. Sky blocked the debris with his shield and said, "Even if we gather every single hunter we have, we can't defeat this thing." Over by Count Cooper's side, they quickly cast a protective magic barrier. Next, Kelly asked Count Cooper, "Is there anything we can do in this situation?" He turned his head and replied, "We must wait for the Japanese hunters." She spoke with panic in her voice. "But our lives are on the line here," Count Cooper reassured her. "Don't worry. We still have the sacrifices to buy us some time." A moment later, fighter jets appeared in the sky, firing missiles right at the head of the spatial tree. Spotting the missiles, it roared in a frenzy. The spatial tree quickly used its magic to redirect the missiles, but flames were still rushing straight toward its gaping mouth. On top of that, another missile was speeding forward at a terrifying velocity. Upon impact, a blinding flash of light erupted, completely obscuring Kelly's vision, and Count Cooper suffered the exact same fate. In the blink of an eye, a deafening explosion shook the earth, and a massive pillar of fire, as tall as a mountain, erupted right before their eyes. Flames rapidly engulfed a corner of the city, sending smoke, dust, and sparks drifting into the distance. In an instant, Count Cooper and his group could see nothing but a sea of fire. Kelly was completely traumatized by the sight. She screamed, "We should never have interfered." Despite taking such a heavy blow, the spatial tree was completely unharmed. It wasted no time counterattacking the fighter jets. Before long, the first jet was set ablaze by the spatial tree, which immediately turned its wrath on the second one. Just like the first, it was shot down and burst into flames. Kelly frantically said to Count Cooper, "I'm calling the International Hunter Association for backup right now." But no sooner had she finished her sentence than she froze, utterly stunned by the sight unfolding right before her eyes. A massive spatial portal suddenly opened in the sky. It kept expanding, leaving everyone who saw it completely speechless. Suddenly, a torrent of mana poured down directly onto the spatial tree. The energy enveloping its body was none other than hellfire. As its body burned with agonizing pain, the monster let out a deafening shriek. Next, Nana surged out of the portal, heading straight for the spatial tree, with Sano leaping down right behind her. Catching sight of him, Nanas called out, So it really can be knocked into the air. I took the chance to blast it with hellfire, but how on earth are we supposed to land? Sano reassured them. Don't worry about that. Right after, the system issued an announcement. Con +5 used giant spider silk. The others followed Sano right after, but falling from such a height had some of them screaming in terror. Meanwhile, Lucas asked Henry, "Why are we up so high?" He explained, "I can't choose the landing altitude when I teleport." "This is insane," Lucas added. "No hunter could ever survive a fall from this height," Henry advised. "Brace yourself." Followed by a system notification. Con +5 deployed the giant spider silk. The silk shot out rapidly, latching onto a nearby stone pillar as the threads automatically began to weave themselves together. They formed a massive web, allowing Sano's group to land safely. Spotting the spider silk, Henry was left utterly baffled and amazed. Once safe, Iga said in relief, "Man, I was totally prepared to get a few scrapes and bruises." "But we're totally fine," Edward replied, sounding surprised. "But this sticky gunk on me is absolutely revolting. What even is this?" Meanwhile, Lucas knelt down to inspect the spider silk, thinking to himself, "Catching all of us at once like this. This doesn't look like a normal skill." Overwhelmed with curiosity, he picked it up and wondered, "This kind of spider silk? No way. Can he actually learn monster skills?" If that's true, if Hunter Sano defeats Grimari and absorbs his rank, and if he continues to absorb even higher-ranking beings, then the laws of the dimensions will collapse. He'll become a transcendent, being capable of manipulating reality itself. The spatial tree was still engulfed in flames. Seeing this, Sano hesitated. He said to Nanis, "Just as I thought. Even hellfire isn't working," she urgently replied. "It's just too massive." Sano then made a suggestion. "Can you draw Remari's attention?" Nanis turned and asked, "What are you planning to do?" Sano replied, "I'm going to destroy the world tree's core in the goblin dimension he's connected to." She questioned, "Do you really think he'll give us that chance?" Sano replied with a serious look, "As long as you can hold him off, it'll work." Henry suddenly called out, "Hunter Sano!" Confused, Sano turned back to look at him. He lowered his voice and said to Sano, "That power, is it the strength granted only to transcendent beings?" Sano was completely taken aback that Henry knew about this. "Yes, but how do you know?" Henry didn't answer right away. Instead, he thought, "I knew it. This is bad. Our homeland might be in grave danger." Seeing that Henry remained silent, Sano spoke up. "Sorry to interrupt, but let's cooperate for now." Henry asked in surprise. "Cooperate? Attacks aren't even doing anything." Sano firmly declared, "It'll be fine. I'll take down Grimari." Scene change. Lucas rushed to find his father, crying out, "Father, Count Cooper." With a tense look, the Count turned to face him and asked, "Hunter Sano is with you, isn't he, Lucas?" Furious, Lucas confronted his father. "Why did you go this far? What did you hear from Miso?" Count Cooper was silent for a moment before replying, "The transcendent beings, those who cursed you to gain power that rivals theirs." Scene change. Nanis pressed her advantage, unleashing another strike, before shouting to Hunter Sano, "You've only got one shot at this." Henry and his men also joined the fray, calling out, "This is our limit." Sano confidently assured them, "That's more than enough." As the opportunity arose, Nanis yelled, "Now!" Sano immediately dashed forward at breakneck speed. Sensing someone approaching, the spatial tree was slightly startled and whipped its tentacles toward him. They were incredibly fast, quickly catching up to Sano. Seeing this, Henry roared, "Where do you think you're going?" With that, he surged his mana, chasing after the spatial tree. Before the tentacles could reach Sano, they were sliced clean off. The spatial tree shrieked in agony as Henry spat. "How dare a mere goblin?" It then turned its fury toward Henry's group. Facing the incoming attack, Henry remained dead calm. A second later, a massive explosion erupted, showering the area with rock and debris. Sano watched, filled with worry for them. He thought, "Are they okay?" Meanwhile, Henry's squad managed to evade the blow. Henry ordered, "We've done our part. Everyone, fall back," Lucky replied. "Understood." Sano bolted toward the spatial tree. He thought, "All right, just a little further." Gritting his teeth, he pushed himself to the absolute limit. Just one more yard, and he would finally reach his target. Right at that moment, someone unleashed a witchblade attack on the spatial tree. Sano noticed it and glanced over, quickly dodging to the side to avoid getting caught in the blast. The slash carried devastating power, like a localized earthquake, splitting the giant tree's body in two in a matter of seconds. Severely wounded, the giant tree shrieked in absolute madness, its blood-curdling screams tearing through the air. The blue sky cleared up, and the one who delivered this powerful attack was none other than Nanis. Finishing her move, she whispered, Now. It's up to you, Sano. Quickly jumping back into the fray, he used the moment the beast was injured to pinpoint its weakness. But right then, the dimensional tree suddenly lifted off the ground. It moved incredibly fast, making it impossible for Sano to keep up. He gritted his teeth in frustration, immediately calling on his system to use Control V. Activating Shadow Step, the system instantly granted Sano permission to use the shadow-based skill. Without wasting a single second, he leaped high into the air, heading straight toward the mouth of the dimensional tree. It opened its mouth wide, preparing to strike. As its massive maw loomed, ready to swallow Sano, the tree thought to itself, "Is he aiming for my pocket dimension? Fine. How could a mere human like you possibly survive my fangs? I don't think so." It snapped its mouth shut, but the moment the dimensional tree opened its maw once more, Sano plunged straight inside. This reckless move left Earl Cooper completely baffled. "Hunter Sano, why is he being so reckless?" Lucas quickly interjected. "Father, have you forgotten?" His son's reminder made Earl Cooper suddenly realize something. At the same time, Sano was still diving deep. Seeing his plan go smoothly, a faint smile played on his lips. Sano then prompted his system, gaining approval to Control 5, the Angelus Rapier. System notifications began flashing rapidly in front of him. With the skill fully activated, Sano launched his assault. He yelled out to the dimensional tree with absolute confidence. "Can your body handle a holy sword? Let's see who breaks first in a match of pure endurance." The tree arrogantly retorted. "A holy sword? Wait, how do you have so many?" An endless torrent of Sano's swords rained down directly onto the dimensional tree. A massive surge of mana erupted along with them. Seeing this mind-blowing spectacle, everyone was left utterly speechless. Demort stammered in disbelief. Are all of those holy swords?" Enoch quickly shouted back. "That's impossible. How could a Japanese hunter possess Britain's national treasure in such an absurd amount?" Following the devastating clash, a major section of the trunk was cleanly severed. While the roots still clung to the ground, that giant mouth had completely vanished. Seizing the opportunity, a fighter jet quickly zoomed in. Moments later, the pilot's voice came through the radio. "Target is non-responsive. Mission accomplished. We're heading back." Hearing this, everyone erupted in cheers. Henry smiled warmly and said, "Miso was right. A single strike from the holy sword was enough to neutralize it." Nanas immediately chimed in. "It wasn't just one strike. Only Hunter Sano could have pulled this off." Her words left him utterly speechless. A moment later, Henry smiled softly to himself. True. Wielding hundreds of holy swords like that. No one else on Earth could ever pull it off. I just hope this power can save the Elven realm. A few minutes later, Kelly turned to Earl Cooper. "To let a lone hunter break this desperate deadlock, is this what you've been waiting for?" He hesitated before replying, "Well, that's part of it. But what I'm truly waiting for is something else entirely." With those words, Earl Cooper walked away, leaving her utterly confused. Lucas called out in shock, "Father!" as he watched him head straight toward the dimensional tree. Earl Cooper muttered to himself, "What I want is transcendence. The power of absolute transcendence." Meanwhile, monsters were closing in. Seeing them, Clement broke into a cold sweat of pure terror. "These things. Can we really face creatures like this?" Curtis glanced at him and replied, "It looks like some special human warriors are on their way to help us. But there are just too many of them." Just then, Matthew walked past and scolded, "Stop complaining." The moment those souls were corrupted by Gramarye, we knew our doom was near. The humans arrived exactly as the prophet foretold. Now, our only choice is to bet everything on them. He turned back to glare at the monster, whispering to himself, "And they even carry the curse of Giselle." As he pondered, Taylor marched forward aggressively. Nathan called out to her, "Giselle, you don't have to fight." She shook her head. "No, father, she is the reason my power has surged. At the very least, I can still fire an arrow of light." Giselle unleashed her power right before his eyes. A split second later, the monsters began charging directly at them. She braced herself, shouting, "They're here!" With that, Giselle unleashed her arrow straight at the approaching beast. The arrow pierced right through its body, causing the monster to howl in sheer agony. Beavis quickly bolted forward, shouting, "No way! The elves are actually holding their own." Running alongside him, Clement replied, "Then let's show them what we're made of." The monster let out a furious, deafening roar after being struck. Instantly, Clement turned on his heel to run, crying out, "It's way too big." Satoru gripped his sword tightly, trying to reassure them. "Don't panic, it's just big." With a powerful kick, he propelled himself high into the air. Satoru aimed straight for the beast's head. With a single, decisive slash, he cleanly split the monster in half. Slashed by the sword, the monster let out a blood-curdling shriek. 1 second later, Its blood splattered everywhere, forcing Satoru to pinch his nose shut. Seeing its sharp spikes flying right at him, he quickly conjured a wall of ice to block the attack. Even so, the sheer force sent Satoru skidding backward. Caught off guard by the sudden strike, he couldn't help but feel a bit rattled. Shirosaki watched the scene in utter disbelief. He couldn't help but quietly admire the boy's growth, thinking, Satoru has gotten so much stronger. Just as he was lost in thought, Tanner shouted out to snap him out of it. Shirosaki, what the hell are you just standing there for? Wipe these pests out already. Seeing Tanner busy fighting, Shirosaki snapped back. I get it, stop nagging me. I haven't even used my runes yet. With that, he immediately got to work. In a flash, several monsters were completely obliterated. Watching this display of raw power, Nathan gasped in awe. Matthew couldn't help but praise him. Incredible. He wiped out that entire horde in the blink of an eye. His attack was so devastating it left a deep crater in the road. Looking back at the destruction, Shirosaki scoffed. Poof, even without my runes, this is a total walk in the park. Just moments later, the ground began to shake. Satoru cried out in panic. The dimensional tree. Is it moving on its own? The deafening roar of massive vines bursting through the earth echoed all around them. Thick, muscular branches thrashed wildly across the battlefield like giant, angry pythons. The dwarf soldiers gritted their teeth and gripped their weapons, staring in terror at the approaching vines. Against such monsters, they looked hopelessly fragile. As a massive vine slammed down, several unfortunate souls were instantly crushed. The vines kept thrashing, piercing straight through heavy armor and taking down more soldiers. Damn it! Someone cursed in desperation. Seeing the casualties pile up, Shirosaki barked, Everyone, get over here right now. Feeling the overwhelming power of the dimensional tree's branch, he gritted his teeth and thought, even without my spells, a weed like this is nothing. Shirosaki thrust his hand into the air, conjuring a massive glowing red barrier over the battlefield. With a fierce roar, he forced the barrier to expand, transforming it into a solid, giant shield that stretched over them. Finally, the brilliant red dome completely enveloped the group. One of the leaders quickly took charge, shouting, Move it! Everyone, get inside the barrier, quickly! At that exact moment, a colossal vine came crashing down onto the dome. A deafening explosion shook the earth, leaving everyone's ears ringing. What? Someone stammered in shock. Fortunately, the barrier held strong. Despite the relentless hammering of the vines, it didn't show a single scratch. Seeing this, a dwarf patted his chest and let out a sigh of relief. Whew, we're safe. But another soldier's eyes widened in horror at what was coming next. Oh no. No, this can't be happening. Looming over them was a branch several times larger than any they had faced so far. A dwarf cried out in sheer panic. That monster is at least 10 times bigger than the others. Someone muttered under their breath. Are we really going to survive this? Takechi turned to Shirosaki, his voice trembling. Can you hold it off? Shirosaki snapped back in irritation. If you're so damn worried, why don't you handle it yourself? You've got spell power boosting you now, don't you? But to put things into perspective, this incoming dimensional branch was easily larger than Shirosaki's entire barrier. Writhing like a colossal octopus tentacle, the massive branch slammed violently against the shield. Under the crushing, overwhelming force, the red shield began to splinter. Hearing the terrifying sound of the barrier cracking, Shirosaki gritted his teeth, holding back the internal damage. Damn it. How the hell can a mere human control the dimensional tree? With a loud shatter, the barrier burst open, and the towering branch loomed directly over him. But Shirosaki wasn't about to roll over. He let out a primal roar, channeling every drop of energy left in his body. Pouring every ounce of his soul into this final stand, he was determined to stop it. A violent wave of crimson energy erupted from him, forcefully blasting the dimensional branch backward. The branch whipped back down with another deafening boom. But as the thick dust finally settled, the barrier was miraculously intact. Everyone inside the red dome was still breathing, and the massive branch had temporarily retreated. But suddenly, a sickening cough broke the silence, followed by a violent spray of dark red blood. Shirosaki's knees buckled from sheer exhaustion. He slammed his hand onto the ground, desperately propping himself up to keep from collapsing completely. Overwhelmed with worry and fear, Satoru cried out, Master Shirosaki! Shirosaki immediately snapped back. Shut the hell up and quit whining. I'm not dead yet. Wiping the blood from his lips with the back of his hand, he muttered under his breath. But, if we take another hit like that, I won't be able to stop it. Right then, a calm voice echoed from behind them. Leave the rest to me. Hearing that voice, Shirosaki's face went pale. Meanwhile, Sano found himself trapped in a pitch-black dimension, frantically looking around for a way out. So this is that bastard's pocket dimension? He couldn't even tell left from right, or if up was actually up. Damn it. There's no time left. Suddenly, a low, menacing voice made Sano freeze. I must admit, I didn't expect you to dive straight into my pocket dimension like this. Spinning around toward the sound, he saw a dark silhouette with hair that glowed like a raging fire. The figure grinned with dark amusement. But honestly, you've saved me a whole lot of trouble by coming here. Is this the true form of the dark spirit, Grimoire? Sano thought. Steeling himself, he demanded, What the hell are you talking about? Without another word, Grimoire raised his hand and pointed a finger directly at Sano's chest, staring at the glowing golden energy swirling around Sano's heart. And with that, he burst into a wicked, booming laugh. Because the space tree in the elven dimension has withered away, but yours has only just begun to sprout, and it has the potential to interact with multiple dimensions, something I don't have. Hearing this, Sano was stunned and thought, Dimensional crossover? Grimoire sneered. Keeping those useless elves alive has finally paid off. I need their blessing for the space tree seed to sprout. Sano gritted his teeth in anger. So that seed was your goal from the very beginning. Grimoire corrected him. My goal? What goal? That seed was mine from the start. Miso stole it. With that, he flew into a rage, his crimson energy exploding. Give it back to me right now, Sano countered warily. Stop twisting the truth. He quickly calculated. He could summon the infinite holy sword. Assessing their strengths, he resolved, there is no way I'm losing to this thing. Immediately, Sano took action. Ctrl+V, pasting the holy sword. But right after, the system issued an alarm. Ctrl+C cannot copy the holy sword from other subdimensions inside this subdimension. This notification left him stunned in disbelief. What? Grimoire lunged right in front of him, kindly explaining. Simply because this is my subdimension. You can't do a damn thing here. With that, he swung his fist, sending Sano flying backward. Fortunately, this dark space didn't have any obstacles, so Sano only felt the pain of the blow without crashing into anything. Using the momentum, he spun and landed on the ground, thinking to himself, was storing the holy sword in a subdimension to move through the shadows a mistake? He needed something other than the holy sword to deal with him. That's it. Maybe he could use the item he had copied into his inventory. Putting thought into action, the system announced. Ctrl+V. A Calicia dragon longsword was pasted into this world. Immediately after, a sword appeared in Sano's hand. He was secretly thrilled. Yes, it worked. Grimoire's face filled with contempt. That's enough of your pathetic resistance. No weapon has any effect in this space. The dragon sword in Sano's hand erupted in flames, and he gritted his teeth, saying, We'll see about that. He gripped the hilt tightly, feeling a wave of anxiety. If this doesn't work, there won't be any way left to defeat him. Grimoire didn't give him any time to think. He immediately lunged forward. Sano roared, swinging the blazing dragon sword in his hand. The powerful sword slashed across, splitting Grimoire's body in half right before his eyes. Although the strike succeeded, he remained on high alert, refusing to let his guard down as he asked, How's that? Before he knew it, Grimoire had appeared right behind Sano. His sharp, clawed hand pierced Sano's abdomen, causing internal injuries and making him cough up a mouthful of blood. He sneered, Fool. He laughed mockingly. You tried to attack me, someone with no physical form. Surprisingly, Sano replied, My goal wasn't to attack you. Grimoire was baffled. What? At the same time, the system sent a notification to Sano. Player's HP has dropped to 25%. Frenzy mode activated. Instantly, Sano felt a sudden surge of energy, as if injected with adrenaline. The sword in his hand grew even stronger as energy flared, the bright flames illuminating the dark space. He swung his sword, the flames grazing past Grimoire. Grimoire was slightly shocked by the massive energy in that strike, but even more surprised that the attack only grazed him. Seeing Sano make such a rookie mistake by missing, he laughed. You've completely missed your last desperate attempt. However, Sano calmly asked back. Really? Unsure where Sano got such confidence, Grimoire frowned slightly and immediately turned his head to look behind him. Where the energy had just exploded, a tiny crack had appeared, allowing a faint glimmer of outside light to filter in. Grimoire was only slightly taken aback. A crack in the subdimension? Are you trying to escape? At the same time, Sano tried again but failed. Ctrl+C cannot copy the holy sword from other subdimensions into this subdimension. The glaring red system error made his heart sink. Damn it, is it still not working? Realizing his intention, Grimoire laughed out loud without holding back. You wasted a precious opening just for a holy sword. His expression turned grim as he delivered a deadly declaration. Blame your own stupidity. Right after, his energy surged out like a torrent. In the blink of an eye, Grimoire grabbed Sano by the collar. A rustling sound echoed as countless branches sprouted from his hand, rapidly growing and crawling all over Sano's body. Within moments, A cocoon made of vines completely enveloped Sano. The cocoon twitched like a beating heart, seemingly draining his energy. Grimery smiled triumphantly. "Stay in there and slowly let me drain you dry." However, before long, his expression changed. At the same time, on the elven battlefield outside, Connor fiercely held his axe, preparing to attack something. He was constantly using his curse, Ctrl+S, to save 20 times the mana for Titan X3. The system window popped up. Ctrl+Shift+S to add the Shift key and store the mana, causing countless notifications to appear. 21 times, 22 times, 23 times, 24 times, 25 times, 26 times, 27 times. It's like he's charging up. His power just keeps rising. Shirasaki's jaw dropped in shock as he thought, "Is that infinite mana charging? Turner's curse?" Satoru's eyes widened. Oh my god, how much is he planning to store up? With that much energy, it wouldn't even be surprising if he split the earth in half. The energy swirling around Turner was now incredibly intense, yet he still hadn't brought his axe down. The invisible pressure from the energy was making his nose bleed, but he gritted his teeth and held on. The system warned, Ctrl+Shift+S has saved 120 stacks of mana. Storing any more could put the user in extreme danger. But despite the risk, and despite the ground beneath him sinking as the energy corroded it, he still didn't strike. Nathan stood dazed. "Is that the power of runic symbols?" Standing beside him, Matthew explained, "That's not just the power of magic runes." He looked at Turner and concluded, "That's the result of his training." Gripping the handle of his axe, Turner told himself, "At this level, I should be fine." With that, he lunged forward, fiercely shouting, "Take this!" Leaping high from the crater, shattering the ground beneath him, he raised his axe, overflowing with massive energy, and swung it down with all his might, targeting the space tree. A burst of pink energy erupted, tearing straight through the massive trunk of the space tree. A deafening explosion echoed, and billowing dust blocked everyone's view, but the sharp-eyed Satoru could still see the outcome. He actually chopped down the space tree, Takeuchi thought in disbelief. No way. That's far beyond human limits. Is the power of runes really that insane? He looked at the pill in his hand. If I take this, maybe I can resist the temptation of power too. Then, cursing himself, he thought, "Damn it. What am I even thinking? This belongs to my brother. My time will come." The moment the space tree was shattered by Turner's strike, Grimoire, inside his subdimension, felt a sudden jolt. "What?" Flying into a rage, he screamed, "What? The space tree of the elven dimension has been cut down. Who the hell did this?" Just then, a sharp cracking sound made him whip his head around in surprise. The tiny crack from before had begun to widen, and a split second later, Grimoire's dark subdimension shattered completely. Stunned, he was left speechless. My subdimension. When it rains, it pours. Sensing that something was wrong with the cocoon, Grimoire looked back warily. With the space shattered, the system's restrictions were gone. Ctrl+V, pasting 10,000 swords. With a rustling sound, sharp blades pierced through the plant cocoon, and the vine casing was instantly shredded by the 10,000 swords. A dazzling divine light illuminated the shattered darkness. Grimoire stared in disbelief, still unable to figure out how to counter this. Sano emerged holding a small sword, looking rather exhausted after his narrow escape. Grimoire recognized it instantly. It was the divine sword that Miso had descended to Earth to find. But a mere sword like that won't even scratch me. With a serious look, Sano's battle spirit flared. Miso didn't come to Earth just for a divine sword. With my curse, a divine sword is more than enough for you. The system announced, Ctrl+V, pasting infinite mana into the divine sword. As energy from all directions rushed into the sword, Grimoire's face turned pale. That terrifying divine sword. Wasting no time, Sano swung his blade. "Give me back my own space. And get lost." With that, he slashed at Grimoire, sending a torrent of energy surging toward him. Despite his usual arrogance in this domain, Grimoire couldn't dodge Sano's strike this time. The moment he took the hit, only one thought crossed his mind. This is bad. The slash cleaved Grimoire in two, his body glowing as if being purified by the holy blade. But a moment later, his body pieced itself back together. Even a divine sword can't touch me. I am a formless entity. Before he could finish, Sano's divine sword shot a beam of light straight through his head, followed by countless more piercing his body. Sano roared in anger. "I will erase you along with your very soul." Beams of divine sword energy followed, turning Grimoire's body into a sieve. With too many illuminated spots on his body, he could barely regenerate. Finally, screaming in pain and denial, the holy energy flared blindingly, shredding Grimoire's body, leaving behind only his resentful voice and a red crystal. No way. Defeated by a mere divine sword, The red crystal clattered to the ground. Sano reached down and picked it up. Curious, he wondered. So this is the space tree core from the elven dimension that he absorbed? Right after, he executed a copy. Ctrl+C. Copy the space tree core. From the elven dimension, with every action he took, the system kept prompting Ctrl+V, copying and pasting it right into Gressel's source code. The connection between the elven dimension's source and the user has been fully established. Now, movement and interference have become possible. Right after that, tiny branches sprouted from the ground, gently wrapping around Sano's wounded body. The system announced that the player's wounds would automatically heal under Gressel's protection. As the branches softly brushed against the deep claw marks left by Remori's hand, the wounds quickly closed up. He was slightly surprised. Amazing. It's like having a personal healer right by my side. Once his body was completely healed, Sano went back to analyzing the interference in the elven dimension. Does this mean I can travel back and forth to other subspaces or dimensions without needing a key? He looked around and muttered to himself. So, this is what he meant. All I have to do is secure the core element of that dimension. With that thought, Sano immediately turned on his heel. First, he would head over to Wiko to get the rune stone. But suddenly, a system panel popped up, making him freeze in his tracks for a few seconds. 3 notifications popped up one after another. Ctrl+C, Remori's subspace detected. Auto-copying. Ctrl+V, pasting Remori's subspace into the existing subspace. Ctrl+V successful. The subspace has been expanded to its full capacity. Excitement surged through Sano as he made up his mind. Alright, now all that's left is to get that rune stone. Meanwhile, a figure clad in a red cloak was darting through that very space. It was Count Cooper. He calculated. Miso said I took a piece of Remori's subspace with me, which ended up causing 15-dimensional rifts. After running through the darkness for what felt like forever, he finally spotted a small rift. He eagerly made his way toward it, rejoicing inwardly. This is it. But suddenly, a deafening rumble from within the space startled Cooper. Right before his eyes, a system notification flashed. The 2 incomplete subspaces have been fully integrated. Cooper gasped in disbelief. No way. Did Hunter Sano actually defeat Grimari and take the subspace? Seeing the rift in front of him slowly closing, Cooper frantically bolted toward the narrowing gap. At this rate, I'll be trapped in this dimension forever. To force open a path, he raised his hand holding his magic staff. Whoosh! Without hesitation, Cooper hurled the staff straight into the rift. The staff wedged itself into the closing rift, interrupting the space's self-healing process. Crackling energy sparked violently, and Cooper dashed forward, desperate to find a way out. His desperate move forced the rift open just wide enough for a person to squeeze through, and a gust of wind blew in from the other side. Cooper rejoiced. Yes. In a flash, he threw himself through the crack just before it sealed shut. Fortunately, he landed safely on the other side. Cooper let out a heavy sigh of relief and turned around. The rift had completely closed. I actually made it. Looking around with delight, he thought. Finally, I've reached the elven dimension. Right in front of him stood a colossal tree, its massive canopy blotting out the sky. Cooper rubbed his eyes, thinking he was seeing things. Is that the world tree? And it's completely intact? The elven dimension was supposed to be corrupted by Grimari. He looked around in a panic. Wait, isn't this the elf dimension? Then where on earth is this place? Suddenly, a rustling sound came from behind, and Cooper spun around, on high alert. A pair of massive antlers brushed past the canopy, and a stag's head, attached to a muscular body twice his size, stepped out from behind the foliage. Terror gripped Cooper's heart. This is a beastman monster. Back at the elven battlefield, everyone was gathered around the severed world tree. Satoru didn't dare celebrate too early. He asked hesitantly, We chopped down the world tree, but why hasn't anything happened? Understanding his anxiety, Shirasaki replied calmly, Just wait and see. Before they could even let out a sigh of relief, Ares gasped. Huh? The crackling sound of lightning echoed through the air. A dimensional portal materialized, and as it swung open, Sano stepped through. Someone cheered joyfully. Haruto-senpai. Satoru rushed over and hugged him tightly. You're really safe. Are you okay? Realizing his sudden tackle might have hurt Sano's wounds, Satoru immediately let go. Oh, did that hurt? I'm so sorry. Sano pulled back his shirt to show the fully healed skin, whispering softly, Don't worry, I'm fine. Shirasaki walked up and asked, Did you take care of Grimari? Sano gave a silent nod. For a brief second, Shirasaki felt a spark of admiration for Hunter Sano, who had pulled off such a feat without even using a rune. But his admiration vanished instantly when Sano said, Hand over a gem. In that moment, His respect turned into pure annoyance. "You little bastard." Sano, oblivious to Shirasaki's frustration, turned to look behind him. His eyes fell upon the world tree, split cleanly down the middle, with smoke and dust still lingering in the air. Sano looked at the man who did it. The world tree. Hunter Turner. "Did you chop it down?" Turner was caught off guard by his name being called. "Yeah. Was that a mistake?" Sano replied. "No, thanks to you, I was able to defeat Remory." Hearing this, Turner smiled and nodded. Just then, Takashi, still in his stone armor form, walked over and asked, "By the way, did you see Michael, Sano?" Sano looked over, and the older man nodded slightly. "Yes," Sano replied. "I witnessed his final moments, but I couldn't confirm the body. 30 minutes ago, in a certain place, someone was slashing through the spatial branches. With decisive sword strikes, the rampaging branches were quickly taken care of. He stood alone against all the spatial branches. The soft hum of his swinging sword echoed, and he was none other than Michael, the very man Takuchi was looking for." Just then, in the sky, glowing red streams of magic began to gather, gradually condensing into a massive energy sphere right above where Michael stood. It was like an invisible abyss, frantically sucking in everything around it. The ground shook violently, and everything in sight was swept away by the raging vortex. His eyes widened in absolute terror. In that split second, he realized something deeply terrifying: the subspace was collapsing. Michael stood frozen, unable to believe his eyes. Terror welled up in his chest. No, Grimoni's subspace was disappearing. He immediately spun around and fled the area, with only one thought remaining in his head. Sano must have defeated Grimoni. I have to get out of here right now, or I'll be trapped here forever. Just then, a blinding red beam of light shot down from the sky, landing right next to Michael. Staring at the sight before him, he was so stunned he forgot to breathe. It was a multi-dimensional rift. Meanwhile, in another place, Sano clenched his teeth, biting down hard. The object in his mouth instantly shattered, breaking into countless tiny fragments. Satoru asked curiously, "Well, do you feel anything?" Sano turned to him, his face stiff as he replied, "Nothing's changed." "Did you really do it right?" Bio asked angrily, clenching his fist. "Are you doubting our leader's power?" Flustered, Sano quickly explained, "No, it's just, I didn't feel any effect at all." Just then, a sudden burst of delighted laughter rang out. Sano whipped around toward the sound in anger, gritting his teeth. "What's so funny, Shirasaki?" Shirasaki pointed right at Sano's face and sneered. "I was annoyed that it didn't work on me, but knowing it didn't work on you either makes me feel a whole lot better." Turner immediately countered, No, I definitely felt an effect." Sano narrowed his eyes and questioned him. "Is that the effect of the change?" Turner looked flustered, dodging Sano's gaze as he hesitated. "Well, just try." Taking a deep breath, his voice softened, trying to ease the tense atmosphere. "Don't worry too much. Even with the shift key, there wasn't anything I could do. There probably aren't any other shift users left anyway." Hearing those words, Nathan glanced over at Matthew. His eyes darkened, his face showing a mix of complex thoughts. After a moment of silence, Nathan finally spoke. His low voice made the person beside him jump and turn around. "You haven't told them that you've been cursed again?" Nathan coldly continued. "Maybe you have your own reasons, but that's none of our business." His voice rang out again. "Shouldn't we hand it over to the ones who protected this place?" After a brief silence, Matthew gave a brief reply. His voice was unusually calm, making Nathan look back at him in surprise. "Not yet." Matthew's gaze turned resolute. "The wizard's prophecy hasn't ended yet." On the other side, Takashi slowly approached Sano and suggested softly, "We should head back to Earth soon, shouldn't we?" Hearing this, Sano suddenly remembered something. "Ah, Master Takashi." Sano's next question left him slightly taken aback. Staring straight at the older man, Sano asked, "How exactly does the talisman symbol work?" Takuchi immediately spun around and walked away, saying, "I don't know." He immediately rushed over to Matthew, his voice dripping with frustration and anger. "See? It doesn't work. You're just dumping useless trash on us, making us work like dogs." Suddenly, a sharp pain shot up Sano's spine, making him freeze mid-sentence, his entire body stiffening. Absolute shock was written all over his face. In an instant, the system chimed with a series of alerts. Control C. Uncopyable energy has been absorbed into the host's body. Control V. Mysterious energy has merged with the host. Initiating Emergency Control 5 paste operation to protect the host body. Executing reboot and reconfiguration. Unable to bear the pain, Sano clutched his chest and collapsed to the ground. "Damn it." Satoru panicked, his voice filled with worry. "Haruto-senpai, are you okay?" But the cold, emotionless voice of the system continued. "Control 5, to delete all existing user data. Soon, his body began to blur. His body slowly dissolved, as if every piece of his existence was being torn from reality, then gradually vanished into thin air. Senpai. Satoru panicked and cried out, "Haruto-senpai." Everyone present widened their eyes in terror, unable to believe what was happening right before them. Aries and Sarah shared the same expression, their faces frozen in shock. Nathan and Matthew stood frozen in place, their eyes wide with complete disbelief. At this moment, the system continued to display information. Control-V paste. The body has been reconstructed in the subspace to ensure safety. In another dimension, amidst the pitch-black darkness, a red speck of light suddenly flashed for just a brief moment. That halo of light rapidly expanded, with a few blue specks flickering inside like moving energy pathways. In an instant, Sano's figure suddenly materialized in the middle of the dark void. Then, before his eyes, the system screen suddenly flashed countless lines of text. Control-V. Mysterious energy has merged with Control-C and Control-V. Control-C level upgraded. Control-C level 10. Control-V level upgraded. Control-C level 10. Control-V. The paste function has been upgraded. Advanced features are now available. Sano's eyes locked onto the screen in front of him, an indescribable shock surging within his heart. Advanced? No way. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately drew his weapon, a speculative look flashing in his eyes. So, does this mean I can keep training to become even stronger? As soon as the system's voice faded, beams of brilliant golden light suddenly flared up, enveloping the greatsword in Sano's hand. Control-V. Paste and advance the Kalisa Dragon Greatsword. Very soon after, it continued to notify. Control-V. Paste one Kalisa Dragon Greatsword to upgrade it to level 1, increasing power from 200 to 400. Unique Skill 1. Absorption level 2 has increased. Unique Skill 2. Frenzy level 2 has increased. His face was filled with excitement as a thought crossed his mind. No way. Is this the power of runes? A moment later, the system flashed a new report. Control-V. Paste and advance the Kalisa Dragon Greatsword. As its subsequent notifications finished, the spiritual energy around the Kalisa Dragon Greatsword surged even more violently as waves of brilliant golden light rolled outward, illuminating a corner of the dark space. Control-V. Further enhancement through pasting is impossible. Further enhancement requires absorbed mysterious energy. Control-V. Paste one Kalisa Dragon Sword to enhance. Result. Power increased from 1,800 to 2,200. Unique Skill 1. Absorption level 11 has increased. Unique Skill 2. Frenzy level 11 has increased. Suddenly, Sano had a bold idea. Wait. What if I can copy and paste my entire body? The system immediately flashed a bright red warning. Control-V. Cannot increase body size. His face fell, his excitement from earlier vanishing completely as he muttered in frustration. Damn it. I really thought that would work. Suddenly, Sano paused as if he had just realized something. No, it says at this time, which means it's definitely possible in the future. Perhaps if I absorb more talismans. Meanwhile, Takashi was extremely anxious. He gnashed his teeth, his face twisted with anger. Damn it. Where did he go? Did they break something during the fight against Gremory? Takuchi angrily punched the wall behind him. We can't return to Earth without him. He was incredibly worried. If this keeps up, I won't be able to deliver the talisman to my little brother. At that exact moment, a familiar voice suddenly spoke up, making Takechi whip around in surprise. I'm right here. Immediately after, a hand suddenly reached out from the dimensional portal. In an instant, Sano's figure emerged. Carrying his sword over his shoulder, he casually stepped out as if nothing had happened. Satoru was moved to tears, crying out happily, "Haruto-senpai," Shirasaki hastily asked. Did something happen? Sano explained. I was forcibly teleported into the subspace. The corners of his lips curled up slightly as a thought crossed his mind. I can't tell them everything. But his gaze lingered on the sword in Sano's hand. That greatsword looks completely different. Sano casually replied, It seems to be the power of a weapon-enhancing crest. Shirasaki gritted his teeth in disbelief, his voice filled with shock. What? Have you awakened the power of talismans too? Sano didn't say anything else, only calmly speaking. Anyway, let's head back to Earth. He frowned, his voice laced with annoyance. Don't change the subject, Sano teased. It's quite pitiful that you're the only one unaffected by the gem's effects. These words made the anger inside Shirasaki flare up, and he yelled furiously, Shut up! Meanwhile, Michael stood silently amidst the thick, lingering smoke and dust. Suddenly, he muttered, For real? Michael's eyes locked onto the figures standing in front of him. He stood frozen, his entire body tense and on high alert. Fuhua gasped in shock, thinking to herself, Why did Michael appear from the subspace? The young man behind her quickly gripped his sword and rushed forward. Don't leave him any openings. The man beside him didn't hesitate for a second, immediately unleashing his magic to attack. In an instant, the raging torrent of magic surged toward him like a tempest, leaving him absolutely no room to dodge. The moment the magic collided with Michael, a violent explosion tore through the air. Magical energy erupted wildly as fierce flames swallowed the void, plunging the entire area into a roaring sea of fire. Witnessing the scene, the man gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it, what the hell is that? Right there, in front of Michael, a deep purple vortex spun violently. In the blink of an eye, it completely swallowed the entire attack. He narrowed his eyes, his face dripping with pure malice and devoid of any mercy. Every single person ahead of him was locked firmly in Michael's sights. Suddenly, a deafening blast shattered the silence. In an instant, a man's left chest was pierced clean through. He shrieked in agony and collapsed to the ground, his hands desperately clutching his heavily bleeding wound. One explosion went off after another. The relentless barrage was so overwhelming that they had absolutely no chance to strike back. Seeing this, Fugu lunged forward and shouted, "Everyone, get back!" He swiftly drew a shield, his movements so blindingly fast they were almost a blur. A split second later, the relentless onslaught was instantly brought to a halt. At the sight of this, his teammates behind him couldn't help but cheer in relief. Fugu quickly barked orders to Jimin, his voice resolute. "Call for reinforcements from every guild right now," he emphasized. "Tell them that Michael is here." A magic sphere rapidly materialized in Michael's hand, expanding by the second as raw energy surged wildly inside it. The sphere relentlessly pressed down against Fugu's protective shield. Gripping his shield tightly, a wave of anxiety washed over him. "It's too massive. I can't stop this." Realizing the extreme danger, Fugu whipped around in terror, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Everyone, get out of the warehouse now!" Hearing this, they bolted toward the main exit. Meanwhile, he strained every muscle to hold back the colossal, swirling torrent of magic. Pushed far past its limit, the shield in Fugu's hands suddenly began to fracture, spiderweb-like cracks spreading rapidly across its surface. Even as fresh blood coughed up from the corner of his mouth, he stood his ground, pouring every ounce of his strength into holding the line. Michael smirked mockingly at the sight. "Do you honestly think a simple giant shield can stop this?" At that moment, a system notification rang out. The key combination Control, Shift, and X will completely delete the target. He raised an eyebrow, his tone growing even more amused. "Perfect timing. I've been wanting to test something out anyway." A bead of cold sweat slowly rolled down Fugu's face. His eyes were bloodshot and filled with pure terror. In that instant, Michael channeled even more power into his magic sphere, a mad gleam in his eyes. The sphere spun furiously, unleashing a devastating force that relentlessly slammed into the shield. In an instant, the sphere detonated, unleashing a storm of rogue magic. The shield shattered into a million pieces right before Fugu's horrified eyes. A second later, the sheer force of the blast sent him flying backward. Fugu was hurled straight toward the entrance, kicking up a thick cloud of dust in his wake. He crashed heavily onto the cold stone floor, sliding a long distance before coming to a stop. A painful groan escaped his throat. Seeing this, his teammate cried out in sheer panic. "Fugu!" Out of nowhere, Michael materialized right in front of Fugu, planting his foot heavily on him to pin his body against the cold ground. Michael spoke coldly. "I suppose you fought this desperately because, in your eyes, I'm the villain." His eyes burned with murderous intent, his face twisted in malice. "Well then, I might as well play the part. I will wipe humanity off the face of the earth." Meanwhile, in another location, Satoru caught sight of a familiar figure. Tears of joy welling up in his eyes, he rushed over, crying, "Sister!" But just as he was about to get close, Nana suddenly snapped in anger. "Stay back! Don't come near me!" Henry walked over to Sano and asked gently, "Did you defeat Grimoni? Are the Elder and Giselle safe?" Sano calmly replied, "Yes, everyone is fine." Hearing this, Henry let out a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness. It's just as the mage's prophecy foretold," Henry suggested. "Then we need to head back before this pocket dimension closes." Sano reassured him. "Don't worry," he continued. "The gateway to the Elven realm can be opened at any time." Henry froze, his eyes widening in astonishment. "How is that even possible?" Sano explained. "I planted the world tree so that it spans across both Earth and the Elven dimension. The core of this spatial tree has connected our two worlds." Henry was utterly astounded. "No way. Dimensional interference? Hunter Sano has already reached the level of a transcendent being." Suddenly, Nana spoke up from behind, catching him off guard. "Hunter Sano, where is Alice?" Sano replied. Alice stayed behind to find her mother. She froze, then softly gasped. "Oh." He looked around. "Now that you mention it, I realized Lucas and Earl Cooper aren't here either. Nana's eyes locked onto the person next to her. Didn't you meet them in the subspace, Hunter Sano? They went in there looking for you. Sano's eyes widened in horror. He cried out in fear. What? Cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. A terrifying thought flashed through his mind. They haven't come back yet, so they must still be in the elf world. They're lost, wandering between dimensions. He shouted in anger, what on earth is Earl Cooper thinking?